Chapter 1. I can see the prompt. Young master, it's time for your medicine. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, rousing the drowsy Yi Qing from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes, and before him appeared a delicate and charming face. A sharp pain surged through his chest, compelling him to cough uncontrollably. The commotion startled the beautiful maiden beside the bed. The brand-new satin quilt emanated a subtle, refreshing fragrance. The antiquated decor surrounding him added to Yi Qing's sense of unfamiliarity. Have I crossed over? Yi Qing pondered, recalling that he had been in a hospital just moments ago, suffering from heart failure that had claimed his life. In the final moments of his existence, he had faintly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Prompt. Yi family mate, Cui Lan, 17 years old, bribed by the lady of the Yi family, intent on harming the host. Indeed, that's the voice. Yi Qing abruptly sat up, turning to face Cui Lan. A surge of memories flooded his mind. He had indeed crossed over into a world dominated by cultivation, and he was the third young master of the Yi family in Xingyang City. Merely a side branch, lacking any cultivation talent, he had never garnered much attention within the Yi family. Yet, despite this, the lady of the Yi family had always targeted him. This was due to his mother's prior competition for favor with her. Only recently had his mother passed away, and the latest vendetta against him had intensified, even going so far as to bribe his maid to poison him. To be precise, the original owner of this body, Yi Qing, had actually died just moments ago, poisoned by that malicious maid. No wonder the woman had such a strong reaction upon seeing him awaken. A cold snort escaped Yi Qing's lips as a fierce, killing intent surged in his gaze. Young master, you are awake? Cui Lan steadied her breath, glancing down at the bowl she held. The medicinal concoction had been entirely administered. How could it have failed to poison him? Confusion mingled with fear filled her heart. It was not the fear of retribution from Yi Qing, but rather the dread of failing to complete the task assigned by the lady, which would result in her expulsion from the Yi family. Yes. Are you unscathed? If you are, you may leave. Yi Qing replied tersely before climbing out of bed. Cui Lan wished to say more, but, upon seeing Yi Qing's unharmed appearance, nodded submissively and turned to depart. Once Cui Lan had left, Yi Qing finally calmed his thoughts. System? Speak to me. Yi Qing called out, almost certain that the prompt he had just heard was from the system, a necessity for any transmigrator. Yet, no matter how he summoned it, the system remained silent. Could it be that the system only manifests at crucial moments? Yi Qing mused. Clearly, he could no longer remain in the Yi family. The lady had already corrupted the maid by his side to harm him. This time she had failed, but surely there would be a next attempt. Moreover, Yi Qing was incapable of cultivating, and this body seemed to be somewhat abnormal. His meridians were obstructed, and his vital energy was stagnant. In such a world, being unable to cultivate was perilous. However, Yi Qing felt no concern. A seemingly useless start, yet a protagonist template nonetheless. Besides, with the system in hand, his ascension was merely a matter of time. But for now, he needed to devise a plan to resolve his troubles. The latest next act of revenge could arrive at any moment. His immediate priority was to rectify his physical issues. Staying within the Yi family was certainly not an option. Opportunities must be sought outside. With that thought, Yi Qing wasted no time and strode out of the Yi family's gates. Xingyang City, a small town on the border of the Martial Kingdom. Yet, the town was quite lively, with the sounds of vendors calling out in chorus. Yi Qing observed with keen interest, taking in the bizarre assortment of goods displayed at the street stalls. There were glimmering beast skins, various animal horns, and oddly shaped weapons. Yi Qing merely cast a cursory glance before continuing forward. This was not the time for leisurely shopping. He had come here to seek medicinal remedies for his ailments and to ascertain the nature of his system. Before long, he arrived at a marketplace. The so-called marketplace was a specialized trading hub in this world. Unlike the street vendors, the wares within the marketplace were of far superior quality. Those who frequented this place were predominantly cultivators. Of course, the prices here were exorbitant. Fortunately, although Yi Qing was not valued within the Yi family, his mother had secretly hidden some spirit stones for him before her passing. Upon entering the marketplace, an eerie silence enveloped him. The vendors here did not engage in the usual shouting. Cultivators selected their goods based solely on their discerning eyes. As Yi Ching approached a stall, that familiar voice rang out once more. Prompt, Spirit Resonance Grass, a body-refining elixir capable of forging one's foundation. Attribute, low level. Sure enough, this is a prompt system. That means I can see various items, even information about individuals. Yi Ching's heart swelled with joy. While the system could not directly aid him in cultivation, it allowed him to discern the information of various items and people. With this in mind, even if he could not cultivate, he could leverage this system to become an opportunist. After all, fortune could be found in this world. With excitement igniting within him, Yi Ching pressed further into the marketplace. Unbeknownst to him, several pairs of eyes were closely watching his every move. Boss, how much for this? At a stall, Yi Ching casually picked up a vibrant green fruit. Prompt, Spirit Transformation Fruit, capable of repairing meridians, attribute, low level, flat rate, 2 spirit stones. The stall owner lazily replied. Hope flickered in Yi Ching's eyes. He'll take it. Before he could finish, a voice from behind interrupted. Hema, flamboyantly dressed young man accompanied by several servants approached. It was Yi Feng, the second young master of the Yi family and the latter's second son. Although Yi Feng was originally younger than Yi Ching, his status as a legitimate heir granted him precedence, especially since Yi Ching lacked cultivation abilities. As Yi Feng spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Ching. Oh, Yi Ching, the useless one who cannot cultivate, has come to buy spirit medicine? Still seeking medicine to repair your meridians? What? Do you really believe that your body can be mended with these spirit medicines? Upon hearing this, the servants behind him burst into laughter, echoing Yi Feng's ridicule. Yi Ching chose to ignore their taunts, turning to the stall owner. Boss, I saw this first. Boss, he'll offer 10 spirit stones. Yi Feng, seeing the situation, quickly interjected. Though he doubted Yi Ching could repair his meridians with a single spirit transformation fruit, he found satisfaction in watching Yi Ching suffer. Chapter 2, Old Fool. Attempting to trick me? All right, then I no longer wish to buy it. Yi Ching suddenly declared, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. The stall owner's expression darkened immediately. This fellow is not buying? Seeing Yi Feng and Yi Ching's standoff, the owner discerned their animosity. Yi Feng was deliberately trying to snatch Yi Ching's item, but the owner found this conflict amusing. After all, it was his profit. He hoped Yi Ching would raise his bid, so he could earn even more. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback by Yi Ching's unexpected response. Wasn't this fellow in need of the spirit transformation fruit to repair his meridians? Why did he suddenly change his mind? In the next moment, upon noticing the smile on Yi Ching's face, he abruptly realized, damn it, I've been tricked. Yi Ching had never intended to buy it. He was setting a trap for him. Disregarding Yi Feng, Yi Ching turned and walked away. Yi Feng attempted to follow, but was intercepted by the stall owner. Young master, your spirit transformation fruit is 10 spirit stones. Yi Feng had initially thought to back out, but this marketplace was regulated by the city lord's estate. Here, even he, as a legitimate son of the Yi family, dared not defy the rules. With a grimace, he had no choice but to pay. 10 spirit stones was a considerable expenditure for him. Moreover, the spirit transformation fruit was hardly worth such a price, and he had no actual need for it. As Yi Feng glared at Yi Ching's retreating figure, he clenched his teeth. Young master, should we seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson? One of the servants inquired from behind. Follow him closely once he exits the marketplace. Capture him and give him a thorough beating. Qinya Square, the trading post established by the Qianling Commerce Association in Qingyang City. As the largest commercial organization in the entire Martial Kingdom, the Qianling Commerce Association boasted an incredible array of goods. Even if an item was not available within these trading posts, as long as the payment was sufficient, the Qianling Commerce Association could procure it from elsewhere. Yi Ching meandered through the marketplace, but found nothing of use. He decided to try his luck in the Qinya Square. Inside the Qinya Square, the atmosphere was bustling with activity. Most of those passing through were cultivators. The hall displayed an array of elixirs, rare treasures, and exotic items. As Yi Ching navigated through the crowd, Various prompt sounds echoed in his mind, yet he chose to remain oblivious to them. Alas, there is no way around it. The items here are exceedingly expensive, often priced at dozens of spirit stones. He certainly does not possess such a sum. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Hint: Shimming Ghost Leaf, the primary material for refining the 5-turn soul returning pill. Attribute: Intermediate. Shimming Ghost Leaf? Yi Qing glanced at the 3 prominent characters Xianming Grass inscribed on the counter, his heart swelling with joy. Indeed, with the system at his disposal, he had every opportunity to capitalize on overlooked treasures and amass wealth. The Xianming Ghost Leaf was almost identical to the Xianming Grass, differing only in their growing locations, which bestowed upon them disparate values. The Xianming Grass was merely priced at 5 spirit stones, and it had yet to attract any buyers. After all, aside from its use in concocting potions, it served little other purpose. However, the Xianming Ghost Leaf was a different matter entirely. It was the crucial ingredient for the 5-turn soul returning pill, classified as a mid-grade spiritual herb, worth no less than several thousand spirit stones. With this in mind, Yi Qing unhesitatingly purchased the Xianming Grass. Though it held no immediate utility for him, selling it later would surely yield a profit. Moreover, it was not exorbitantly priced. Just as he accepted the Xianming Ghost Leaf, a voice emerged beside him. "Oh, you worthless fool! Are you now desperately grasping at straws? The Xianming Grass cannot remedy your meridian issues." This scoundrel, Yi Feng, had appeared out of nowhere. Initially, upon seeing Yi Qing poised to acquire a spiritual herb, he intended to intervene. However, upon realizing that Yi Qing was purchasing Xianming Grass, his desire to seize it dissipated. This was due to his fear of being deceived by Yi Qing again, as well as the fact that the Xianming Grass was of little use to an ordinary person. If it fell into the hands of an alchemist, it might still yield some benefit. Before Yi Qing could respond, an elderly voice resonated from the crowd. "Who has purchased the Xianming Grass?" The crowd parted, revealing a gray-robed elder with hair and beard as white as snow, who hurriedly approached. Upon spotting the Xianming Grass in Yi Qing's hand, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly made his way to Yi Qing. "Young brother, might you consider transferring that Xianming Grass to me?" Upon seeing the elder, the onlookers promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Daiyou, the sole alchemist in Qingyang City, was also a revered figure at the city lord's residence. As a second-tier alchemist, he wielded considerable influence throughout Qingyang City, even commanding respect from the city lord himself. After all, practitioners held an immense demand for elixirs. Yi Qing had certainly heard of his esteemed reputation. He recalled that his mother had once sought an audience with this man, hoping to procure a pill to restore her son's meridians. Seeing Master Lu's keen interest in the Xianming Grass, Yi Qing instantly understood that this old man had likely recognized the Xianming Grass as the Xianming Ghost Leaf. In this world, no one possessed a greater understanding of spiritual herbs than an alchemist. Yet, to Yi Feng, this entire scenario seemed baffling. How could a distinguished second-tier alchemist express interest in a mere Xianming Grass? Although it could be utilized in alchemy, was it not readily available everywhere? Did he truly need to purchase it from Yi Qing? "Master Lu, we have plenty of Xianming Grass at Qinya Workshop. If you require it, I can deliver some to your residence." A steward from the Qianling Merchant Association hastily stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "No need, I want the Xianming Grass in his possession," Master Lu declared, his gaze fervently fixed on Yi Qing. "Young friend, I will offer you double the price for that Xianming Grass, please. Consider transferring it to me." "Apologies, Master Lu, but I too have need of the Xianming Grass." Yi Qing scoffed inwardly. This old codger, fully aware that it was the Xianming Ghost Leaf, still sought to swindle him. He attempted to acquire an item worth thousands of spirit stones for a mere 10. If he were less discerning, he might have fallen victim to this ruse. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the surrounding crowd was left in utter shock. He actually rejected Master Lu? How foolish to turn down an opportunity with Master Lu for a mere Xianming Grass. Indeed, the Xianming Grass is worth only a few spirit stones, yet he could forge a connection with Master Luo in honor. How could he not appreciate this? I would gladly purchase an entire stock of Xianming grass from Qinya Workshop and deliver it personally if Master Lu desired. What a splendid opportunity this fool is squandering. Were I in his position, I would eagerly present the Xianming grass with both hands. The crowd buzzed with discussion, but Yi Qing remained impervious to their chatter. These individuals were oblivious to the true value of the Xianming ghost leaf. He was not so easily deceived by this old trickster. Chapter 3. The Heavenly Stairway Technique. Young brother, are you aware that I am a second-tier alchemist, a revered figure in the Lord's Manor of Qingyang City? If you grant me this item, I am willing to exchange it for a second-tier spiritual pill. Seeing that Yi Qing remained unyielding, Lu Dao had no choice but to sweeten the deal. However, as soon as the words second-tier spiritual pill escaped his lips, the surrounding crowd erupted into a frenzy. A second-tier spiritual pill? That is worth 1,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the Xianming grass in this young man's possession is so valuable? At that moment, Yi Feng, standing nearby, turned pale with envy. Just a moment ago, he had contemplated snatching that Xianming grass for himself, thinking it of little worth, but now it was evident that Yi Qing's specimen was indeed extraordinary. No one would question an alchemist's discernment regarding spiritual herbs. Anything that could command such esteem from Lu Dao was undoubtedly remarkable. Yet, this item, which he believed ought to be in his possession, had fallen into Yi Qing's hands. Yi Feng's teeth ground together in frustration. The key point was that the person before him was Master Lu. Even the Lord of Qingyang City had to show him respect, yet Yi Qing had audaciously rejected his offer. This was the perfect opportunity to befriend a second-tier alchemist. I apologize, but I have no intention of selling this item, Yi Qing declared, turning away to walk in another direction. How ridiculous! A second-tier pill is only worth 1,000 spirit stones, yet the Xianming grass is valued at several thousand spirit stones. He would not engage in such a losing trade. Behind him, Lu Dao's expression darkened ominously. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty drink, Yi Qing maneuvered through the crowd, and the onlookers pointed and whispered. For to outright refuse a second-tier alchemist was, in their eyes, either an act of great skill or sheer folly. The youthful Yi Qing clearly belonged to the latter category. Yi Qing paid them no mind and ascended to the second floor. However, as soon as he reached the top, he was obstructed by a figure clad in crimson. Hee, little fellow, you truly possess great audacity. A melodious laugh, light as a bell, accompanied by a waft of fragrance, reached his ears. Yi Qing raised his gaze to find a graceful beauty standing before him, adorned in a blood-red dress, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, and her exquisite features as pristine as jade. What is it? Have you been rendered speechless? The woman's clear voice rang out again, bringing Yi Qing back to his senses. Might I inquire as to the reason for your obstruction, fair lady? Hee, little fellow. Your tongue is quite sweet. The woman giggled, covering her mouth. Oh? Have you perhaps tasted it? Otherwise, how would you know my tongue is sweet? Yi Qing stepped forward, locking eyes with her. The moment his words fell, the woman was momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Little one, do you know who I am? In Qingyang City, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner. Her every smile and frown exuded charm. Yet her gaze held an air of elegance and nobility. Given their location in Qinya Workshop and the absence of any approach towards Master Lu, she could only be the representative of the Qianling commerce. Qian, Yi Qing slowly spoke, having already deduced the woman's identity in his heart. Hee, the little one may be young, but your wit is sharp. The woman turned and waved her hand, causing a door behind her to open. So, about that business that fell through with Lu Dao, perhaps we can negotiate something here. She strode confidently into the room. When a celestial maiden invites you, how could one refuse? Yi Qing followed suit. Upon entering the room, servants brought forth tea. The woman wasted no time, addressing the matter directly. You guessed correctly. I am Qian, the representative of Qianling Commerce. I offer you 5,000 spirit stones for the Xianming grass in your possession. That item holds no value for you. Yi Qing was taken aback by Qian's candor. He had indeed considered selling the Xianming grass, as only Qinya Workshop in Qingyang City could handle such a transaction. Now, with a suitable price offered by Qian, he had no qualms about selling it as a favor. Compared to Lu Dao, the value of the Qianling commerce representative was far greater. Since Miss Qian is being so forthright, I dare not decline. Deal. Qian immediately instructed someone to fetch a pouch of spirit stones, containing a full 5,000 stones. For your eloquence, here's a card for you. In the future, you can use this card at the Qinling Commerce Exchange to redeem up to 10,000 spirit stones. Qian Qian handed Yi Qing a black card. Yi Qing recognized it as the VIP card of Qinling Commerce. His father, Yi Songtian, the head of the Yi family, possessed such a card. This was not something just anyone could obtain. To think that Qian Qian would so casually give it to him, he accepted it without hesitation. With this newfound wealth, he could select some items for his own use at Qinya Workshop. After leaving Qian Qian, he felt liberated and began to browse through the offerings at Qinya Workshop. With spirit stones in hand, he felt no trepidation. However, finding a bargain was still a rare occurrence. After wandering for a while, he had yet to spot anything worthwhile. Just as he was about to leave, an intriguing beast hide caught his eye in a corner. It was a fiery red beast hide, marred with scratch marks, life and death talisman, a medium-grade martial art. By reversing its practice, one can attain the Great Wilderness Sutra, a heavenly stairway technique, requiring the practitioner to use their own flesh and blood as a conduit to draw upon the desolate power of the heavens and earth. Upon achieving mastery, one can absorb the desolate energy from miles around at a mere thought. Gazing at the slightly tattered beast hide on the counter, Yi Qing's eyes gleamed. This beast hide recorded a medium-grade martial art known as the Life and Death Talisman, which necessitated self-mutilation of meridians, placing oneself in a life or death situation to comprehend and successfully cultivate it. Such a martial art would be shunned by any sensible practitioner. Moreover, the price of medium-grade martial arts was not trivial. It was no wonder it sat here, neglected and unwanted. Yi Qing had no reservations and promptly purchased the beast hide. As soon as it was in his hands, he wasted no time. He sought a training room in Qinya Workshop and began his cultivation. Time was of the essence. The lady would undoubtedly strike again soon, and when she did, it might very well be practitioners who came looking for him. He had to swiftly enhance his strength. Not far away, Qian Qian held a teacup, watching as Yi Qing hurriedly entered the training room, her brow furrowed. "Miss, does he truly merit such concern from you?" A spectral figure appeared behind Qian Qian. "Qinbo, have you ever heard of a prodigy? They may be weak in their youth, yet possess extraordinary potential, destined to achieve greatness. Miss, those are merely tales from novels. Do you genuinely believe this young man is such a prodigy? He is but a bastard of the Yi family, and a waste of talent at that, perhaps." Chapter 4. Condensing qi into crystals. Within the training room, a pallid hue began to envelop Yi Qing. Gradually, the whiteness spread, rendering his skin akin to gray stone. A sense of extinction, coupled with desolation, began to permeate the air. Even the surrounding atmosphere seemed to lose its vitality at that moment, enveloping the entire training room in a stifling ambience that rendered breathing laborious. Yi Qing distinctly felt an inexplicable energy rising within him. He recognized it as the Great Wilderness Sutra drawing upon the desolate energy around him. Indeed, the Great Wilderness Sutra was remarkable. Yi Qing was astonished. His meridians were unconnected, and by all rights, he should have been incapable of absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation. Yet, the Great Wilderness Sutra allowed him to cultivate by absorbing desolate energy, directly stimulating his skin to draw in the surrounding desolate essence without the need for meridians. Such a unique method of cultivation was unheard of. In a matter of moments, Yi Qing felt a grayish-white glow coalescing into a mass within his dantian. Condensing qi into crystals. The path of cultivation emphasizes refining the body. Condensing qi, establishing a spirit, forming a primordial embryo, creating a Tao platform, a celestial abode, igniting divine fire, and ultimately ascending to immortality. The typical body refinement stage is akin to that of an ordinary martial artist. Yet, Yi Qing had never cultivated before, and now he had directly surpassed the body refinement stage to enter the realm of qi condensation. Looking down at his grayish skin, Yi Qing understood. The first step of cultivating the Great Wilderness Sutra required him to utilize his flesh and blood to absorb the desolate energy of heaven and earth. In a sense, his current physical resilience likely surpassed that of the majority. After all, ordinary individuals could not withstand the influx of desolate energy into their bodies. Yi Qing rose, feeling rejuvenated. He felt completely unimpeded. The sensation of blockage in his meridians had vanished. At last, he possessed some capacity for retaliation. Yi Qingshu extended his arms, contemplating that stepping into the condensation realm could be considered entering the ranks of cultivators. Although the condensation realm was regarded as the lowest tier among practitioners in the entirety of Qingyang City, aside from the city lord and the heads of several prominent families, most individuals remained at the condensation realm level. For instance, the previously encountered Lu Dao was merely at the 9th layer of the condensation realm. As an alchemist, he devoted all his energy to potion making, neglecting his cultivation. Nevertheless, with his charisma, rallying a group of capable individuals was hardly a challenge for him. From the words of that man earlier, Yi Qingshu had discerned that Lu Dao intended to make trouble for him. However, now that he was also a practitioner, having advanced to the condensation realm, he felt no trepidation upon encountering Lu Dao. Crucially, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Even if he could not defeat them, they could not restrain him either. With newfound confidence, Yi Qingshu promptly pushed open the door and stepped outside. After leaving Qinya Square, he made his way directly towards the market's outskirts. Along the way, he noticed that someone had been following him. This market was managed by the city lord's estate, and even Lu Dao would think twice before causing a ruckus here. Before long, Yi Qingshu had exited the market. However, he did not head straight to the Yi residence. Instead, he turned and proceeded towards the city outskirts. If those fellows sought to confront him, he too was eager to resolve these troubles directly. Upon exiting the city, those individuals indeed followed him. At that moment, Yi Qingshu clearly observed their situation. Accompanying Lu Dao were 3 individuals, all at the 5th tier of the condensation realm, along with a servant brought by Yi Feng, who was at the 3rd tier of the condensation realm. These individuals posed no significant threat. Although Yi Qingshu had just broken through and was only at the 1st tier of the condensation realm, his unique physique provided him with a fighting chance against the average 5th tier practitioner. His primary target this time was Yi Feng. While he surely could not eliminate all of them, Yi Feng was merely at the body refinement realm, making him an easy target. Perhaps he could even seek some retribution for the suffering he had endured in his previous life. It was likely that the matriarch of the Yi family would grieve for quite some time upon learning of her precious son's demise. After some time, Yi Qingshu arrived before a dilapidated temple, located several miles from the city. Killing Yi Feng and making a swift escape should pose no problem. Why Yi Qingshu slowly turned around. The group had shown no intention of concealing themselves. Observing Yi Qingshu's halt, Yi Feng was the first to step forward. Ah, what a nuisance. Is this the grave you have chosen for yourself? As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, the servant behind him suddenly pulled him back. Yi Qingshu wasted no breath and immediately struck. The sudden assault caught everyone off guard. Isn't this fellow unable to cultivate? How can he move so swiftly? Yi Feng's heart sank into terror. His eyes widening in disbelief. In the next moment, the servant engaged Yi Qing's. As soon as they exchanged blows, the servant felt his internal energy abruptly stagnate, swiftly depleting as if a peculiar force had rendered his energy barren. He raised his hand, striking towards Yi Qingshu, but the latter showed no signs of evasion. With a fierce grip, it was as if he seized a fragment of the void, then transformed his grasp into a punch. In an instant, his fists became enveloped in a grayish-white radiance. Condensation realm? How can this be? The servant was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, in the entire Yi family. Everyone knew that Yi Qingshu had a blocked meridian and was unable to cultivate. Just a few days prior, he had been nothing more than a waste. Yet now, witnessing Yi Qingshu's prowess, he was utterly astonished. Even if Yi Qingshu had some fortuitous encounter, it was inconceivable that he could transition from the body refinement realm to the condensation realm in such a short span. While the servant was momentarily dazed, Yi Qingshu's fist struck true against his palm. The wave of desolation enveloped the servant's entire arm. In that moment, he felt as though his right arm had lost all vitality, transformed into a mere stone. The next moment, a crisp sound echoed as the servant's arm shattered inch by inch, flesh and bone crumbling like fragments of stone, scattering across the ground. Numbness and fear overtook him. The servant could no longer feel pain, merely staring blankly at Yi Qingshu. Even Yi Feng's mouth fell agape, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Yet soon, he would indeed witness the macabre. Yi Qingshu appeared before him like a specter, his wicked grin sending chills down one's spine. Third brother, no, second brother, spare me. We are family. Yi Feng's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The only response was a hand descending upon his forehead. Akin to the scythe of death, Chapter 5. Taking in the little beggar, blood sprayed forth, and a round head was tossed aside. From the bushes came a terrified scream. Yi Qingshu turned to see a ragged little beggar emerge from the underbrush. He felt puzzled. He had just surveyed this area, and there should have been no one around. Where had this little beggar come from? A reminder. The enchanting one, the celestial from the mortal realm. A reincarnated empress of unparalleled might, stripped of her memories. Taking her in could grant one an immortal sovereign in the future. A celestial from the mortal realm? Yi Qingshu's heart raced with fear. Cultivators needed to ignite divine fire to become emperors. Subsequently, they fell into the mortal realm, reconstructing themselves to achieve celestial status, allowing them to ascend to the immortal realm. The beggar before him was actually a celestial being? No wonder he had been unable to detect her presence. In the moment of Yi Qingshu's daze, he was abruptly startled. Those who had been observing from the shadows, including Lu Dao, chose that moment to launch a surprise attack. He turned and unleashed a punch, the sound of an explosion reverberating. Yi Qingshu utilized the force to retreat swiftly. The disparity among the group was too great. Although he remained unscathed, he could not overpower them. In contemplation, Yi Qingshu resolved to leave, yet he wanted to take the little beggar with him, a celestial from the mortal realm. Once she awakened, she would be an immortal, if he had such a companion by his side. He could navigate this world with ease. With that thought, Yi Qingshu dashed towards the little beggar. The moment he grasped her, Lu Dao's assault followed suit. Yi Qingshu promptly turned to counterattack, as his fist struck. The air of desolation spread forth. Lu Dao felt a numbness in his arm, but as a ninth-tier practitioner of the condensation realm, his refined energy was far superior to that of a mere servant. He shook his sleeve, dissipating Yi Qingshu's attack. In the next instant, a shadow fell, a fierce wind arose, and countless fallen leaves converged into a massive handprint, enveloping Yi Qingshu. Medium-grade martial arts? Yi Qingshu thought in astonishment. Lu Dao was indeed a renowned alchemist. Ordinary practitioners of the condensation realm could not afford medium-grade martial arts. The power of medium-grade martial arts was formidable, far beyond what Yi Qingshu could withstand. Initially intending to evade, he realized the little beggar was still behind him. He had no choice but to press forward. With a pale light shimmering upon his fists, Yi Qingshu swung with all his might. The moment of contact felt as though his arms might shatter. A piercing pain coursed through his body, and the swirling leaves seemed intent on obliterating him. Meanwhile, a dull thud echoed behind him as the little beggar was sent flying. Her tattered clothing stained with blood. Seeing this, Yi Qingshu's fury ignited instantly. This scoundrel would resort to such brutality against a young girl. He was no better than a beast. He raised his head defiantly, and a surge of white light enveloped him. The ground trembled as the surrounding trees withered rapidly. A tremendous force surged within him, and in that moment, Yi Qingshu felt as though his very being might burst. The overwhelming power surged uncontrollably within him, and Yi Qingshu could no longer think rationally. He merely sought to unleash this force. He swung his fist with reckless abandon, an insignificant first-tier practitioner of the condensation realm. Daring to contend against martial arts with mere flesh? Lu Dao scoffed inwardly, casually striking forth. The gust of wind trailing his palm sent countless leaves swirling, coalescing into an even larger and denser handprint. It felt as though this strike could obliterate the dilapidated temple behind Yi Qingshu. Yet, faced with such overwhelming might, Yi Qingshu showed no signs of fear. The source of his confidence eluded him. He was merely driven by the force within, charging forward. Lu Dao's smirk faltered as he contemplated Yi Qingshu's demise. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Qingshu truly shattered his attack with a single punch. Moreover, his fists did not halt. They only grew larger in Lu Dao's eyes. Poof! Lu Dao lowered his head in terror, a wave of numbness surging through his chest as a fist pierced through him, blood soaking his garments. His face bore a mask of fear, resentment, and shock. He could hardly fathom that he had been defeated by a mere first-tier qi condensation cultivator, and even more astonishingly, had been counterkilled. Was this in accordance with reason? Yi Qing withdrew his arm, his hand now stained with blood. The two companions accompanying Lu Dao, upon witnessing this, showed no hesitation and turned to flee, while Yi Qing attempted to pursue them, but found himself utterly drained of strength. He mustered what little energy remained to turn around and approach the small beggar. Suddenly, he froze. The small beggar's wounds, once visible on her body, began to heal autonomously. She opened her eyes as though nothing had happened. Just as Yi Qing was about to step forward, the small beggar caught sight of Yi Feng's decapitated head beside her, screamed in shock, and fainted once more. Seeing this, Yi Qing had no choice but to support the small beggar. Just as he prepared to leave, a familiar voice rang out, "Yi Qing, is it really you? Did you kill Fenger?" Turning around, Yi Qing beheld the matriarch of the Yi family, Chen Yufeng, accompanied by a throng of people. How had they arrived so swiftly? Yi Qing was astonished. The onlookers from the Yi family were equally stunned. The third young master of the Yi family, was he not incapable of cultivation? Yet he had managed to slay Yi Feng? And that individual beside him was Lu Dao? Upon recognizing the corpse lying on the ground, the Yi family members lost their composure. You actually killed Master Lu?" At that moment, Chen Yufeng could not spare a thought for why Yi Qing was capable of cultivation. All she knew was that with Lu Dao's death, the entire Qingyang city would face dire consequences. This man was a revered member of the City Lord's Mansion and the sole alchemist in Qingyang City. Even if the City Lord's Mansion chose not to pursue the matter, the cultivators of Qingyang City would surely wreak havoc upon the Yi family. They wish to harm me. Do they expect me to submit without a fight? Yi Qing glared fiercely at Chen Yufeng, while inwardly contemplating how to escape. If the City Lord's men arrived shortly, he would be trapped. "You are truly audacious," Chen Yufeng, regaining her composure from the shock, commanded. "Someone, kill this wretch." As her words fell, several servants rushed forward. Yi Qing, barely holding himself together, was about to retaliate when a shout echoed from a distance. "Stop!" The head of the Yi family, Yi Tsongtian, had arrived. Simultaneously, a large contingent of armored soldiers approached. "This is bad. Yi Tsongtian is a cultivator at the spirit building stage, and the city lord is at the late stage of spirit building. With the arrival of these two, Yi Qing feared he might not even have the chance to flee." Chapter 6. "May I request a favor for this young lady?" Yi Tsongtian's expression darkened as he surveyed the fallen bodies on the ground. His inner fury gradually igniting. Yi Feng was his most cherished son. As for Yi Qing, he felt no emotional connection whatsoever. This boy was merely a byproduct of negligence, having failed to take proper precautions. Now that Yi Qing's mother had passed away and the boy himself could not cultivate, he was nothing but a burden to the Yi family. Yet, was this truly the work of Yi Qing? Yi Tsongtian was astonished but soon heard the approaching footsteps of a large group. This was troubling. The death of Lu Dao would undoubtedly stir up a tempest in Qingyang City. When the time came, not only would the City Lord's Mansion demand answers, but the scattered cultivators in Qingyang City would also seek retribution. The Yi family could not withstand such immense pressure. However, the current anger of the crowd needed to be quelled. Yi Tsongtian quickly devised a plan in his mind. Regardless of whether Yi Qing was truly responsible, he would be the one to bear the blame. Only with the death of Lu Dao's killer could the Yi family find safety. "Yi Qing, how dare you harm Master Lu?" Yi Tsongtian descended with a powerful presence, his gaze fixated on Yi Qing, emanating an overwhelming aura that seemed to confine the surroundings. At that moment, the soldiers from the City Lord's Mansion arrived. Encircling the area with rows of black armored knights, among the crowd, a resolute-looking middle-aged man stepped forward, his gaze locked onto the deceased Lu Daoyu, Yi family head. "You must provide me with an explanation for this matter." After a brief pause, City Lord Du Huilin raised his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "This matter has nothing to do with my Yi family. It is all the doing of this ungrateful son. My second son has also fallen victim to his treachery. My Yi family has no ties with this wretch." Yi Tsongtian spoke hurriedly, anxiety evident in his tone. Du Huilin's gaze lingered on Yi Qing for a moment. With his keen perception, he could discern that Yi Qing's current cultivation level was not particularly high. How could this young man have slain Lu Dao? Yet, it was clear that Lu Dao had been killed by Yi Qing's own hands, witnessed by his subordinates. Surely, those two individuals could not have been mistaken, could they? Du Huilin was astonished. How could a mere first-tier qi condensation cultivator slay Lu Dao? It was indeed hard to believe, especially considering that Lu Dao was an alchemist. While his combat ability may not have been exceptional, the treasures he possessed were numerous. Even ordinary spirit-building cultivators might struggle to subdue him. Yi Qing must possess many secrets. Du Huilan's eyes glinted with intrigue. He was eager to seize Yi Qing for further examination. However, as the city lord, he also had to provide an explanation to the scattered cultivators in Qingyang City. After all, Lu Dao held a significant reputation in the city, with ties to several sects in the surrounding areas. Should those factions apply pressure, it would be difficult for him to justify. After much contemplation, Du Huilan ultimately decided to let Yi Qing go. For now, only with Yi Qing's death could this matter be resolved. The audacity of the Yi family's ungrateful son, Du Huilan said, squinting his eyes. This is your family's matter. I leave it to you to deal with. He was uncertain whether there were other circumstances involved in this affair, but by allowing Yi Tsangtian to take action, should any issues arise later, it could be said that Yi Tsangtian had silenced a witness. This way, he could avoid being implicated. Yet, at this moment, Yi Tsangtian was not considering such complexities. He merely wished to rid himself of the troublesome Yi Qing. Killing him would put an end to the matter. Why Yi Tsangtian stepped forward, facing his own flesh and blood, and without the slightest hesitation, he struck. Why Yi Qing felt a chill in his heart upon witnessing this. This old man was indeed indifferent to Yi Qing's plight. No wonder that in the past, his wife had dared to confront Yi Qing so boldly. Malice surged within him, but given the current circumstances, escaping Yi Tsangtian's clutches would not be easy. Why Yi Tsangtian was a cultivator at the late stage of spirit building, a full 2 realms above him. Gritting his teeth, Yi Qing recalled that he had just transmigrated, and before he had the chance to enjoy the benefits of this vile feudal system, he was on the brink of death. Fueled by determination, he thought, no matter what, even if I die, I shall make this old man pay a price. With that thought, Yi Qing summoned all the strength he could muster, but felt as if his body had been hollowed out, his bones seemingly melting away, leaving him utterly powerless. At that moment, Yi Tsangtian's murderous intent surged forward. His palm aimed directly at Yi Qing. Just then, a figure appeared like a ghost, blocking Yi Qing's path. It was an elderly man clad in black, adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of nobility. Most astonishingly, with a mere wave of his hand, the elder effortlessly neutralized Yi Tsangtian's attack. Simultaneously, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing everyone present to feel as if they were instantaneously frozen in ice. The air was filled with swirling ice crystals, resembling countless sharp blades. A powerful oppressive force compelled Yi Tsangtian to retreat repeatedly, a master at the primordial embryo stage. Yi Tsangtian's heart sank. Even Du Huilan, standing at a distance, was momentarily stunned. When had such a powerful figure emerged in Qingyang City? How could he, as the city lord, remain completely unaware? Ahem, esteemed guests, may I request a favor for this young lady? The voice, as melodious as silver bells, announced the arrival of Qian Qian, dressed in a pink gown, standing behind the elder. Today, she appeared somewhat different, emanating an aura of authority, her proud demeanor seemingly dismissing everyone present. Yi Qing was taken aback upon seeing her. Previously, he had surmised that this woman was merely the steward of the Qianling Fang market. It seemed he had misjudged her. To have a master at the primordial embryo stage as a bodyguard was not an honor afforded to any mere steward in Qingyang City. May I ask who you are? Du Huilan stepped forward, his gaze fixed intensely on Qian Qian. Although Qian Qian had been in Qingyang City for some time, she had always acted in secrecy, and Du Huilan was unaware of her existence. At this moment, he naturally did not recognize her. No need for excessive introductions. Qian Qian chuckled lightly, refraining from elaborating further. She simply opened a fragrant pouch at her waist, revealing a golden embroidered character for Qian, which caught the eye of everyone present. Instantly, the crowd was taken aback. A member of the Qian family. The mastermind behind Qianling Fang is none other than the Qian family, the largest commercial association in the entire Wugua, whose influence is unrivaled throughout the realm. Even the most prominent sects must show them a degree of respect. In the face of Qianling Fang, the modest city of Qingyang appears as insignificant as an ant. When confronted with Qian Qian, Du Huilan can only be regarded as a minor character. Chapter 7. Deserved Death. A smile suddenly spread across Du Huilan's stern face as he hurried forward to pay his respects. I am but a humble one, unable to recognize the great Qian miss. I implore you to forgive my ignorance. Qian Qian paid him no heed, instead turning to gaze at Yi Qing, her proud and exquisite visage revealing a hint of youthful playfulness. Well, little fellow, were you mistaken? My identity is far more illustrious than you could imagine. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, then clasped his hands in respect. I must admit, I was blind. Please do not hold it against me. Dear sister, consider yourself clever. Qian Qian shot him a playful glare before speaking again. So, little one, are you interested in accompanying your sister? Of course. It is a rare honor for sister to take notice of me. I would be most eager. Their exchange swiftly attracted the attention of Yi Tsangtian, who was utterly astonished to discover that Yi Qing was acquainted with someone from the Qian family. This presented a golden opportunity. If the Yi family could establish a connection with Qianling Feng, they would undoubtedly soar to greatness. How could Yi Tsangtian let such a chance slip away? He hastened forward, completely altering his previous demeanor. His expression becoming as benevolent as possible. Qinger, I never imagined you would know such an esteemed figure as Qian Miss. This is truly a blessing for our Yi family. I am immensely gratified. Let us not linger in this desolate place. Let us return home, where I shall arrange a banquet for us to converse. Yi Tsangtian, a seasoned veteran, exhibited a remarkable ability to shift his expression, leaving even Du Huilin feeling a wave of revulsion. This old man, in pursuit of power, was willing to sacrifice his dignity. Just moments ago, he had shown no mercy, yet now he acted as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Qian Qian wore an expression of disdain. She had actually arrived long ago. Since Yi Qing left the city, she had been following him in secret, observing everything that transpired. She held no affection for the ruthless Yi Tsangtian, and merely listening to him made her feel nauseous. However, she sought to cultivate a good relationship with Yi Qing, and her gaze shifted back to him. Why, Yi Tsangtian, I ask you, are you aware that this vile woman has poisoned me in secret? Yi Qing raised his eyes to Yi Tsangtian, harboring no goodwill towards the old man, especially given that Yi Tsangtian had genuinely intended to kill him earlier. He was a man who never let grudges linger. With this opportunity at hand, he had no intention of letting it pass. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Yi Tsangtian dared not admit his awareness. He relied on the connection between Yi Qing and Qian Qian to climb the Qian family's towering tree. What? This poisonous woman secretly plotted against you. You are my most cherished son. Who would dare do such a thing? I shall certainly not let her go. To say the least, Yi Tsangtian was quite the performer. His act, though awkward, was of little concern to him as long as he could keep Yi Qing under control. Since that is the case, what are you waiting for? Yi Qing shot Yi Tsangtian a cold glance, his indifferent gaze causing a tremor in the hearts of those present. This lad harbored genuine hatred. Did he actually intend to force Yi Tsangtian to kill his own wife? Realizing Yi Qing's intent, Yi Tsangtian understood, while Chen Yufeng beside him was rendered speechless with fright. She knew all too well that Yi Qing possessed the power to threaten those present. Qian Qian served as his greatest shield. As long as she was around, both Yi Tsangtian and Du Huilin would be compelled to obey Yi Qing. Sure enough, in the next moment, she witnessed Yi Tsangtian's fierce gaze locking onto her. As Yi Tsangtian's rightful wife, she was well aware of her husband's character. He only ever prioritized his own interests. This man would forsake the entire Yi family for his own benefit, and that included her. Chen Yufeng opened her mouth, but before she could speak, her throat tightened. With venomous eyes, she glared at Yi Tsangtian, her hands falling limply by her sides. Yet Yi Tsangtian treated her like refuse, casually discarding her aside. Then, with an air of righteousness, he declared, Qinger belongs to the Yi family. Who dares to harm her? I, Yi Tsangtian, will be the first to oppose it. Having said that, he turned his gaze toward Yi Qing. His face contorted in an ingratiating smile. Qinger, this venomous woman is dead. Come home with me. Let us father and son have a proper talk, of course, as your friend, Miss Qian. We of the Yi family must extend our hospitality. Let us return home. Yi Qing shook his head, his gaze resolute. Liu Dayo was slain by my hand, in Xingyang City. Anyone seeking revenge against me will face me directly. After today, I shall have no further ties with the Yi family. Yi Qing spoke with conviction, his gaze finally resting on Du Huilin. He knew that while he could leverage Qian Qian's influence, persuading her to assist him in killing someone was another matter entirely. Not only would he feel embarrassed to ask, but he also recognized that his words provided Du Huilin and the others present with an excuse. Someone must bear the blame for Liu Dayo's death. Those seeking vengeance would likely not dare confront the Qian family. Their wrath would undoubtedly be directed at the Yi family instead. Why Yi Tsangtian's fate was all but sealed. Yi Qing trusted that Du Huilin would handle the aftermath with aplomb. Having already caught a glimpse of the fleeting murderous intent in Du Huilin's gaze fixed on Yi Tsangtian, upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Yi Tsangtian's heart sank. He understood that once Yi Qing severed ties with the Yi family, not only would they lose the opportunity to climb the Qian family tree, but they would also become targets of scorn in Qingyang City. In that moment, he felt a burning hatred for Yi Qing. Cursing the boy's wicked thoughts, this audacious boy had publicly proclaimed such words, clearly redirecting the populace's fury towards the Yi family. In an instant, Yi Tsangtian realized that there was but one option left: flee. They had to abandon the Yi family and escape this place as swiftly as possible. Staying in Qingyang City would invite death at the hands of the scattered cultivators, and Du Huilin would surely eliminate him to quell the public's anger. With this thought in mind, Yi Tsangtian hesitated not a moment, determined to turn and escape. But Du Huilin was already zeroed in on him. The moment Yi Tsangtian made his move, the detached city lord had also sprung into action. Du Huilin struck without mercy. This matter could not leave any survivors. Only through death could it be quelled. Yi Tsangtian's body soared into the air before crashing down, lifeless and beyond revival. The head of the Yi family, Yi Tsangtian, met his deserved end for plotting against Master Lu. This city lord acts to uphold justice for Master Lu. Thus, does young friend Yi Qing find satisfaction? Chapter 8. Miss, what does it mean to be the male protagonist? The city lord is quick-witted, with profound foresight. His future achievements are limitless. I admire you. Yi Qing clasped his hands, feeling quite pleased with Du Huilin's decisive actions. He had not expected the man to directly eliminate Yi Tsangtian. However, considering that Lu Dayo had died at Yi Tsangtian's hands, it seemed even more convincing. Young friend, he possesses extraordinary talent. Your future is indeed boundless. Du hopes that young friend you will lend a helping hand in the days to come. Du Huilin rubbed his hands together, adopting a posture of servility, utterly devoid of the authority befitting a city lord. The onlookers, though they wished to laugh, could only suppress their amusement, reflecting on how incredibly fortunate Yi Qing was to have crossed paths with someone like Qian Qian. In less than half a day, two prominent figures in Qingyang City had met their demise, and the Yi family was poised for decline. Remarkably, the instigator of it all was this young man before them. The unpredictability of life is truly astonishing. As the crowd marveled at Yi Qing's prowess, envy welled up within them. Yi Qing exchanged pleasantries with Du Huilin, who wished to invite Qian Qian into the city. But she declined. Then, Qian Qian turned and departed with Yi Qing. What are your plans moving forward? Just so you know, the Qian family has no accommodations for your training. Qian Qian's gaze fixated on the little beggar beside Yi Qing as she casually inquired. I thought sister intended to take me to the Qian family, Yi Qing responded, feigning disappointment. He felt immense gratitude toward Qian Qian for rescuing him. As for joining the Qian family, that thought never crossed his mind. After all, the Qian family was a commercial entity. In this world, the essence remained rooted in cultivation. As a transmigrator, why would he forsake the pursuit of longevity for the sake of wealth? It would be foolish to choose such a path. No matter how much money one amassed, after a few decades of enjoyment, one would ultimately return to dust. Since he had arrived in this world, his purpose was clear: to cultivate, attain longevity, and relish in the boundless expanse of time. Someone like you could never thrive in the Qian family's humble abode. However, I can introduce you to a better place. Qian Qian retracted her gaze and retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom, extending it towards Yi Qing. The pendant exuded an air of antiquity and grandeur, intricately carved with a vividly lifelike phoenix, its wings poised as if in flight, accompanied by a single character inscribed below. Tian. Take this to the Batian Pavilion and seek out a woman named Yang Huang. She is the saintess of the pavilion and a dear friend of mine. Upon seeing this, she should arrange for your entry into the Batian Pavilion for cultivation. That place is the foremost sect of our martial nation, and I firmly believe it is where you truly belong. Holding the jade pendant in his hands, Yi Qing felt an overwhelming joy surge within him. Although he had only just arrived in this world and had never heard of the Batian Pavilion, a place recommended by Qian Qian must surely be extraordinary. Moreover, with this pendant, he considered himself well connected. Gaining entry into the sect under the protection of a saintess was nothing short of a powerful start. Thank you, Sister Qian Qian. Your kindness is immeasurable, and should you ever require assistance, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Upon hearing this, Qian Qian couldn't help but chuckle softly, I hope you remember these words today." She turned her head, casting one last glance at the little beggar. "Let us part ways here, and I hope to hear of your illustrious name in the near future." After bidding farewell to Qianqian, Yiqing set off towards the south with the little beggar. "Miss, do you truly believe he can achieve something great? From my observations, his meridians are completely blocked, rendering him incapable of cultivation. Though I am unsure how he managed to break through to the qi condensation stage, does he truly possess the qualifications to be accepted by the Batian Pavilion?" Behind Qianqian, an elderly man gradually appeared. Gazing at Yiqing's retreating figure, the old man wore a puzzled expression. In contrast, Qianqian smiled lightly, contentedly raising her teacup. Born into tragedy, scorned by family, and unable to cultivate, with such an origin, he is undoubtedly the male protagonist. "Trust me, he will surely achieve great things in the future." The old man, though skeptical, contemplated his young mistress's strategic acumen and gradually calmed himself. "Miss, what do you mean by male protagonist?" the old man inquired again. Causing Qianqian to momentarily pause before she casually replied, "It refers to someone of extraordinary talent." The old man nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, a jade sword pierced through the void, slowly materializing before him. Upon the sword, a line of small characters shimmered. "Miss, the flying sword message from Chief Qi indicates that the stock plan you mentioned has already commenced. Would you like to go and see it now?" "Let us go." Qianqian tucked away her teacup, and the two vanished in an instant. After 3 months, Yiqing finally arrived at the southern region of the martial nation, the location of the Batian Pavilion. Along the journey, he gradually became familiar with the little beggar. It seemed she suffered from amnesia, having no recollection of her past or even her own name. Yiqing, following the hints provided by the system, named her Qingqing. He found a place to clean the little girl and change her clothes. Upon seeing her again, Yiqing was taken aback by her beauty. No wonder she was named Qingqing. Her appearance truly warranted the phrase stunning beauty. Dressed in a simple long dress, her hair flowing elegantly, her once grimy face now appeared as pure as jade. With no makeup to enhance her features, she outshone many heavily adorned beauties. The only downside was her youthful age. She appeared to be merely 14 or 15, with a body still lacking curves. Perhaps due to her amnesia, her eyes conveyed an innocent clarity, resembling a blank canvas, naive and pure. The severity of her amnesia was evident. Every other day, Yiqing had to explain their relationship to her anew. However, after spending some time together, the little girl had begun to remember Yiqing. By now, they had reached the foot of the Batian Pavilion. Perhaps due to the presence of the pavilion, countless merchants from north to south had gathered here, leading to the establishment of Tianyong City over time. In stark contrast to the bustling Tianyong City, Qingyang City appeared as a dilapidated village. As they entered the city, the sounds of merchants hawking their wares filled the air. Qingcheng was particularly curious about everything around her. Having never lived in a city before, it was only during her time with Yiqing that she experienced the city's vibrancy. She flitted from one stall to another like a lively little lark, her frail arms already laden with various treats. Chapter 9. The path to ascendance. It was evident that during her years as a beggar, Qingqing had likely never been properly fed. Now that she had Yiqing's purse, her interest lay solely in food, revealing her to be quite the little foodie. Yiqing indulged her. He was not lacking in funds, and the treats were hardly expensive. Thus, he allowed her to indulge in her purchases. By evening, they finally found an inn to rest. After a night's respite, the next morning, they arrived early at the entrance of the Batian Pavilion. With the dawn breaking, the sky was adorned with radiant hues. Yet, outside the mountain gate, a throng of individuals had already gathered. These were disciples seeking to apprentice at the Batian Pavilion. There were no time constraints for accepting disciples. Anyone capable of passing the entrance examination could join the sect. However, the expressions on the faces of those in the square were filled with desolation. Despite it being early morning, the surrounding dew mingled with frost, creating a chilling ambience, yet the crowd was drenched in sweat. They appeared as though they had just survived a fierce battle, panting heavily, their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at the stone steps just 50 paces away from the mountain gate. Yiqing looked up at the steps, noticing several individuals slowly ascending. Their labored movements suggested that the steps held some profound secret. Without hesitation, he turned to Qingqing, grasping her hand as they began to ascend the steps together. The moment he stepped forward, He felt an overwhelming force surge through him, as if a massive mountain had settled upon his shoulders. His bones cracked under the strain, and he felt as though he might collapse at any moment. Meanwhile, Qingqing beside him gazed around with curiosity, seemingly unfazed by the pressure. Wei Yiqing understood that this little girl was the reincarnation of an empress. For her, these tests posed no challenge at all. It was he who needed time to adapt. Gradually, he stabilized himself. Despite the immense pressure weighing down on him, his physical resilience evidently surpassed that of most others, having been tempered by the desolation aura. His body quickly acclimated. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward once more, and the pressure intensified exponentially. His legs trembled involuntarily, as if he were on the verge of kneeling. Wei Yiqing hastily activated the Desolation Sutra. Allowing a desolate aura to emanate from him, he felt every pore on his skin open wide, as if each was a mouth yearning to absorb the surrounding pressure. This sudden change stirred Yiqing's heart. The invisible pressure had significantly diminished. At that moment, he felt as if he were walking on solid ground. Could it be that this intangible pressure was also a manifestation of the Desolation aura? Yiqing pondered. The Desolation Sutra was unlike ordinary techniques. It could only absorb desolation energy. The fact that his body was instinctively absorbing this invisible pressure indicated one thing. The source of this pressure was indeed the Desolation aura. Realizing this, Yiqing fully engaged the Desolation Sutra. Suddenly, he felt as if his body had become light as a feather. As though he were suspended in a realm of chaos, he lifted his foot and briskly advanced. His speed astonished the onlookers' eye in the blink of an eye. He had already reached the top of the steps. Who was that? How can he ascend the path to ascendance with such ease? Which family's prodigy is here to flaunt their prowess? This isn't fair. We've exhausted our every ounce of strength just to take a single step, while this fellow seems to glide effortlessly. Is the path to ascendance malfunctioning? I must give it a try. Witnessing Yiqing and Qingqing ascend the steps with such ease, the crowd was immediately stirred. Yet, one by one, figures began to tumble down the steps like dumplings. Damn! The path to ascendance isn't broken. What manner of creature is that? Unbelievable. Even the Butian Pavilion's disciples must ascend step by step. How could he have flown up like that? Is he even human? I can't take this blow. Today, I shall risk my life to ascend 10 steps, brother. Don't act recklessly. Know your limits. Beyond 10 steps, you might end up paralyzed for life. Perhaps stimulated by Yiqing. The assembled crowd became imbued with a fervent spirit, surging towards the road to ascendance. Yet, the outcome was invariably the same. This road to ascendance, serving as the entrance examination for the Butian Pavilion. If it were truly so easily traversable, the pavilion would have been inundated long ago. Over the years, those who successfully crossed the road to ascendance have invariably been endowed with exceptional talents. Today, the moment Yiqing set foot upon the road to ascendance, word of his achievement swiftly spread among the pavilion's members. After all, the Butian Pavilion had long maintained its gates wide open. Yet few managed to gain entry smoothly. With someone having passed the road to ascendance test, it naturally attracted many disciples eager to witness the event. This lad possesses remarkable qualities. He appears to be merely in the qi condensation stage. To traverse the road to ascendance with such ease, only the esteemed brother Lu Tong had accomplished such a feat in the past. No, brother Lu Tong tested at the spirit-building stage. This lad is still only in the qi condensation stage. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, several elders of different sects quietly approached, their expressions becoming somewhat uneasy as they observed Yiqing's steady approach. Fourth brother, am I mistaken? This lad, with his meridians blocked, has actually broken through to the qi condensation stage. Indeed, it is miraculous. He seems to possess a unique power within him, even I cannot perceive it. Ha ha ha, regardless of the circumstances, we must not let such a prodigy slip away. I declare that I shall take him as my disciple. Fifth brother, do not speak nonsense. On what grounds do you claim him for yourself? By seniority, it should be my turn to select first. The Grand Elder is absent, and I hold the highest authority here. Cease your bickering, this lad is mine. What of seniority? In the realm of cultivation, merit is what counts. If you disagree, shall we not settle it with a duel? Whoever prevails shall take him as their disciple. As the elders argued, they suddenly felt a chill behind them. A cold yet commanding voice silenced them. instilling fear in the elders, rendering them breathless. The girl, I wish to take her as my direct disciple. Turning around, they beheld a breathtakingly beautiful visage before them. Master Yin. The elders present immediately bowed in respect. At that moment, they finally noticed the charming girl beside Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing's earlier performance had been so outstanding that they had overlooked the fact that this girl had accompanied him up the steps without exhibiting any signs of peculiarity. Moreover, she bore no trace of cultivation, implying that she had effortlessly traversed the road to ascendance as an ordinary mortal. Chapter 10. Have I become a coveted prize? Upon ascending the steps, Yi Qing discovered a vast plaza before him. Within the plaza sat 3 or 4 individuals, their expressions filled with astonishment as they stared at him, as if they had encountered a rare creature. Along the plaza's perimeter, a group of disciples clad in sect robes pointed and whispered among themselves. At that moment, Yi Qing had evidently become the focal point of attention. Ahem, you several have successfully passed the first test. Henceforth, as long as your qualifications are adequate, you may enter the Butian Pavilion. Just as Yi Qing felt a twinge of discomfort, several elders appeared. Is there another test? It seemed that the Butian Pavilion was indeed difficult to enter. No wonder it was regarded as the foremost sect for cultivation in the martial kingdom. Yi Qing reflected, a sense of worry creeping in terms of qualifications, he was lacking. At present, his meridians were entirely blocked, rendering him unsuitable for cultivation. Should he fail the qualification assessment, he would find himself in dire straits. While he pondered, the elder began to take action. With a mere gesture, a towering stone tablet descended from above. Immediately, an all-encompassing darkness enveloped him, making Yi Qing feel as though he were suspended in an endless void. Unable to discern anything around him, suddenly, radiant lights began to emerge from afar, purple, blue, green, a kaleidoscope of colors. The source of these brilliant hues was the seated disciples. The method for assessing qualifications within the Butian Pavilion relied upon this Butian stone. The color of the light emanating from the tester would determine their talent, purple being the lowest, followed sequentially by blue, green, yellow, orange, red, and white. Among the seated individuals, one possessed orange-level qualifications, which was considered quite commendable within the Butian Pavilion, warranting focused cultivation. However, the gazes of the elders and disciples present were not directed at that individual. Rather, they were fixated on Yi Qing, for his earlier performance had been nothing short of extraordinary. Hey, what do you suppose his qualifications are? Given how effortlessly he traversed the road to ascendance, I wager he must possess at least red-level qualifications. Perhaps, it wouldn't be surprising if he turned out to have white-level qualifications. White-level qualifications may be a stretch. Brother Lu Tong, a prodigy in his own right, only attained red level, so it seems unlikely this lad could surpass him. Indeed, while the road to ascendance serves as a form of assessment, it primarily emphasizes physical strength. Perhaps this lad merely had an exceptional physique at the body refinement stage. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a sudden disturbance arose from the depths of darkness. Abruptly, the darkness dissipated, rushing toward Yi Qing, enveloping him in a haze of gray mist. A chilling aura of death rapidly spread throughout the plaza, causing the Butian stone, standing tall at the center, to tremble. What is happening? The Butian stone is beyond my control. The elder responsible for the assessment was taken aback, hastily directing his gaze toward Yi Qing. The black stone tablet appeared to be drawn toward him, slowly gravitating in his direction, as if it sought to engulf him entirely. Sixth brother, you are utterly incompetent. As an elder, you cannot even control the Butian stone. An elder from afar soared forward, restraining the Butian stone with a flick of his hand. Yet, his expression suddenly changed, his face turning crimson as he swiftly retracted his arm, a hint of grayish-white hue vanishing from his fingertips. Unnoticed even by himself. What has happened? The other elders rushed over in concern. The Butian stone is absorbing my cultivation. What? The Butian stone has come to life. The elders were not overreacting. The Butian stone was, in fact, a living entity. Legend had it that the Butian stone was a miraculous rock brought back by the founding ancestor of the Butian Pavilion from beyond the heavens. Initially, it had been a crystal-clear jade stone, encasing a creature resembling a monkey. Over time, this monkey broke free from the stone, having been tamed by the pavilion's ancestor, and fought valiantly alongside him. However, after millennia, its lifespan waned, and the monkey transformed back into stone, becoming what it was now. The Butian Pavilion had long circulated rumors that the monkey within the Butian stone still lived. Now, this stone was evidently absorbing cultivation, prompting the elders to contemplate. Wait, why does it seem that the Butian stone is particularly interested in that lad? And what is that gray mist surrounding him? What level of qualifications does that signify? It is difficult to say. This lad appears to harbor numerous secrets. Despite his meridians being blocked, he can still cultivate, and now he has triggered unusual activity from the Butian stone. Perhaps he is indeed an extraordinary talent, but how will we categorize his current assessment? Has he passed, or has he not? Let us consider it a pass. Even if this lad lacks qualifications, his secrets are worth studying. As they deliberated, the Butian stone abruptly halted before Yi Qing, and everything around him gradually fell into silence. While Yi Qing, emerging from a daze, regained his senses. He had lost consciousness during the moment of the anomaly and was unaware of the happenings around him. It was only upon awakening that he felt something new within him. Opening his eyes, he sensed the burning gazes directed toward him from afar. The elder's eyes fixated on him as if they were beholding a stunning beauty, causing Yi Qing's heart to race. These old fellows wouldn't be plotting something, would they? A shiver ran down Yi Qing's spine, prompting him to instinctively pull back a step, taking the charming girl beside him along. It was then he recalled the matter of Qing Cheng. He had yet to ascertain what qualifications this girl possessed. However, judging by the reactions of those around him, it was evident that their attention had been solely on him. Logically speaking, Qing Cheng should be a reincarnated celestial being. Her qualifications should not be lacking. Yet, these individuals showed no reaction. Could it be Qing Cheng? Did you emit any light just now? Qing Cheng shook her head in confusion. No, I didn't. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's heart sank. No light. That would mean she possessed no qualifications at all? If that were the case, would Qing Cheng have to descend the mountain? This simply could not be allowed. If this girl were to leave him, she might end up as a beggar again. With her condition of losing her memory daily, it would be far too perilous for her to navigate the world alone. Just as Yi Qing was deep in thought, several elders suddenly appeared before him. Little one, what is your name? Yi Qing. Yi Qing, you say? What a splendid name. It is no wonder that you are Yi Qing. By the way, would you be interested in taking me as your master? Chapter 11. Shall we perhaps change the venue? Old Wu, if you have nothing significant to say, it would be best to remain silent. An elder standing nearby interjected, a smile gracing his face as he turned his gaze back to Yi Qing, continuing, Yi Qing, you have successfully passed the trials set by our Butian Pavilion, and you are now on the brink of becoming a disciple. The matter of taking on a master must be approached with utmost caution. I am but a humble elder, currently serving as the second elder of Butian Pavilion. Do you have any interest in becoming my disciple? At that moment, Yi Qing was filled with confusion. He had initially thought that, given his circumstances, finding a master would be quite troublesome. Yet here he was, seemingly in high demand. Observing the elders bickering amongst themselves, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Perhaps this was the peculiar advantage of being the protagonist. However, his attention was swiftly drawn to a captivating beauty who had quietly appeared. The woman wore a flowing pink gown, her long black hair cascading down her waist. With delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes, her skin was as fair as jade, and her lips were a shade of crimson. Making her a true vision of beauty, she appeared silently, as if she had not disturbed anyone, her gaze fixated on Qing Cheng, seemingly uninterested in the commotion surrounding Yi Qing. Little girl, what is your name? Qing Cheng glanced at Yi Qing before cautiously replying, Qing Cheng, is it? That name suits you perfectly. Would you consider taking me as your master? Her words abruptly interrupted the quarrel among the elders. One of them hesitated before cautioning Master Yen, this child is merely an ordinary person, lacking any notable talent. It seems rather inappropriate for her to be accepted into Butian Pavilion. Indeed, Master Yen, if she had passed the tests of Butian Pavilion, it would be one thing, but as it stands, the elders scanned the onlookers, his meaning clear without further elaboration. Such actions would not win them any favor. Rules? Are they not meant to be broken? Why not consult our senior brother? Upon hearing this, the elders instinctively recoiled. Consult that individual? No, thank you. Everyone knew how indulgent he was towards this woman. Seeking his approval would only be an exercise in futility. When the woman noticed the silence from the elders, she turned her gentle gaze back to Qing Cheng and spoke softly. So, little girl, what is your decision? Qing Cheng remained silent, instead turning to look at Yi Qing. Seeing the profound respect the elders held for this woman, Yi Qing realized she was someone of considerable stature. He had just been contemplating how to facilitate Qing Cheng's apprenticeship, and now the opportunity had presented itself in such a formidable, beautiful figure. Such a chance to have a powerful and stunning master was a rare fortune that many would spend lifetimes seeking. He nodded eagerly at the little girl. Qing Cheng lowered her head, biting her lip, and nodded slightly. But soon after, she lifted her gaze to the woman and said, I wish for my brother Yi Qing to join me. Sister, would you accept him as your disciple? The moment her words left her lips, the expressions of the elders darkened. They could all see how deeply Master Yin cared for Qing Cheng if she were to insist on taking Yi Qing under her wing. Their earlier disputes would have been in vain. Yet before any of them could voice their thoughts, Yin Ruxin spoke directly, Little girl, it is not that I am unwilling to accept him as my disciple. But your brother is beyond my teaching capabilities. His talent is exceptional, and there are few in our sect who can adequately guide him. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast a knowing glance at the assembled elders. Fully aware of their intentions, Yi Qing's innate meridians were obstructed, a condition that could only be remedied by reconstructing his pathways, something that Butian Pavilion clearly lacked the means to accomplish. The process of recreating one's meridians was akin to destroying the original body, a perilous endeavor that could lead to death. These elders were simply attracted to Yi Qing's unique ability to cultivate without relying on his meridians. Otherwise, based on Yi Qing's test results, he could hardly be considered a successful candidate. If that's the case, Brother Yi Qing, shall we change venues? Qing Cheng's suggestion stunned everyone present. Did this little girl truly comprehend the weight of her words? To pass the trials of Butian Pavilion was a rare opportunity that few could attain in several lifetimes. How could she possibly wish to seek another place? Did she think entering a sect was akin to shopping at a marketplace? Even the elders were left bewildered by her audacity. Little girl, there's no need for such dejection. How about this? I will select a master for him, one who will certainly be no less capable than I. Yin Ruxin realized that if she did not arrange a suitable path for Yi Qing, she might lose the little girl. Thus, she lowered her stance. Really? Qing Cheng lifted her head, a smile gracing her youthful face. Of course, upon hearing this, the faces of the elders fell in dismay. It seemed their efforts had been in vain. They dared not oppose Yin Ruxin. After all, she was a revered figure within Butian Pavilion. You all arrange for this boy to be sent to Yin Ruyu, Yin Ruxin instructed the elders. However, as her words left her lips, Yi Qing sensed the atmosphere shift into something strange. Many gazes turned towards him. Filled with an unsettling mix of pity, a sense of dread washed over Yi Qing. It appeared that Yin Ruyu was not someone to be trifled with. The way those individuals looked at him was rife with sympathy. Could it be that Yin Ruyu was a perilous figure? No, he must find a way to refuse this arrangement. Their reactions were far too peculiar. Yi Qing quickly became alert. Just then, a notification from his system chimed in. Notification. Should the host choose to become Yin Ruyu's disciple, the Star River Sword intent will be granted. Notification. Should the host choose to refuse, he may become a direct disciple of the sect master. Such notifications exist? Yi Qing was taken aback. He had always assumed the system only reacted to treasures, providing prompts for extraordinary individuals. He had not anticipated that it would also offer guidance in moments of choice. Did this imply that he could foresee dangers in the future? A wave of joy surged within him. This system, while it could not directly grant him invincibility, possessed the capability to smooth his path in cultivation. It was truly a divine artifact. Yet now, how to choose? Yi Qing hesitated. The Star River Sword intent sounded formidable, especially since it was an option presented by the system, as for the sect master's direct disciple. That choice felt somewhat ambiguous, lacking specific rewards. However, the status of being a direct disciple was not insignificant. Perhaps he could acquire more from the sect master? As Yi Qing pondered, he seemed to discern a pattern. The system's prompts typically provided precise rewards. Refusing to accept Yin Ruyu as a teacher only stated that he could become a direct disciple of the sect master, with no further details on potential rewards, indicating that there would be none. With this realization, Yi Qing promptly agreed. Chapter 12 Qian Qian, you have truly led me into a trap. I shall leave you here. Master Yin is atop that mountain. You can find her yourself." Elderly brought Yi Qing to the foot of a towering peak. Behind them a throng of disciples eager to witness the spectacle. Just observing the scene, Yi Qing could guess that Master Yin was not someone to be trifled with. The disciples following him were clearly there to see him make a fool of himself. Anxiety began to creep into his heart. "Elder, will you not accompany me? I am unfamiliar with Master Yin. If I mistakenly approach the wrong person, it would be quite embarrassing. Fear not. There is only Master Yin on that mountain. You will surely not make a mistake. Now hurry along," the elder said, giving Yi Qing a gentle push before blending into the crowd of eager onlookers. With the eyes of so many expectant spectators upon him, Yi Qing felt increasingly uneasy. What manner of person could instill such fear in them? Had he truly been led into a trap? Earlier, he had inquired about Master Yin, who was known as Yin Ruyu, the biological sister of Yin Ruxin. She held considerable standing within Butian Pavilion and was known for her formidable strength, second only to the sect master himself. Following such a powerful master could be seen as a blessing, yet the palpable fear exuding from those around him led Yi Qing to suspect that matters were not as simple as they seemed. With a heart full of trepidation, he ascended the mountain. "Place your bets, everyone. I wager he will be kicked out shortly. I bet that woman will have him cut down. At this time, she is particularly fierce. Indeed, this time seems to be when she is at her most dangerous. Last time, when a disciple was sent to summon her to the main peak, it happened to coincide with this period. And that disciple was slain by her with a single sword strike. Elderly, you must be aware of this. Surely you did not bring him here at this time on purpose." Hearing this, Elder Li's expression darkened, and he scolded sharply, "Nonsense. How could I ever do such a thing?" Elder Li cast a fleeting glance at the sun hanging high in the sky, his expression tinged with anxiety. "If that fellow were truly slain, I could conveniently retrieve a corpse to bring back. Yet, if he has escaped down the mountain, I might seize the opportunity to entice him into becoming my disciple. Those old geezers, fearful of this woman, dared not approach. Little did they know it would benefit me." A sinister smile crept across the old man's face. The solitary peak was steep, and the mountain path was far from easy to traverse. Consisting solely of sheer rocky cliffs, the narrow trail winding along the cliff face was scarcely a foot wide. For an ordinary person, ascending this mountain would be a daunting task. Fortunately, Yi Qing was also a cultivator, possessing commendable agility. Nonetheless, even he took nearly a couple of hours to reach the summit. Atop the mountain, the scenery was lush and vibrant. High in the distance stood a towering ancient tree, its expansive crown resembling a canopy, cloaking the entire peak in shade. The tree was adorned with an abundance of fiery red blossoms, exuding a rich fragrance that left one feeling slightly dizzy. Beneath that grand tree lay a tranquil pond, its waters crystal clear, with several red koi leaping above the surface, creating ripples. Beside the pond stood a jade-green stone table and several stone stools. Upon the table reclined a woman, clad in a blood-red gown. Her skirt billowed, revealing a hint of snow-white brilliance. One delicate, lotus-like arm hung languidly, clutching a gilded wine flask. The intoxicating aroma of wine wafted towards Yi Qing, causing him to feel a bit lightheaded. This woman was evidently intoxicated. While it was not uncommon for cultivators to enjoy fine wine, few indulged to such an extent. After all, cultivators possess formidable physiques, and even the finest celestial brews would seldom lead to inebriation. Yet, this woman appeared thoroughly inebriated. Could it be that she becomes unruly when drunk? Was that the reason the disciples feared her so? With a heart full of trepidation, Yi Qing approached, announcing, "Disciple Yi Qing, at the behest of Master Yin Ruxin, comes to pay respects to the master." Unsure of the woman's disposition, he deemed it prudent to clarify their relationship. Since they were sisters, surely, in light of Yin Ruxin's favor, this woman would not make things difficult for him. Upon hearing his voice, the woman slowly lifted her head. Indeed, she bore a resemblance to Yin Ruxin, yet her beauty eclipsed that of her sister. While Yin Ruxin was undeniably stunning, this woman resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Her skin, flawless and delicate, combined with her exquisite features, left Yi Qing, who had seen countless stars in his previous life, in awe of such unparalleled beauty. "Have you feasted your eyes enough?" The woman's slightly flushed face was adorned with a rosy hue, her elongated eyes shimmering with a captivating glimmer that ensnared the soul. Her voice, soft and alluring, echoed like a mountain spring, enveloping one in a gentle breeze. Yin Ruxin has actually arranged for me to take on a disciple. How audacious of her! As she spoke, Yin Ruyu's gaze sharpened. Yi Qing felt an immediate drop in the surrounding temperature. Almost instantaneously, he realized his body was rendered immobile. Even the koi that had just leapt from the pond were suspended midair. Oh no! That woman has succumbed to her drunken frenzy again. He gazed at the towering peaks in the distance, now encased in ice. The onlookers, gathered below, were suddenly gripped by fear. That young man is doomed. Alas, Master Yin's intentions were decidedly malicious. To seek that woman as a teacher. What good could come of it? The crowd lamented, mourning for Yi Qing. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Yi Qing found himself utterly paralyzed. He could not even muster the energy to channel his techniques. The disparity in power was insurmountable. He truly felt hopeless now. Qian Qian, you have led me to my doom, Yi Qing lamented inwardly. Realizing he should have produced the jade pendant gifted by Qian Qian earlier and sought any master at random instead of being enticed by the system's prompt. No, wait. The system's prompt. Yi Qing suddenly jolted to attention. If the system was correct, he should not perish here. As he pondered, Yin Ruyu's eyes suddenly locked onto the jade pendant at his waist. Her expression brightened. Is that the pendant belonging to Yang Huang? Yin Ruyu waved her hand, dissipating her aura, and the surroundings returned to tranquility. Where did you acquire this pendant? Hearing her question, Yi Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. If this woman knew Yang Huang, there might be a glimmer of hope. Reporting to Master, this pendant was gifted to me by a friend, said to belong to the saintess of the Patching Sky Pavilion, Yang Huang. She instructed me to find her here and seek her protection. I see. Yin Ruyu's demeanor softened considerably. However, a glimmer of mischief suddenly flashed in her eyes as she smiled at Yi Qing. Since you are a friend of that little girl Yang Huang, I shall take you as my disciple. However, I possess nothing of value to bestow upon you. Go down the mountain and request some gifts from that crowd of onlookers, and consider them as my offering to you. Chapter 13. I am Yi Qing, the newly accepted disciple of Master Yin Ruyu. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be done this way? To seek gifts from others after being accepted as a disciple? Wait a moment. Those onlookers have yet to depart. A sense of malice surged within him. It was evident that those individuals were well aware of the woman's condition, yet they had remained silent, leading him to his demise. Had it not been for the jade pendant gifted by Qian Qian, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. With this thought, Yi Qing immediately contemplated a form of retribution against those individuals. Master, what if they refuse to comply? They dare? Yin Ruyu barked back, her voice laced with ice. Then, her chilling tone resonated down the mountain. Listen well. I have taken on a new disciple today. From now on, Yi Qing is my disciple. Should you encounter him at the Patching Sky Pavilion, it is as if you have encountered me. Upon her declaration, the onlookers who had gathered to spectate were momentarily stunned. Could it be that he didn't perish? He was accepted as that woman's disciple. How is that possible? Did we not hear that she was— Hush, lower your voice. Can we speak of such matters? Don't drag us into your demise. This is a significant affair for our Patching Sky Pavilion. It is said that she has not taken on a disciple in nearly a millennium. What on earth is going on? Should we deem him fortunate or unfortunate to have been accepted as that woman's disciple? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, and Yin Ruyu's voice rang out once more. As I have taken on a new disciple today, you all must express your gratitude by leaving behind your valuables. I will allow my disciple to collect them. Should I discover that you have been hoarding treasures, you shall face dire consequences. As her words fell, Yi Qing appeared before the crowd, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. All eyes were fixed on him in terror, unable to fathom how he had escaped the clutches of that woman. Yet soon, their attention shifted to his outstretched hands. Good grief. I came here merely to watch, and now I am expected to pay. Moreover, that woman was clearly robbing them. She was demanding they leave all their valuables behind. Did she intend to spare no one? Yet, none dared to voice their objections. Angering that woman could genuinely lead to fatal consequences. In short order, a variety of treasures and elixirs were produced, forming a small mountain before Yi Qing. With a beaming smile, he advanced, opening the cosmic bag given by Yin Ruyu, collecting everything with ease. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, akin to having consumed something foul, Yi Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Ah, this is what you get for leading me astray. Finally, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he added with a smile, "Thank you, senior brothers, and all esteemed junior brothers for coming to watch. Consider these treasures as your admission fee." Upon hearing this, the disciples, including elderly, nearly lost their composure. Yi Qing was shamelessly profiting while playing the innocent. Which theater would dare charge such exorbitant admission prices? Just one of these items could buy an entire theater. Yet, they could only grin and bear it, watching Yi Qing leave with his spoils. Returning to the mountain, Yi Qing was about to present the treasures to Yin Ruyu when she waved her hand and said, "These are all for you. Just keep them." With that, Yin Ruyu pulled Yi Qing closer and seated him upon a stool, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Yi Qing, taken aback, felt a surge of astonishment. Could it be that the protagonist's treatment was this exceptional? To arrive here and be greeted with such a beautiful woman's affection? Yet, he soon felt somewhat shy. He was not one to enjoy being passive. Just as he was lost in thought, Yin Ruyu's voice broke through. "Have you met Yang Huang?" "No," Yi Qing replied, feeling a sense of disinterest wash over him. "What is this? You were merely concerned about Yang Huang, leading me to feel elated for nothing." However, Yin Ruyu's actions and demeanor indeed surpassed his expectations. She exhibited none of the composure typically associated with a master, and she seemed unconcerned with traditional decorum between men and women. It felt as if she did not regard Yi Qing as a man at all. "Then you should hurry and meet her. She is over at the back mountain. Familiarize yourself with her. See if you can bring her over to visit. We are all friends and ought to share a meal together. Rest assured, I have plenty of food and drink. You just need to summon her." Yi Qing sensed that Yin Ruyu appeared particularly fond of Yang Huang. Instead, it seems that I, as her apprentice, have been overlooked. "Master, I have only just embarked on my journey. What is the rush in cultivating?" No matter how urgent the matter may seem, one cannot hope to achieve much in a mere few hundred years. It is inconsequential at this moment. Quickly, go and seek out Yang Huang, and find a way to invite her here for a visit." Yin Ruyu said, as she seized Yi Qing by the arm and urged him out. "Master, I am unfamiliar with the Butian Pavilion, and I do not know the way to the back mountain. Moreover, having just begun my training, am I even permitted to go there?" Yi Qing internally lamented, coming to understand that his master's decision to accept him was likely connected to Yang Huang, as she showed no concern for him whatsoever. "No worries, take this token. Within the Butian Pavilion, you may go wherever you please." Yin Ruyu handed her waist token to Yi Qing. This cannot continue. He must devise a way to gain something for himself. At present, he has just the leverage he needs. Yin Ruyu holds a distinguished position, and summoning her disciples is indeed a simple task, yet she has chosen to send him to assist in the invitation. Evidently because she herself is unable to do so. Noticing Yi Qing's reluctance, Yin Ruyu nonchalantly remarked, "With this token, find a way to procure some benefits for yourself. As long as you manage to invite Yang Huang, you shall not be at a loss." Yi Qing realized that his sole purpose in this moment was to seize this opportunity. Since Yin Ruyu had said as much, he must take advantage to gain some benefits. Otherwise, once he successfully invited Yang Huang, his value would diminish. Before Yi Qing could speak, Yin Ruyu waved her hand, and he felt darkness envelop him. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst a mountain path. The surrounding disciples were startled by this sudden appearance. Yi Qing silently complained to himself. He had truly drawn the short straw with such a master. The next time he encounters Qing Cheng, he must ensure to warn her against associating with Yin Ruyu, lest the little girl become too familiar with her. "Excuse me, esteemed disciple, might I inquire where the sect's scripture repository is located?" "Who are you? Addressing me as esteemed disciple without introduction. Do you even know who I am? My father is Zhang Erwo, Elder Zhang. How dare you speak so presumptuously?" The disciple's words halted abruptly as he caught sight of Yi Qing producing a waist token. The words he had intended to say were swallowed back. Is that the waist token of Master Yin? Who are you? How do you possess this token? "I am Yi Qing, the newly accepted disciple of Master Yin Ruyu." "Esteemed Master, my apologies for my earlier oversight. I beg your forgiveness." The disciple immediately knelt before Yi Qing, trembling. Yi Qing glanced at the token in his hand and could not help but marvel at its utility. Chapter 14. The Martial Arts Pavilion. Do you know where the scripture repository is? Yi Qing asked, brandishing the token with an air of authority. The surrounding crowd gazed at him with genuine fear, not because of Yi Qing himself, but due to the weighty significance of the token in his possession. It was Yen Ruiyu's personal token, second only to the sect leader's command talisman, making it one of the most esteemed tokens within the sect. How is it possible that he possesses Master Yan's personal token? Who is he? Has Master Yan begun accepting disciples? I have never heard of such a thing. Rumor has it that Master Yan has not taken a disciple in a millennium. What has changed today? Even if he is indeed a disciple of Master Yan, is he truly worthy of wielding such a token? Does Master Yan trust him so? This lad cannot possibly be. Sure, do not speak foolishness. Everyone knows Master Yan favors women. Regardless, it was clear that this young man shared an extraordinary connection with Master Yan. Isn't that obvious? This token holds the same weight as the sect leader's command talisman. For Master Yan to bestow such a valuable item upon him, their relationship must be remarkable. As the disciples murmured amongst themselves, Yi Qing paid them no mind. He needed to hasten to the scripture repository. Yes, that should be the name. After all, in the novels I read in my previous life, the place where the sect stores cultivation techniques was always referred to as such. Master, what is the scripture repository? Yi Qing inquired of the frail man kneeling before him, whose forehead glistened with sweat like raindrops. He seemed more terrified of Yen Ruiyu than the others, stammering at the mere sight of the token. Is it not called that? Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback, then continued. It is the place where the sect stores cultivation techniques and martial arts. Oh, you mean the martial arts pavilion? It is just ahead. Turn the corner, and you shall find it. The youth promptly replied. Yi Qing wasted no time and made his way toward the indicated direction. As he walked, the crowd continued to point and whisper. Before long, he arrived at a spacious square, surrounded by verdant shade. At its center stood a 9-story pavilion. Numerous disciples traversed the square, and upon spotting Yi Qing, they displayed expressions of surprise. Unlike the other disciples, who donned the sect's uniform attire, Yi Qing stood out as the sole exception, naturally drawing the attention of onlookers. Soon, a pair of enforcers approached him. Who are you? The leading one inquired, blocking Yi Qing's path. Without hesitation, Yi Qing raised his token. Instantly, the square fell into a profound silence, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. All gazes were fixed on Yi Qing, and the faces of the enforcers turned ashen with fear. Ah, it is Master Yan's arrival. We beseech your pardon, esteemed master. Yi Qing tucked away the token, feeling elated. With Yen Ruiyu's authorization, he was unburdened by any sense of guilt. This token proved to be even more effective than he had anticipated. He must find a way to retain it, for it would allow him to navigate the Butian pavilion with ease. He strode directly toward the pavilion, and the guarding disciples, upon seeing Yi Qing's token, dared not obstruct him. Upon entering the pavilion, he was immediately enveloped by the scent of books, an ancient aura greeting him. Surrounding him were towering bookshelves, filled with an array of cultivation techniques and martial arts. Each shelf meticulously categorized. Yi Qing did not linger long and ascended to the upper floors. Based on his experience, the best treasures were sure to be found above. With the token in hand, he faced no obstacles along the way, inciting envy among the numerous disciples present. Though the token instilled fear, its efficacy was undeniable. Before long, Yi Qing arrived at the 5th floor, which, in contrast to the lower levels, appeared empty, save for a single desk positioned at the center, atop which lay a small booklet. There was not a soul in sight. Yi Qing cast a glance, but received no prompt from the system. So he continued his ascent. However, as he reached the 7th floor, an overwhelming aura suddenly assailed him. The 7th floor felt even more desolate, the only object within being a solitary meditation mat. Atop this mat sat a robust young man, his physique reminiscent of black steel needles, his chiseled features sharp as if sculpted by a blade. Surrounding him was an immense aura of spiritual energy, pressing heavily upon Yi Qing, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yi Qing felt as if he were ensnared in a quagmire, or crushed beneath a mountain's weight, his legs feeling as if they were burdened by 1,000 pounds. He quietly circulated the desolate scriptures, the pale energy flowing slowly through his body, causing the pores of his skin to open wide. The encroaching spiritual energy seemed to be swiftly drained of its essence, wilting away. Yet, as this withering energy approached the young man, the aura surrounding him transformed into a pale hue, and a torrent of desolation surged forth, enveloping Yi Qing in an instant. Within this embrace, Yi Qing felt no discomfort. Rather, it was as if he had returned home. His body instinctively began to absorb the desolate energy, and in a heartbeat, he sensed a loosening of his cultivation level. A crisp sound echoed within him, the second level of the Qi condensation realm. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, this was his first breakthrough, and the sensation was utterly extraordinary. A wave of comfort spread throughout his being, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Moreover, this breakthrough felt remarkably effortless, requiring no exertion on his part. This only deepened Yi Qing's fascination with the desolate scriptures. It was far superior to ordinary cultivation techniques. Noticing that his desolate energy was being absorbed, the young man finally opened his eyes. Gazing curiously at Yi Qing. Interesting. He can absorb desolate energy? Could it be that he also practices that? The young man murmured softly. At that moment, Yi Qing also regained his senses, and upon seeing the young man's friendly smile, he felt no anger. Although the man had tested him, his own breakthrough was largely thanks to this very individual. He respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. Thank you, senior brother. No need for thanks. Your talent is commendable. The young man chuckled lightly. By the way, I don't believe I have seen you before. Are you a new disciple? A disciple of the sect leader? My name is Yi Qing, disciple of Master Yin Ruyu. That woman? She has taken a disciple? And a male one at that? The man gaped at Yi Qing with astonishment, as if he were gazing upon a monster. That eerie gaze sent a shiver down Yi Qing's spine. The man before him possessed extraordinary skills, and given his presence in this place, it was reasonable to assume he held a significant status. Yet, he appeared so intimidated by Yin Ruyu. What secrets could Yin Ruyu possibly harbor? Chapter 15. The Saintess of the Batian Pavilion. Yang Huang, esteemed brother, may I inquire why you all seem to harbor such dread towards my master? Yi Qing asked curiously. Are you truly unaware? Yin Shirshu's name resonates throughout the world, the man exclaimed. Why Yi Qing shook his head in response. Alas, you should really seek out this information. However, I find myself quite intrigued as to how that woman came to take on disciples. The man lamented, sympathy evident in his eyes. Yin Shirshu's temperament is rather unconventional, he explained, though his gaze betrayed a certain peculiarity. The once stalwart countenance now bore a hint of lewdness. Are you implying she prefers women? Yi Qing was momentarily speechless. Is this place truly so decadent? The ideologies of these ancients seem remarkably progressive. Even so, what is there to fear? Surely one can seek companionship elsewhere, Yi Qing reassured himself. Tentatively probing further indeed, if she favored ordinary women, it might be one thing, but the crux lies in. You must have encountered Yin Shirshu, correct? Yi Qing nodded. She is quite beautiful, is she not? Indeed. Therefore, she is rather obsessed with appearances. Yi Qing's expression darkened. And what of it? She enjoys seducing beautiful women. Do you not comprehend? The man's incredulity was palpable as he continued his explanation. Those exquisite saintesses were initially our romantic pursuits. Yet this woman intruded upon our endeavors. Moreover, once she sets her sights on a female disciple, there is no turning back. She employs every means to thwart our advances. The men of Batian Pavilion harbored deep-seated animosity towards her. Yet her extraordinary status and formidable power render us powerless to act upon our grievances. Yi Qing's face grew cold as he fixed his gaze upon the man before him. What manner of affair is this? That woman is snatching women from the sect's men? Admittedly, it is rather contemptible. Yet, is it truly such a dreadful matter? If it comes to it, one can simply seek companionship outside. No? What do you know? That woman is unhinged. Even if a disciple seeks a partner, she will covet them. Moreover, due to her, many disciples dare only to seek partners in secrecy. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? The man's expression was one of bitter indignation, his eyes ablaze with fury. It seemed he too had been deprived of a partner. Why Yi Qing felt a pang of anxiety as he considered the implications. Ting Cheng, that girl is a veritable beauty. Surely she hasn't caught Yin Ruyu's attention, brother. If she is so tyrannical, why not report her to the sect leader? Upon hearing this, the man's countenance turned even more fearful. You are aware that woman has a sister, are you not? Yes. I believe her name is Yin Ruxin. Indeed, Yin Ruxin is our sect leader's wife, though, for the time being, that title may not be appropriate. The man glanced around furtively, as if he were a thief, before whispering. The sect leader and elder Yin Ruxin share a profound affection, yet Yin Ruyu has not spared even her sister. For years, she has fixated on the sect leader, preventing them from uniting in matrimony. Strangely, it is the sect leader who harbors the deepest resentment towards that woman. Why does the sect leader not expel her from the sect? Yi Qing inquired. Curiosity piqued. It is easier said than done. He cannot overpower her. Do you know what cultivation level that woman possesses? The immortal mansion realm, though she has destroyed her mansion and fallen into the Dao platform realm. Her standing in Batian Pavilion remains unparalleled. The sect leader is no match for her. Yi Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such terrifying prowess from that woman. The immortal mansion realm is a pinnacle of existence across the continent. How could this woman have achieved such a level? In light of this, it was clear that few in Batian Pavilion could thwart her whims. After all, her power was undeniable. Pray for your own safety. That woman is a lunatic, prone to violence. She delights in tormenting her disciples. Tio be her apprentice. Ah? Yi Qing felt a chill run down his spine. He could no longer summon the courage to return. Despite this master's formidable strength, her sanity seemed questionable. Such a woman could not be gauged by ordinary standards. Clearly, that woman had set her sights on Yang Huang, summoning him to fetch her. If he failed to comply, it was likely she would turn her wrath upon him. No, he must hastily select some useful techniques and make a discreet exit. With this in mind, Yi Qing promptly took his leave of the man. Thank you for the warning, esteemed brother. I shall exercise caution. May I inquire your name, so I may express my gratitude in the future? Oh, certainly. I am called Lu Tong, Lu Tong said, patting Yi Qing's shoulder with a smile. Though I find it perplexing why that woman would take you as a disciple, I appreciate your assistance. Huh. What does Lu Tong mean by this? Nothing much. It simply means that now she has a disciple. She may refrain from tormenting us. Ha ha. So thank you, Lu Tong remarked, turning back to his mat. Yi Qing was left with a sense of exasperation. It seemed he had been relegated to the role of a shield. No. He needed to quickly select a few techniques and make his escape. As Yi Qing ascended to the 8th floor, he was struck dumb by the sight before him. The loft was shrouded in mist, within which sat a young girl. Her beauty was otherworldly and pure, her exquisite features seemingly plucked from the realm of imagination. A serene and elegant expression adorned her face, radiating an air of haughtiness. Yet, her pale yellow gown lent her an added touch of playfulness. Sensing his approach, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Yi Qing, her expression shifted. Who are you? How did you arrive here? I am Yi Qing, a new disciple of Master Yin Ruyu. At these words, the girl's expression changed noticeably. She gracefully lowered her crossed legs to the ground, her long dress failing to conceal her alluring figure. Yin Shirshu has taken on a disciple? And it's a male? The girl regarded Yi Qing with surprise, and for reasons unknown, he detected a glimmer of relief in her gaze. May I ask your name, esteemed sister? Yi Qing inquired, cupping his hands in greeting. Yang Huang. You are the saintess of Batian Pavilion, Yang Huang. Yi Qing was taken aback, finally understanding why Yin Ruyu had sent him here. It turned out she was already aware of Yang Huang's presence. You've heard of me? Yang Huang exclaimed, curiosity piqued. Yi Qing hastily produced the jade pendant entrusted to him by Qian Qian. Stepping forward, I am a friend of Miss Qian Qian. She gave me this item, instructing me to seek you out in Batian Pavilion. Chapter 16. The 8th floor. Upon seeing the jade pendant, Yang Huang's demeanor brightened considerably. Oh, it was Qian Qian who sent you. How is she faring? Miss Qian Qian is doing well. Under her management, Qianling Workshop is thriving. Although Yi Qing had only recently met Qian Qian, witnessing Yang Huang's fondness for her prompted him to speak highly of her. That is excellent news. Qian Qian possesses a remarkable talent for business. Her ideas are truly innovative. I have yet to hear many of them. Yang Huang appeared considerably more at ease upon discovering their mutual acquaintance. However, she soon realized another pressing matter. By the way, you mentioned you are a disciple of Yin Shirshu. Yi Qing's expression darkened as he nodded. He had witnessed this look too many times before. But what could he do now? Having previously felt fortunate to have such a master, He now only wished to curse his fate. Yin Ruxin had ensnared him, and he would settle this score eventually. How could this happen? Yin Shirshu seems disinclined to take on disciples, let alone male ones. How did you come to be in her orbit? Yang Huang sighed, her empathy for Yiqing palpable, yet he dared not reveal the truth, that Yin Ruyu had only accepted him due to the jade pendant. At this moment, Yang Huang was effectively his lifeline. Should any negative repercussions arise, he could find himself in dire straits. Very well. Since you are a friend of Qin Qian, you are my friend as well. Later, I shall accompany you to meet Yin Shirshu, hoping she may show leniency on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Yiqing felt an immense sense of relief. He had been pondering how to invite Yang Huang. Given that everyone in Butian Pavilion feared Yin Ruyu. Moreover, it was clear that Yin Ruyu had her sights set on Yang Huang. Inviting her would be akin to pushing the girl into the fire. Now that Yang Huang offered to accompany him, it spared him considerable trouble. However, Yiqing soon felt a pang of worry. If Yang Huang truly accompanied him, what if that woman took action? Wouldn't she endanger Yang Huang? No, even though his life was at stake, he could not bear to see such a beautiful girl suffer at the hands of that pervert. Miss Yang, you are aware of my master's disposition. It would be ill-advised to venture forth recklessly. Yang Huang's expression wavered. Biting her lip, she pondered for a long time before finally shaking her head. Yes, all right. Perhaps she might be a bit lenient with me. However, with a glance filled with concern, Yang Huang looked at Yiqing. You may not yet be aware of the terror that Master S' uncle embodies. She harbors a deep-seated hatred for men, especially those who are handsome. As she spoke, Yang Huang discreetly observed Yiqing's countenance, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. To this day, the position of saint in the Butian Pavilion remains vacant because the previous saint was tortured to death by her. There is an elder named Zhang Er in the sect. His son was extraordinarily handsome, yet he was tormented by that woman to the point of becoming unrecognizable. Now, whenever that disciple Zhang hears the name of Master Yin, he collapses in fear. Yiqing was astonished. He seemed to have encountered this person before, the one who had been rendered speechless upon seeing his token. Had he also been tormented by Yin Ruyu? If it were you. In any case, I will accompany you to take a look. I hope nothing goes awry. If necessary, I will plead with our master. After all, she is also a friend of Qin Qian. Sister, who is your master? My master is Elder Yin Ruxin, who happens to be Yin Shirshu's elder sister. Although their relationship is strained, my master dotes on me. With my intervention, she should be willing to assist. If possible, I shall request my master to help you find another mentor. Upon hearing this, Yiqing's expression suddenly turned peculiar. Isn't that the woman who caused you trouble? Can we really ask her for help? Sister, to be frank, it was Elder Yin Ruxin who arranged for me to take Yin Ruyu as my master. Ah? At this revelation, Yang Huang's face filled with astonishment. Did you offend our master? Yiqing's face turned dark as he helplessly replied. I just arrived and do not even know Elder Yin Ruxin. It was actually my younger sister who took her as a mentor. Oh? Your master has taken on another disciple? That is indeed good news. However, if that is the case, why would she treat you so poorly? As Yang Huang spoke, she suddenly realized she might have misspoken and hastily cleared her throat, steering the conversation away. Well, regardless, I will accompany you to take a look. As Yang Huang prepared to leave, Yiqing halted her, stating, Sister, please wait. I actually came here to seek a cultivation technique. After I check upstairs, we can return at our leisure. Upstairs? Upon hearing this, Yang Huang was momentarily taken aback. The martial arts pavilion was divided into 9 levels, and they were already on the 7th. Generally, disciples were not permitted to enter this area. The 7th level was primarily reserved for elders' cultivation, and ordinary disciples could not practice the techniques found here. However, the 8th level had never been accessed before. Not only was it due to insufficient qualifications, but also because entry was simply impossible. Even the sect's headmaster could not enter the 8th level. Junior brother, that upstairs is not a place just anyone can access, Yang Huang warned. Yet, she saw Yiqing produce Yin Ruyu's token. Though she was not particularly fond of that woman, the token was undeniably useful. Master Yin actually entrusted this to you? Yang Huang was taken aback by the sight of the token, but she quickly shook her head. With this token, you indeed qualify to ascend to the 8th level. But your strength makes it perilous to go there. Why? Yiqing glanced back at the staircase, where it appeared there were no protective measures in place. Could there be dangers above? The 8th level is suffused with desolate energy. Entering it will swiftly drain one's vitality. Within our Butian Pavilion, only junior brother Lu Tong has ever cultivated at the entrance to the 8th level, and after that occasion, it took him 2 years to recover. Since then, Lu Tong has never dared to return. Even I do not dare to approach that desolate energy, Yang Huang, with a tense expression, explained, but upon raising her gaze, she found Yi Qing's face alight with excitement. The desolate energy, wasn't that precisely what he needed? For others, this place might be a perilous realm, but for him, it was a veritable paradise. Sister, do not worry. I have my own clever strategies, Yi Qing declared, turning with enthusiasm toward the staircase. Seeing this, Yang Huang attempted to voice her concerns, but she soon found herself gaping in astonishment. As Yi Qing approached the staircase, the pale mist that lingered there retreated upon contact with him, as if he bore something that instilled fear within it. Chapter 17. Could this fellow be a transformed beast? Watching as Yi Qing vanished at the staircase, Yang Huang was utterly shocked. He entered? How could this be possible? After a moment, she recalled something, a flush of embarrassment creeping across her cheeks. With a playful pout, she muttered, "That impish Qian Qian has led me astray." Then, she turned her gaze back to the staircase. Meanwhile, below in the martial arts pavilion, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, someone has ascended to the 8th level." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the summit of the martial arts pavilion, where layers of pale mist unfurled. Multicolored rays of light streamed through the windows, illuminating the terrified faces of the spectators. Could it be that Lu Tong has ascended again? Hiss, he barely spent a moment at the 8th level staircase and emerged looking like an old man. How could he dare to enter again? Indeed, this time he truly entered the 8th level. Look how the pale energy has turned violent. As the crowd murmured, a throng of disciples rushed out of the martial arts pavilion, each appearing aged and haggard. What on earth? Has Lu Tong lost his mind? Why did he not inform us before ascending to the 8th level? Lu Tong has truly brought calamity upon us. The disciples, appearing frail and wrinkled, lamented their predicament. When will we ever recover from this? I feel utterly drained. Lu Tong, you owe me my youth. As the group continued their commotion, a sudden wave of terrifying energy washed over them. Turning around, they saw Lu Tong and Yang Huang emerging from within. Their appearances had not changed considerably, yet their auras were markedly altered, evidently affected by the desolate energy. Junior brother Lu, did you not ascend to the 8th level? The crowd questioned in confusion. Did he not enter the 8th level? Then who was it up there? I nearly perished at the staircase last time. Was I foolish enough to attempt it again? Lu Tong scolded irritably, then turned a resentful gaze toward Yang Huang. It must have been that fellow, right? Yang Huang nodded. Who is he? The crowd inquired in unison. It's the disciple recently accepted by Master Yin. Is it him? No way. Isn't he merely at the 1st level of qi condensation? How could he possibly ascend to the 8th level? A mere touch of that energy would turn him to bones. Could he be a transformed beast? That is a distinct possibility. Beasts typically possess a lifespan far exceeding ours. Only a beast could withstand such energy. Lu Tong shot a glance of disdain at the gathered crowd. Suppressing his urge to scoff, he was the only one in the Butian Pavilion to have directly encountered that desolate energy, and he understood that it consumed vitality rather than life itself. Even a transformed beast would age within that energy. It had nothing to do with lifespan. This situation merely indicated that Yi Qing harbored some secret. Reflecting on the earlier scene where Yi Qing absorbed the desolate energy, Lu Tong had begun to speculate. Since Yi Qing could absorb the desolate energy, ascending to the 8th level was undoubtedly within reach. However, he was curious about what the 8th level truly entailed. As the crowd debated, several figures rushed from the distance. Apart from a few elders of the sect, the long-absent headmaster had also arrived, accompanied by Yin Ruxin. Who is inside? Where is the elder guarding the pavilion? With a roar, the headmaster's voice echoed as he surveyed the pale-faced disciples before him. Among them, an elderly man, barely clinging to life, weakly raised a hand and called out, "Headmaster, I am here." The headmaster's expression shifted. Who is this fellow? He looks like he is on the verge of death. He swiftly flew to the old man's side and, with a wave of his hand, infused him with robust spiritual energy. The old man's wrinkles began to fade at a visible pace, and soon he appeared rejuvenated, though still aged. What transpired? Who was inside? The headmaster glared furiously at the elder, his ire intensifying as he surveyed the pale-faced disciples around him. He felt a burning rage, wishing he could strike down that elder. The loss of vitality would take an extended period to replenish. Even someone as gifted as Lu Tong had taken 2 years to recover his vitality after a similar experience. Now, with so many disciples affected, the Butian Pavilion was on the brink of paralysis. The Elder Guardian stationed in this location surprisingly failed to detect the looming crisis, resulting in such a grave calamity. Were it not for the internal and external troubles plaguing the repairing Heaven Pavilion, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate this old man with a single strike. I was immersed in my cultivation and did not pay attention. The Elder Guardian trembled as he spoke, inciting the fury of the disciples nearby who cast him furious glances. Had it not been for this fellow's dereliction of duty, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Furthermore, there was that individual in the loft. It was all his fault, leading to their unwarranted loss of vitality. When that person emerges, they must give that brat a thorough lesson. As everyone contemplated this, Lu Tong cautiously stepped forward to report, "Master, that person should be the newly accepted disciple of Uncle Yin." Upon hearing this, Ying Xuantian's expression instantly soured, resembling someone who had just ingested 2 pounds of fly dung. He turned to glance at Yin Ruxin, his expression peculiar as he inquired, "Is that the boy named Yi Qing you mentioned?" At this moment, Yin Ruxin was equally astonished. Although she had sensed that Yi Qing harbored numerous secrets, she had never anticipated that he would be able to ascend to the 8th level of the martial arts pavilion. It was known that the desolate aura within was something even they dared not approach. How could a mere Qi condensation realm novice achieve such a feat? Yin Ruxin nodded slightly, her gaze fixed intently on the surging desolate energy above the loft. "Have none of you discerned the situation with that boy?" Ying Xuantian glared menacingly at the elders present. He had heard tales regarding Yi Qing. Yet the elders merely claimed that Yi Qing possessed a unique constitution without elaborating further, which greatly displeased Ying Xuantian. "That woman is a monster, and you all had the audacity to send this monster to be her disciple. What were you thinking?" Ying Xuantian glared at the elders, his ire boiling over. Meanwhile, the elders could only grumble amongst themselves. This old coot is both cowardly and protective. It was clearly his own wife who arranged for Yi Qing to be Yin Ruyu's disciple. Yet now he dares to blame us, however, at that moment. None of the elders dared to retort. A collective gaze fell upon the surging desolate energy emanating from the loft, and they could not help but curse Yi Qing under their breath. Chapter 18. I am the king of the primordial demons. On the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion, within an empty hall enveloped in darkness, the windows appeared to be sealed, allowing no glimmer of light to penetrate. A layer of gray dust floated upon the wooden floor. As Yi Qing stepped forward, an eerie sensation surged within him. The moment his legs made contact with the mist, it felt as if he had fused with the surroundings. The gray mist, as if animated, rushed violently into his body in an instant. He sensed that the realm he had just broken through was once again destabilizing. Yi Qing did not rush to cultivate, but instead lifted his gaze towards the center of the hall. Where a chilling aura enveloped him, in the hall's center stood a peculiar stone, over 2 meters tall, entirely black and nearly identical to the repairing heaven stone he had previously encountered. The only distinction was that the blackness of this stone was even more profound. And Yi Qing could sense the blackness swirling, akin to ink embedded within the stone, revolving in circles. As time passed, Yi Qing's vision began to blur. The stone seemed to possess some magical allure that ensnared him. Unconsciously, he found himself approaching the stone. As he drew near, the stone suddenly shifted. Alive? Yi Qing's heart raced as he distinctly felt an emotion emanating from it, one tinged with a sense of desolation and joy. An emotion unfitting for a mere stone. As he neared the stone, the surrounding desolate aura thickened, and the mist began to coalesce into gray droplets, rendering the ground damp. Yi Qing remained silent for a moment. Observing the stone's lack of response, he decided to ignore it and promptly seated himself to cultivate. However, an odd sensation lingered, as if something were watching him. Dismissing the thought, Yi Qing calmed his mind. As he circulated the desolation scripture, the gray mist flared to life. Strangely, this mist did not converge towards Yi Qing's body as it had before. Instead, The dense black energy within the stone began to seep forth, gradually merging with him. With his eyes tightly shut, I Ching remained oblivious to this transformation. At this moment, only ecstasy filled his heart. In this location, his cultivation speed had more than doubled, and his skin felt as if every pore were a child yearning for nourishment, voraciously absorbing the surrounding desolate aura. Soon, he felt his realm ascend once more. Qi Condensation Realm Level 3, then Level 4. As time passed, he reached Qi Condensation Realm Level 9 before abruptly sensing the surrounding desolate aura thinning. He hastily ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. The surroundings remained unchanged. The floating mist had not diminished in the slightest. Odd? I Ching surveyed the area with confusion, attempting to circulate the desolation scripture once more. But the result remained the same. His body could no longer absorb the energy. Despite being able to see the dense mist, his body resisted its absorption. Curious, I Ching tried several more times, yet the outcome was consistent. Could it be that there was an issue with this technique? He muttered to himself. Just then, a chilling and terrifying voice echoed in his ear. It is not your technique that is at fault. Rather, your body can no longer withstand it. Return and digest for a while, then come back. The voice was raspy and sharp, as if emanating from the depths of his mind, sending shivers down his spine. I Ching abruptly glanced around. There was clearly no one present. The eerie hall was enveloped in silence, and the peculiar black stone seemed to shimmer with newfound brightness. I sit you. Is this stone speaking? I Ching tentatively inquired. Nonsense. You are the stone. Your entire lineage is made of stone. The voice retorted once more. I am the king of the primordial demons. You, a mere mortal, dare to desecrate my name. Once I awaken, I shall take you as my steed. I Ching was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Indeed, the stone was speaking. Moreover, it appeared to have quite the temper. However, I Ching chose not to argue. If this stone could speak, it might very well house an extraordinary entity. Such an opportunity was not to be missed, given the unreliability of his erratic master. He needed guidance to swiftly enhance his cultivation. This stone, preserved on the 8th floor of the Martial Arts Pavilion and capable of speech, must belong to a formidable being. A mere drop of such a person's essence would be a treasure. Ah, esteemed elder, my sincerest apologies for my rudeness. Please forgive me. I Ching hastily bowed in respect, adopting a demeanor of utmost reverence. At least you are somewhat sensible. The voice of the stone softened considerably. I shall not hold this against you today. Depart now, and once your realm stabilizes, return to cultivate here. The stone's sharp tone echoed once more, though it was noticeably more lenient this time. Please, esteemed elder. I Ching interjected. As a novice in this sect with limited strength and no means of self-defense, I find myself in a precarious situation. Our encounter is indeed serendipitous. Might I humbly request a treasure or two from you? Should I achieve renown in the martial world in the future, it would only serve to enhance your prestige. Treasures? Does this king require any treasures? The stone let out a disdainful laugh, and a peculiar visage resembling a sharp-faced monkey emerged upon its dark surface. I am a treasure unto myself. Those mundane items of the world are beneath my notice. I Ching scoffed internally. This stone sounded rather dubious. He had never encountered a powerful being so boastful. According to his experience, those who bragged typically lacked true prowess. With this thought, the flicker of hope in I Ching's heart extinguished. Currently, this entity seemed unreliable. Although Yang Huang had promised assistance, should that madwoman Yin Ruyu refuse to heed counsel, he would remain in peril. Even if Yin Ruyu did not turn against him, being associated with such a woman would yield little wisdom. Contemplating this, I Ching resolved to take his leave. Esteemed elder, if that is the case, I shall not impose further. Upon my return, I intend to depart from here. Wishing you well, I Ching concluded, preparing to turn away, when the stone hurriedly interrupted. Wait, you intend to leave? You can't go. We need to discuss this further. Chapter 19, Divine Ability. 5 Elements Annihilation Light? I Ching abruptly halted, turning back to face the stone. He suddenly felt an unusual sensation, as if the stone did not wish for him to depart. What do you wish to discuss, esteemed elder? He inquired cautiously. Heh, while I may lack treasures, I am indeed well versed in various techniques and secrets. Thus, You should return and reflect upon the desolation of this atmosphere. Next time you come, I shall bestow upon you a celestial divine ability. Yi Qing gazed at the stone, astonished. Something felt amiss. This stone seemed to be unable to part from him. It persistently emphasized his return. This fellow harbors secrets within. Yi Qing cleared his throat, a look of melancholy gracing his features as he spoke. Elder, you are unaware that I find myself in a perilous situation here. This venture outside may very well prevent my return. Alas, I am a well-intentioned but powerless junior. Let us part ways here. Wait, I shall grant you a divine ability right now. The stone appeared somewhat anxious, and as it spoke, a swirling black mist enveloped a beam of golden light that erupted from within, instantly merging with Yi Qing's brow. Simultaneously, a cascade of golden script materialized within his mind. 5 elements annihilation light. Those tiny characters, seemingly possessing a will of their own, seamlessly integrated into Yi Qing's being. Immediately, vibrant rays of myriad colors began to swirl within his blood vessels, intertwining into delicate threads that connected from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. An overwhelming aura surged forth from within him. As if it were about to burst forth, Yi Qing hurriedly steadied his mind, and as the radiant colors gradually faded, his body finally returned to tranquility. Yi Qing's heart was filled with astonishment. Practitioners cultivate internal methods to shape their meridians and condense spiritual energy. Martial arts, on the other hand, transform cultivation into a means to vanquish foes. However, the essence of martial arts ultimately revolves around channeling one's own cultivation and projecting spiritual energy outward. Though formidable, its power is ultimately constrained by the practitioner's own limitations. Beyond martial arts lies an even more potent means of assault, known as divine abilities. These abilities are the means by which one communicates with the heavens and the earth, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, of creating and destroying. The utilization of divine abilities is not restricted by cultivation level, but rather places greater emphasis on the practitioner's physical strength. Ordinary practitioners, lacking sufficient physical strength, cannot wield divine abilities. To attempt to do so would only result in catastrophic self-destruction. Only upon reaching the Yuan Tai realm, after the physical form has been reconstituted, can one endure the power of divine abilities. Yet, there exists an exception, the demon race. The original divine abilities were also transmitted from the demons. Powerful demon beasts are born with innate divine abilities, their formidable bodies impervious to the might of divine powers. Through the power of divine abilities, this realm was initially governed by the demon race. Later, when humans began their cultivation journey, they discovered that upon the death of those demon beasts, a skeletal pattern remained within their bodies, which was the method of cultivation for their divine abilities. Thus, humanity gradually came to grasp the concept of divine abilities. Yi Qing's situation was unique. His physical strength rivaled that of demon beasts, allowing him to cultivate divine abilities directly. With his current physique, he could barely unleash a divine ability. Yet, in the eyes of the stone, this was nothing short of astonishing. Originally, when presenting this divine ability, it had assumed that Yi Qing, being human, would be incapable of cultivation. Even if it were to part with it, it would incur no loss. Rather, it could leverage the opportunity to have this young man perform tasks for it. However, it now seemed that it had indeed suffered a significant setback. The radiance emanating from the stone had dimmed considerably. What manner of extraordinary human practitioner is this? Not only can he absorb the desolation of this atmosphere, but he can also cultivate divine abilities. How could such an anomalous human practitioner possibly exist? The stone murmured, and if it had a face, it would surely be etched with disbelief. Thank you, Elder. Yi Qing opened his eyes. A faint aura of colorful light enveloping him. At this moment, he had completely mastered that divine ability. The greatest advantage of divine abilities lies in their ability to be wielded without the necessity for gradual cultivation. By constructing their methodologies internally, one can unleash divine abilities. Yi Qing's physique was undoubtedly the most suited for cultivating divine abilities. His meridians unclogged, devoid of spiritual energy, allowed for the unobstructed construction of methodologies, rendering the process effortless. The stone remained silent for a long while, seemingly still recovering from the shock. Last, its voice, tinged with despondency, resounded once more. Very well, I entrust this divine ability to you. Remember the promise you made to me. Return in due time. Yi Qing nodded, then bowed respectfully before turning to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered that the entire martial arts pavilion had become eerily empty. The disciples who had previously trained there had vanished without a trace. He hastily exited the pavilion, and the moment he stepped outside, countless gazes converged upon him. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. The exterior of the martial arts pavilion was crowded with people, apart from the disciples. There were also elders from the sect, including Yin Ruxind. Yi Qing's gaze drifted to the distance, his attention abruptly fixating on Ing Shuntian, who stood beside Yin Ruxin, encircled by numerous elders, without needing to think. He knew who this person was. Just as Yi Qing prepared to approach, Ing Shuntian had already hastened towards him. "You are Yi Qing, the newly accepted disciple of Yin Ruyu?" In response to the esteemed leader. "I am indeed Yi Qing." As he spoke, Yi Qing's gaze inadvertently wandered towards Yin Ruxin in the distance. This woman was the source of his predicament. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter with Yin Ruyu, he would have already perished. Yi Qing felt no fondness for Yin Ruxin and, by extension, harbored some disdain towards Ing Shuntian as well. "You are quite impressive." Ing Shuntian mused for a moment, then lifted his gaze towards the martial arts pavilion before speaking slowly. "What did you observe on the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion?" Yi Qing was taken aback at these words. He recalled that Yang Huang had previously mentioned that no one had ever ascended to the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion. Not even the esteemed leader before him knew what lay on that floor. Currently, he had become the sole possessor of that secret. Yi Qing surveyed the crowd. It was evident that everyone present was eager to uncover the mystery of the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion. After pondering for a moment, he decided to withhold certain details. "I report to the esteemed leader that on the 8th floor rests a stone tablet, quite similar to the one within the sect known as the Repairing the Heavens Stone." Upon hearing this, Ing Shuntian's expression shifted, and he seemed to release a breath of relief, as if coming to a realization. So it is indeed him. The elders in the distance wore solemn expressions. As if reminiscing about something, Yi Qing could not comprehend these matters and felt that the people from the Repairing the Heavens Pavilion held an unusual reverence for that stone. After a lengthy pause, Ing Shuntian finally turned to address the gathered disciples. "All right, you may disperse now." Although the disciples remained curious about Yi Qing, they dared not defy Ing Shuntian's command and began to depart one by one. Soon, however, Yi Qing's name reverberated throughout the entire Repairing the Heavens Pavilion. A new disciple, on his very first day, had ascended to the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion. This was a monumental event for the Repairing the Heavens Pavilion. Since its establishment, Yi Qing was the first individual to reach the 8th floor. He had now become a national treasure of the Repairing the Heavens Pavilion, and both disciples and elders alike were eager to discover what he had encountered on the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion. Yet along with Yi Qing's rising fame came his identity as a disciple of Yin Ruyu. The reputation of that woman was known far and wide within the Repairing the Heavens Pavilion. While they may have been curious about the treasures Yi Qing had acquired, they would not dare challenge that woman merely to satiate their curiosity. On the other hand, Yi Qing had initially hoped to leverage this situation to request a change of master from the esteemed leader. However, Ing Shuntian offered him no such opportunity. It was not that Ing Shuntian lacked desire. After all, Yi Qing was a figure shrouded in secrets, yet it was undeniable that his talent for cultivation was commendable. Ing Shuntian wished to nurture Yi Qing, but he did not dare provoke that mad woman, so he could only offer Yi Qing a few perfunctory words before hastily departing. Seeing that Ing Shuntian's path was blocked, Yi Qing could only place his final hopes upon Yang Huang. He sighed and prepared to return. As he walked halfway, he encountered a flustered Yang Huang rushing towards him. "Yi Qing, hurry, while I still have time. I will accompany you back. I hope that Master Yin will agree not to make things difficult for you." Yi Qing observed Yang Huang's anxious demeanor, feeling somewhat perplexed. Hadn't she just returned with her master? He had assumed Yang Huang was seeking assistance from Yin Ruxin, so why was she now alone? "What troubles you, senior sister? If it's too difficult, I can think of another way." Yang Huang bit her lip. Hesitating before speaking, "I spoke to my master about your situation, but she is unwilling to intervene." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing understood. His apprenticeship under Yin Ruyu was orchestrated by Yin Ruxin, and it would be odd for that woman to lend a helping hand. In light of this, he decided to let it go. Yi Qing shook his head in dismay. At present, he could only rely on himself. If all else failed, he would seek an opportunity to make a swift exit. It is unwise. Yin Shirshu possesses a capricious temperament, and your presence there remains perilous. Fear not. If the master is reluctant to intervene, I shall accompany you. Yang Huang exerted herself to muster a semblance of a smile. Yet it appeared rather forced. In truth, she too harbored no desire to encounter that woman, but alas, Yi Qing was a friend of Qian Qian, and she felt compelled to assist. Given her own status, the woman should not dare to lay a hand on her. Yang Huang reassured herself internally as she led Yi Qing toward Yin Ruyu's residence, on Qixia Mountain, the most picturesque locale of Batian Pavilion. A solitary tree adorned with crimson blooms stood atop the towering peak. The distant sunset painted the clouds a deep crimson, resembling an expanse of blood. This place, indeed, was a forbidden zone of Batian Pavilion, shunned by all for the presence of a madwoman residing upon the mountain. Yi Qing glanced upward at the steep cliff and sensed Yang Huang's palpable unease, although Yang Huang appeared composed. Her fear of that woman was evident, revealing the profound psychological shadow Yin Ruyu cast upon the disciples of Batian Pavilion. Let us proceed. After taking a deep breath, Yang Huang grasped Yi Qing's hand and soared toward the summit. Soon, a light-hearted laughter reached their ears. Were there others upon this mountain? Yang Huang's composure faltered momentarily. It was known that virtually no one ventured to this place within the entirety of Batian Pavilion. Yi Qing, too, felt a spark of curiosity and hurried forward, only to be momentarily stunned. Inside the pavilion, Qing Cheng sat upright, appearing somewhat restless. Beside her, Yin Ruyu inquired with genuine concern, though her gaze hinted at something sinister, much like a famished wolf. Fixating on a tender lamb, Qing Cheng. Yi Qing rushed forward, now aware of Yin Ruyu's true nature, unwilling to see Qing Cheng fall victim to this woman's machinations. Brother Yi, you've returned? Upon spotting Yi Qing, Qing Cheng hastened over, her previously tense demeanor instantly relaxing. This transformation darkened Yin Ruyu's expression considerably. However, her attention soon shifted to Yang Huang, and her enthusiasm surged. Yang Huang, dear girl, you've come. Do join me. Yin Ruyu displayed no semblance of seniority, pulling Yang Huang toward the pavilion. Yet, as she passed Yi Qing, her gaze lingered on Qing Cheng for a moment. Yi Qing remained vigilant, positioning himself protectively behind Qing Cheng. Even though Yin Ruyu's focus was on Yang Huang at present, he could not shake off his concern. From the earlier display of concern toward Qing Cheng, it was evident that this woman had set her sights on her as well. Yi Qing had already devised an escape plan. He could not allow Qing Cheng to fall into this woman's clutches. They engaged in casual conversation, primarily led by Yin Ruyu, who seemed genuinely invested in Yang Huang's well-being. Showering her with inquiries, Yang Huang contemplated how to extricate Yi Qing from this predicament. Just then, an irate roar echoed from outside the courtyard. Yin Ruyu, come out. It's the master. She has come looking for me? Yang Huang and Qing Cheng exclaimed in unison, exchanging alarmed glances. Yi Qing then interjected, explaining that Qing Cheng was the newly accepted disciple of Yin Ruxin. Upon hearing this, Yang Huang's heart sank. While others may not comprehend Yin Ruyu, she was acutely aware of the challenges posed by this woman. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. The moment Yin Ruyu laid eyes on Qing Cheng's enchanting visage, she would surely become fixated on her. Pay no heed to her. Let us continue our conversation. Yin Ruyu cast a dismissive glance outside, unfazed, as she turned her attention back to Yang Huang. Yin Ruyu, come out. Do not hide in silence. I know you are home. If you possess the audacity to claim a disciple, then have the courage to face me. Should anything befall my disciple today, I will not let this matter rest. The fury radiating from Yin Ruxin painted her face a deep shade of green. The fact that her prized disciple had caught Yin Ruyu's attention had already left her exasperated. Now, having only recently accepted a disciple, she found that the girl had unwittingly presented herself at the doorstep. Chapter 21. Today, I shall rid Batian Pavilion of you. This calamity? Yin Ruxin knew her sister all too well. With Qing Cheng's stunning beauty, once spotted by Yin Ruyu, there was little hope of escape. Initially, she had thought that Qing Cheng's deep bond with Yi Qing warranted sending him to Yin Ruyu, believing that if he were gone, Qing Cheng would be free of attachments. Yet, in retrospect, this strategy was utterly misguided. It was precisely because Yi Qing was with Yin Ruyu that Qing Cheng had sought her out. Now, both her disciples found themselves ensnared by this madwoman. At this moment, the frustration within her was palpable. Even if she could not best Yin Ruyu, she was determined to reclaim her disciple. Having finally encountered such a promising talent, she could not allow her to fall into Yin Ruyu's hands. Blushing with indignation, Yin Ruxin began to scold her sister, disregarding her own status, which left the two young maidens in the courtyard feeling somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Huang summoned her courage to speak. Perhaps I should step outside and reassure the master, lest she worry. What nonsense! You are here with me. What cause does she have for concern? Upon hearing this, Yang Huang could not help but scoff internally. It was precisely because she was with Yin Ruyu that the elder was worried. Master, it is not proper for her to be shouting outside. It would tarnish your reputation. I must go out and clarify matters. Very well, do as you wish, Yin Ruyu replied with a light laugh, rising to accompany Yang Huang out of the courtyard. Yi Qing, seeing this, quickly brought Qing Cheng along. Compared to Yin Ruyu, he preferred Qing Cheng to remain with Yin Ruxin. At least that woman appeared somewhat more stable. He contemplated devising a plan to send Qing Cheng back with Yin Ruxin, as every small victory counted. As they emerged from the courtyard, Yin Ruxin's gaze immediately fell upon her two disciples. Her fury igniting, there stood Yin Ruyu with Yang Huang and Yi Qing with Qing Cheng, each holding onto a disciple. What brings you here? Should you not be returning to your cultivation? Yin Ruyu steadied her nerves and reprimanded them sharply. The priority lay with her disciples. Any quarrel could wait until they were safely returned. Yi Qing, seizing the opportunity, quickly chimed in, Ah yes, indeed. Yin Shihua speaks wisely. Qing Cheng, dear sister, you should return to your cultivation. He began to gently push Qing Cheng toward the exit. However, Yin Ruyu was quicker, reaching out to pull Qing Cheng back. What urgency is there in cultivation? 100 years of time awaits, at present. You siblings are reunited. As your master, I must extend my hospitality. Qing Cheng, you shall stay for dinner tonight. And Yang Huang, you are friends with Yi Qing. Do stay as well. It's a perfect chance for us all to gather. Yin Ruyu insisted, holding tightly onto the two young maidens, unwilling to let go. Observing this scene, Yin Ruxin could no longer contain herself. Yin Ruyu, release my disciple. If you continue to entangle her, our sisterly bond shall cease to exist. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyu's countenance darkened. Since the moment you allied yourself with that old scoundreling Shuntian, our sisterly bond has been severed. Do not think to intimidate me with such threats. Do you believe I am easily cowed? Yin Ruyu's demeanor shifted, as if her sister's words had unearthed some unwelcome memories, her expression twisting into one of fierce hostility. If that is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yin Ruyu, let us settle this. Yin Ruxin's voice rose sharply, her aura surging forth, causing the surrounding mist to churn violently. Thunder rumbled in the heavens, and the entire Batian pavilion felt the awakening of a terrifying presence. What overwhelming strength! Is this what it means to be a true master in this world? Yi Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. Standing before such figures, he felt as insignificant as an ant. The immense pressure threatened to crush him into oblivion. A strong sense of urgency gripped his heart. He needed to elevate his own power swiftly, or he would remain at the mercy of others in this world. Ah, so you wish to fight? Do you think I fear you? Yin Ruyu bellowed, raising her hand as a colossal tree of crimson blossoms rose from the ground, transforming into a long sword that fell into her grasp. The entire Qixia mountain trembled as the distant sunset cast a lingering glow, stretching into a vibrant tapestry of colors. On the faces of two sisters, strikingly similar in appearance, a deep-seated animosity was now unmistakable. The entire Batian pavilion shook with the force of the upheaval, startling the disciples who had just completed their evening lessons. Eyes instinctively turned toward the western peaks, towering into the clouds. Cease this. What are you attempting to do? Suddenly, a voice rang out, and Ing Shuntian appeared in a flash. Gazing at the two women before him, he was at a loss for words. How had Batian Pavilion become entangled with this pair of sisters? Both possessed considerable strength and could have served as powerful assets to the sect. Yet, over the years, they had been embroiled in infighting. For Batian Pavilion, this was undeniably a loss. Alas, as the sect leader, he found himself utterly helpless against them. The younger sister was beyond his capability to confront, while he feared to challenge the elder. What a frustrating position for a sect leader to find himself in. Ah, Our esteemed sect leader has finally decided to show his face. I thought you intended to remain hidden forever, Yin Ruyu remarked, her ire intensifying upon seeing Ying Shuntian. It was this insufferable man who had taken her sister away. And for years, she had devised countless schemes to force him into the open. Yet, he had proven to be exceedingly elusive. Now that Ying Shuntian had indeed emerged, it was the perfect opportunity for her to unleash the pent-up grievances of the years. With this thought, Yin Ruyu's grip on her sword tightened. Ying Shuntian could acutely sense Yin Ruyu's murderous intent and quickly positioned himself in front of his wife. Ruyu, do not act impulsively. This is merely a matter concerning our younger disciples. Are you not concerned about how ridiculous this spectacle appears to them? Who dares? Yin Ruyu pointed her sword directly at Ying Shuntian. If there are to be any mockeries, let them be directed at you. Since you have come today, let us resolve our grievances once and for all. Do you dare? Ying Shuntian retorted, I have indulged you for all these years. Do you truly believe I fear you? Yin Ruxin stepped forward, pulling Ying Shuntian along. Today, I shall rid Butian Pavilion of this scourge. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyu's expression faltered, and her hand trembled uncontrollably around her sword. You would go so far as to kill me for this insufferable man? Chapter 22. Yi Qing is the public enemy of male disciples. Observing the escalating madness between the two women, Ying Shuntian felt his mind go blank. He hastily positioned himself between them. They could not be allowed to fight. Should these two women engage, they would surely tear the entire Butian Pavilion asunder. What nonsense is this? As a senior elder, to engage in such a brawl before so many disciples is utterly disgraceful. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Yin Ruxin. Compared to the deranged Yin Ruyu, Yin Ruxin clearly had a better grasp of decorum. He could only hope to persuade from his wife's side. Ruxin, come with me. We can discuss this matter calmly. This matter is not open to discussion. Yin Ruxin glared fiercely. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for her sister, feeling ashamed to have such a sibling after all these years. Worst of all, this sister continually sabotaged her own endeavors. In the past, she had tolerated it, but now this sister had reached out to her own disciples, 2 disciples at that. Yin Ruxin could no longer hold her composure. She would not allow her beloved apprentice to fall victim to Yin Ruyu's whims. Yin Ruyu, if you do not release my apprentice today, I will fight you to the bitter end. Yin Ruxin declared vehemently. Yet at that moment, Yin Ruyu, confronted by her sister, appeared somewhat dazed, her hands trembling as a tempest of anger and jealousy brewed within her, seemingly on the verge of eruption. Elder Yin, if I may be so bold after a prolonged silence, Yi Qing finally stepped forward. It was not that he craved the spotlight. Rather, his current position necessitated it. He believed that should these 2 women come to blows, he would be the first to perish. Qingqing and Yang Huang were protected by their masters. Even Yin Ruyu would not harm those 2 girls. But he was merely a pawn. If these 2 women were to engage, he would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. In the distance, a group of disciples, initially apprehensive, were taken aback when they saw Yi Qing step forward. Is this fool courting death? He dares to intervene while those 2 women are about to clash? Hush, you know nothing. That person is Yin Ruyu's newly accepted disciple. That madwoman holds him in high regard, even entrusting him with the command of Qixia Peak. He is not an ordinary disciple. Faced with these 2 formidable figures, Yi Qing's audacity to step forth demonstrated that he was no common person. I must admit, I feel a sense of inferiority in comparison to such courage. Yet, whether he could persuade these 2 was still in question. It seemed unlikely, as Yin Ruyu was a lunatic and Yin Ruxin fiercely protective of her own. This situation appeared exceedingly difficult to navigate. As the crowd murmured, Yin Ruxin suddenly barked, What business is this of yours? Get lost. Yin Ruxin had never been fond of Yi Qing, and now, fueled by anger over how he had led Qingqing into Yin Ruyu's clutches, she felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate him. She no longer wished to hear his incessant prattle. Yin Ruyu, how dare you reprimand my disciple? Yi Qing, feeling vexed, was taken aback when Yin Ruyu unexpectedly came to his defense. Seizing this opportunity, he declared, Elder Yin, Qingqing is my sister. Today marks our first entrance into the sect, and my master is known for his hospitality. He wishes to celebrate our arrival. I assure you, Elder, that I will return my sister shortly. Please trust me. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, The crowd could hardly contain themselves. Yin Ruyu hospitable? Who would believe such a statement? Throughout Batian Pavilion, who was unaware of this woman's notorious nature? And moreover, would she ever consider returning a woman once she had claimed her? Absolutely not. It was evident that Yi Qing was still oblivious to the true character of Yin Ruyu. Indeed, how could a woman once ensnared ever be returned? Yi Qing's assertions drew incredulity, not just from Yin Ruxin but from all present. Yin Ruxin, naturally, held even less faith. With a disdainful huff, she shot Yi Qing a glare. Were it not for you, my disciple would not be in this predicament. I have yet to settle this score with you. Do you presume to play the mediator here? As her words settled, Yin Ruyu pointed her sword at him, exclaiming, You wish to settle the score with my disciple? Have you sought my permission? Though unfamiliar with Yi Qing, Yin Ruyu recognized that he was currently aiding her cause. If she could retain Qin Qing and her other apprentice, it would be to her advantage. Therefore, she staunchly defended Yi Qing. Why Yi Qing seized upon this moment, determined to defuse the tension. As long as he had someone to protect him, he could assert his voice. The foremost priority remained to stabilize the two women and prevent any escalation to violence. Should they choose to fight, it must occur only after he had safely escorted Qin Qing away, at which point their fates would be of no concern to him. Elder, you may choose to trust me. I believe Qin Qing and Sister Yang Huang feel the same. Yi Qing continued, glancing back at the two young women, who nodded in understanding. Master, we shall remain here for a brief while and return later. Upon hearing this, the disciples in the distance were left astounded. What charm did Yi Qing possess? Was he not a newcomer? Why did the Holy Maiden trust him so implicitly? I cannot accept this. Why does this fellow receive the Holy Maiden's favor? Why does the Holy Maiden refuse to exchange more than a word with me, yet willingly shares the same roof with this lad? I cannot comprehend. For the first time in his life, he felt a surge of jealousy towards another. I declare, Yi Qing is the public enemy of all male disciples of Batian Pavilion. Indeed, let us slay Yi Qing and seize the Holy Maiden. Unbeknownst to them, the disciples' emotions suddenly ignited. Perhaps it was because Yang Huang was too sacred in their eyes, a paragon of virtue as the Holy Maiden of Batian Pavilion. Witnessing her share glances with a newly admitted disciple only fueled their envy. Meanwhile, Yin Ruxin stood afar, her face a mask of astonishment. She could understand why Qin Qing chose to stay, as she was Yi Qing's sister. Yet, why was Yang Huang so trusting of him? Hadn't she once been terrified of Yin Ruyu? What manner of enchantment did this young man possess? Was this a divine retribution sent to punish her? Why were both of them so intent on courting her disciples? Chapter 23. My rules are law, Ruoxin. As you can see, Yang Huang and the others have expressed their sentiments. Since they are merely friends gathering, you should not interfere any longer. Let us return for now. Ing Shuntian observed the atmosphere among the group, gradually easing and hastened to offer his assistance in mediating. Yin Ruyu glared fiercely at Yi Qing. Despite her skepticism towards the young man, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Would she truly engage in a brawl with Yin Ruyu? Impossible. Setting aside the question of whether she could win, if a fight were to ensue. Given Yin Ruyu's frenzied combat style, the Batian Pavilion would be reduced to ruins. Ultimately, Yin Ruxin maintained her composure. Humph, I hope you adhere to your words. Should anything happen to my disciple, you shall be the first I hold accountable. With that, Yin Ruxin hurled her words and vanished from sight. Ing Shuntian regarded Yin Ruyu, words poised on his lips, yet upon seeing her expression, he swallowed them back. Junior sister, let us cease this matter here. Furthermore, it has been millennia since Qixia Peak participated in the sect competition. Now that you have accepted a disciple, I sincerely hope you will send someone to compete this year. Yin Ruyu pursed her lips, reluctant to engage with him. Yet suddenly, a brilliant idea seemed to dawn upon her. Changing her demeanor, she smiled and spoke. Senior brother, Qixia Peak boasts but this one disciple, and I am quite protective of my apprentice. As for the sect competition, let us forego it. I would not wish for my disciple to suffer any injuries. As she spoke, Yin Ruyu cast a glance at Yi Qing, having already discerned his blocked meridians rendered him unfit for cultivation. Though she was unsure how he had ascended to the Qi condensation realm, the sect competition was of a different caliber. With Yi Qing's novice strength, participating would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. The Batian Pavilion's competition was unique. It did not adhere to the traditional format of disciples sparring against one another, but rather required all to enter the Tianya Hage together to end that place. The stakes were indeed fatal. Yin Ruyu had no desire for Yi Qing to encounter misfortune. She still had use for him. Ing Shuntian hesitated at her words. In the past, the absence of disciples from Qixia Peak could be overlooked. But now that she had taken on a disciple, it seemed inappropriate to abstain from participation. What does it matter? I hereby declare that from this day forth, Yi Qing shall be the Peak Master of Qixia Peak. As the Peak Master, he need not partake in the sect competition, correct? Yin Ruyu appeared to have already devised her strategy. Hearing this, Yi Qing was utterly bewildered. What Peak Master? He had only just entered the sect today. And now he was to become the Peak Master. Such drastic turns of fortune were utterly exhilarating. The crux of the matter was that Qixia Peak belonged to the Batian Pavilion, which was divided into 8 halls, each presiding over a peak, thus referred to as the 8 Peaks. Qixia Peak ranked first, even surpassing the Chuyun Peak, where the sect leader resided, due to its lineage from the Batian Pavilion's founder. Naturally, the successor of Qixia Peak should be selected by the current Peak Master, Yin Ruyu. However, her choice left Ing Shuntian feeling apprehensive. Firstly, Yi Qing's strength was meager, making it difficult for him to command respect. Secondly, he had yet to uncover the secrets surrounding Yi Qing's origins. The young man harbored too many mysteries for Ing Shuntian to ignore. Junior sister, this matter requires careful deliberation. Deliberation about what? Matters of Qixia Peak are mine to dictate. Yin Ruyu allowed no room for Ing Shuntian to counter her. At that moment, a group of elders flew in from the distance. They had been observing the scene for quite some time, hesitant to approach. Yet now, upon hearing that Yin Ruyu intended to pass Qixia Peak to this young man, they could no longer remain passive. Resources within the Batian Pavilion were allocated based on rank. For years, Qixia Peak had only Yin Ruyu, who had monopolized the best resources. Though these elders were discontent, they dared not voice their grievances due to Yin Ruyu's formidable presence. However, when they learned she intended to bequeath Qixia Peak to Yi Qing, they could no longer suppress their outrage. Given the current state of Qixia Peak, should Yin Ruyu step down, it would be expected she select a successor from among the elders, rather than this newcomer. Yin Shirshu, this young man has only just entered our sect today. What qualifies him to be the Peak Master of Qixia Peak? According to our Batian Pavilion's tradition, should Yin Shirshu wish to retire? If no suitable disciple is available to take charge, a proxy should be chosen from among us elders. Under no circumstance should it fall to this young man. Indeed, Qixia Peak is the pinnacle of the 8 peaks. Holding an extraordinary status, we implore you, Yin Shirshu, to consider this matter carefully. While these elders harbored fear of Yin Ruyu, when it came to their own interests, they swiftly stepped forward. Meanwhile, the distant disciples had become utterly numb to the unfolding drama. Was this fellow truly the child of destiny? Why did all the good fortune seem to fall upon him? If he became the Peak Master of Qixia Peak, he would control all its resources. Qixia Peak, being the foremost of the 8 peaks, received the most resources annually. Under such abundant provisions, even a mere pig could ascend to immortality. What stroke of luck had this young man encountered for even that madwoman to hold him in such high regard? What was the basis for this? Did it simply boil down to his handsome appearance? I am not lacking in that regard either. Do you have the audacity to follow that madwoman? Indeed, accompanying her carries considerable risk. Who knows when one might meet their end? Suddenly, an idea struck me. If that young man truly became the Peak Master of Qixia Peak, could I not transfer my allegiance to him? With access to the resources of the foremost peak, I believe I could also ascend to immortality. Hiss, that is indeed a commendable notion. With no disciples under Qixia Peak, there would be no competition with others, and the resources would be abundant, a splendid choice indeed. The crux lies in whether he can truly become the Peak Master of Qixia Peak. Those elders are surely keeping a watchful eye. As the crowd engaged in discussion, Yin Ruyu cast a scornful glance at the elders and slowly declared, "Who shall be the Peak Master of Qixia Peak is not for you to dictate. Yin Shirshu, this seems to contravene the established customs." One elder stubbornly spoke up. Yet, Yin Ruyu, with a pointed gesture of her sword, retorted defiantly, "Customs? My customs are the only customs that matter. Who among you dares to discuss customs with me? Step forward if you wish to argue." Witnessing Yin Ruyu's obstinacy, the elders fell silent, their gazes collectively shifting to Ing Shuntian, hoping he would intervene. However, it was evident that Ing Shuntian had no desire to provoke this madwoman. Chapter 24. The new Peak Master of Qixia Peak. Observing the silence, Yin Ruyu finally lowered her sword with a smile, stating thus, "I now appoint Yi Qing as the Peak Master of Qixia Peak. Who is in favor, and who is against?" The elders bowed their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. This woman was utterly unreasonable. And even Ing Shuntian hesitated to speak. What could the elders do? After all, she had been willful for so many years. They could only acquiesce to her whims. However, the way the elders regarded Yi Qing turned increasingly hostile. Historically, severing one's financial prospects is akin to killing one's parents. At present, Yi Qing's ascendancy to Qixia Peak, seemingly a tremendous boon, also rendered him a target of envy. These individuals had already set their sights on him. Yi Qing remained silent, fully aware of the murderous glances from the older generation. Yet, for now, he could only immerse himself in diligent cultivation. Without absolute strength, he had no room to resist. Soon, the news of Yi Qing's appointment as Peak Master of Qixia Peak spread throughout the Butian Pavilion. Some were astonished, others elated, and some began to plot their entry into Qixia Peak. After all, with the madwoman no longer in power and no disciples beneath her, joining now would make them the senior disciple. No more competition with those around them. On another note, after bidding farewell to Ing Shuntian and the elders, Yin Ruyu led Yi Qing and the others back to her courtyard. Though she was domineering, she exhibited particular care for beautiful women. A sumptuous feast was laid before them, causing Qingqing to swallow hard in anticipation. For a brief moment, Yi Qing found himself contemplating that if this woman were more composed, she might indeed be considered a good woman. Shaking his head, he declared, "Today marks a momentous occasion as I take on a disciple, and it is also a day of great distinction for Yi Qing as he becomes the Peak Master of Qixia Peak. Truly a double celebration. You, being his sister, and you, as his friend, let us raise our glasses in his honor." With a naive grace, Qingqing raised her wine glass, while Yang Huang and Yi Qing appeared somewhat hesitant. Both harbored suspicions that the woman had tampered with the drink. Even if she had not, it was likely she intended to intoxicate them, seizing the opportunity to act. Yin Ruyu, noticing Yang Huang's caution, refrained from speaking, instead engaging Qingqing in drinking. The young girl, blissfully innocent, lacked the knowledge to refuse. After consuming several cups, her face flushed crimson. Yi Qing felt a pang of anxiety. He had lost the leverage over Yin Ruyu. If he continued to implore her, he could not guarantee that she would not turn against him. Pondering a way to send Qingqing away, he soon sensed something amiss. Yin Ruyu relentlessly poured wine, and Qingqing kept drinking. Yet, despite so many cups, while her cheeks were rosy, she showed no signs of intoxication. Something was wrong. Yi Qing suddenly awakened to the realization. This girl was a reincarnation of a celestial being, her body capable of self-repair even when injured. Alcohol should have no effect on her. At that moment, Yin Ruyu also sensed the anomaly. The wine she provided was no ordinary brew. Even an average cultivator would likely be intoxicated after a single sip. Yet, this girl, evidently still uninitiated in cultivation, showed no reaction despite consuming so much alcohol. Suddenly, Qingqing stood unsteadily, causing Yin Ruyu to gasp in surprise, puzzled by the turn of events, only to see Qingqing enveloped in a misty aura, her entire being floating like an ethereal being. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her, subsequently entering her body. What was this? Was she about to condense qi? Yang Huang, witnessing the scene, could not help but be astonished. Typically, one would undergo body refinement before condensing qi. While it was not unheard of for individuals to skip the body refinement stage and directly enter the qi condensation realm, such occurrences were rare. Many rare herbs and celestial treasures could forge a powerful physique from birth, bypassing the body refinement step. Yet, Qingqing clearly did not belong to that category. Her body had been just an ordinary mortal's, yet this extraordinary event was unfolding before him. Had she truly not undergone body refinement and directly condensed qi? Could her body withstand it? Just as Yang Huang opened his mouth to inquire, he was rendered speechless. A flash of colorful radiance flickered on Qingqing's forehead, and her aura transformed dramatically. She had opened her spiritual sea and entered the qi condensation realm. How could this be? Condensing qi so swiftly? Even Yi Qing was taken aback. He too had skipped the body refinement stage and entered the qi condensation realm, but it had taken him several hours to accomplish what Qingqing had done in the blink of an eye. This was far too rapid. This little girl was extraordinary. Yin Ruyu's expression grew increasingly tense. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Qingqing. If this information were to spread, no one would believe it. With Yin Ruyu's prowess, she could command respect across the 9 continents. Few could instill such a sense of pressure in her, especially considering Qingqing was merely a fledgling in the qi condensation realm. Yet, Yin Ruyu was acutely aware that her instincts were infallible. Though she had recognized Qingqing's exceptional talent early on, it now seemed that the secrets she bore were no less significant than Yi Qing's. Yin Ruyu raised her glass and downed its contents in one gulp, her demeanor seemingly relaxed after a moment. Moments later, Qingqing regained her composure, the flush on her face fading and the intoxication dissipating. "Brother Yi Qing, I feel as though I'm somehow different." Qingqing blinked her bright, expressive eyes, glancing down at her body in slight confusion. "You have officially embarked on the path of cultivation?" Yi Qing replied. Casting a glance at Yin Ruyu, it was at this moment he confirmed that Yin Ruyu had indeed tampered with the drink. This was no ordinary wine. It was a celestial brew infused with rare herbs, containing potent medicinal properties. For an ordinary person, even a cultivator, a single sip would likely lead to intoxication. Yet Qingqing was an exception. Not only had she remained sober, but she had also absorbed the medicinal essence, using it to achieve her breakthrough. "Thank you, master." Yi Qing expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Yin Ruyu turned her head, pouting slightly. Her plans had once again been thwarted, but soon her gaze shifted back to Yang Huang. "Humph, now you realize that this wine is a treasure, don't you? Yang Huang, my dear, would you care for a cup?" Yang Huang found herself tempted, yet her fear of Yin Ruyu quelled her desire. She shook her head gently, responding, "I am not skilled in drinking, and I would not want to be the subject of ridicule. I hope Master will forgive me." Chapter 25. "Master, I have a plan." "Humph, you will come to regret not recognizing a treasure." Yin Ruyu scoffed, drinking on her own while her gaze remained fixed on Qingqing. Observing the closeness between Yi Qing and Qingqing, a smile crept onto her lips. "Brother Yi Qing, am I now considered a cultivator?" Qingqing asked, her joy palpable. Though she did not fully grasp the intricacies of cultivation, she understood that as long as she could cultivate, she would remain by Yi Qing's side. Throughout her life, no one had treated her with such kindness as he did, and she cherished the feeling of being near him, finding it immensely comforting. "Indeed, your talent far exceeds mine. From now on, it will be you who protects me." Yi Qing chuckled, ruffling Qingqing's hair. "All right, if anyone dares to bully Brother Yi Qing, Qingqing will fight them." Her youthful face bore a fierce expression as she shook her small, fair fist defiantly. "Ha ha, splendid. Then Qingqing must work hard at her cultivation." Yi Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Huang before continuing. "Now that you've just broken through, it's best to return. It would be a good opportunity for Master Yin to assess your progress and offer guidance. There are many aspects of cultivation that you are still unfamiliar with." As he spoke, he gently urged Qingqing to stand. He was reluctant to let her linger too long, primarily due to Yin Ruyu's formidable presence. When Yi Qing turned to seek Yin Ruyu's counsel, he was taken aback when she surprisingly refrained from detaining them. Without further thought, he promptly escorted Qingqing away. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Yin Ruyu animatedly chatting with Yang Huang, her demeanor lively. Yi Qing rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. In that moment, he began to understand why the disciples held such resentment towards Yin Ruyu. "Master, Yi Qing is my dear friend. Now that he has joined the Butian Pavilion, I must assist him." Upon his return, Yi Qing overheard Yang Huang speaking highly of him. At this point, he had ceased to expect much from Yin Ruyu, realizing she was not one to engage in reasoned discourse. Rather than hoping for her to change, he preferred to focus on enhancing his own abilities and escaping this cage as soon as possible. Nonetheless, he appreciated Yang Huang's goodwill. "Rest assured, he is now my disciple and the master of Qixia Peak. Who would dare to harm him in the Butian Pavilion?" Yin Ruyu replied, her expression warm as she regarded Yang Huang. "As for you, Yang Huang, do you know how many people in the Butian Pavilion are watching you?" As she spoke, Yin Ruyu instinctively lifted her hand, attempting to touch Yang Huang's lovely face, only to have the latter evade her cautiously. leaving Yin Ruyu awkwardly grasping her wine glass for another sip. Little girl, do not be swayed by men. There are no good ones among them. Yin Ruyu continued to offer her earnest advice, but Yang Huang paid little heed to her words. Sister, it is getting late. Perhaps we should continue this conversation another day? Yiqing mustered the courage to interject, interrupting their exchange. Hearing this, Yin Ruyu turned, her eyes blazing with anger. Junior brother is right. I shall visit you again in a few days. Yang Huang understood Yiqing's intention and promptly rose to her feet. At that moment, Yin Ruyu intended to voice her objections but was quickly silenced when Yiqing stepped forward, grasping her arm and leaning in to whisper, Master, do not rush, I have a way for you to achieve your aims. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyu regarded Yiqing with a look of astonishment before slowly taking a seat. She had been pursuing Yang Huang for some time, yet the girl had consistently been on guard against her. Now that Yiqing claimed to possess a method to assist her, her interest was piqued. Although Yiqing's cultivation was lacking, his intellect was undoubtedly sharp, particularly in the realm of romance. Otherwise, how could Yang Huang be so attentive to him? With this thought in mind, Yin Ruyu chose not to obstruct them any further. Watching Yiqing lead Yang Huang away, she narrowed her eyes, seemingly envisioning some enticing scenarios. Junior brother, take care of yourself. If anything arises, do seek me out. Outside the small courtyard, Yang Huang cast a worried glance at Yiqing. If it comes to that, I shall escort you out of the Butian Pavilion. She murmured softly, stealing a glance at Yin Ruyu, who was engrossed in her wine. Thank you, senior sister, I will be cautious regarding these matters. Please take care, Yiqing responded, subtly urging Yang Huang to depart. For that woman was as unpredictable as the weather, and he dared not allow Yang Huang to linger in such proximity. Upon seeing this, Yang Huang turned and flew away, while Yiqing took a deep breath and returned to the courtyard. Approaching with a smile, You weren't deceiving me, were you? Yin Ruyu asked, lifting a wine cup and gazing at Yiqing sidelong. I would never. Yiqing replied, though he felt a sense of relief as he realized Yin Ruyu had fallen for his ruse. After all, she was quite naive regarding such matters. Over the course of a millennium, she had remained untouched by worldly affairs, revealing her ignorance. In terms of cultivation, she was indeed a formidable figure, yet when it came to matters of the heart, she was as innocent as a child. The root of her ignorance lay in her unorthodox inclinations and her capricious nature, which often deterred others from approaching her. At present, Yiqing appeared to possess considerable experience. After all, he had successfully won over Yang Huang shortly after arriving at the Butian Pavilion, marking him as a true master of romance. With his guidance, how could Yang Huang possibly escape his grasp? This thought brought a smile to Yin Ruyu's face, making her view of her disciple considerably more favorable. Hee, you are quite to my liking. If you can help me win over that girl, I shall grant you a request. Upon hearing this, Yiqing's heart leaped with joy. Although Yin Ruyu was somewhat unhinged, her strength was undeniable. Within the Butian Pavilion, she was the undisputed first among equals. With even the sect leader deferring to her, a request granted by such a person would be a tremendous opportunity. Master, when it comes to pursuing a girl, one must not cling too tightly. Such persistence may only breed aversion, Yiqing said with a smile, to which Yin Ruyu quickly nodded, clearly resonating with his words. Indeed, the last one I tried to reclaim was lost for this very reason. All I desire now is someone who willingly follows me. Yiqing, upon hearing this, could only shake his head in disbelief at her antics. So, Master, regarding Yang Huang, you must heed my advice. Show concern every now and then, but maintain a respectful distance. This way, you can pique her curiosity while still establishing your presence. Yin Ruyu suddenly slapped her thigh, throwing her arm around Yiqing's shoulder, her lovely face alight with excitement. As if she had discovered a kindred spirit, I knew I had not misjudged my disciple. You are a true talent. Yiqing found himself overwhelmed by a fragrant aura, and his heart raced. Yin Ruyu, in appearance, could easily be deemed stunningly beautiful, though her temperament might not align with conventional preferences. Yet, with such allure, most men would find it hard to resist. Nevertheless, Yiqing, having been single in his past life, was able to restrain himself due to Yin Ruyu's unpredictable nature, which made him wary of acting impulsively. Still, he could not help but shift uncomfortably, avoiding eye contact. Master, while these are indeed theoretical insights, we still require practical experience. Once senior sister Yang Huang has altered her perception of you, I shall present you with a gift that will surely make your future endeavors smooth sailing. Oh? What gift? Yin Ruyu asked, her delight evident. Hee, master, there is no rush. Practical matters can wait. For now, we must focus on changing Yang Huang's view of you. Yi Qing teased, deliberately withholding details. He knew that keeping Yin Ruyu intrigued would afford him time to cultivate while also ensuring he had an ally within the Butian Pavilion. Ah, you are quite perceptive. I find myself rather eager now. Yin Ruyu giggled, raising her wine cup to Yi Qing's lips. Here, drink this as a reward for your efforts. You may only handle one cup. Yi Qing, without hesitation, downed the drink, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. As he made his way to his room, Yin Ruyu continued to drink, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. In his room, Yi Qing felt as though he were engulfed in flames. A surge of pure spiritual energy coursing through him. His blocked meridians throbbed painfully, as if threatening to burst. Suddenly, he jolted awake, realizing the peril he was in. If he continued like this, the amassed energy could potentially rupture his body. He hastily activated the Wasteland Sutra, determined to absorb the energy before it went to waste. A surge of wasteland energy erupted within him, and the overwhelming spiritual energy was instantly absorbed, bathing every cell in his body in warmth akin to sunlight. While the wasteland energy was adept at absorbing spiritual energy and mitigating attacks, this was his first time fully converting it within himself. Yi Qing couldn't help but feel astonished as he continued his cultivation. Though the spiritual energy did not directly elevate his cultivation level, he sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. The energy flowed through his meridians and skin, rendering his body more resilient than before. He felt as if every inch of his skin was brimming with strength. Such foolishness! In the courtyard, Yin Ruyu lifted her wine cup, gazing skyward, her expression a blend of sorrow and a flicker of hope. Are you well? She murmured softly, stealing glances towards Yi Qing's room. Perhaps I may find a way to reach you. The next morning, as Yi Qing remained entrenched in slumber, a sudden force flipped his blanket aside. Blinking awake, he found Yin Ruyu's enchanting visage mere inches from his own, startling him fully awake. Glancing down at his attire, he realized he was clad only in shorts and hastily attempted to grab his blanket, only to discover it had already been discarded by her. Though he felt an urge to express his irritation, the sight of Yin Ruyu quelled his frustration. Master, it is early in the morning. And you? Cut the pretenses, hurry up. There are people waiting for you down the mountain. Go dismiss them. Yin Ruyu retorted as she turned toward the door. Suddenly, she spun back around, pulling Yi Qing's arms apart to reveal the faint spiritual imprint on his chest. Her expression shifting to one of shock. You broke through to the spirit-building realm in just one night? How did you manage that? Yi Qing struggled, aware of how awkward their position appeared. After all, he was a man, and he wished for a modicum of respect for his privacy. Pure luck, master. Could you let go now? Ha! You truly are extraordinary. No wonder those old geezers wished to capture you for study. Though Yin Ruyu released him, her astonishment did not lead to further inquiries. Each individual harbored their secrets, and while Yi Qing's physique was unique, she held no ulterior motives, her level of cultivation. Notions of techniques and divine powers no longer piqued her interest as she departed. Yi Qing intended to reach for the discarded blanket, only to hear Yin Ruyu's light-hearted laughter, with hardly any flesh to speak of. What are you trying to hide? With that, she strode away, leaving Yi Qing muttering curses under his breath. Living under the same roof as such a woman was truly a trial. After dressing and freshening up, he observed Yin Ruyu already seated in the courtyard, indulging in her morning drink. This wine enthusiast is truly reckless, he thought, shaking his head. Without acknowledging her, he soared down the mountain, now capable of flight after entering the spirit-building realm. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he indeed found a group of disciples bearing gifts, waiting for him. As they spotted Yi Qing approaching, they hurriedly stepped forward. From Wu Wang Peak, Elder Chen sends his disciples with congratulatory gifts. Honoring you, Master Yi, on your ascension to the position of Peak Master of Qixio Peak. From Luo Yu Peak, Elder Li sends his disciples with congratulatory gifts. Honoring you, Master Yi, on your ascension to the position of Peak Master of Qixio Peak. From Tian Quan Peak, Elder Qin sends his disciples with congratulatory gifts. Honoring you, Master Yi, on your ascension to the position of Peak Master of Qixio Peak. The visitors were primarily disciples under the 8 peaks, each displaying an attitude of utmost reverence in the face of these gift-bearers. Yi Qing naturally adopted a much more courteous demeanor, unreservedly accepting the offerings. He recalled the glances cast upon him by the elders the previous day. Those old fellows would not extend such kindness toward him. This overt display of flattery surely concealed ulterior motives. Yi Qing feigned nonchalance and invited the assembly to visit Qixia Peak. However, they dared not accept. For that madwoman Yin Ruyu still roamed the mountains. Master Yi, we have come not only to offer our congratulations, but also to discuss a matter of significance. The newly initiated disciples of the Batian Pavilion are required to journey to the Back Mountains Enlightenment Cliff Sword Pool to seek a weapon. A tradition of our esteemed sect. Within the sword pool lies an abundance of divine armaments, most of which are relics from the pavilion's venerable ancestors. Gaining their recognition symbolizes the approval of our forebears. Hence, the elders have instructed us to convey this request for you to visit the sword pool shortly. Very well, I understand. Thank you. Yi Qing bid farewell to the group and returned to the mountain. Upon entering the courtyard, Yin Ruyu's voice resonated through the air. What is it? Have they summoned you to the Back Mountain sword pool? Indeed. Yi Qing set down the gifts. Then you must exercise caution. Yin Ruyu spoke languidly. What do you mean by that? The sword pool is fraught with peril. The divine weapons therein are claimed by their respective masters. Should you attempt to forcibly seize one, you may incur their wrath. Yin Ruyu, with her hazy gaze and jade-like fingers stirring her cup of wine, appeared casual yet elaborated on the dangers of the sword pool to Yi Qing. I understand. Thank you for your warning, master. After expressing his gratitude to Yin Ruyu, Yi Qing turned and made his way down the mountain. He grasped her implication that, while the sword pool posed risks, the most formidable threats were often human. Perhaps some had already begun plotting against him. A cold smirk crept across Yi Qing's face, with a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. At the Back Mountain, beneath the Enlightenment Cliff, numerous disciples were seated in meditation. Billows of mist floated above, lingering in the in the center of the Enlightenment Cliff. A straight fissure extended from the summit to the base, as if cleaved by a sword. Within the rift lay a straight path leading to a moderately sized valley in the valley. A shallow pool shimmered with rippling waters, surrounded by an array of various divine weapons, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, all present. Some weapons were rusted with age, while others gleamed as if newly forged. Yet, one thing remained constant. Each weapon was guarded by a fearsome beast. These creatures, each with a unique appearance and a menacing aura, lay with closed eyes, seemingly in slumber. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, startling the beasts awake. Their crimson eyes flared with murderous intent, and a cacophony of roars reverberated throughout the valley. At the foot of the Enlightenment Cliff, the assembled disciples observed the new initiates, their attention primarily fixated on Yi Qing. There was no denying the brilliance of this newcomer. Having joined the sect merely yesterday, he had already become a prominent figure within the Batian Pavilion. Ascending to the role of Qixia Peak's master as a disciple, Yi Qing now grasped the essence of being the center of attention. Amidst the crowd, someone suddenly exclaimed, "That Yi Qing, has he made a breakthrough? What is so surprising about a breakthrough? I can't believe it. Wasn't he merely at the first level of qi condensation yesterday? How could he possibly advance to the spirit-building realm in just one day? Damn, did he take some pills? That's incredibly fast." The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment, yet the few new initiates accompanying Yi Qing remained remarkably composed. They had already witnessed the awe-inspiring reactions from the elders when they first encountered Yi Qing. Since yesterday, they had been inundated with various rumors regarding him. These newcomers felt a twinge of regret for entering the sect on the same day as Yi Qing. They were aware that their own qualifications were exceptional. Yet in the presence of Yi Qing, who had previously been deemed a waste due to his blocked meridians, their prowess seemed inconsequential. Did Yin Ruyu bestow upon him some kind of enlightenment? How could he possibly transcend a major realm in just one day? No, enlightenment can enhance cultivation rapidly, but to leap an entire realm, the sheer volume of spiritual energy required, he could never withstand it. How did he manage to break through to a major realm in a single day? Strange, very strange. Could he truly be a genius? A genius? Nonsense. He was a waste among wastes due to his blocked meridians. This must have been achieved through some secret method. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the leading elder wore a bemused expression. He too had been taken aback by Yi Qing's prowess. In all his years, he had never encountered anyone capable of advancing an entire realm in a single day. Even the most gifted prodigies had not exhibited such speed. Even Lu Tong, hailed as a genius, had taken 3 days to traverse 5 minor realms. The astonishment caused by that event had left the Butian Pavilion in awe, prompting the sect leader to bestow upon Lu Tong a treasure of the earth level. Tio put it in perspective. Such treasures were beyond the reach of regular elders. In this world, weapons and armor used by cultivators were regarded as Dao treasures, which were classified into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Even ordinary mysterious level Dao treasures could incite fierce competition. Earth-level treasures, however, were exclusive to the mightiest of practitioners. Thus, it was evident how rare and precious they were. Presently, Yi Qing had achieved an entire realm advancement within a day, a speed far surpassing Lu Tong's. It was only logical that the rewards from the sect leader would be even more extraordinary. While the leading elder felt envious, he also harbored ill will towards Yi Qing. Why did all the good fortune seem to favor this lad? The most baffling aspect was that he had once been deemed a waste. Why could he continually achieve breakthroughs? Yi Qing looked at the astonished faces around him, bemused. Was this truly worthy of their astonishment? Last night, he had merely digested the desolate energy absorbed from the martial arts pavilion, which had facilitated his breakthrough. Moreover, the stone in the martial arts pavilion had indicated that once he fully processed the desolate energy within him, he could resume his cultivation. The next time he visited, he would possess experience, ensuring that his efforts would yield greater results. At that point, advancing another major realm would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Chapter 28. The Cursed Broken Sword. All right, the sword pool is now open. Do not dawdle. Once inside, do not be greedy. Begin by selecting the simplest of weapons. If you manage to retrieve a divine sword, it will signify the recognition of our ancestors, the leading elder cautioned, casting a furtive glance at Yi Qing, who was fixated on the sword pool. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. Let us proceed. At the elder's command, a total of 6 disciples stepped forward toward the sword pool, while Yi Qing, ever vigilant, positioned himself at the back of the group. Ting Cheng, let us search separately. Yi Qing understood that others might seek to harm him in this place and felt a pang of worry for Ting Cheng. Thus, he aimed to send her away. However, the girl immediately grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "No, brother Yi Qing, I'm scared." Fear was etched on Ting Cheng's face, her large eyes scanning their surroundings anxiously. Choosing a divine weapon is a personal endeavor. I cannot assist you in your choice. Each person's opportunity is unique. If you accompany me, you may miss your chance. Yi Qing recognized Ting Cheng's exceptional lineage. As a reincarnated celestial being, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain renowned swords. Divine weapons possess spirits, and while outsiders may not perceive Ting Cheng's uniqueness, those creatures might. He was determined not to let her miss her opportunity because of him, so he earnestly tried to dissuade her. Yet, the girl seemed resolute, clutching tightly to him as if fearing he might abandon her. Yi Qing felt a sense of helplessness. Considering Ting Cheng's peculiar ability to heal, he could only hope that the harm inflicted by those beasts would not affect her adversely. Yi Qing halted, scanning the area in his mind. A series of prompts echoed. Indeed, the treasures here were remarkable. Ever since he acquired this prompt system, it was the first time it had reacted so strongly. The grades and characteristics of various weapons surfaced in Yi Qing's consciousness. After careful deliberation, he finally settled on a target. Prompt: Longyuan, Fengke, Earth-level Dao treasure by mingling with the blood of dragons and phoenixes. One can awaken ancient bloodlines and transform into a dragon carp or phoenix bird, representing an ancient celestial grade Dao weapon. On a distant stone, 2 swords were thrust into its surface, one long and one short. The blades were already riddled with rust, appearing as though they would shatter with the slightest touch. Yet, upon their hilts coiled a dragon and a phoenix, entwined in a display of formidable might. A vacuum zone formed around them, causing the surrounding ferocious beasts to deliberately avoid this area. Yi Qing, resolute in his decision, prepared to step forward, only to realize that Ting Cheng was gripping him tightly, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed to the side. Following her line of sight, Yi Qing's eyes fell upon a black broken sword lying discarded on the ground. Unlike the surrounding divine weapons, this broken sword bore no traces of any beast's iron essence. It appeared to be an ordinary sword, devoid of any discernible power. However, as Yi Qing's gaze lingered on the broken sword, a notification echoed in his mind once more. Notice, Starfall. Celestial-grade weapon, incomplete. It harbors a wisp of a soul, aiding in the retrieval of the other half of the broken sword. Successfully recovering the complete Starfall, forged from an entire planet, will yield a celestial-grade weapon. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's spirit soared. Little girl, did you see something? Clearly, Qing Cheng possessed a unique sensitivity towards this sword. Why Yi Qing had no intention of contesting with her. Moreover, he felt no particular desire for the broken sword. Since she was eager for it, he thought it best to help her acquire this divine weapon, offering him an excuse to escort her outside afterward. Qing Qing nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. I saw an old man shrouded in black mist standing on that sword, and he smiled at me. It was terrifying. As she spoke, the little girl's grip on Yi Qing's hand turned pale. Indeed, she could perceive things beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Understanding this, Yi Qing concluded that perhaps the broken sword had already chosen her. I believe you should take that sword. It is meant for you. Upon hearing this, Qing Cheng shook her head vigorously. I don't want it. It's too frightening. I'm scared. She shrank her neck, burrowing into Yi Qing's embrace, yet her eyes couldn't help but dart towards that direction. Trust me, that sword is quite remarkable. Yi Qing continued to reassure her. Hesitantly, Qing Cheng lifted her head, contemplating for a moment before tentatively asking, Really? Indeed. Yi Qing replied earnestly. It was no jest. He had scrutinized all the divine weapons in the sword pool. Aside from the dragon and phoenix, this broken sword was the only one that could be classified as a celestial-grade weapon. Although it was currently incomplete, retrieving its other half would allow for its reconstruction. The choice was evidently clear. Seeing Yi Qing's earnest demeanor, Qing Cheng cautiously released her grip on his arm, yet still held onto his hand as they approached together. Meanwhile, the onlookers outside stared at Qing Cheng with a mix of fear and trepidation. She can't be interested in that broken sword, can she? That sword is cursed. Those who previously possessed it met untimely ends. They had heard that even when alive, those unfortunate souls were often seen babbling about ghosts. Cultivators do not fear apparitions. They must have witnessed something far more dreadful. Regrettably, after the deaths of those predecessors, the broken sword would mysteriously reappear in the sword pool. Otherwise, they would have certainly cast that cursed object far away. Indeed, no one in the Butian Pavilion wished to touch that sword. How could this girl have developed an interest in it? I recall she is a disciple of Master Yin Ruxin. Should we inform her? What good would that do? We cannot stop him from outside. The disciples present were all anxious for Qing Cheng. They would go to great lengths to avoid the broken sword. Within the sword pool, Qing Cheng had already approached the broken sword. She lifted her chin, timidly glancing into the air, softly uttering, Old man, I wish to have this sword, as if it understood her words. The broken sword slowly levitated, hovering before Qing Cheng. Thank you, old man, she said sweetly, bowing gracefully. Yet, to Yi Qing's eyes, there was clearly nothing before him. Not just him, but the surrounding disciples saw nothing, only witnessing Qing Cheng bowing to thin air. It's over, it's over. She's seen a ghost too. She's already ensnared by the curse before even taking it out. Chapter 29. Dragon Carp. After accepting the long sword, Qing Cheng looked up to find the old man had vanished. She scanned the area in mild confusion before turning back to Yi Qing. Brother Yi Qing, that old man is gone. Yi Qing understood the situation and offered words of comfort. Now that you have acquired your divine weapon, you should head out first. That I too must search for my own divine weapon. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the distant crowd, where several elders had gathered. This time, Qing Cheng readily agreed. She stepped out of the sword pool and immediately noticed that the surrounding disciples regarded her as if she were a plague, each one instinctively backing away. A vast vacuum zone had formed before her. Unperturbed by this, Qing Cheng turned her gaze back to the interior. At this moment, the onlookers finally realized that Yi Qing was boldly striding towards the center of the sword pool. Is he really going for those two swords? Surely he mustn't be that reckless. Those swords were the very essence of the sword pool suppression. If he couldn't subdue them, he would be attacked by all the divine weapons contained within. Since the ancestors of the Butian Pavilion placed them here, no one had ever laid claim to them. This lad is courting death, attempting to seize those two swords. The last person who sought them met an untimely demise. Does he not understand the limitations of the sword pool? To forcibly claim divine weapons could lead to his death. He only just entered yesterday and has such a reckless master. It seems he is oblivious. Indeed, it is likely that Yin Ruyu would not caution him about these matters. As the crowd was in shock, the elders in the distance had also gathered together. This lad is utterly clueless. Attempting to seize the Longyuan and Fengke, this will certainly save us a great deal of trouble. We must not underestimate the situation. We will secretly command our divine weapons to attack him. Regardless, he must be eliminated within. We cannot allow this boy to control the Qixia Peak. Otherwise, all the resources we have withheld will surely come to the attention of Yin Ruyu. That Yin Ruyu has truly lost her mind. Allowing a disciple to take charge of Qixia Peak, would it not be better for her to simply remain a leisurely peak master? Humph, since she has pushed this lad to his demise. We shall oblige her. Within the sword pool, Yi Qing strolled leisurely, his gaze discreetly scanning the surroundings. He had sensed the intentions of those lurking outside. Inside the sword pool, countless divine weapons were present. Yet they shared a common trait. Unclaimed divine weapons were all coiled beneath a beast. However, amidst the dense array of divine weapons, Yi Qing discovered a few exceptions. Clearly, those had been deliberately placed here. Judging by their quality, they likely belonged to those individuals. He planned to see if he could seize these treasures, taking advantage of the sword pool's unique nature. As Yi Qing contemplated, he had observed for quite some time and uncovered some secrets of the sword pool. A formation was evidently laid out here to suppress the sentience of the divine weapons. Although he was unaware of how the individuals outside controlled these weapons, it stood to reason that their influence would be diminished through this formation. If he were fortunate, he might sever the connection between these divine weapons and their masters, allowing him to claim them for himself. With that thought in mind, Yi Qing's gaze settled on the Longyuan and Fengke. These two divine weapons were extraordinary. Subduing them would likely prove challenging, or else they would not still remain here. Nonetheless, Yi Qing resolved to make an attempt, for he possessed the Arid Sutra, a formidable artifact capable of isolating spiritual energy, which might offer him a glimmer of hope. With that determination, Yi Qing wasted no time and promptly took action. As his hand made contact with the Longyuan, the dragon and phoenix coiled around the swords suddenly separated, each soaring toward opposite sides of the valley. As they did, all the divine weapons ascended, floating in midair, clang, clang. The clash of weapons resounded like a melodious chime, stimulating Yi Qing's eardrums. In his mind, a throbbing pain surged, as though something within him was striving to break free, to burst forth from his skull. In the distance, several novice disciples, engaged in selecting divine weapons, were momentarily frozen by the scene before them. They cursed under their breath, lamenting that every time Yi Qing made an appearance, he had to stir up some commotion. Instead of simply choosing a weapon, he had to create such a ruckus, rendering their own selection futile. As they gazed at the various divine weapons suspended around them, a sense of dread began to spread. The cold gleam emanating from those weapons seemed to carry an innate pressure. Meanwhile, at the heart of the valley, Yi Qing gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was bearing the oppressive weight of countless divine weapons surrounding him, a powerful force that was suffocating him. The crux of the matter was that he could not release his grip. To do so would invite a fierce backlash. The consequences could range from severed meridians to being utterly shredded into pieces. He clutched the dragon carp tightly, an aura of desolation erupting from within him, causing his skin to pale instantly. The oppressive force in the surroundings diminished considerably. However, before Yi Qing could catch his breath, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar, shaking the heavens and reverberating endlessly. Simultaneously, the myriad of divine weapons surged toward him like a tidal wave. In an instant, sparks flew as divine weapons clashed, and countless weapons shattered into fragments. Yet, Yi Qing had transformed into a sphere of radiant white light, enveloped entirely by the aura of desolation. The spiritual energy that had originally enveloped the sword bodies dissipated rapidly. The once overwhelming might was reduced to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. This was Yi Qing's final trump card. After all, these divine weapons were unclaimed. Their actions relied solely on the last vestiges of their sentience. The aura of desolation was precisely capable of nullifying that spiritual energy. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, these divine weapons were rendered ordinary relics, incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. What truly concerned Yi Qing were the few claimed weapons, for they were under the control of their masters. Continuously endowed with spiritual energy, given Yi Qing's current cultivation level, he was still at a disadvantage against those wielders. Just as he was on high alert, a dangerous aura approached. He turned abruptly to find a silver short sword poised before him. Yi Qing exerted himself to channel the desolation scripture, attempting to nullify the spiritual energy enveloping the short sword, but it was the act of an elder. Soon, the short sword breached his defenses. However, seizing the opportunity, he slightly shifted his body to evade a fatal blow. Ultimately, the short sword pierced through his shoulder, leaving a gaping, bloody wound, crimson droplets cascading down his garments. Chapter 30. Forcibly seizing the divine weapon Brother Yi Qing? Outside the sword pool, Qing Cheng, upon witnessing Yi Qing's injury, rushed toward the entrance of the sword pool. Yet, a transparent barrier stood in her way, preventing her from entering. Desperate, she called out, turning to beseech the elders for assistance. But none paid her any heed. She pounded futilely against the invisible barrier, realizing the futility of her efforts. This arrogant and greedy fellow, daring to attempt to subjugate the dragon abyss and phoenix threshold, was now reaping the fruits of his own folly. Alas, the youth, unaware of the vastness of the world, covets treasures without considering his own capabilities. Yi Qing was indeed a talent. It would be a pity if he were to perish here. Indeed, this individual had advanced a significant realm in just one day. By any measure, he could be considered a prodigy. It was unfortunate that he was now facing the prospect of being buried within the sword pool. Perhaps all geniuses possess their own pride. It is just regrettable that he chose the wrong target. These two divine swords are not so easily subdued. Witnessing Yi Qing's miserable state, the disciples could not help but mock him. Ultimately, they were still envious of Yi Qing. This fellow had only been initiated for a day, yet had already attracted significant attention, even becoming the master of Qixia Peak as a disciple. Who would not envy such an achievement? At this moment, within the sword pool, Yi Qing was indeed gravely injured. Although the sword formation within the sword pool could not harm him, he was utterly defenseless against the divine weapons manipulated by the elders. The disparity in cultivation left him with no means of resistance. As another flying sword hurtled toward him, Yi Qing resolved to fight back fiercely. With a sudden force, he yanked the dragon abyss, embedded in the stone, out of its resting place, causing the nearby broken sword, Phoenix Sparrow, to float alongside it. This spectacle left the onlooking disciples utterly astounded. What kind of extraordinary individual was this, to forcibly seize a divine weapon without having established a bond? How could his body withstand such an act? My goodness, is there such a method? He truly is a remarkable talent. Forcibly seizing a divine weapon would undoubtedly provoke a more intense backlash from it. Given his current injuries, this course of action was tantamount to courting death. Should one say this lad is exceptionally skilled yet audacious, or simply ignorant? To resort to such measures, a divine weapon, when unclaimed, would unleash its full power. The Dragon Abyss and Phoenix Threshold, being the pinnacle of divine weapons within the sword pool, if provoked, even the sect leader might struggle to subdue them. As the elders observed Yi Qing's reckless actions, they too were momentarily stunned. On one hand, they were relieved that Yi Qing was bringing about his own demise. On the other hand, if the Dragon Abyss erupted in full force, they would be unable to control it. The sword pool could very well be destroyed, and they would not escape unscathed from punishment. Amidst their concerns, within the sword pool, a torrent of spiritual energy surged, forming a colossal whirlwind. Countless divine weapons were swept up, drawn into its vortex. Oh no, my divine weapon, Yazi, has lost control. One elder's complexion changed dramatically. Why divine weapon has as well? Gradually, the elders realized their respective divine weapons had slipped from their control, within the whirlwind of gathered spiritual energy. The divine weapons collided violently with one another, sparks converging to form lightning. Thunder rumbled within the sword pool, a black storm erupting with a deafening roar. The heart of the tempest. Yi Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. All around him, countless divine weapons, enveloped by spiritual energy, exuded an overwhelming ferocity that instilled fear. Yet, he was also fortunate to discover several divine weapons previously controlled by the elders among the swirling chaos. Now, those weapons had lost their spiritual energy, transforming into unclaimed relics. However, even though these weapons posed no threat, the pressing question remained: how to navigate this situation? I Ching glanced at the dragon carp in his hand, its brilliance dazzling. Nearby, the short sword, Phoenix Sparrow, whirled around the dragon carp like a streak of flowing light. The dragon carp trembled incessantly, as if yearning to break free. Yet, I Ching gripped it tightly. The more he held on, the more ferocious the surrounding storm became. Suddenly, a black stone tablet descended from above, piercing through the sword pool seal and plunging into the turbulent whirlwind. The Stone of Heaven Repair? I Ching wondered, puzzled by its presence. How could this object come here? Could the sect leader be intervening? That seems improbable. While the leader can manipulate the Stone of Heaven Repair, the seal of the sword pool, no. The seal of the sword pool cannot be forcibly breached, and if the sect leader were to assist him, it would not align with the rules. Could it be that the Stone of Heaven Repair is acting on its own? Do you remember the assessment of qualifications yesterday when the Stone of Heaven Repair also? Hiss! What on earth is this fellow's origin? Within the sword pool, I Ching gazed at the stone tablet, bewildered. The material of this object resembled the black stone he had encountered on the 8th floor of the martial arts pavilion, albeit with a significantly lighter hue. Could it be that the stone from the Heaven Repair Pavilion has come to assist me? As I Ching pondered, he noticed the tempest gradually dissipating. The black stone tablet began to rotate, and a pale aura spread outward. It is the aura of desolation. I Ching's heart raced, and the dragon carp in his hand gradually grew calm. A fleeting mark resembling a dragon and phoenix intertwined flickered across his forehead. He vaguely sensed a connection forming between himself and the dragon carp and Phoenix Sparrow. This indicated that the two divine swords had recognized their master. Filled with joy, I Ching bowed respectfully toward the stone tablet, only to find that the tablet seemed to comprehend his intent. It gradually shrank, transforming into a palm-sized black token that floated before him. Curiosity piqued, I Ching raised his hand, and the token fell into his grasp. The token felt cool to the touch, yet smooth as jade, its material inscrutable. However, I Ching could sense a faint aura of desolation emanating from within the token. The Stone of Heaven Repair has actually transformed into a token. I Ching was astonished, yet he did not hesitate to seize it. This was the Stone of Heaven Repair used for assessing qualifications in the Heaven Repair Pavilion. Although its other uses remained uncertain, it was undoubtedly a treasure that must be kept at AS for how the Heaven Repair Pavilion would assess qualifications in the future. That was no longer his concern. I Ching raised his hand, and at that moment, the dragon koi sword had transformed into a dragon fish resembling a splendid koi, swirling around his hand as it swam gracefully. Upon the back of the dragon fish perched a fiery red lark, soaring high into the sky. With a mere thought, I Ching summoned forth the dragon fish and the lark, which instantaneously materialized into two swords, one long and one short. An ancient celestial-grade weapon. It is now mine. Chapter 31. The koi containing the bloodline of the true dragon. Indeed, Junior Brother Yi possesses extraordinary talent, being able to subdue this ancient artifact. How delightful, Junior Brother Yi. The Long Yuan Phoenix throne is no trivial matter. Your chance to acquire it is truly enviable. Now that Junior Brother Yi has obtained this treasure, I can only assume he has little interest in those mundane items. Earlier, we observed him acquiring several divine weapons. I wonder if he would be willing to part with them. We would gladly pay. As they exited the sword pool, a throng of elders quickly surrounded them, eager to claim the divine weapons that I Ching had gathered. Those weapons had originally belonged to them, and now they had become unclaimed possessions in I Ching's hands. It seemed they had lost both their lady and their soldiers. At this moment, they could not openly acknowledge that those weapons were theirs. They could only resort to purchasing them back. The expressions of the elders were as grim as if they had just consumed a hefty portion of fly droppings. I Ching was well aware of their intentions. However, he chose not to expose them. With a benevolent smile, he remarked, "Elders, your gaze is indeed sharp. I have indeed acquired a few divine weapons, and they are of quite a high grade. Rare finds indeed." The elders forced smiles, but inwardly they cursed. Those weapons were hard-won treasures, certainly not mundane items. The least of them was a terrestrial-grade artifact. Since the elders harbored such thoughts, Yi Qing could not refuse. "How about this? One divine weapon for 1,000,000 spirit stones?" he said, grinning at the elders, his gaze akin to that of a man beholding a beautiful woman. At this proclamation, the surrounding disciples were left in stunned silence. What divine weapon could possibly be worth 1,000,000 spirit stones? A heavenly-grade artifact, perhaps. Yi Qing was indeed fortunate, having not only taken the top-tier ancient divine weapon from the sword pool, but also a heavenly-grade artifact. The weapons that even the elders coveted must surely be extraordinary. 1,000,000 spirit stones. If only I had them, my future would be secure. Goodness, this fellow has suddenly become immensely wealthy. The disciples buzzed with envy, their gazes filled with deep jealousy, while the elders' faces turned a shade of iron. Their weapons were merely terrestrial-grade artifacts, hardly worth 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yi Qing was clearly attempting to swindle them. Once he revealed those divine weapons, their underhanded dealings in the sword pool would be exposed. Currently, with Yin Ruyu so protective of Yi Qing, they dared not act too overtly against him. They could only pay a high price to redeem their own weapons. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qing had amassed a fortune of several million spirit stones. He received several bags of spirit stones from the disciples. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. That was enough to construct a small sect. Who would have thought that a mere newcomer would, in such a short time, become the wealthiest individual in the Butian Pavilion? While others expressed their admiration, Yi Qing's expression darkened as he glanced at the departing elders. He understood well that these individuals would not rest easily. He could indeed use the weapons as evidence against them. But he hesitated. He was uncertain whether Yin Ruyu would stand by him, and even if she did, would the Butian Pavilion go to such lengths for him, annihilating so many elders? The answer was glaringly obvious. Rather than waiting for the matter to fizzle out, it would be prudent to gather some interest now and seek an opportunity to settle the score later. Yi Qing tucked away the spirit stones. Ting Cheng approached him, her face still streaked with tears, her red-rimmed eyes evoking sympathy. "Do not cry. See, I am perfectly fine," Yi Qing said, reaching out to wipe her tears away, smiling as he ruffled her hair. He then produced a bag of spirit stones and handed it to her. "Here, take this. Spend it freely on whatever you desire. If it is not enough, come back for more." Ting Cheng gazed at the bag of spirit stones, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "I do not want these. I only wish for Brother Yi Qing to be safe." Her voice trembled, and she lowered her head. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding disciples grew anxious. That bag of spirit stones must be worth at least 1,000,000. A disciple of their sect earned only a mere 100 spirit stones a month. At that rate, it would take them 1,000 years to accumulate 1,000,000 spirit stones. Yet this young girl was refusing it. How fortunate she was. How foolish to turn down 1,000,000 spirit stones offered right before her. I wonder, if I went up and cried a little, would Yi Qing give me those spirit stones? I do not ask for much. Just give me 10,000 spirit stones, and I would cry at his doorstep every day. Yi Qing ignored the little girl, shoving the spirit stones into her arms. Feigning anger. "What I give you, you must accept. Go back and let your master keep them safe." As he uttered these words, he scanned the surrounding disciples, deliberately raising his voice. 1,000,000 spirit stones was no small sum, and it was prudent to ensure no one had their eyes on this little girl. Though he had little faith in Yin Ruxin, she did seem to care for Ting Cheng to some extent. Surely, she would not embezzle the girl's spirit stones. Once everything was settled, Yi Qing led the little girl away. Upon returning to Qixia Peak and stepping into the courtyard, a rich aroma of wine enveloped him. Looking up, he found that Yin Ruyu was already drunk beyond measure. Were it not for her formidable cultivation, she might have been picked up as carrion in her current state. Yi Qing shook his head and proceeded to his room. Just as he reached the edge of the water basin, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a scattering of brocade boxes strewn across the table. These were the gifts sent earlier by the 8 Peaks. He paid them little mind. Those individuals harbored a deep hatred for him. What good gifts could they possibly offer? However, at that moment, Yi Qing noticed a koi swimming in the basin. This koi was entirely blood-red. Standing in stark contrast to the other koi swimming around, a vacuum of space formed around it, as the other koi huddled at the edge of the pond, seemingly terrified of the crimson koi. Note: The koi containing the bloodline of the true dragon can transform into a jiao after a millennium and into a true dragon after 10 millennia. Yi Qing was taken aback by this revelation. Who was the brilliant mind that sent such a treasure disguised as a koi? He immediately approached the pond, and as his blazing gaze fell upon the koi, it seemed to sense his fervent interest. Swimming towards him, meanwhile, the other koi scattered in terror, as if they had encountered something dreadful. Yi Qing slightly raised his head, and the koi flew into his hands, flopping and struggling. Though it was only the size of a palm, it possessed considerable strength. Even Yi Qing found it somewhat challenging to hold on to. Chapter 32. The Ancient Kunwu Wood. After toying with the koi for a while, Yi Qing casually tossed it back into the pond. This creature required a millennium to transform into a jiao and 10 millennia to become a dragon. Hardly useful in the short term. By the time it matured, he would likely be long gone. Nevertheless, the true dragon bloodline within it could prove advantageous. The dragon yuan he had just acquired required true dragon essence blood to transform into the ancient divine weapon, Dragon Koi. However, the bloodline of this koi was still too thin. It needed to be nourished further in the pond. The koi seemed to sense Yi Qing's unwholesome gaze and flipped onto its back, feigning death. Yi Qing could not help but chuckle at the sight. This creature possessed intelligence. Just as he was about to return to his cultivation, Yin Ruyu sluggishly lifted her head. Still inebriated, her face flushed. You're back? Which sword did you choose? Oh, I forgot to tell you. There's a broken sword in the sword pool. That item is quite extraordinary. Yi Qing, upon hearing this, was instantly rendered speechless. He had already completed his selection and returned. Yet she only now chose to remind him. What use was that? However, he no longer cared. He had little hope for Yin Ruyu as a master. As long as she did not turn against him, that would suffice. With a sigh, Yi Qing raised his hand, and the dragon koi appeared out of thin air. Yin Ruyu, who had been in a stupor, suddenly became more alert, her eyes wide with astonishment. You actually summoned the dragon koi? Exclaiming, she rushed forward, but due to her intoxication, she stumbled and fell onto Yi Qing. Unperturbed, one hand supporting herself on him, her eyes fixated on the dragon koi. Incredible, truly incredible. You are indeed destined for greatness. Come, let me have a good look, Yin Ruyu spoke, raising her hand, and to everyone's astonishment, the dragon carp flew directly into her grasp. Yi Qing was taken aback. After all, the dragon carp had already recognized its master and was now his weapon. Even though Yin Ruyu possessed formidable cultivation, she should have sensed some resistance if she attempted to forcibly seize the dragon carp. Yet just moments ago, he felt no hint of defiance from it. This implied that the dragon carp did not resist Yin Ruyu. How did this woman achieve such a feat? Gently caressing the divine weapon in her hand, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. It was the first time Yi Qing had witnessed her in such a manner. Igniting a spark of curiosity within him, this sword seemed to possess an extraordinary bond with Yin Ruyu. Have you chosen him as your master? Do you truly believe he is worthy? Yin Ruyu murmured, her delicate fingers gliding over the straight sword's blade, as if she were caressing a beloved. Such tenderness emanating from Yin Ruyu left Yi Qing questioning whether he was mistaken about her character. After a brief moment, Yin Ruyu waved her hand, returning the dragon carp to Yi Qing. Turning her head, their faces nearly touched, and the intoxicating scent of liquor wafted towards Yi Qing, causing him to furrow his brow. This sword requires the essence of dragons and phoenixes to be honed. In this world, such materials are now extinct. With a sigh, Yin Ruyu continued, prompting Yi Qing to hastily avert his gaze, overwhelmed by the potent aroma that threatened to intoxicate him. If one day that essence were to return, perhaps it could regain its former brilliance. What essence? Yi Qing inquired urgently. Primordial chaos. Yin Ruyu's countenance turned grave as she uttered those words, only to revert to her previous tipsy demeanor. Releasing Yi Qing's shoulder and wobbling back to her table, that is a matter far removed from us. There is no need for you to dwell on it. The most pressing concern now is your cultivation. You have already broken through to the spirit-building realm. The next step is to observe the divine embryo and condense your spirit soul. When you are prepared, you can directly observe this red flower tree. It is an ancient Kunwu wood, an excellent source for spirit soul. As she spoke, Yin Ruyu yawned and continued to lay down to sleep. Yi Qing raised his gaze to the towering tree that obscured the sky. feeling a mix of astonishment. This seemingly ordinary tree was indeed Yin Ruoyu's divine weapon. She had once transformed it into a long sword. However, Yi Qing was taken aback to learn that it was, in fact, ancient Kunwu wood. Although Yi Qing had not been cultivating for long, he had grasped some fundamental principles of the cultivation path. Upon reaching the spirit-building realm, practitioners were required to observe the divine embryo and refine their spirit soul. Only with a spirit soul could one condense the primordial embryo. The observation of the divine embryo had no strict requirements. According to the understanding within the cultivation world, everything in existence possessed its own spiritual resonance. Referred to as the divine embryo, through observation, cultivators could transform this divine embryo into a spirit soul, which would aid in condensing the primordial embryo. Although all things possessed spirit, cultivators often preferred to observe rarer entities, such as divine weapons, precious stones, or extraordinary beasts. The more precious the item, the more perfect its inherent spiritual resonance. Observing these objects yielded the purest spirit souls. The purer the spirit soul, the higher the likelihood of successfully condensing the primordial embryo in the future. Spirit souls were categorized according to their colors, with purple being the lowest grade and white the highest. Naturally, to enhance the odds of success in condensing the primordial embryo, most practitioners would opt to observe multiple spirit souls for backup. Typically, a person could observe up to 9 types of spirit souls, while only one was needed for the condensation of the primordial embryo. Once the primordial embryo was successfully formed, the remaining spirit souls would dissipate. Thus, practitioners above the primordial embryo realm would usually possess only one spirit soul, whereas those in the spirit-building realm could hold multiple spirit souls simultaneously. Yet at this stage, these spirit souls could only serve as a means of attack, offering little significant aid. For instance, Yin Ruoyu had already surpassed the primordial embryo realm. She could even externalize her spirit soul, transforming it into this red flower tree for others to observe. Many strong practitioners, upon dying, would see their spirit souls transform into their original form, remaining in place. Within the Butian Pavilion, there existed a grove for storing the spirit souls left behind by the deceased, available for later disciples to observe. Yi Qing had initially considered visiting that place, but now that he was aware that Yin Ruoyu possessed Kunwu wood, he had no intention of seeking elsewhere. This was indeed an ancient divine tree, with inherent spiritual resonance that made it the ideal choice for observation. Returning to his chamber, Yi Qing realized he needed to make some preparations before beginning his observation of the divine embryo. After reaching the spirit-building realm, a spirit seal would form on his chest, marking his advancement and representing the essence of his cultivation. Although Yi Qing did not require the cultivation of spiritual energy, the chaotic energy that had gathered would also coalesce here. To observe the divine embryo, he needed to implant the spirit seal into his spirit sea and activate his divine eye to perceive the resonance of things. Chapter 33. I encountered a ghost. Yi Qing sat upright at the edge of his bed, a pale hue flickering across his skin. On his chest, the brilliant spirit seal began to move slowly. Though the pace was unhurried, it posed no difficulty. After several hours, the spirit seal finally converged at Yi Qing's brow. Within the spirit sea, chaos reigned. A misty white fog lay still. Suddenly, a radiant mark emerged, and the entire spirit sea surged with tumultuous waves. The white mist churned as if attempting to expel the spirit seal. Yi Qing activated his cultivation technique, unleashing the chaotic power from within him. The white mist quickly transformed into a grayish hue, gradually sinking into silence. Then, the mark descended from above, plunging into the spirit sea. The boiling spirit sea instantly settled into tranquility. Yi Qing sensed as if a second pair of eyes had awakened within his mind, allowing him to observe the condition of his own body with clarity. Alas, these dilapidated meridians! With a single glance, Yi Qing discerned the blockages throughout his meridians. In a wonder others regarded him as a waste. His meridians were not only blocked but also exceedingly narrow. If normal individuals' meridians resembled blood vessels, his were akin to mere strands of hair. Even if his meridians were not blocked, their current state implied that his potential was among the worst. The wider the meridians, the faster the cultivation. Under such circumstances, it seemed he would struggle to reach the spirit-building realm in a lifetime. Yi Qing shook his head slightly, realizing that if not for his possession of the wasteland meridian, he would have likely resigned himself to a life devoid of cultivation. After pondering for a moment, He rose and stepped outside. It was now deep into the night, and the sky was dotted with stars, twinkling like distant lights through the dense red flowers. Yi Ching approached the massive tree, sitting cross-legged beneath it. The instant he closed his eyes, the entire tree materialized in his mind. However, at that moment, the tree appeared transparent. Within its trunk flowed liquid, forming distinct pathways. A sense of ancient history washed over him. As the flowing light was slow yet enduring, it rose from the ground and, alongside the falling petals, merged into the earth, cycling perpetually in this manner. Life blossomed, never ceasing, an endless flow of vitality. Outside the courtyard, Yin Ruyu held a wine cup, gazing up at the sky. Each twinkling star seemed to represent a long-lost acquaintance, and a hint of nostalgia graced her face. Through the vicissitudes of time, only the eternal remains, neither extinguished nor reborn. A gentle voice echoed in Yi Ching's ears. He closed his eyes in concentration. Yet it felt as if he could see the boundless starry sky. Deep within the starry expanse stood a withered tree, seemingly transcending a millennium. The tree bore no trace of greenery, yet stood steadfast. In that darkness, only the scattered starlight granted him the motivation to grow and move forward. Suddenly, Yin Ruyu turned her gaze, fixing it upon Yi Ching, who was seated beneath the tree. Her expression softened considerably. "You truly can do it. No wonder you resemble him so closely." Yin Ruyu murmured softly in Yi Ching's mind. Blossoms of red flowers unfurled, transforming into an endless river, followed by a flurry of snowflakes. The starlight seemed to shift and change, embodying trees, flowers, rivers, and all things. They reflected the heavens and the earth while simultaneously merging with them. The Kunwo would reached high into the heavens, plucking stars while connecting with the earth, supporting the sun and moon. His spiritual resonance stemmed from the transformation of heaven and earth, as well as from the landscapes he had witnessed. Yi Ching abruptly opened his eyes, and behind him, a red flower tree blossomed. Upon its branches rested a myriad of stars, illuminating the tree with a resplendent glow. Impressive comprehension? Yin Ruyu entered, carrying a wine jug. She cast a glance at Yi Ching before making her way to her room. "Thank you, master, for your guidance." Yi Ching bowed respectfully. Yet Yin Ruyu offered no further words. This time, however, she did respond with a nod. As Yi Ching watched her solitary figure retreat, warmth blossomed within his heart. His master, it seemed, was not entirely unreliable after all. At least occasionally, one can still offer guidance to oneself. He gently shook his head, and the spirit behind him manifested. After observing for a while, Yi Ching returned to his room, thoroughly satisfied. Little did he expect that his first observation would go so smoothly, which elevated his mood immensely. As the night passed, the following morning, upon waking, he was greeted by the sound of weeping emanating from the courtyard. He opened the door to find that Qingqing had arrived, her tear-streaked face resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Beside her, Yin Ruyu was comforting the young girl, though it was meant to be consolation. Yi Ching couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was taking advantage of the situation, especially as the corners of Yin Ruyu's mouth seemed to stretch nearly to her ears. Yi Ching quickly interjected. "Qingqing, what is the matter?" Hearing his voice, Qingqing snapped to attention, struggling to break free from Yin Ruyu's embrace, and rushed toward Yi Ching, throwing herself into his arms. "Brother Yi Ching, I encountered a ghost. That broken sword is so terrifying. A very scary ghost is clinging to me." Qingqing trembled all over, burying her small head deeply into Yi Ching's embrace, which made Yin Ruyu beside them grind her teeth in frustration, her demeanor suggesting she might tear Yi Ching apart. Ignoring the woman, Yi Ching comforted Qingqing while inquiring about the details. Through her sobs, Qingqing furtively lifted her head to glance behind her, only to dive back into Yi Ching's arms, her small hand trembling as she pointed behind her. "The ghost, it's still here. So frightening, along with that sword." Yi Ching turned to look, but found nothing around them. At that moment, Yin Ruyu spoke up. "I told you to bring that broken sword back yesterday. Why did you give it to this little girl? Just look at how frightened she is. How pitiful." As she said this, Yin Ruyu approached with a benevolent expression, reaching out to pull Qingqing closer, saying, "Little girl, don't cry. Boys and girls shouldn't be too close. Come here and cry with me." Yi Ching was left speechless, so now, this woman was concerned about propriety? Just yesterday, she had no qualms about pulling back her own covers. Ching paid no heed to Yin Ruyu, continuing to cry, "It's all right, Ching, that isn't a ghost. It's just an old man who needs your help. If you assist him in finding the other half of the broken sword, he will leave." As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, Yin Ruyu gasped in surprise. "How do you know this? Can you see that old fellow too? That shouldn't be possible. You are not the sword's master." While saying this, Yin Ruyu fixed her gaze intently on Yi Qing's eyes, scrutinizing him for a long while before speaking again. "Can you see that old man?" Yi Qing shook his head. "Then how do you know about him?" I heard about it." Yi Qing feigned ignorance, aware he was not going to escape her scrutiny. However, after a few more glances, Yin Ruyu ceased her questioning and turned back to Ching with a smile, reaching out to pull her closer while continuing to spout nonsense about propriety, which irritated Yi Qing. Fortunately, Ching had a great deal of trust in him, clinging tightly to Yi Qing and refusing to let go. Seeing this, Yi Qing's mind began to churn with ideas. He smiled gently, reassuring Ching, "Do not be afraid, that old man is not a ghost. He merely requires your assistance, and he will not harm you." After much comforting, Ching gradually calmed down, though she remained nestled in Yi Qing's arms, unwilling to look behind her, as if the ghost were still by her side. Observing this, Yi Qing continued to soothe her until she was settled. Only then did he lean closer to Yin Ruyu and say, "Master, a splendid opportunity has arisen." Yin Ruyu shot Yi Qing a glance, her expression one of annoyance. "What opportunity, master? This little girl also needs to observe the divine fetus." "You might as well guide her a bit," Yi Qing suggested, glancing at the enormous red flowering tree nearby, which was unmistakably a relic of ancient times. This was the legendary Kunwu tree. Could there be an existence older than this within the Pavilion of Heaven Repair? Most likely not. Humph, she already has a master. Does she need me to worry? Yin Ruyu replied, her tone overly proud as she lifted her wine jug to her lips. The sight of her fair neck made Yi Qing swallow hard. "Master, this is precisely the moment for you to build rapport with Ching. By assisting her now, she will surely develop a favorable impression of you, making future dealings much simpler. Wouldn't you agree?" Yin Ruyu snapped back to attention, casting Yi Qing a cold glance. She had already discerned his intentions. He was eyeing her Kunwu tree. However, this idea of his was rather astute. This could indeed foster a better relationship with the girl. With that thought, Yin Ruyu clapped Yi Qing on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, good disciple, your idea is splendid. I shall make an exception and guide her a bit. However, she does not need to observe my Kunwu tree." As she spoke, a sly smile crept across her face. "Doesn't she have that old man? Observing him directly would be far superior to this." "Ah?" Yi Qing was taken aback. "The divine fetus can be observed in a person too?" Yin Ruyu scoffed. "Who told you it must be a person? Ghosts are excluded as well. I never claimed he was a ghost." Yin Ruyu furtively glanced at Ching before leaning in close to Yi Qing's ear, her expression turning mysterious. "That old man is a demonic beast, an ancient relic." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's face transformed in shock to an ancient relic. In this world today, while there are many demonic beasts, those with ancient bloodlines are quite rare. As for the relics of ancient times, they have nearly become extinct. Such beings, born of the world's fortune, embody the essence of heaven and earth. Not only would observing them yield exceptional quality, but even viewing their images would provide invaluable insights. Almost every sect would preserve some images or statues of ancient relics, even if they were poorly crafted. Observing them would serve as a backup option. Now, Ching was able to witness the soul of an ancient relic. That was practically equivalent to seeing its true form. Observing such a being would undoubtedly yield unmatched divine essence. "Then, master, you must assist in this matter." Yi Qing understood that given Ching's current state, even a glance at that ghost would terrify her. For her to observe it was utterly impossible. This was a task only Yin Ruyu could undertake. "Do not think of me as your assistant. This observation task is beyond my capabilities. I can only guide you because you are observing my soul," Yin Ruyu replied, her demeanor shifting as she took Yi Qing's arm and walked toward Ching. "However, this suggestion originated from me, so you must explain it clearly to this little girl." Watching Yin Ruyu bask in her own glory, Yi Qing felt exasperated. This woman genuinely seemed to have developed a fondness for Ching. Nevertheless, he could not voice his thoughts, only nodding in agreement. Then, Yi Qing relayed Yin Ruyu's words to Ching. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing that she was to observe that ghost, the little girl was adamantly opposed. Yi Qing spent considerable time gently persuading her. But in the end, he could only agree to accompany her, which reluctantly allowed her to agree to observe the ancient relic. Yi Qing found it quite amusing. It was his first encounter with someone needing to be cajoled into practicing. However, in Yin Ruyu's eyes, this was a testament to Yi Qing's prowess in wooing. To so easily coax the little girl into compliance was a talent she lacked. As they watched Qingqing nervously close her eyes, the two stood vigil beside her. Yet moments later, they were both taken aback. Behind Qingqing, a magnificent golden beast began to materialize. The creature had 3 eyes and bore a resemblance to a qilin, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly. Though it stood only half a person tall, its aura radiated an imposing majesty, exuding an air that repelled all evils merely by its presence. What is this? Tianlu, also known as the Bixia, an ancient divine beast. Yin Ruyu spoke coldly, yet her heart was in a state of utter astonishment. This little girl was observing an ancient relic so effortlessly, from her entering meditation to the manifestation of her soul. It took just a few breaths. Who could achieve such speed in observation? When Yi Qing had observed earlier, it took him over half an hour, and while Yin Ruyu deemed his comprehension exceptional, in truth, his speed surpassed most. Yet compared to this little girl, Yi Qing's pace seemed dreadfully slow. Having lived for thousands of years, Yin Ruyu had witnessed countless prodigies and exceptional talents, but she had never encountered anyone who could condense their soul so rapidly. Even those ancient relics themselves required a degree of time to comprehend their own forms, despite their intimate knowledge of their physical structures. Yet, in this instance, Qingqing accomplished it in the blink of an eye. Even if this little girl were truly a Tianlu divine beast, surely she could not achieve such swiftness. In contrast to Yin Ruyu's languid observation of Qingqing, Yi Qing is presently far more captivated by that ethereal spirit. Is that not the Tianlu, the primordial divine beast? Master, may I observe her spirit? Yi Qing inquired with eager anticipation, his gaze fixated upon the magnificent Tianlu. No, Yin Ruyu replied, the spirit she has summoned is still in its nascent form. Devoid of any true essence, do not harbor such hopes, unless you are willing to wait until she reaches my level of cultivation. Yin Ruyu remarked with a playful smile, as if she had more to say. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's spirits deflated. How long would it take for Qingqing to reach the realm of Yin Ruyu? Given Qingqing's innate talent, it shouldn't be long. Yet, it would still take at least a century or so. Yi Qing could scarcely afford to wait. What, is my spirit still insufficient for your satisfaction? Are you still longing to observe other things? Yin Ruyu's tone grew noticeably colder, sensing Yi Qing's discontent. No, I merely thought of exploring multiple options to enhance the likelihood of successfully condensing my primordial fetus in the future. Yi Qing hurriedly explained, insatiable greed, and hypocritical to boot. Yin Ruyu scoffed, turning to sit beneath a tree. In the next instant, she raised her hand slightly, and a celestial expanse manifested above the red flower tree. Darkness swiftly enveloped the entire Batian pavilion. Countless disciples gazed upward, awestruck by the myriad stars, which felt like piercing gazes, suffocating them with their weight. Yi Qing's heart raced. This was the true visage of the Kunwu tree. Earlier, during his observations, he had glimpsed the authentic form of the Kunwu tree. The divine tree, Kunwu, is said to connect heaven and earth, rising beneath the Kunlun Emperor and supporting the vast sky. Some claim it bridges the path to immortality. Yet none have ever laid eyes upon it as he beheld Yin Ruyu's spirit before him. Yi Qing perceived his own fragment of spirit as nothing more than a fragile sapling. Only such a colossal entity as the Kunwu could be rightfully called a divine tree. Meanwhile, within the Batian pavilion, countless disciples and elders looked skyward. What on earth was that madwoman up to? It seemed to be morning. She wouldn't have indulged too much again, would she? Quickly, inform the headmaster to investigate. We must prevent any calamity. Just as chaos ensued, a terrifying pressure descended. Many people looked up, only to fall into stunned silence. Hurry, summon the headmaster. That woman has lost her mind. By the heavens, why would she bring forth the Star Palace? If it falls, we are all finished. Outside the main hall of the Batian pavilion, Ing Shuntian gazed in disbelief at the distant sky, his mind numbed. What was this woman plotting? Who had the audacity to provoke her? Just then, his wife, Yin Ruxin, stormed over. her face flushed with anger. This is outrageous. Qingqing has vanished again. It must be that scoundrel Yi Qing's doing. I shall demand an explanation from Yin Ruyu. Huh? What's this? Yin Ruxin's furious complaints abruptly halted as she froze in shock. What was that madwoman up to? Who had dared to provoke her? Ying Shuntian, appearing helpless, shrugged. Who knows? But why are you still standing there? Hurry and check it out. If the Star Palace falls, the entire Butian Pavilion will be doomed. Are you brave enough to go? Ying Shuntian lamented, glancing at Yin Ruxin. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruxin became speechless. Indeed, who would dare? That was the imperial weapon of the Star Palace. On Qixia Peak, Yi Qing stared at the colossal palace obscuring the sun above him. Trembling involuntarily, it was not fear, for even if Yin Ruyu were to descend into madness, such suddenness seemed unlikely. It was merely a primal instinct. The palace emanated an indescribable allure, compelling one to kneel in reverence. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the disciples and elders within the Butian Pavilion had already knelt down. The imperial weapon carried the might of the emperor, overshadowing all beneath its grandeur in its presence. All living beings could only bow their heads. At present, Yi Qing remained standing solely because the imperial weapon was in Yin Ruyu's possession. Stop dawdling, observe. Yin Ruyu's voice urged, jolting Yi Qing from his reverie. She had unveiled the imperial weapon solely for his observation. In that moment, Yi Qing felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Yin Ruyu. Though she exhibited peculiarities, her intentions towards him were undeniably benevolent. Yi Qing promptly sat cross-legged. Observing this, Yin Ruyu breathed a sigh of relief, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She exerted herself to suppress the overwhelming might of the imperial weapon. At that moment, Yi Qing found himself equally strained. As his gaze met the imperial weapon, an immense pressure bore down upon him, as if seeking to shatter him into fragments. He felt his spiritual sea contract instantaneously, and the spirit seal lost its luster. Blood tears streamed from his eyes. To observe an imperial weapon was not a privilege granted to ordinary individuals. Across the 9 provinces, few possessed imperial weapons, and even fewer had the chance to observe one. Imperial weapons embodied the majesty of emperors. No common person dared to meet their gaze, let alone observe them. To forcefully attempt to observe an imperial weapon risked obliteration of one's soul. Ancient clans could only craft replicas of imperial weapons for their descendants to observe. And even then, only the most exceptional disciples were chosen for such an honor. With this opportunity before him, Yi Qing knew he could not let it slip away. Though he felt as if his body were on the brink of rupture, he gritted his teeth and persisted against the overwhelming power, which seemed intent on tearing him apart. The resounding echoes of the Tao resonated within him, causing blood to flow from all 7 orifices. Suddenly, a starry expanse materialized in his mind. The multitude of stars converged, weaving intricate and convoluted paths, resembling an exceedingly complex Tao pattern. The imperial weapon suspended in the sky seemed to resonate, trembling slightly. Yin Ruyu sighed softly, her complexion paled. It appears my gamble has paid off. As darkness enveloped the Butian Pavilion, countless gazes were fixed upon the majestic palace in the sky, trembling in fear. Suddenly, atop Qixia Peak, a bronze palace gradually materialized. Its appearance closely mirrored that of the imposing Star Palace above, albeit lacking some of its grandeur and significantly smaller in size. Is that the spirit? Who is observing the Star Palace from Qixia Peak? Is that not obvious? It must be that scoundrel Yi Qing. How is it possible for that lad to be so fortunate, to encounter an imperial weapon for observation? I seriously suspect Yi Qing might be that madwoman's illegitimate child. Otherwise, why would she treat him so well, forcibly presenting the imperial weapon for his observation? Do you have any idea how many scions of noble families would envy such treatment? Forget about that. Aren't you curious why Yi Qing is able to observe the imperial weapon? That is indeed an imperial weapon. Now that you mention it, there is something amiss. Is it possible his talent is genuinely that extraordinary? How many noble scions would dare to observe an imperial weapon? Yet he has done it. Moreover, he achieved success. Unless he is the reincarnation of an emperor. I firmly believe this lad is the destined child. Otherwise, how could his talent be explained? Indeed, think about it. He has only been at the Butian Pavilion for a few days. On the first day, he entered the 8th level of the Martial Tao Pavilion. A place even the headmaster cannot access, correct? On the second day, he crossed a major realm, breaking through to the spirit-building realm. Such cultivation speed is unheard of. Today is merely the third day, and he has begun observing an imperial weapon and succeeded. He is constantly redefining our understanding. If he is not the destined child, I refuse to believe it. You seem to have overlooked a detail. From the appearance of the Star Palace to his successful observation and manifestation of his spirit, it seems only a quarter of an hour has passed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence. The duration of Yi Qing's observation was far too brief, especially for an imperial weapon. Only one explanation could account for such rapidity. This lad had encountered the Star Palace before and was quite familiar with it. I told you he must be that madwoman's illegitimate child. The Star Palace has always been in her possession. No one else has ever seen it. This lad is undoubtedly her illegitimate offspring. Indeed, that madwoman's talent is otherworldly. It is only natural she would bear such an extraordinary son. Truly, if this lad had not slept with the Star Palace since childhood, he could not have completed his observation and condensed his spirit so swiftly. Meanwhile, outside the main hall of the Butian Pavilion, Ying Shuntian gazed at Qixia Peak, recognizing the familiar spirit, and fell into a daze. Why, lady, what is happening here? Could it really be Yin Ruyu's child? As Ying Shuntian's words left his lips, he couldn't help but chuckle. Would that madwoman ever be interested in men? Would she bear children for another? Such a notion seemed utterly implausible. However, if it were not for this reason, Yi Qing's speed of observation would be somewhat beyond common sense. Even they had never heard of a prodigy from any noble family observing imperial weapons at such a rapid pace. Unless he is a reincarnation of an emperor, Yin Ruxin murmured to herself, startled by her own words, while Ying Shuntian's eyes brightened suddenly, as if awakened from a stupor. No, this lad had communicated with the sky-replenishing stone during his aptitude test a few days prior. Yesterday at the sword pool, it was also the sky-replenishing stone that descended from the heavens to save him. I must go and confirm whether the sky-replenishing stone is still present. As Ying Shuntian spoke, he vanished in an instant. Yin Ruyu gazed blankly at Qixia Peak, her mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Thank you, master. Yi Qing rose respectfully, bowing to Yin Ruyu. This time, his gratitude was genuine. Yin Ruyu weakly waved her hand, remaining silent. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing instantly understood that summoning the imperial weapon had taken quite a toll on Yin Ruyu as well. Feeling a pang of guilt, Yi Qing smiled and moved closer. Master, you have worked hard for your disciple. Allow me to massage your shoulders. As he spoke, Yi Qing positioned himself behind Yin Ruyu. Though she had a fiery temperament, her frail physique felt exceptionally soothing to the touch. Yin Ruyu made no protest, only tilting her head slightly in fatigue. At that moment, Yi Qing felt as if Yin Ruyu had transformed into a different person. The familiar warmth made him feel somewhat uneasy. Their time spent in contact was brief, yet he sensed that everything he had just done flowed as smoothly as if he had performed it countless times before, without a hint of discomfort. Shaking his head, Yi Qing finally noticed the distant Qingqing, who was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. He cast a glance at Yin Ruyu. Master, is Qingqing all right? Yin Ruyu shook her head, took a hearty gulp from the wine jug on the table, and appeared to regain some vigor. She was merely continuing her breakthrough. It seemed that old man had bestowed upon her many valuable items. Hearing this, Yi Qing sighed in relief. Master, you seem quite familiar with that broken sword? Yin Ruyu lifted her head, her swan-like neck as smooth as jade. She appeared to have never considered Yi Qing an outsider, showing no signs of defensiveness whatsoever. Through the loose collar of her robe, Yi Qing felt he could see everything. Yin Ruyu gazed at Yi Qing's eyes for a long while before suddenly breaking into a soft laugh, her slightly tipsy beauty blooming like a vibrant red flower. Can't you see that, old man? Why ask me? Yi Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, acutely aware that Yin Ruyu had caught him sneaking a glance. Yet her demeanor was oddly peculiar, according to her character. Shouldn't she have exploded in rage and struck him down? No, her attitude towards him felt entirely out of character. Yi Qing pondered, letting out a helpless sigh. Master, everyone has their secrets. Your disciple only has a vague understanding and hopes you can enlighten me. Yin Ruyu lowered her head, her slender fingers tracing the wine jug, as red petals drifted into it. Moments later, a rich aroma wafted from the jug, Drink it. It will be beneficial for you. Yin Ruyu offered the wine jug to Yi Qing. Hesitating for a moment, Yi Qing eventually accepted it. Master, this won't get me drunk in one sip, will it? No. Yin Ruyu waved her hand dismissively. Yi Qing wasted no time and gulped it down. He knew that Yin Ruyu's wines were celestial brews, immensely nourishing for cultivation. The wine slid down his throat smoothly, its rich flavor lingering like fresh water, not at all harsh. However, moments later, a surge of energy shot straight to his crown, and Yi Qing suddenly felt darkness envelop him. Collapsing onto the ground, this wine isn't strong at all. Seeing this, Yin Ruyu, puzzled, took the jug and downed the remaining contents in one go. She smacked her lips and glared disdainfully at Yi Qing. TSK, and you call yourself a man, yet your tolerance is so poor. With that, she hoisted Yi Qing and carried him toward his room. After tossing Yi Qing onto the bed, Yin Ruyu returned to the courtyard. Staring blankly at Qin Sheng, who was meditating nearby, gradually closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. Time passed, and Yi Qing finally awoke, his head still slightly foggy. He rubbed his forehead. Brother Yi Qing, you're awake? Qin Sheng's little face suddenly appeared before him. Yi Qing glanced around, realizing he was in his own room, feeling relieved. But soon after, he became anxious. That woman, Yin Ruyu, didn't do anything strange to Qin Sheng, did she? He abruptly sat up. Grasping Qin Sheng's shoulders. Qin Sheng, that woman didn't do anything odd to you, did she? Qin Sheng shook her head in confusion. When I woke up, Master Yin was asleep in the courtyard. I came to your room to check and saw you still sleeping. So I waited here. Chapter 37. So exquisite, so majestic. Thankfully, Yi Qing sighed in relief. Sitting up, it was then that he noticed a faint mist surrounding Qin Sheng. He couldn't see through her cultivation level, meaning she had surpassed him. Qin Sheng, what is your current realm? Yi Qing quickly inquired. Let me think. Qin Sheng bit her nails, contemplating the cultivation methods her master had taught her. It should be the pinnacle of the spirit establishment realm. Yi Qing almost spat out his drink. This is a reincarnation of a celestial being. He had already found it alarming that he had crossed a major realm in a day, but this girl had jumped 3 major realms in just 3 days. From a mortal who had never touched cultivation to the pinnacle of the spirit establishment realm. What an extraordinary prodigy! If Qin Sheng's current cultivation were to be seen by the disciples of any sect, they would likely give up on their own cultivation on the spot. This is what it means to have heaven-defying talent. She practices cultivation by days, while others measure it by years. Goodness, at this rate, she might condense her primordial spirit by tomorrow. Realizing this, Yi Qing felt he had underestimated her. If this pace continued, in a month, this girl would directly attain enlightenment and declare herself an emperor. However, after some thought, Yi Qing found it unlikely. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more difficult it becomes. Perhaps her rapid advancement was merely a phase. Comforting himself, Yi Qing took Qin Sheng's hand and led her out of the room. The sky outside was painted with crimson clouds. It was already evening. Yi Qing hadn't expected to have slept an entire day. It seemed he could no longer trust Yin Ruyu's words. Those wines, which she drank like water, still knocked him out after just 1 cup. Gazing at Yin Ruyu, who was fast asleep with her head resting on the table, Yi Qing quietly approached and draped a robe over her. Qin Sheng, you've been out for a day. You should head back soon so that your master won't worry. Yi Qing turned to Qin Sheng. But the little girl was still reluctant to leave. I'm scared. Qin Sheng pointed behind her, revealing that the eerie spirit was still present. Yet after observing it for a while, she seemed to have grown accustomed to it. However, facing that spirit alone still filled her with trepidation. It's all right. Just don't look at it. Besides, it won't harm you. Yi Qing reassured her, glancing at the spirit behind Qin Sheng. He cupped his hands and addressed the spirit. Junior promises to assist you in retrieving the other half of the broken sword. Please rest assured. You. A strange and sharp sound echoed in the air, resembling the wind, yet colder. Qin Sheng, frightened, quickly nestled into Yi Qing's embrace, cautiously peeking back at the dark figure. It was still there, but its appearance seemed less terrifying than before. Resembling the old man she had seen in the sword pool, just as Yi Qing managed to calm Qin Sheng down, they were met by Yang Huang, who walked in. Senior sister, what brings you here? Are you here to fetch Qin Sheng? Yi Qing hurriedly welcomed Yang Huang inside. Not really. It's because of you that there was such a commotion today. Sigh. Yang Huang secretly glanced at Yin Ruyu, speaking in a hushed tone. The master and the chief instructor were too afraid to come and check, so they sent me to inquire. Yang Huang spoke cautiously, lowering her voice by Yin Ruyu, all right. Seeing Yang Huang's demeanor, Yi Qing couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed the people from the sky replenishing pavilion truly feared Yin Ruyu. Was this woman really that terrifying? Even Yang Huang felt this way. She's fine. No need to worry. Yi Qing poured some tea. Oh, that's good. Yang Huang sighed in relief. Then her expression turned curious. Did Master Yin allow you to observe the imperial weapon today? Did you succeed in your observation? Yi Qing nodded, raising his hand as a miniature version of the Star Palace slowly materialized behind him. Watching the lifelike Star Palace, Yang Huang's eyes sparkled with starlight. This was her first time witnessing this legendary imperial weapon up close. Her excitement made her unable to resist reaching out, but she quickly realized her breach of etiquette. The soul is the secret of another. How could it tolerate others' touch? Apologies. It's just that it's my first time seeing an imperial weapon up close, and I was a bit too curious. Yang Huang's face flushed with embarrassment as she spoke with deep regret. It's all right, senior sister. If you like it, you may touch it freely. Then I shall take a moment to feel it. Unable to resist the curiosity within her, Yang Huang extended her hand. Yi Qing felt a sudden jolt, as though his very soul had been grasped. That sensation coursed through his entire being, causing him to tremble involuntarily. I apologize. I will be gentler. Yang Huang quickly responded upon noticing his reaction. Having practiced for a considerable time, she was well aware of the taboos surrounding the spirit. Her delicate fingers softened considerably. How exquisite! How majestic! Yang Huang marveled, her eyes shimmering with wonder. The mere thought of holding such a treasure filled her with excitement. Qingcheng, you should also have a feel. This is a rare gem, Yang Huang exclaimed, pulling the nearby Qingcheng closer. The two young girls' beautiful eyes sparkled as if they beheld a magnificent work of art. Oh, Qingcheng, be gentle. Don't hurt Yi Qing, Yang Huang cautioned. Startled, Qingcheng jumped at the sudden admonition. Just as the two were lost in admiration, an angry roar echoed from outside. You two rebellious disciples, come out at once. Master? Yang Huang gasped, turning in shock to see Yin Ruxin standing at the door. Her face flushed as she prepared to scold them. She froze upon witnessing Yi Qing and the others standing there, utterly bewildered. Upon glancing behind Yi Qing, she seemed to grasp the situation. Master, what brings you here? Ahem. I noticed you hadn't returned for quite some time. So I came to check on you, Yin Ruxin replied, her complexion rosy, her gaze evasive. All right, now return with me immediately. Hurry. She appeared somewhat flustered and, with that, turned on her heel and vanished. Yang Huang and the others were left feeling utterly perplexed. Subsequently, the two young girls bid Yi Qing farewell and departed. Yi Qing, observing Yin Ruyu asleep with her head resting on the table, let out a soft sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he gently lifted her into his arms. Clad in a crimson dress, her skin as white as jade, everything about Yin Ruyu seemed perfectly harmonious in slumber. She appeared no different from an ordinary woman, the air of dominance and arrogance seemingly dissipating, leaving only the delicate, tender grace of a maiden. Without overthinking, Yi Qing carried Yin Ruyu back to her room, tucked her in, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Ying Shuntian was experiencing a fortuitous night, as the old tree finally blossomed. After years of steadfast devotion to his beautiful wife, tonight she had finally succumbed to shyness after a visit to Yin Ruyu's abode, leaving him bewildered as to why she hadn't caused a ruckus this time. Chapter 38. Urgent summons from the sect, Ding. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated Qixia Peak, the vibrant red flowers bloomed brilliantly. The long peal of the bell stirred Yi Qing from his slumber. He abruptly sat up, donned his attire, and stepped out of his room. Yin Ruyu was already seated in the courtyard, her eyes still dreamy, indicating she had likely indulged quite a bit. Master, what is happening? Yi Qing approached, the lingering sound of the bell still echoing in his ears, as if striking directly at the soul, awakening him considerably. The sect has issued an urgent summons. Something significant must have occurred. Yin Ruyu replied nonchalantly, yawning widely, her expression showing displeasure. So early in the morning, they won't even let anyone sleep. Given the chance, I shall smash that wretched bell. At her words, Yi Qing shot her an exasperated glance. This woman truly seemed unconcerned about the matters of the Batian Pavilion. Despite the urgent summons, she displayed no sense of urgency. Currently, you are the head of Qixia Peak. You should go and take a look. I'm tired and need to rest, Yin Ruyu declared, then promptly laid her head on the table. Wei Yiqing was taken aback. Had she made him the peak master merely to indulge in laziness? Just then, shouts from the disciples sounded from outside. Yi Shishu, the sect has issued an urgent summons. Please proceed to the grand hall at once. Rubbing his temples, Yiqing exited the courtyard, only to see a figure vanish in an instant. With a resigned shake of his head, he soared towards the grand hall. Shortly after, upon his arrival, all 8 peak elders had already gathered. As Yiqing entered, all eyes instantly focused on him, their gazes piercing as if attempting to see through him. At that moment, Yiqing felt a surge of discomfort. The intensity of their scrutiny was akin to that directed at an unparalleled beauty, leaving him feeling quite uneasy, especially under the gaze of a group of old men. However, before he could express his discontent, Ing Shuntian spoke up. Ahem, Yiqing has arrived. Come in. Now that all 8 peak masters are present, let us begin. Ing Shuntian continued, casting a sidelong glance at Yiqing. Last night, a secret realm was discovered in the southern region of the Martial Kingdom. It has been ascertained that it belongs to a powerful being from the celestial realm. Presently, sects from the Martial Kingdom and neighboring nations have already dispatched personnel. We, too, must not lag behind. According to intel, the secret realm is protected by ancient prohibitions, allowing only those below the Yuan Tai realm to enter. Thus, I have summoned you all to notify you that each peak should send 3 disciples to represent our Batian Pavilion in exploring this secret realm. Prepare accordingly. We depart in 3 days. As Ing Xuantian's words concluded, the elders hastily rose and departed. A secret realm left by a celestial being undoubtedly contained numerous treasures. Such explorations were typically claimed by whoever managed to seize them. Hence, each peak must approach this with caution and prepare in advance. Just as Yiqing was about to leave, Ing Shuntian suddenly called out to him, Yiqing, stay. Yiqing paused in surprise and turned. Observing that once all the elders had left, Ing Shuntian finally spoke. Wei Yiqing, initially, I did not wish for you to partake in this expedition. As the sole disciple of Qixia Peak, your involvement could pose significant risks. Therefore, you may discuss this matter with Ruyu. If you prefer not to go, she can speak on your behalf. Ing Shuntian sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. To be honest, I had no intention of bringing you along. It was the insistence of the elders. Though I am the sect leader, I cannot act unilaterally in such a vast sect. They are well aware of Qixia Peak circumstances yet still propose your participation. You should understand their intentions. Each peak can dispatch at least 3 individuals, while you have only yourself, which is clearly a disadvantage. Ing Shuntian gazed at Yiqing, speaking slowly, the choice is yours. If you do not wish to go, let Ruyu speak. They would not dare to object. Yiqing raised his head, locking eyes with Ing Shuntian. Master, you are aware of their attitudes towards me yet remain silent, allowing them to subtly undermine the disciples of the sect. Is that truly appropriate? Yiqing felt a surge of frustration. It was evident from Ing Xuantian's words that he was fully aware of the elders' intentions, yet he had never intervened. As a sect leader, such passivity seemed rather cowardly. Ing Shuntian regarded Yiqing with surprise before letting out a sigh, pulling him into the main hall. The Batian Pavilion is not as idyllic as you may think. Where there are people, there are conflicts. To maintain the status quo of the Batian Pavilion, many matters must be overlooked. You may possess extraordinary talent, but I cannot afford to offend all the elders for your sake. Even your master, who is often headstrong, would not dare act against these elders. Despite your reincarnation as an emperor with unparalleled gifts, you remain less significant to us than the sect itself, for the sect is an integral part of our lives. While you are but a transient visitor, the truth may be harsh, yet it is undeniably real. Yiqing lowered his head, remaining silent, for he understood that in this world, strength was paramount. However, beyond strength, most individuals still depended on their sect for survival. Although Ing Shuntian had the power to suppress those elders, he could not take action against them, for their existence was what upheld the sect. Just as Ing Shuntian had stated, regardless of how exceptional Yiqing's talents were, he shared no ties with these individuals. Even if he achieved the status of an emperor in the future, he could not bring all of Batian Pavilion's members along in ascension. Their roots were firmly planted within the sect, and thus, They prioritized the sect's interests above all else. The sect could invest resources to cultivate him, but would never compromise its overall well-being for his sake. This was not a matter of short-sightedness, but rather an unchangeable reality. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Master. Yi Qing remained silent for a long time before bowing in gratitude. No need for excessive formalities. So, will you go? Ing Shuntian waved his hand, then fixed his sincere gaze on Yi Qing. Why? Yi Qing pondered. At present, he had merely observed the Shen Tai and was still at the first level of the Zhuling realm within the sect. His cultivation could only be regarded as mediocre. As they prepared to explore the mysterious realm, it was inevitable that the other peaks would dispatch their elite disciples, most of whom were in the late stages of the spirit-building realm. Faced with one or two opponents, Yi Qing felt no fear. However, the dread lay in the possibility of a multitude arriving at once. Moreover, aside from the disciples of there would be participants from other sects as well. His adversaries would consist not only of outsiders, but also of his own kin. Chapter 39. The formless divine technique. As Yi Qing pondered, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Notification. By venturing into the mysterious realm, one can obtain the souls of ancient ferocious beasts. If you decline to enter the mysterious realm, you will receive the Cloud Water Sword technique, a profound martial art. Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. Ancient ferocious beasts. Those were remnants renowned alongside ancient divine beasts. Such souls had become nearly extinct in the outside world. How could such entities still exist within the mysterious realm? Without a moment's hesitation upon seeing the notification, Yi Qing decided. Profound martial arts? He was not particularly interested. Martial arts could be acquired anywhere. Yet, the souls of ancient ferocious beasts were a rarity. There was no need for deliberation. Master, I am willing to proceed. Upon hearing this, Ing Shuntian paused slightly. Are you certain? Absolutely. Yi Qing nodded earnestly. Very well then, I have already cautioned you. The rest is for you to navigate with caution. Ing Shuntian sighed and waved his hand. You may return and prepare. Yi Qing cupped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the grand hall, a group of elders approached him. Junior Brother Yi. Congratulations. You successfully observed the Imperial artifact. Junior Brother Yi possesses extraordinary talent, and now with the soul of an Imperial artifact, the future is indeed bright. Junior Brother Yi's prospects are limitless. We extend our heartfelt congratulations once more. Surrounded by the elders, Yi Qing understood their motives. They were not here merely to celebrate. They would gladly see him meet his demise, so why would they come to congratulate him? Their intentions were transparent. They sought something from him. Sure enough, after some pleasantries, the elders finally spoke. Junior Brother Yi, there are no other disciples under the Qixia Peak. Might you consider relinquishing one of your 3 spots? Indeed, Junior Brother Yi, holding all 3 spots is of little use to you. Why not share them with us? Certainly, if you have any requests, please voice them. We would be willing to pay. Yi Qing glanced at the elders present, suppressing a smile. These individuals might even resort to violence against him. Granting them an additional spot would only create more enemies. Such a folly was not in his plans. Just as he was about to refuse their requests, the system notification reappeared. Notification. Engaging in a trade with Qi Cheng will grant you the formless divine technique. Notification. Engaging in a trade with Huang Zhan will grant you the Tianyuan Classic. Notification. Engaging in a trade with Cui Ju will grant you the 5-element sword technique. The arrival of these notifications transformed Yi Qing's predicament. What did he have to fear from one enemy? The true value lay in the martial arts. He instantly adopted a new demeanor, smiling broadly as he addressed them. What my esteemed seniors say makes perfect sense. These 3 spots are of no use to me. Why not each of you share what you can offer in exchange for one? Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. This young man was clearly setting a trap for them. Initially, they intended to purchase a spot, but Yi Qing's proposal had turned it into an auction. He was deliberately inciting internal strife among them to inflate the value of the spots. Cursing him internally, the elders found themselves powerless. After all, this was the secret realm of a powerful figure, and the treasures within were bound to be extraordinary. Gaining an additional spot would significantly enhance their chances of acquiring those treasures. Compelling them to part with their wealth. Junior Brother Yi, I possess a martial art named Qingling. Mastering this technique will allow you to move like lightning, an invaluable method for evasion. Might this be sufficient for one spot? Yi Qing pondered, remaining silent. Junior Brother Yi, I have a high-grade Earth-tier martial art, the Transformation Secret Record. Learning this allows one to alter their form, making it ideal for stealth. Would you find this acceptable? Stand aside, junior brother Yi. I possess the Formless Divine Technique. This is far more valuable than any martial art. Might this suffice for one of your spots? The elders clamored, presenting increasingly valuable items. Gradually, Yi Qing recognized several of the items that had been highlighted by the system notifications. Clearing his throat, he commanded instant silence among the elders. After careful consideration, I believe I shall grant the spots to Senior Brother Qi and Senior Brother Cui. Upon hearing this, the faces of Qi Cheng and Cui Ju lit up with joy. As if the divine techniques they had offered had transformed into mere scraps of paper, Yi Qing gratefully accepted their divine techniques and departed from the gathering. Upon returning to Qixia Peak, he noticed Yin Ruyu still sound asleep and chose not to disturb her, retreating instead to his own chamber. With only 3 days remaining, he needed to seize this time to prepare thoroughly. He picked up the 2 divine techniques he had just acquired, 2 lustrous bones, their surfaces adorned with golden threads depicting intricate patterns. Having previously practiced divine techniques, he was well aware of their profound nature. He immediately commenced his study as he activated his divine sight. The bones in his hand radiated light, and the lines upon them became vividly apparent. Yi Qing, having prior experience, followed the pathways inscribed on the bones and began his cultivation. The strands of golden lines transformed into fine threads, weaving into his body. Soon, he sensed a sensation akin to a worm burrowing within him, leaving behind trails of golden imprints wherever it passed. This was the method of cultivating divine techniques, forming imprints within the body that could summon the forces of heaven and earth when needed. Yi Qing's physique was unique. His blocked meridians actually facilitated the cultivation of divine techniques. Before long, he successfully mastered the Formless Divine Technique. This technique was also one of transformation, albeit far more profound than martial arts. He could not only alter his appearance but even modify his bodily structure. Much like the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, he could mimic both form and essence. Yi Qing opened his eyes, elated. Having long fantasized about possessing the transformative abilities akin to Sun Wukong, he now found himself endowed with such prowess. Eager to test it, he recalled that while the Formless Divine Technique was indeed a divine skill, its rank was not particularly high. It was merely of mid-grade within the profound tier. It was relatively effortless to execute. Glancing around, Yi Qing concentrated. Suddenly, his form became ethereal, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a candlestick. The flickering flame illuminated every corner of the room, a sight so lifelike it was uncanny. With this thought, Yi Qing suddenly devised a plan. Restoring his form, he envisioned Yang Huang's appearance. In the next moment, he became Yang Huang. No, he absolutely did not intend to do anything mischievous. He was merely curious and looked down at himself. However, he soon found himself stunned. Indeed, when faced with something unfamiliar, he could only transform. Frustrated, Yi Qing withdrew the divine technique and restored his original appearance. He then turned his attention to the other divine technique. Chapter 40. Wishing you a safe return. The 5-element sword technique, a high-grade earth-tier divine technique, encompasses 5 sword moves. Yet, it also contains a sword formation that surpasses the heavenly tier. However, mastering this sword formation proves to be quite challenging. Or rather, it is nearly impossible to cultivate, as the formation requires 5 specially crafted divine swords for its execution. Upon merely glancing at the materials required for crafting these 5 divine swords, Yi Qing shook his head in dismay. They consisted entirely of extinct materials: gold-eyed wood, celestial green divine wood, formless fetal liquid, indestructible candle spirit, and divine python. These were all treasures long gone from the world. Known only through legends, it was no wonder that this sword technique, despite its outrageous formation, was merely classified as high-grade within the earth tier. The chances of successfully cultivating this sword formation were virtually non-existent. To gather even one of these divine swords would require immense fortune, let alone assembling the entire formation. Yi Qing sighed and continued to scrutinize the technique. Although the formation was unattainable, the 5 sword moves remained viable. According to the descriptions, these 5 sword moves possessed immense power. After all, being high-grade within the earth tier carried significant merit. After a considerable time, Yi Qing opened his eyes, having successfully mastered the 5-element sword technique. With these skills at his disposal, his upcoming journey into the mysterious realm should prove to be considerably easier. Muttering to himself, Yiqing rose and exited his room. Unbeknownst to him, evening had arrived. The distant sky, ablaze with hues of twilight, painted the sea of clouds of vivid crimson. Beneath the rolling mists, it appeared as though dark currents surged forth. Yiqing inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the courtyard. Yen Ruyu remained blissfully intoxicated, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. Yiqing did not alert him and quietly walked out of the courtyard. He then soared towards Xingyun Peak, where the sect master resided. Isolated from the other 8 peaks. At the same time, Yen Ruxin also resided there. Naturally, Yiqing's purpose for visiting was to seek out Qingcheng. Before departing, he felt it necessary to remind the young girl. He had certainly not considered bringing Qingcheng along. Although the girl possessed extraordinary talent and high cultivation, Yiqing understood that this venture was fraught with peril, with enemies lurking at every turn. Under such circumstances, it was far safer for Qingcheng to remain within the sect. Soon enough, he arrived at Xingyun Peak, in the distance. Atop the mountain, a villa appeared particularly exquisite, adorned with pavilions, towers, and flowing streams. Resembling a noble family's garden. In comparison, the courtyard at Qixia Peak seemed somewhat humble. Disciple Yiqing, seeking an audience with Master Yin. As the master of a peak, Yiqing did not require formal reporting, and he flew straight to the entrance of the villa. Before there was any response from within, a small head popped out from the doorway. Brother Yiqing, it really is you. Qingcheng dashed forward and embraced Yiqing tightly. Indeed, I came to see you. Yiqing affectionately ruffled Qingcheng's hair, but upon raising his head, he found Yen Ruxin glaring at him fiercely. He hurriedly added, primarily, I came to pay my respects to Master Yin. Come in. Standing at the door like this is hardly appropriate, Yen Ruxin huffed, turning back into the villa. Yiqing quickly followed her inside, glancing around to discover Yang Huang also present, which relieved him somewhat. Speak. What brings you here? Yen Ruxin gestured towards a nearby stool and spoke directly. Meanwhile, Qingcheng had sprinted into Yen Ruxin's room, rummaging through boxes until she retrieved a box of tea leaves. She grabbed a generous handful, placed it into a teacup, and brought it out after brewing it. Brother Yiqing, have some tea. Yiqing couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Yen Ruxin, this woman, was certainly less considerate than the little girl. The child knew how to brew tea, while this woman immediately launched into business, showing no manners whatsoever. He frowned and took a sip of the tea, only to promptly spit it out. Qingcheng, how much tea did you put in? It's so bitter. At this, Yen Ruxin raised her chin, her expression instantly shifting. Qingcheng, you wasteful child. This is enlightenment tea. Are you treating it like a meal? Yen Ruxin yelled, her face a picture of heartache. She had only allowed the girl to drink it a few times, and she distinctly remembered hiding it well. How could Qingcheng have found it? Upon hearing it was enlightenment tea, Yiqing's heart raced, and he quickly gulped down the remaining tea. Enlightenment tea was a rare treasure, rumored to grant a person a fleeting moment of enlightenment for a quarter of an hour. However, one could only drink it once in a lifetime. Subsequent consumption would no longer induce enlightenment. Although it could still enhance clarity of mind and improve comprehension efficiency, now that Yiqing had this opportunity, could he possibly let it slip by? Once he finished the tea, he raised his head and consumed all the soaked tea leaves. Before finally setting the teacup down, noticing Yen Ruxin's murderous gaze, he promptly shifted the topic. Master Yin, I have come primarily to bid farewell to Qingcheng. In a couple of days, I will represent Qixia Peak to explore a secret realm. During my absence, I will trouble you to take care of Qingcheng, my disciple. Do I need you to tell me that? Yen Ruxin glared at the teacup in front of Yiqing, her expression displeased. Of course, Master Yan's feelings for Qingcheng are well known. I have full confidence, Yiqing flattered, but abruptly changed the tone, speaking in a low voice. What concerns me is my master. You are aware of my master's condition? So while I am away, please keep an eye on him and ensure Qingcheng does not go there. Also, do not let senior sister Yang Huang go either. You need not worry about Yang Huang. Yen Ruxin seemed to relax, sitting back with a vacant expression. She intends to go too. You can go together. At this point, Yen Ruxin suddenly raised her head. Do you know what the situation there is like? Brother Ying has already warned you, and you still wish to go? Yiqing looked deeply at Yen Ruxin. It seemed she was aware that there was more to this situation than met the eye. He remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Well, the youth will always have their own fortunes. I will not stop you. I hope you tread carefully. Brother Ing has advised young Huang to look after you. So heed her advice once you reach the secret realm. After saying this, Yin Ruxin seemed to recall something, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. I hope you return safely. Yi Qing looked up in confusion, studying Yin Ruxin intently. After leaving her, he felt as if something was amiss. Yin Ruxin had always been a thorn in his side, yet her demeanor just now felt distinctly different. She seemed genuinely concerned for him. Was it because of Qingcheng? Yi Qing pondered, utterly baffled. That woman could not possibly care for him. Did she not wish for his demise instead? Chapter 41. Harvesting the blood essence of the dragon carp. In the courtyard, Yin Ruxin gazed at Yi Qing's departing figure, murmuring to herself, could it be that she truly has a child with that man? How could that be? That man has hurt her so deeply. Could it be because of this child that... Yin Ruxin swirled the teacup before her, her expression softening significantly. Perhaps at this moment, she had already begun to regard Yi Qing as family. Although her relationship with Yin Ruyu was strained, that woman was, after all, her biological sister. If Yi Qing truly was that woman's child, then this young man would be her own nephew. Yin Ruxin did not wish to entertain such thoughts, yet she understood Yin Ruyu all too well and found it hard to comprehend any reason for Yin Ruyu's kindness toward Yi Qing. Moreover, Yi Qing bore an uncanny resemblance to that man. You're back? Hick, what urgent summons did the sect have to convey? Yin Ruyu leaned her head on her hand, hazily observing the freshly entered Yi Qing, her sleeve falling back to reveal a portion of her alabaster arm. You didn't sleep the whole day, did you? Hick, how could that be? I got up at noon and had a little to drink. Yi Qing grinned sheepishly. Yin Ruyu pouted, her expression displeased. I was asking you a question. What's going on with the sect? A secret realm has appeared in the Martial Kingdom, and I will be heading there in a few days. A secret realm? How dull. Yin Ruyu took another swig from the wine jug, then slumped back down. Could you please go back to sleep? Yi Qing stepped forward and snatched the wine jug from her hands. It's still early. I'll head back later. Yin Ruyu lay sprawled on the table, reeking of alcohol, and mumbled, later. You might end up spending the night here. Yi Qing sighed helplessly and settled down beside her. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. Master, if I do not return, could you please help take care of Qingcheng? Do I need you to tell me that? That girl will eventually be mine. Yin Ruyu replied in a muffled voice. Why? Yi Qing sighed in resignation. Relying on this woman was akin to blind faith. Qingcheng was least safe in her care, just as he was about to get up to leave. Yin Ruyu lifted her head and spoke again. Are you worried that those elders will turn against you? Hearing this, Yi Qing abruptly turned back, puzzled. You know? Of course. How could the thoughts of that old man escape my notice? You occupying Qixia Peak must be displeasing to them. Eliminating you would be their optimal choice. Yi Qing's gaze hardened as he replied coldly. You knew this would happen and still allowed me to take on the position of Peak Master? They wouldn't dare lay a hand on me. I had to give them someone they could act against. Yin Ruyu opened her eyes wide. In that moment, her gaze was particularly clear, and the drunkenness on her face had vanished. Yi Qing suddenly felt a wave of alarm. This woman was never as carefree as she appeared. What if they really did kill me? You think I'm just idly sitting by? Yin Ruyu shot him a glance. Was that incident at the sword pool orchestrated by you? Yi Qing was jolted awake. Previously, those elders had attacked him at the sword pool, and he had almost succumbed, were it not for the falling heaven-mending stone that saved his life. But now it seemed that this woman had been orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Otherwise, do you think a mere stone could save you? The fellow from the martial arts pavilion cannot emerge. Remember this. In this world, there are no coincidences. Yin Ruyu stretched, taking back the wine jug from Yi Qing's grasp and pouring it into the nearby water pool. At this moment, Yi Qing felt utterly unresponsive. He was drenched in cold sweat. These old foxes who had lived for millennia were indeed not to be underestimated. I've fed the dragon carp in this pond sufficiently. Before you leave, sharpen your dragon abyss. Yin Ruyu spoke again, sending another chill down Yi Qing's spine. You noticed long ago? Yi Qing had always believed that Yin Ruyu had not recognized the dragon carp, yet now it appeared that this woman was even more aware than he had thought. She had been helping him nurture that dragon carp all along. Gift. If you can see it, why can't I? Do you think I've lived this long without reason? Yin Riyue curled her lips in disdain. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Qing, Yi Qing swallowed hard, feeling acutely aware of his youth. This woman concealed her depths too profoundly. Master, this venture into the secret realm will undoubtedly be perilous. And those disciples under the elders are likely to target me. Do you possess any treasures to bestow upon me? Yi Qing steadied his mind, instantly adopting a more amiable demeanor, rubbing his hands together with a smile as he approached. May I bring you the Star Palace? Yin Riyue shot him a withering look, her voice icy wide. To deal with those worthless disciples cultivated by the old men. What treasures do you require? If you cannot even defeat them, do not return. I would find it embarrassing. Yin Riyue set down the wine flask and rose, striding towards her room, leaving Yi Qing bewildered in the cold wind. You say it lightly, but those are indeed formidable opponents. Their cultivation surpassing mine. Moreover, they are numerous, leaving Yi Qing feeling uncertain. Sighing deeply, he glanced at the dragon carp in the pool, which was staring back at him. Upon noticing Yi Qing's gaze, the dragon carp suddenly flipped onto its back. Feigning death. Has this fish become sentient? It can understand my words? What a surprise. Don't kill it. This creature may one day transform into a dragon. The voice of Yin Riyue echoed from within the room. Yi Qing shrank his neck, nodding slightly, then seized the dragon carp in one swift motion. He had no intention of killing it for its blood. The dragon abyss blade only required a single drop of true dragon blood. Although this dragon carp's bloodline was impure, a single drop would suffice. Yi Qing raised his hand. A faint glimmer flickered at his fingertips, and the dragon carp flailed about, yet ultimately could not evade Yi Qing's grasp. A drop of bright red blood materialized on its forehead, which Yi Qing quickly captured. Plop! He tossed the dragon carp back into the pool, and it immediately appeared as if it had lost half its life. Truly flipping onto its back. Yi Qing paid no mind to the dragon carp. He only needed a drop of its blood. It would not perish. Besides, with Yin Riyue nurturing it with celestial brew, the fish would soon be lively again. Yi Qing returned to his own room, slightly raising his hand, and a dragon carp floated up from his arm, circling around him. Yi Qing activated the drop of blood, which fell upon the dragon carp. In the next moment, the dragon carp radiated with brilliance, accompanied by a clear dragon's roar. The entire room trembled in response. Simultaneously, a pitch-black longsword slowly materialized, its blade adorned with a blood-red dragon pattern. A chilling aura erupted, sending a wave of trepidation through Yi Qing himself. Chapter 42. Let the might of my Butian pavilion resound. Now that the dragon carp had awakened, the next step was to seek the blood of a phoenix. Yi Qing sat at the head of his bed, toying with a black token in his hand. This was the token transformed from the Butian stone he had encountered at the sword pool a few days prior. Initially, Yi Qing believed that the stone from the Martial Dao Pavilion had rescued him, thus he had not paid much attention to the token. However, now that he realized it was all orchestrated by Yin Riyue, he found himself puzzled. What purpose does this token serve? Why did she give it to me? Furthermore, there had been no news regarding the Butian stone from the sect. Could it be that there is more than one Butian stone? Yi Qing's mind was in disarray. The situation was becoming increasingly complex. He sighed deeply, noticing the night had deepened outside, deciding to wait until tomorrow to inquire further with Yin Riyue. He then resumed his cultivation. With only 2 days remaining before the expedition to the secret realm, he needed to hasten his efforts to elevate his cultivation. Time passed, and as the morning sun bathed Yi Qing's face in warmth, he finally opened his eyes. His cultivation was now sufficient, and with the observation of a divine soul, he should be able to break through to the 3rd level. Yi Qing exhaled a breath of stale air. The spirit-building realm required the observation of divine souls to elevate one's realm. 9 divine souls corresponded to 9 levels, and when one divine soul reached perfection, it could condense a divine embryo, achieving the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm. Currently, Yi Qing had only observed 2 divine souls. To continue advancing, he needed to seek more. While others might have casually searched for divine souls to observe in pursuit of a breakthrough, Yi Qing clearly did not share that mindset. Since he was to observe, he was determined to choose the best. At the very least, they should not be inferior to the 2 divine souls he currently possessed. Little did Yi Qing know, those 2 divine souls were among the most elite in the world. One was a divine tree, the other an imperial weapon. Such fortune was not something ordinary individuals could possess. Finding divine souls of this caliber would not be easy. Nevertheless, Yi Qing was not in a hurry. After freshening up, he stepped out of his room, eyeing the distance. Yin Ruyue was as usual, already thoroughly intoxicated. However, Yi Qing now realized that even inebriated, this woman had a keen awareness of her surroundings. He slowly approached, casting a glance at Yin Ruyue. "Master, good morning." Yin Ruyue paid him no mind. "Master, I would like to inquire about the token transformed from the Bu Tian stone. What is its purpose?" Yin Ruyue turned her head, continuing to sleep. Yi Qing sat at the table and persisted. "Master, you must tell me if that token can be revealed. It wouldn't be some unparalleled treasure. Would it? Would taking it out attract unwanted attention? Moreover, is the token a sign of a super sect capable of summoning 100,000 warriors?" Yin Ruyue raised her head, staring at Yi Qing with an expression of incredulity. "What nonsense are you thinking? It's just an ordinary stone." "Well, it should be considered a key. You will need it in the future. A key to what place? Is there some unparalleled treasure awaiting my discovery?" Yi Qing looked at Yin Ruyue with excitement, only to see her curl her lip and lie back down. Yes, an unparalleled treasure is waiting for you. If you can survive there, achieving immortality will be a piece of cake." Hearing Yin Ruyue's somewhat mocking tone, Yi Qing sensed that this matter was not as simple as it appeared. However, it was evident that Yin Ruyue did not wish to elaborate, and pressing further would be futile. He could only turn and return to his practice. Soon, the 2 days passed. Within the Bu Tian pavilion, a massive flying vessel ascended into the sky. A group of disciples, led by Ing Shuntian, set off towards the distant secret realm. Yi Qing felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, the exploration of a secret realm should not require the personal involvement of the sect leader. However, he quickly understood. The flying vessel moved swiftly, and the secret realm was not far from the Bu Tian pavilion. Within half a day, they arrived at the location of the secret realm. From afar, amidst the mountain hollow, a dazzling, multicolored barrier shimmered with brilliant light. Surrounding the barrier were remnants of collapsed structures, the ruins of buildings that had evidently been destroyed recently. A faint scent of blood lingered in the valley. This place had originally been the site of a sect. After the emergence of the secret realm, the entire sect had been annihilated. This is within the borders of our martial nation. If outsiders stir up trouble here, we at the Bu Tian pavilion cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, your exploration of the secret realm has a more significant purpose, to assert the might of our Bu Tian pavilion. For years, we have maintained a low profile, allowing these ruffians to grow increasingly bold. Ing Shuntian gazed at the distant ruins, his expression grave. As the foremost sect in the martial nation, any encroachment upon its territory is a direct affront to the Bu Tian pavilion. He, Ing Shuntian, must seek an explanation for this. This was also the reason for his personal leadership of the expedition. Just as they arrived at the site, a thunderous roar echoed from the clouds above. Suddenly, a fearsome 9-headed lion emerged from the clouds. The lion was colossal, resembling a towering mountain, its golden mane gleaming with majesty. Bound to the 9-headed lion were sets of heavy shackles, 2 thick chains connecting it to a massive flying vessel trailing behind. On the side of the vessel, a golden character denoting imperial proclaimed their identity, the beast-taming sect. Ing Shuntian's eyes glinted with malice, silently marking the opposing faction. The beast-taming sect was adept in the art of beast-taming and hailed from the distant Nanzhao kingdom. Yet they were the first to arrive here, raising Ing Shuntian's suspicions. Be cautious when encountering these beast-tamers. They are known for their tendency to engage in group assaults, and facing a multitude of beasts is no simple task. Ing Shuntian warned his disciples behind him. At that moment, the 9-headed lion let out an enraged roar, its sound reverberating like thunder, scattering the surrounding mist. An overwhelming force surged towards the Bu Tian pavilion's flying vessel. "Damn beast! Seeking death!" Ing Shuntian uttered a low growl. With a flick of his sleeve, the sky erupted with thunder. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a mountain, crashed down, striking the 9-headed lion squarely on the head. Threads of electric arcs traveled along the chains binding the lion, reaching the flying vessel behind it, followed by a chorus of wails. "Master Ing, my beast is unruly. Why must you stoop to its level?" On the flying vessel of the Beast Master sect, an aged voice resonated. Ing Shuntian, upon hearing, spoke lightly, yet his words instantly reverberated. "I have a fiery temper. If beasts provoke me, I shall respond in kind. Chapter 43. Did he really intend to take on 3 opponents? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing could hardly contain his laughter, and the disciples of the Buitian Pavilion burst into chuckles. Clearly, Ing Shuntian was openly insulting the Beastmaster sect. Branding them as beasts, Yi Qing had not anticipated that Ing Shuntian, who appeared gentle and timid in everyday life, could be so audacious outside the Buitian Pavilion. He dared to confront the foremost sect of the Nanzhao Kingdom directly. Master Ing should pay more attention to his disciples. Perhaps this will be your last encounter with them. I naturally care for my disciples. However, it seems you are indifferent to your own pack of beasts. Yi Qing was utterly speechless. Their esteemed master was indeed ruthless with his words. While at the Buitian Pavilion, this fellow seemed rather taciturn. Yet, upon stepping out, it was as if he had transformed entirely. Mere verbal sparring. An elder of the Beastmaster sect snorted coldly, choosing silence thereafter. Indeed, spending all day dealing with beasts had rendered him incapable of coherent speech. Observing this, Ing Shuntian added, "It seems you have nothing further to say." Beside him, Yi Qing's eyes widened in astonishment at Ing Shuntian. Previously, he had perceived him as cowardly, yet now it appeared that he merely feared Yen Ruyu, for he exhibited great boldness towards others. From afar, I overheard your discussion of beasts. Pray tell, has your sect been researching any new breeds lately? Wu Qingtian, could it be that you personally concocted the breed? Just as tensions mounted between the two sides, another flying vessel gracefully approached. On board, the character for instrument was prominently displayed. It was the people of the refining sect. Their vessel radiated opulence, awash in a myriad of resplendent lights, appearing from a distance like a small world within. Complete with mountains and rivers, Cheng-Yi, have you become so disheveled after just a few days? Have you truly allied with the Buitian Pavilion? Wu Qingtian stood at the bow, his expression dark as he gazed intently at the approaching members of the refining sect. What I choose to associate with is none of your concern. And you, a mere band of brutes, dare meddle in our affairs. Indeed, you are like a pig slobbering behind a boar. You hardly have the standing to speak. Cough, cough. Yi Qing could no longer restrain himself. How could the lofty and powerful figures of this world exhibit such behavior? This was not at all how he envisioned them. Shouldn't cultivators embody ethereal grace and refined disposition? Instead, these individuals resorted to street-level insults akin to common ruffians. This entirely subverted his perception of cultivators. In the distance, Wu Qingtian's face flushed crimson with anger. He was indeed somewhat tongue-tied. Engaging in a quarrel with these individuals would yield no advantage for him. Observing the situation, he retreated to his vessel. Yet, Ing Shuntian clearly had no intention of letting him off easily, continuing to taunt him. "Oh, Wu Qingtian, has your sect recently taken to studying turtles? Is that why you're retreating so hastily? I see him as nothing more than a gluttonous fool." Cheng-Yi laughed heartily. As the conversation unfolded, vessels from various sects arrived one after another, numbering over a dozen, including several formidable forces rivaling the Beastmaster sect. Yi Qing observed keenly. With so many sects gathered, chaos was surely imminent, and he had to tread carefully. Just as the crowd exchanged pleasantries, the vibrant barrier in the distance suddenly trembled. Everyone understood that the secret realm was about to open. All prepared themselves. Moments later, the barrier vanished in an instant, and at that moment, figures surged forward like shooting stars towards the secret realm. Yi Qing, let us go together. Yang Huang stepped forward, calling out. Yi Qing glanced back to see a throng of flower guardians following Yang Huang. However, the glances directed at him were far from friendly. As the holy maiden of the Buitian Pavilion, Yang Huang had numerous admirers, and these individuals were clearly her sycophants. Yet, Yang Huang held them in disdain. Showing great concern for Yi Qing, a newcomer, to her, she was merely fulfilling a friend's request, but these individuals were oblivious. They had evidently begun to regard Yi Qing as their primary rival. If looks could kill, Yi Qing would have perished countless times. "No thanks, I prefer solitude." Yi Qing hastily declined, acutely aware that among them were likely many arranged by the elders to target him. They intended to take action against him. And with Yang Huang's presence, there would only be more enemies among them. Though they might feign harmony out of respect for Yang Huang, their covert actions were the most insidious. Yi Qing had no desire to associate with them. Seeing this, Yang Huang attempted to persuade him, but Yi Qing had already leapt into the air, soaring towards the secret realm. She shook her head, hastening to follow him. Radiant light illuminated the surroundings, and in a daze, Yi Qing found himself within the secret realm. He surveyed his environment, which appeared vast and like an isolated space. Around him, a few scattered individuals eyed him warily. In this place, each person could potentially be a rival, and they were all on high alert. Just as Yi Qing prepared to advance, a voice called out to him. Why, Yi Qing? What a coincidence! Turning around, he found 3 fellow disciples dressed in Bullion Pavilion attire, grinning as they gazed at him. Who would have thought we would encounter you first? Should we say we are fortunate, or you are unfortunate? The leading man shook his head and approached. Why not consider it your misfortune instead? Yi Qing scrutinized their garb. The Buitian Pavilion had 8 peaks, each with distinct attire, and these individuals were clearly from the 6th peak, Tianyun Peak. Ha ha ha, you truly are arrogant. Do you believe you can take us all down single-handedly? Their banter quickly attracted the attention of other disciples from different sections. Aren't those fellows from the Buitian Pavilion? Why does it seem their relationship is strained? Those 3 seem to be attempting to target one of their own. That lad looks to be in peril. He appears to have just broken through to the spirit establishment stage, only at the 2nd level, while these 3 are all at the 5th level. The disparity is too great. What could he have possibly done to provoke them? Under such circumstances, fleeing seemed his only option. Yi Qing smirked. Despite his inferior cultivation, he still possessed the strength to contend against 3 opponents. Enough of this chatter. If the elders sent you to kill me, be prepared to meet your demise. Very well, let it be so. Do not waste my time. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding crowd was taken aback. This lad actually intended to stand his ground. How audacious! Did he truly think he could take on 3 opponents? Witnessing his confidence, one might almost believe he was certain of victory. Surely, he must have lost his mind. The disparity in cultivation was far too significant to challenge 3 at once. Chapter 44. It was I who slew them. Humph, you are indeed arrogant today. Allow me to escort you to your end. The 3, seeing his defiance, ceased their idle chatter and simultaneously launched their assault, unleashing deadly strikes. Brilliant sword light flared forth, aimed directly at Yi Qing's throat. Well, this fool is far too self-assured. Such a simpleton deserves to die. The onlookers averted their eyes, sensing the outcome was all but predetermined. Yet, in the next instant, Yi Qing merely lifted a hand, a pale light enveloping his arm as he effortlessly grasped the opposing sword. Instantly, an aura of desolation spread forth, dissipating the spirit energy that had enveloped the sword. What is happening? My Qingxiao sword has lost control? The smile vanished from the leading man's face, replaced by sheer terror. At that moment, the surrounding crowd was rendered speechless. He caught a divine weapon with his bare hands. What sorcery is this? Is he a demon beast? Even if one were to attempt catching a divine weapon barehanded, one would need to suppress their cultivation. Yet Yi Qing's cultivation is evidently inferior to that of the 3. Before the spectators could recover from their astonishment, Yi Qing clenched his hands. The Qingxiao sword snapped with a resounding crack, transforming into a myriad of shattered fragments upon hitting the ground. Now a demonic blade of 1,000 edges. Impossible. Are you human or beast? The leader gazed at Yi Qing in dread, and his 2 companions stood frozen in place. Unable to make another move. Humph, trash, daring to seek trouble with me. Yi Qing scoffed, his foot lightly tapping as he propelled himself forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, racing towards the trio. Seeing this, the 3 exhibited no hesitation and turned to flee. However, in that fleeting moment of turning, they sensed something was amiss. Their upper bodies twisted, yet their legs remained rooted and immobile, as they looked down in terror. Their minds went blank, their upper halves collapsing in defeat. The last sight they beheld was a flash of white light, severing their final thread of life force. The 5 elements annihilation light is indeed sharp. Yi Qing's forehead glistened with cold sweat, yet his heart brimmed with unexpected joy. When the stone from the martial arts pavilion first imparted this divine ability to him, he had successfully mastered it, but had never employed it. To his astonishment, during its inaugural use, it yielded unforeseen results. The 5 elements extinction light possessed a remarkably high grade. Forcing its use strained Yi Qing's body to that moment. He felt an immense power surging within him. As if it were about to burst forth, he steadied his mind, and after a brief moment, managed to quell that overwhelming force. Insufficient cultivation would invariably lead to such side effects when forcibly employing divine abilities. The divine power necessitates communication with the grand principles of heaven and earth, gathering the spiritual essence of the cosmos, and then manifesting it through the imprinted seals of divine abilities within one's body. However, if one's cultivation is inadequate, the potent spiritual essence will accumulate within the body post-execution of the divine ability. Had it been someone else, they likely would have perished from the strain. Fortunately, Yi Qing's physical resilience rivaled that of demonic beasts, allowing him to endure. Yet, his current state was hardly favorable. Drenched in sweat, he felt utterly exhausted and weak. It was evident that such divine abilities should be employed sparingly in the future. As Yi Qing pondered this in silence, his gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. He strained to maintain an appearance of calm, aware that he could not guarantee that these individuals would refrain from taking advantage of his weakened state. However, the onlookers were evidently stunned by Yi Qing's display of power. Fear filled their eyes as they regarded him. What a formidable technique this young man possesses. At the second level of the spirit-building realm, he has countered 3 fifth-level cultivators. This individual is no ordinary foe. Initially, they had thought those 3 were impressive, yet they had not even made a ripple. Even a fart would produce a sound. But those 3 fell silently, truly pathetic. Primarily, this young man is simply too extraordinary. If I faced those 3, I could not guarantee victory. Some lamented, others marveled, yet none dared to approach. Yi Qing found satisfaction in this situation. Their fear of him ensured his safety. Just as he prepared to turn and depart, a voice called out to him. Master Yi, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Yi Qing turned to see a disciple clad in the attire of the Sky Repair Pavilion rushing toward him. Upon noticing the 3 bodies on the ground, the disciple's expression shifted dramatically. He hurried to Yi Qing's side, blocking his path, and inquired, Master Yi, are you unharmed? As he spoke, he drew his long sword, his gaze vigilant as he scrutinized the surrounding crowd, demanding, who dares to lay hands on a disciple of the Sky Repair Pavilion? The group stood agape, staring at Yi Qing as if he were a fool. Yi Qing recognized this individual, seemingly named Li Yushu, a disciple of the 5 Peaks sect. Nevertheless, Yi Qing felt particularly cautious. He was uncertain of Li Yushu's true intentions. What if this young man was merely pretending, looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack? After a moment's contemplation, he coldly declared, I killed them. A glimmer of cold light flickered at Yi Qing's fingertips. Should Li Yushu exhibit even a hint of treachery, he was prepared to act, given his current predicament. A direct confrontation might not favor him against Li Yushu. Since the latter had approached him and left his back exposed, it was indeed a prime opportunity. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Li Yushu turned. Genuinely perplexed. Why did you attack fellow disciples? Yi Qing fixed his gaze on Li Yushu's eyes, realizing that this young man appeared to be entirely unaware of the circumstances. He couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. They attempted to strike me first. I had no choice but to retaliate. Li Yushu silently lowered his head, sheathing his long sword, murmuring, Did they truly make a move? We are all fellow disciples. Why resort to such measures? His expression was tinged with sorrow as he turned to collect the remains of the 3. Yi Qing observed this scene, warmth welling up within him. Since entering the Sky Repair Pavilion, he had witnessed nothing but endless power struggles fueled by greed. Yet, Li Yushu before him evoked a different sentiment. He exhibited brotherly loyalty towards his fellow disciples, even in death, seeking to assist in their burial. Moreover, it seemed he was privy to some information, yet chose not to side with them or turn against Yi Qing. After a moment, once Li Yushu had gathered the bodies, he approached Yi Qing once more. Master Yi, are you truly unharmed? Yi Qing shook his head, and Li Yushu visibly relaxed. Subsequently, he glanced at the surrounding crowd and proposed. Master Yi, it would be prudent for you to accompany me. This place is fraught with danger, and we can look out for one another on the way. Yi Qing did not refuse, and together they turned towards the deeper recesses of the secret realm. Chapter 45. This sword is terrifying. Surrounded by verdant mountains, lush and vibrant, this location appeared no different from the outside world. Within the mountainous forest, the melodious chirping of birds mingled with the fragrance of flowers, and the sound of flowing springs made it an ideal secluded haven. As Yi Qing and Li Yushu arrived, a group ahead of them had already surged into the thicket. Wei Yiqing lifted his gaze. Admiring the towering mountains that loomed majestically, their emerald hues deep and rich, wisps of mist curled within the forest. Yet within those vapors lurked hints of an eerie blackness. Master Yi, we should hasten inside. The air here carries a delightful fragrance. There must be numerous heavenly materials and treasures within the mountains. As Li Yushu spoke, he was about to set off when a sudden, anguished wail echoed from afar. Instantly, countless figures erupted from the thicket, darting away like startled birds fleeing for their lives. Heavens, the red fruit is devouring people, cried one of the individuals at the forefront. Wei Yiqing was momentarily taken aback. But in the next instant, a gigantic red fruit burst forth from the trees. It was indeed a colossal red fruit, crimson in hue, and aside from its size, it bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary red fruit. However, as the fruit ascended, it split open, revealing a gaping maw that voraciously swallowed several hapless individuals whole. Following that, the red fruit began its relentless pursuit of the others. Wei Yiqing watched this spectacle, his heart racing in disbelief. This creature resembled a game he had played in his youth. Pac-Man. Faced with such a scene, Yiqing wasted no time in deciding to flee, yet just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Entering the forest grants access to the immortal green jade branch. Once cultivated to maturity, it can yield the ancient immortal green divine wood. Upon hearing this, Yiqing was momentarily stunned. The immortal green divine wood? Wasn't this the material required for forging the 5 elements divine sword? This place actually harbors such a treasure, although it was merely the immortal green jade branch, which needed time to mature before it could be utilized. Such a resource had long been absent from this world. This could very well be the last remnant of its kind, despite the challenges in forging the 5 elements divine sword. Encountering the necessary materials now was an opportunity too precious to overlook. With that thought in mind, Yiqing dashed toward the forest. Li Yushu, initially planning to flee, turned back to see Yiqing charging in the opposite direction. Alarmed, he yelled, "Master Yi, it's dangerous. Don't go in there." Li Yushu turned pale. That red fruit appeared formidable, and with so many disciples failing to confront it, Yiqing's solo venture felt like a death wish. He stamped his foot in frustration, lamenting, "Master Yi has only recently joined. I should have warned him more." With a heavy heart, he gritted his teeth and followed after him as they entered the forest. The surrounding trees loomed thick and lush, obscuring the sky. Vines twisted around the trunks, allowing only fragmented rays of sunlight to filter through, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Within the dense thicket, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped them. Stepping inside, Yiqing felt his breath slow considerably, an inexplicable sense of suffocation washing over him. "Master Yi," behind him, Li Yushu panted heavily, struggling to keep pace. "Why are you following me? It's perilous here," Yiqing snapped. His impression of Li Yushu being quite favorable, at the very least. The kindness he displayed in aiding his fellow disciples' burial spoke volumes of his character. Thus, Yiqing wished to protect him. Li Yushu, taken aback by the rebuke, replied, "Master Yi, shouldn't that be what I say to you? You've only just entered. You're unaware of the myriad dangers within this secret realm. We cannot act recklessly in places like this. Let us retreat while the red fruit has yet to return. It is not too late on the path of cultivation. One must not be hasty. Safety comes first." As he spoke, he attempted to pull Yiqing back. But upon turning, the path they had taken had vanished, leaving only a tangle of vines encircling them. Li Yushu, realizing their predicament, swiftly drew his long sword. "Master Yi, be careful." No sooner had he spoken than a vine surged forth from the ground. Aiming for the two of them, Li Yushu reacted with lightning speed, swinging his sword to sever the vine into several segments. Immediately after, he channeled his spiritual energy and struck upward with the sword, creating a flurry of sword shadows that sliced through the air, forming a dense net of blades. The entangling vines were swiftly cleaved apart, creating a wide opening. "Master Yi, hurry and escape," Li Yushu shouted. Yet Yiqing had no intention of retreating. He seized Li Yushu and hurled him away. "You must leave quickly. Do not worry about me." Li Yushu was about to speak, but suddenly felt a colossal shadow enveloping him. Turning his head, he was confronted by a gaping maw, and before he could cry out, he was swallowed whole by Zhu Jiuo. Wei Yiqing cursed under his breath, hesitated for a moment, yet charged towards Zhu Guo. Between his hands, a dragon's roar erupted. The lonely sword shimmered with dazzling brilliance, striking the enormous Zhu Guo with force. In the distance, those fleeing heard the commotion behind them and turned back. They soon witnessed a diminutive figure wielding a short sword, relentlessly attacking Zhu Guo. Goodness, has he lost his mind? That Zhu Guo is at least at the Yuan Tai realm. Instead of fleeing, he charges in, seeking his own demise? Oh well, leave him be. If he can entangle Zhu Guo, we might have a chance to escape. This lad is truly audacious. Could he possibly intend to subdue Zhu Guo? This Zhu Guo had already transformed into a Yuan Tai, having existed for no less than 1,000 years. Although 1,000-year Zhu Guo possesses extraordinary effects, sacrificing one's life for it is hardly worth it. This lad, upon seeing rare treasures, desires them without considering his own strength. The crowd murmured in dismay, for they had narrowly escaped Zhu Guo and were acutely aware of its formidable power. Even united, they doubted their ability to subdue this evolved Zhu Jiuo. At this moment, Yi Qing appeared to be merely courting death. However, they soon beheld a radiant sword light ascending. The sword light transformed into a 100-foot-long beam, dazzling and resplendent, emanating a chilling aura that made everyone shudder from afar. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as the massive sword light descended, cleaving the seemingly invincible Zhu Guo in two. Everyone was left in disbelief. Who was this young man? Observing his attire, he appeared to be from the Butian Pavilion. Butian Pavilion? It is said that there exists a prodigious disciple named Lu Tong, who once, with his qi condensation realm cultivation, killed an expert at the spirit-building realm with a single punch. Could this be him? No, I've seen Lu Tong. This lad is not Lu Tong. Has Butian Pavilion produced yet another unparalleled genius? That sword strike earlier could have likely slain us all. That strike was terrifying. I cannot withstand it. Chapter 46. Something is amiss. Yu Jialai Yushu clutched his chest, his face turning ashen from retching. Beside him, a group of fellow disciples bore similar expressions. On the ground lay a nauseating mixture of yellow and white. Though these individuals had been swallowed by Zhu Guo, they had yet to be digested. And now that Zhu Guo had been cleaved by Yi Qing, they naturally found their freedom. Thank you, Master Yi. Li Yushu bowed, and the others who had been freed approached to express their gratitude. Stop! Keep your distance from me. Yi Qing waved his hand. The stench was indeed unbearable. The others sensed it too and hurriedly circulated their spiritual energy to cleanse themselves of the filth. Meanwhile, Yi Qing gazed at the gradually withering Zhu Guo. A look of regret etched on his face. This Zhu Guo, having existed for at least a millennium, could have been a great boon for alchemical concoctions, but now, its medicinal potency had nearly vanished. Yi Qing felt a pang of remorse. He should not have employed the 5-element sword technique earlier. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power from that strike. Moreover, that blow not only split Zhu Guo but also severed its life force, dissipating its medicinal efficacy. The might of that sword strike was beyond even Yi Qing's expectations. The 5-element sword technique was indeed a divine skill of the earth tier. As Yi Qing pondered, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. Beneath the withered skin of Zhu Guo, a hint of green emerged. If one did not scrutinize closely, it would be easily overlooked. It was a branch, no longer than a thumb and as thick as a chopstick. The branch was entirely emerald green, resembling a piece of jade. Yi Qing remained discreet, lifting his foot to rummage through the withered skins, secretly pocketing the verdant branch. Though rare, someone among the gathering might recognize its worth. And if discovered, it would likely attract everyone in the secret realm. After searching, Yi Qing feigned disappointment and shook his head slightly. His expression of regret warmed Li Yushu's heart. Master Yi, for our sake, you killed that precious 1,000-year Zhu Guo. Alas, he contemplated, slowly stepping forward to offer solace. Master Yi, do not be too sorrowful. You did this to save us. If I obtain any treasures later, I shall present them to you to compensate for your loss. Huh. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing turned, a look of bewilderment on his face. What is this boy getting sentimental about? I was merely putting on an act. How could this foolish lad take it to heart? I do not lament the death of Zhu Guo. Given its strength, subduing it was impossible. Killing it was the only option. Indeed, Brother Yi, you lost that 1,000-year Zhu Guo for our sake. We are not ungrateful. If we gain anything later, We too shall compensate you. The others who had been rescued chimed in, offering their reassurances. Wei Yiqing regarded these individuals, momentarily torn between amusement and exasperation, though their cultivation was lacking. Leading them to fall prey to Zhu Guo, their intentions were not ill. Wei Yiqing neither rejected nor accepted their offers. With their strength, surviving to leave was uncertain, let alone finding any treasures. After a brief rest, the group continued deeper into the ruins. Wei Yiqing wished to distance himself from these individuals, yet they persistently followed closely behind. Nevertheless, they proved true to their word. As they traversed, they gathered various rare materials and offered them to Yiqing. Although these items held little value in Yiqing's eyes, for those of their cultivation level, they were significant finds. Sometimes, the value of a gift lies not in its worth but in the sentiment behind it. Though their cultivation was inferior to that of core disciples from various sects, their hearts were comparatively pure. It was unclear how long they walked, but soon, a desolate ruin appeared before them. Upon sighting such a location, the crowd surged forward, transforming the once silent ruins into a bustling marketplace. These individuals descended upon the collapsed bricks and stones like locusts, dissecting and examining them. Observing this scene, Yiqing found it somewhat amusing. The path of cultivation is akin to traversing a treacherous abyss, where each step teeters on the edge of life and death. The yearning for treasures among these individuals far exceeded that of ordinary folk. While mortals aspire to cultivate, yearning to soar and evade the earth, they remain oblivious to the perils and brutality of the cultivation world. Even when mortals reach the end of their rope, they can still resort to begging for sustenance, but cultivators, if weak, face only death. Wei Yiqing did not join the search, as the system had not alerted him, indicating that there were likely no treasures to be found here. He idly scanned the surroundings when suddenly, a sense of danger washed over him. Wei Yiqing abruptly turned, only to be confronted by a terrifying and bizarre visage mere inches from his face. He was taken aback, but upon a second glance, there was nothing there. Nevertheless, a chill coursed through him. Something is off. Yiqing sensed the urgency and quickly called out, "We must leave. This place is not right." No sooner had he spoken than the surrounding ruins reverted to their original state. The collapsed bricks and stones instantaneously reformed into structured houses, arranged in a harmonious manner. The weeds beneath their feet gradually vanished, revealing a path paved with blue stones. Laughter emanated from within the surrounding houses. Wisps of smoke curled upwards, presenting a scene of tranquility and serenity. Wei Yiqing felt an ominous premonition. The eerie aura was strikingly pronounced. He sensed something attempting to invade his body. However, due to his unique constitution, the desolation energy repelled those entities. Creak. Nearby, the door of a house swung open. Li Yushu and the others emerged, grinning from ear to ear. They seemed oblivious to any abnormalities. Spotting Yiqing, they hurried over, exclaiming, "Master Yi, you've arrived. Come inside. An elder wishes to show us a treasure." As Li Yushu spoke, he reached out to pull Yiqing into the room. Yiqing forcefully shoved him away, his eyes glimmering with golden light. From Li Yushu's body, tendrils of dark mist began to rise. The spiritual sea at his brow had withered away. He was dead. Yiqing was taken aback. He could confirm that the person before him was indeed Li Yushu, yet he had completely lost his spiritual essence. Only a remnant soul lingered, trapped in the spiritual sea, controlling this lifeless husk. What on earth is happening? Yiqing was filled with dread, glancing at the others beside Li Yushu. They too were in the same state, devoid of any life force, in the blink of an eye. These individuals had quietly perished. Moreover, he had detected no anomalies. This place was undeniably sinister. As Yiqing contemplated, he began to retreat slowly. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine, an arm draped over his shoulder. "You can see me." Chapter 47. Will you simply let him go? A strange and eerie voice echoed in Yiqing's ear. Turning his head, the ghastly visage he had seen earlier reappeared before him. The figure's complexion was an ashen blue, its features grotesque, with remnants of dark blood smeared across its face. Its eyes, devoid of pupils, were filled with an unsettling whiteness that made it appear all the more terrifying. "I met a most tragic end. The primal chaos descends, and all vitality is extinguished. Stay and accompany us." The voice was drawn out and chilling, and as it resonated, similar voices began to surface from the surroundings. seeming to penetrate the heart and strike at the very soul. Wei Yiqing felt a jolt in his heart, as if he too were on the verge of being ensnared by this sinister allure. An inexplicable sense of kinship surged within him, as though he too wished to remain in this place. Humph, I have already embarked on the path of cultivation. Why should I fear a ghost? Yiqing snorted coldly, steadying his mind as a pale aura surged forth, swiftly enveloping his arm. He swung his fist with all his might, shattering the ghostly figure before him into oblivion. The desolate energy spread outwards, and clarity returned to his gaze around him. The villagers who had gathered now appeared as malevolent spirits, yet their eyes, when they looked at Yiqing, were filled with dread. It is he, the primal chaos. The primal chaos has returned, a wailing cry erupted, and the villagers immediately scattered in terror. The surrounding houses reverted to mere ruins, and those under control, including Li Yushu, fell lifeless to the ground. Wei Yiqing did not pursue the fleeing spirits. Instead, he hastened to Li Yushu's side. These individuals still retained a flicker of spirit, a glimmer of life. He quickly lifted Li Yushu, channeling a wave of desolation into his body. Cough, cough. Li Yushu weakly opened his eyes, his pallid face devoid of any color. His body began to stiffen, clearly indicating that this mortal vessel was beyond salvation. Uncle Yi? Li Yushu's mouth moved, but his expression suddenly shifted to one of terror as he urgently spoke. Hurry, something is amiss here, I understand. Do not speak, I shall extract your soul, and in the future, we will find a new vessel for you to inhabit, and you shall live again. Yiqing interjected, his movements becoming swift. I apologize, Uncle Yi. I wish to care for you, but alas, my power is feeble and has become a burden to you. Li Yushu's expression softened as he clung to the last vestiges of life. Do not speak. Conserve your strength. Yiqing rebuked, irritated by how these individuals spoke so much before dying. If they continued, even the last trace of their soul would dissipate. Uncle Yi, I did not use this for you. I found it just now. Li Yushu summoned all his strength to raise his hand, but his body had already grown rigid. Yiqing glanced down to see Li Yushu tightly clutching a piece of blood-green gold crystal. This was indeed a fine material for forging divine weapons. He had not expected this young man to possess such a treasure. Yet, despite his dire state, he wished to give this precious item to Yiqing, which filled him with a sense of gratitude. He fervently urged the desolate energy, striving to continue saving Li Yushu. Uncle Yi, I have long wished to tell you that I wish to apprentice under the Qixia Peak. But it seems I have no more chances left. My sister is still at the Wufeng sect. I had previously made an agreement with her to join Qixia Peak together. If you return, please look after my sister. The Wufeng sect is too difficult. Li Yushu trembled as he raised his head, his mouth agape, wanting to say something, yet he could no longer muster the strength to voice it. Yiqing felt a sense of frustration. He had never faced death and could not comprehend if those on the verge of death were always so verbose, unable to finish their thoughts. Fortunately, he managed to extract Li Yushu's soul. Taking out a jade vial, he carefully stored the soul within. After glancing at the fallen individuals around him, he felt a profound weariness. Extracting one person's soul had already consumed considerable time, and the souls of the others had long since dissipated. Even if he wished to save them, it was too late. Yiqing laid Li Yushu's body down, pried open his hand, and felt the lingering warmth of the blood-green gold crystal still within. He secured it and surveyed the area. The eerie presence had vanished, yet his heart was filled with many questions. Primal chaos descends? All vitality extinguished. Those people seemed to harbor a deep fear of the primal chaos. But why were they so afraid of him? Was it because of the desolate energy? Yiqing shook his head. These matters were still beyond his understanding. Many secrets of this world were not meant for one of his station to grasp. After tidying everything up, Yiqing emulated Li Yushu's method to collect the bodies of the fallen. Regardless of the circumstances, once outside, he would return their remains, thus providing them with a semblance of closure. Turning away from the ruins, Yiqing flew off into the distance without a backward glance. The deaths of Li Yushu and the others had left a significant impact on him. Their cultivation, while not particularly strong within a sect, was still commendable among smaller sections after all. Those who could enter this place were all at the spirit-building stage. To reach such a level was indeed a rarity. Yet, within this secret realm, These individuals had met their untimely end without explanation. Strength would always be the greatest assurance for survival. It was no wonder that people were so invested in the secret realm. After all, even a single item found here could be the key to their survival in the future. Why Yiqing pondered, his gaze sweeping across the towering peaks. However, his journey had yielded little in the way of rewards. Suddenly, he noticed a group of individuals in the distance, seemingly searching for something. He hastily flew over. The individuals soon spotted Yiqing, their demeanor shifting to one of caution. Might I ask, is the young lady a disciple of the medicine pavilion? Yiqing approached a young woman, who appeared somewhat timid and shyly nodded. I am Yiqing, a disciple of the Repairing Heaven Pavilion. Not long ago, I was traveling with several disciples from the medicine pavilion when they encountered some troubles. I took it upon myself to handle the remains. Miss Wang will bring them back. As Yiqing spoke, he produced a spatial pouch and revealed several corpses. The young woman was momentarily taken aback. Clearly startled, but after a brief contemplation, she cautiously collected the bodies. Thank you, Brother Yi. Yiqing nodded, then turned to depart. Miss Lien, will you just let him leave? Several disciples around the young woman hastily spoke up. Miss Lien, these people may very well be his doing. You need to inquire further. Miss Lien, with her simple-mindedness, was likely to have fallen victim to this fellow's ploy. Lien Nishang's expression wavered. This was her first time leaving the sect, and she was not well versed in such matters. Hearing the comments of those around her, she began to hesitate. Miss Lien, you need not worry. We are willing to help you catch up with that young man for some clarification. Several individuals around her quickly chimed in. Lien Nishang, still hesitant, eventually nodded slightly and softly replied, I would appreciate your assistance in clarifying. Please do not stop right there. You shall not pass. This matter cannot be easily explained. How shall I account for it to Senior Sister Lien? Beside him, Lien and Yicheng wished to interject with a word of caution, yet the crowd hastily obstructed her. Miss Lien, you are new to the world of martial arts and unacquainted with the treacheries of human nature. Such matters should be left to Senior Brother Wu to resolve. Indeed, Miss Lien, you must not allow this brash youth to deceive you. Fear not, Miss Lien, I, Wu Tong, shall certainly seek justice for the disciples of the medicine pavilion. The young man tossed his hair back, striking a pose he deemed dashing, and gazed at Yiqing with disdain. Why Yiqing felt a surge of malevolence. These individuals cared not whether the disciples of the medicine pavilion were truly slain by him. What they sought was merely to show off, to flaunt their prowess before Lien and Yicheng, and evidently, Yiqing was the most fitting target for their displays of strength, for his current cultivation was merely at the second tier of spirit building. In their eyes, dealing with Yiqing would be a mere formality. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong opponent today. Wu Tong raised his chin, a look of arrogance adorning his face. Do not claim I am bullying you. If you confess now, you may have a slim chance of survival. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Tong felt an icy chill wash over him. He quickly raised his hand, only to find that Yiqing had already materialized before him. In the next instant, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and crimson blood stained his robe. The blade had pierced through his heart. I possessed the strength to slay them. However, if I were truly their murderer, why would I return their corpses? Yiqing forcefully pushed Wu Tong aside, the once lively youth now lying motionless on the ground. Around Lien and Yicheng, her protective companions retreated, leaving her trembling in fear. Miss Lien, I hope you can grasp this point. I do not wish to elaborate further. Should you continue to entangle yourself in this matter, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Well said. No sooner had Yiqing finished speaking than a somewhat coarse female voice echoed back. Shortly after, several graceful women descended with agility. Upon seeing this, Lien and Yicheng rushed forward and threw herself into the embrace of one of the women. Weeping bitterly, the leading woman gently stroked Lien and Yicheng's small head before entrusting her to the others and stepping forward to clasp her hands in greeting. I am Lien Yao heir from the medicine pavilion. I thank Junior Brother Yi for returning the bodies of our disciples. Having understood the previous events, she added, my younger sister is naive. I hope Junior Brother Yi will not take offense. Lien Yao heir cast a glance at Wu Tong's lifeless body, struggling to suppress her fear. She had known Wu Tong for many years and had some understanding of his strength. Although he was not particularly bright, he was currently at the peak of the 5th tier of spirit building. A formidable figure among the major sections, yet Yiqing had dispatched him with a single blow. a feat that astonished Lien Yao Er. She knew that even she might not achieve such a decisive victory. Yi Qing's strength had likely become a threat to her. For this reason, Lien Yao Er treated Yi Qing with respect. While Yi Qing spoke with some justification, no one dared to assert that the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion were not killed by him. However, lacking evidence, she was reluctant to confront Yi Qing directly. Miss Lien, I have made my position clear. I shall not linger any longer. Yi Qing clasped his hands and casually stated, preparing to turn away. Unexpectedly, Lien Yao Er called out to him, Junior brother Yi, wait. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing turned back. We have discovered a relic, and originally, Wu Tong was invited to investigate it. However, due to his insufficient skills, he was slain by you, Junior brother Yi. I wonder if you would be interested in taking his place and accompanying us? As Lien Yao Er finished speaking, the two women behind her stepped forward. Yao Er, is he capable? Indeed, Yao Er, the dangers there are immense. Wu Tong nearly perished with his level of cultivation. Lien Yao Er chuckled softly and replied, Ladies, how do you perceive Junior brother Yi in comparison to Wu Tong? The two women were momentarily taken aback by the question. This question required no answer. Wu Tong's body had not yet grown cold, serving as the best proof. Although Junior brother Yi may be slightly inferior to Wu Tong in cultivation, his combat prowess is likely not any less formidable than mine. Lien Yao Er turned back to Yi Qing, smiling as she continued, Junior brother Yi, do you have the desire to accompany us? Chapter 49. You cannot stop this. Yi Qing's gaze swept over the individuals before him. Their strength evidently surpassed Wu Tong's. The woman bearing a long sword had reached the 6th tier of spirit building, while another was at the pinnacle of the 5th tier. As for Lien Yao Er, she was at the 7th tier of spirit building. In the late stages of spirit building, she was on the brink of touching the Yuan barrier, capable of effortlessly wielding divine powers without harming herself. Compared to such individuals, Yi Qing felt somewhat inferior. He hesitated, realizing that against these three women, he did not possess absolute certainty of victory. Should they wish to act against him, he would indeed be in peril. Just as he was in doubt, the system's prompt resurfaced. Prompt. Agreeing to venture into the secret realm will grant you one lovely wife. Refusing will yield one Yuan Dan. Yi Qing nearly choked at the absurdity of the system's message. What nonsense was this about a lovely wife? He cast an odd glance at the group, pondering who this lovely wife might be. Lien Yao Er? While she was certainly pleasing to the eye, her character was somewhat rough, and her voice bore a masculine tone. Clearly not his type. As for the other two, well, as cultivators, they were not lacking in appearance. But neither could they be deemed beautiful. Yet Lien and Ai Chong, with her exquisite looks, slender figure, and innocent charm, perfectly matched Yi Qing's aesthetic. However, to venture into danger for the sake of a lovely wife seemed a tad unwise. What if the system's notion of a lovely wife did not refer to Lien and Ai Chong, but to someone else? Wouldn't that leave him at a loss? Yet that Yuan Dan did not seem particularly valuable, at least not to Yi Qing, who possessed hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. After much contemplation, Yi Qing ultimately resolved to accompany them and see for himself. After all, these individuals were disciples of the Medicine Pavilion, which specialized in alchemy. If he could indeed acquire a lovely wife from among the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion, then the Yuan Dan would be of little concern. Yi Qing nodded in agreement, inwardly praying that the system would not lead him astray. He hoped the lovely wife would indeed be a lovely wife and not that sturdy woman. Lien Yao Er, haha, Junior brother Yi, splendid. Lien Yao Er laughed heartily and began to recount their tale. It turned out they had discovered a vast field of medicinal herbs in the mountains ahead, filled with spirit herbs over 1,000 years old. For the Medicine Pavilion, these were invaluable treasures. Thus, they sought to enter and gather as much as they could. However, a fierce beast guarded the valley, and they found themselves unable to proceed, which was why they had called upon Wu Tong for assistance. Little did they expect that during their investigation, Wu Tong would meet his demise. Nevertheless, compared to Wu Tong, Lien Yao Er clearly held Yi Qing in higher regard. Though Yi Qing's cultivation was not high, his combat strength was undeniably formidable. The strike he had just delivered was something even she might not have been able to withstand. Lien Yao Er had witnessed the entire scene and had intended to intervene, but Yi Qing's speed had been too swift. She was ultimately a step too late. Thus, she firmly believed that with Yi Qing's assistance, the beast would be no challenge at all. After some discussion, they reached a consensus and began their journey towards the valley. Wei Yiqing noticed that Lin Yao Er and her companions were particularly protective of Lin and Aichong, always ensuring she was kept in the center of their formation. This was clearly not merely because Lin Yao Er was Lin and Aichang's sister. It seemed to be a shared understanding among the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion. It appeared that Lin and Aichong harbored some extraordinary secret, which prompted such care from the disciples. Yiqing remained silent, following behind the group. Shortly after, a valley came into view. Even before approaching, Yiqing was enveloped by a wave of fragrant aroma, invigorating him instantly. This medicinal fragrance could undoubtedly soothe the spirit, and its potency was remarkable. No wonder the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion valued this place so highly. Yiqing could not help but grow serious. As the group entered the valley, a resounding roar echoed from the distance, causing the ground to tremble violently, as we previously discussed. Ro Er, Ping Er, you carry the medicinal powder to lure the beast while I and junior brother Yi seized the opportunity to strike. Lin Yao Er commanded. The two women nodded slightly, and then soared into the air. Behind them, clouds of medicinal powder descended, the pungent aroma hitting Yiqing's nostrils, causing him to frown. This scent was rather unpleasant. However, soon after, a massive shadow charged toward the two women. Junior brother Yi, let us go. The alchemist's apprentice called out a warning and swiftly leaped towards the beast. Wei Yiqing followed suit, soaring into the sky. It was then that he noticed the fleeting shadow, which turned out to be a massive azure bird, several zhang in length. It resembled a sparrow, yet its size was colossal. Upon its head sprouted three radiant, multicolored feathers, reminiscent of a phoenix's lineage. Realizing this, Yiqing's interest was piqued. A creature resembling a phoenix might very well possess phoenix blood. If that were the case, her Fengke sword could finally be sharpened. With a swift motion, Yiqing pursued the creature. Although the system had not provided any alerts, he understood that phoenix blood was notoriously elusive. Ignoring the lack of guidance, he decided to take a chance, for it would not hurt to try. Just as they were about to catch up to the azure bird, it suddenly turned, releasing a thunderous roar. The surrounding trees vibrated as a rich, verdant energy coalesced around it. Golden threads emerged from the bird's body, delineating a complex pattern. This was dire. It was about to invoke its innate abilities. The alchemist's apprentice gasped in alarm, having previously experienced such a technique and wishing to avoid it again. As she spoke, she deftly evaded, urging Yiqing to do the same. However, as her words fell, the gathering azure energy swiftly enveloped her. In the next moment, a verdant branch descended from the sky, adorned with small, luminous green leaves. Threads of energy spiraled around it, fracturing the fabric of space itself wherever it passed. The alchemist's apprentice was taken aback. With a swift motion, her sword was drawn, resonating with a profound hum that echoed through the heavens. A golden sigil glimmered upon her as she summoned her sword to confront the impending threat. Her countenance reddened as the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a formidable long sword. Crack! The anticipated spectacle did not unfold. The seemingly formidable sword disintegrated upon contact with the branch. The alchemist's apprentice was astonished. The azure bird appeared to have grown even stronger than before. I am doomed. Regret washed over her, fearing she might perish here. Yet, in the next instant, a familiar figure stood before her. Wei Yiqing, don't be reckless. You cannot stop it. Chapter 50. The azure bird's plea as she beheld Yiqing standing protectively in front of her. A mixture of surprise and joy filled her heart. She was aware of Yiqing's formidable combat prowess, yet the azure bird was clearly no ordinary foe. Previously, she had grossly underestimated its power, perhaps believing it had concealed its true strength. After their brief encounter, she understood she was no match for the bird, and though Yiqing was powerful, the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. With determination, she steeled herself and rose. Wei Yiqing, please take my sister to safety. I will hold this beast at bay. Just as she finished speaking and prepared to advance, a dazzling beam of sword light illuminated the entire valley. Stunned, she froze. The light surged upwards, resembling a towering mountain, its cold edge shimmering with lethal intent. Even the alchemist's apprentice felt an overwhelming aura of death enveloping her. How is this possible? This boy can actually wield such power. And the intensity of his ability must exceed that of the earthly tier. The alchemist's apprentice widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth agape. She could hardly fathom how, with Yi Qing's cultivation at the second level of the spirit-building realm, he could execute such a feat. Even she, at the late stage of the spirit-building realm, experienced excruciating pain after each use of her abilities, as if her very being would burst apart. How could Yi Qing's body endure such a tremendous influx of spiritual energy? As her astonishment grew, the sword light crashed down with resounding force, shaking the entire valley and shattering distant stones. The azure bird reacted, its feathers bristling, as emerald light rippled around it, making the descending leaves appear even more translucent. A drop of deep green liquid slid from one of the leaves, falling like a dewdrop. Though it seemed ordinary, wherever it passed, space itself twisted under its weight. Everything around it bowed in submission to its oppressive aura. Even the alchemist's apprentice felt a tremble coursing through her, as fear took root in her heart. Yet before her, the man remained steadfast, like a king gazing through the ages, proudly lifting his head. The alchemist's apprentice's beautiful eyes shimmered, her thoughts a whirlwind. But in that moment, she realized how strikingly handsome the man before her was. His charisma emanated not from mere appearance, but from an inherent imperial dominance, undaunted by the heavens, unafraid of the mightiest foes. To possess such unwavering confidence could only stem from absolute conviction, for he certainly could not be a mere fool. It was evident that Yi Qing was no simpleton. The alchemist's apprentice's gaze remained fixed. Filled with anticipation, last, in the midst of her eager expectation, the sword met the droplet in the sky. There was no cataclysmic thunderclap, nor any world-shattering waves. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sizzling sound of the evaporating droplet. The alchemist's apprentice was utterly flabbergasted. She was acutely aware of the immense power of the azure bird's technique. When she had faced it, she had been utterly defenseless, yet now, Yi Qing had effortlessly countered it. Was this man even human? Stunned, she stood frozen, forgetting to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Why, Yi Qing seemed far mightier than she had ever imagined. Previously, she had thought she could contend with him, but now it appeared that if she truly faced him, she would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow. This fellow was simply absurdly powerful. Meanwhile, the two disciples who had lured the azure bird stood dumbfounded. Their original plan had not unfolded as expected. They had not anticipated Yi Qing confronting the bird head-on. However, in that moment, they had no time for such thoughts. For Yi Qing had indeed triumphed over the azure bird in a direct confrontation. They had previously fled in terror when the four of them had joined forces against it. Yet this remarkably strong youth had managed to defeat it with a single strike. The impact of this sight was immensely disheartening. Earlier, they had looked down upon Yi Qing, considering his cultivation to be somewhat lacking. Yet now it seemed that he, the one with the lowest cultivation, was the most formidable among them. At that moment, all of them were thoroughly conquered by Yi Qing's prowess. They could not help but feel a sense of dread, realizing that they would have no means of resisting should they face that sword themselves. Yi Qing's might filled them with fear, yet also a sense of relief. Thankfully, they had refrained from taking any rash actions. Suppressing a groan of pain that surged through his body, Yi Qing approached the fallen azure bird. Its low, mournful cry tinged with a hint of plea. He cast a glance at the bird. Nodding silently, he understood its origins. Initially, he had intended to take advantage of the situation for a system reward. But upon seeing the azure bird, he altered his plans, or perhaps it was the system's prompt that guided his change of heart. The azure bird before him was not a mere corporeal entity but a fragment of soul. Its purpose was to guard this place, and its recent outburst stemmed from its soul giving rise to a soul seed. A soul entity could exist independently. When a cultivator's spiritual power became overwhelmingly strong, their soul could maintain its form even after the body perished. Moreover, souls could also cultivate, and there existed sects dedicated to the cultivation of souls in this world. Of course, souls capable of cultivation could also give rise to new life, though such life would be born as a soul entity. This type of being was referred to as a soul seed. However, the time required to nurture a soul seed was exceedingly long, making it difficult for ordinary souls to reach such a level. The azure bird before him had likely existed for countless years to cultivate its soul to the point of being able to nurture a soul seed. Unfortunately, this secret realm seemed to limit its cultivation. Otherwise, with Yi Qing's strength, he might not have been able to subdue it. Nevertheless, at this moment of the Azure Bird's impending demise, it did not harbor hatred towards Yi Qing. Instead, it exuded a sense of entreaty. Perhaps it understood its own fate, yet the soul seed represented a continuation of its life. For that reason, it was willing to seek help from the one who had harmed it. Yi Qing nodded slightly in acknowledgement of its plead. A glimmering emerald light emanated from the Azure Bird's forehead, gradually settling into Yi Qing's hand. It was an egg, translucent like jade, encasing a seed the size of a thumb. Subtle radiance flowed through it, adding to its allure. As Yi Qing observed, the alchemist's apprentice and her companions approached, their demeanor reflecting newfound respect. After all, Yi Qing had effectively become their benefactor. Thank you. Brother Yi, the alchemist's apprentice bowed in gratitude, and the others followed suit. It's nothing. You need this spiritual herb, so hurry and collect it. Yi Qing waved his hand, scanning the faces of the group. Who could this beloved wife mentioned by the system be? Chapter 51. A gift for you. This jade is truly beautiful. The members of the apothecary pavilion were busily gathering spiritual herbs from the fields while Yi Qing sat upon a nearby stone. Observing them, suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, startling him. How could I have forgotten this girl? Yi Qing chuckled softly and turned his gaze towards Lian Nichang. Do you want it? Lian Nichang nodded slightly, only to quickly shake her head again, but the sparkle in her eyes had already betrayed her. This girl is still young. Perhaps she does not comprehend the true nature of what Yi Qing holds. She merely finds it beautiful. It's a gift for you. Yi Qing extended his hand, presenting the jade egg to Lian Nichang. The little girl widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Really? If not, I can trade with you. I have plenty of spirit pills here that I can offer. Yi Qing shook his head, placing the jade egg into Lian Nichang's hands. No need. Our meeting is fate. Let us be friends. Lian Nichang carefully accepted the egg. Cradling it in her palms, her eyes squinted into crescent moons, and a delicate dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth, revealing a hint of bashfulness, making her look exceedingly adorable. Thank you. Lian Nichang gazed at the trinket in her hands, filled with joy, yet continued, by the way, if you ever need any pills in the future, do let me know. I can concoct them. I'm a 5th-tier alchemist from the Medicine Pavilion. Hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. A 5th-tier alchemist? In this world, alchemists are highly esteemed. Back in his hometown, even a mere 2nd-tier alchemist was celebrated throughout the city, treated with courtesy by the city lord himself. A 5th-tier alchemist, however, is of utmost nobility. Even within the Butian Pavilion, there are only 2 5th-tier alchemists, both of whom are already several centuries old. This little girl, appearing no older than 18 or 19, has achieved such a rank at this age. Her talent is truly extraordinary, and no wonder the others in the Medicine Pavilion protect her so closely. If such a person were placed in the Butian Pavilion, they'd surely be revered. Yi Qing felt that he had struck a worthwhile deal. With Lian Nichang's talent, she would certainly become at least a 7th-tier alchemist in the future. Such a tier of alchemist, even if lacking in strength, would be able to navigate this world with ease. Amidst his delight, however, Yi Qing felt a twinge of anxiety. What about the rewards promised by the system? Where is his little darling? Is she truly this girl? Although he had already gifted the jade egg and established a rapport. Wait a moment. Yi Qing suddenly realized. The jade egg, indeed. Before he entered the valley, the system had given him but one hint, indicating that he could not obtain other rewards within the valley. Thus, he could not take the jade egg out. Everything fell into place. He cast a furtive glance at the girl beside him, who was still entranced by the egg, seemingly fascinated. But Yi Qing noticed that her cheeks were flushed. As an experienced individual, he was all too familiar with such signs. It seemed he was correct. Yi Qing steadied himself and casually engaged in conversation, essentially gathering information about her. The little girl was quite forthright. Within a few exchanges, she revealed her lineage clearly. Lian Nichang, the daughter of the Medicine Pavilion's headmaster, currently the most gifted disciple among the Medicine Pavilion's ranks, hailed as a rare alchemical prodigy in a century. Although her cultivation was not high, slightly lower than Yi Qing's, she was indeed the current saintess of the Medicine Pavilion. While they chatted, Lian Yi and the others had already pillaged the pharmacy within the valley. They returned, interrupting Yi Qing and Lian Nichang's conversation. Brother Yi, we owe our harvest to you this time. Please take a look at these materials and feel free to choose whatever you like. Lin Yao presented a selection of rare treasures before Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. I know nothing of alchemy. These are of no use to me. If you feel obliged, just gift me a Yuan Taidan. Hearing this, Lin Yao was taken aback. These materials were all precious treasures of considerable age. Even if one knew nothing of alchemy, possessing them could yield a substantial number of spirit stones. Yet Yi Qing was refusing? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yao nodded slightly. Since Brother Yi insists, we shall not be polite. However, with so many rare treasures, a single Yuan Taidan is insufficient. I just happen to have a vial of Yuan Taidan, containing 24 pills, which I will gift to Brother Yi. I hope you won't find it lacking. The other two disciples of the Medicine Pavilion also produced vials of Yuan Taidan to present to Yi Qing. Seeing this, Yi Qing no longer declined. Combined, they amounted to 100 Yuan Taidan. Even if he did not intend to gift them, selling them would certainly fetch a considerable sum of spirit stones. Accepting the Yuan Taidan, the group exited the valley. Lin Yao proposed to travel together, but Yi Qing declined. He had other matters to attend to and did not wish to burden the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion. Noticing this, Lin Yao and the others refrained from pressing further, as they watched Yi Qing's figure recede. Lin Nishang lowered her head, biting her lip. What's wrong, little girl? You aren't smitten with that boy. Are you? A gentle voice echoed in Lin Nishang's mind. Of course not. Lin Nishang hurriedly retorted. Hee, that boy is no simple character. He seems to harbor a great secret. If you wish to pursue him, you might need to put in some effort. I know. Lin Nishang appeared resolute. Elder Yao, can I truly cultivate that technique you mentioned? What? Are you no longer afraid? You can, but you must think it through. Divine fire is extraordinary, and merging with the path of divine fire is fraught with peril, I understand. Lin Nishang nodded slightly, gazing toward the horizon. A sigh resonated in her mind as she extended her delicate fingers to touch a pitch-black ring on her hand. A mist gradually enveloped the land in the distance. Flickering lights appeared amidst the fog, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere. Yi Qing's vigilance heightened as he beheld the suddenly materializing stone village. The stone village appeared no different from an ordinary settlement. With small houses built of stones, bearing the marks of time, the village entrance, a withered willow stood in a small clearing. The willow was entirely blackened, with a terrifying crack running down its trunk. Extending deep into the earth on the withered tree, only a single willow branch remained, with just one leaf swaying feebly in the breeze. Beneath the dead tree lay a millstone, its surface riddled with cracks. Yi Qing slowly approached, and the surrounding breeze seemed to still at that moment. Beside the village, the flowing river sparkled, but the leaping fish froze mid-air. Yi Qing felt a sudden jolt in his heart and swiftly retreated. The scene before him shifted instantaneously. You managed to evade that? Quite fortunate. Chapter 52. The contract with the Divine Tree of Firework exploded before Yi Qing. The surrounding space erupted with shimmering waves of light. Golden runes flickered and then transformed into flames, consuming everything. The Divine Symbol Sect? Yi Qing turned to see several figures slowly materializing. The individuals wore yellow robes, with a talisman embroidered on their chests. They were indeed from the Divine Symbol Sect, renowned for their talismans across the realm. The path of runes serves to connect heaven and earth, inspired by divine powers. Yet, the casting of runes requires no special requirements. Even an ordinary person wielding a powerful rune could slay top-tier experts. These individuals are quite dangerous. However, Yi Qing's attention was not on the members of the Divine Symbol Sect, but rather on the disciples of the Bu Tian Pavilion. These individuals had allied with the Divine Symbol Sect to confront him. Yi Qing, today marks your end. One of them glared fiercely at Yi Qing, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Which peak do you belong to? Yi Qing surveyed the group. To ensure your demise is clear, I am from the second peak. I do not know what terms your master offered you, but a killer always meets their end. Since you found me, are you prepared to die? Yi Qing raised his head, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Though he may have grievances with the peak masters of the Bu Tian Pavilion, he bore no enmity toward these disciples. Their aggression against him was merely a command from their elders. Perhaps those elders had made them some promise, but to conspire to harm others for it was undeniably cold-hearted. This is the realm of cultivation. so cruel that it chills the heart. How bold to speak in the face of death. Do you think you alone can contend with us? I alone cannot. Yi Qing cast a glance at the withered willow not far off. If it were merely the few members of the Butian Pavilion, he might stand a chance, but dealing with the people of the Divine Symbol sect was a different matter altogether. They might possess high-grade talismans. Although Yi Qing could employ divine powers, such abilities would also inflict harm upon himself. Once or twice, he could manage, but in a protracted battle, he would falter without the opponent even needing to strike. His greatest reliance at that moment was the distant withered willow. Hint: Xianglu, a divine tree of the primordial age, when awakened, can yield. Xianglu divine wood. Yi Qing focused slightly. The lonely sword had already flown out. Attack! The individuals opposite quickly detected Yi Qing's movements. In a swift motion, they formed a strategic encirclement, effectively cutting off his escape route. At that very moment, in a place unseen by the others, a phantom-like image of a phoenix, ethereal as a bubble, quietly burrowed into the ground. The members of the Divine Talisman sect drew out their talismans, poised to unleash their power when the ground beneath them trembled violently. The earth split open, and thick roots erupted from the soil, instantaneously ensnaring everyone present. Even Yi Qing could not evade this fate. A terrifying pressure descended upon them, and among those trapped, several perished in an explosive burst. This overwhelming force, Yi Qing had only ever felt from one person before, Yan Ruyu. The strength of this withered willow was likely not far behind hers. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Qing's forehead as he fervently hoped that the system would not betray him. The might of this withered willow was too formidable. He had no capacity for resistance. The idea of subduing it seemed a daunting task indeed. As Yi Qing pondered, more individuals met their explosive demise. Transforming into a cloud of blood mist, in the blink of an eye, only Yi Qing remained entangled in the roots. Such a formidable physique, capable of withstanding even a fragment of my pressure? The withered willow exclaimed in astonishment, its last remaining branch slowly extending, like an arm reaching for Yi Qing. Faced with this predicament, Yi Qing disregarded all else and immediately invoked the Desolation Sutra. The pale, desolate energy unfurled around him, causing the roots that enveloped him to constrict slightly, though they quickly returned to their original state. Desolation power? Your body can actually adapt to the desolation energy? The withered willow was momentarily taken aback as the roots binding Yi Qing began to tighten abruptly, their tendrils gradually penetrating his skin. Desolation Sutra? No wonder. I never expected to encounter this after all these years. The tone of the withered willow softened considerably, and the roots gradually retreated into the earth, allowing Yi Qing to be released. Young one, tell me, where is that fellow, the desolate star? Senior, I am unaware of any desolate star. Yi Qing replied, relieved that the withered willow had restrained its power. Then from where did you acquire the Desolation Sutra? It is something I stumbled upon, Yi Qing answered honestly, though he had already formulated a plan in his mind. It seemed that the withered willow had some connection to the Desolation Sutra. If that were the case, there might be hope for subjugation. Stumbled upon, you say? That makes sense if that fellow were still alive. This world would have been destroyed long ago. The withered willow muttered softly. Suddenly, the drooping branches surged forward, piercing into Yi Qing's brow. Just as the withered willow sought to probe Yi Qing's memories, an imperial weapon erupted behind it with a thunderous roar. Buzz! The Star Palace trembled, ripples coursing through the air. The verdant branches quivered slightly. The Star Palace. This lad is truly the heir of the desolate star? The withered willow swiftly retracted its branches. Yi Qing's briefly dazed consciousness regained clarity, and he was filled with trepidation. In the presence of such a high-level expert, he had no capacity for resistance. At that moment, he could only await his destiny. However, it seemed that fate favored him as the withered willow ceased its menacing demeanor, gradually transforming back into its original form, standing in the plaza before the stone village. You are quite remarkable. His discerning eye is commendable. I am willing to forge a contract with you. What say you? Indeed. Yi Qing felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a facade of composure. Senior, please do elaborate. The withered willow paused, taken aback at a being of her stature seeking to establish a contract. Yet this lad appeared utterly unfazed. After a moment of silence, she slowly began to speak. I shall protect your path. And in return, you will escort me back to my world. Where is your world, Senior? Yi Qing's heart raced at this revelation. Could it be that this willow was also a traveler from another realm? Were there other traversers in this world? That is not for you to inquire at present. In the future, you will undoubtedly reach that place, and at that time, I shall depart. But until then, I will guard your path. Yi Qing lowered his head in contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally raised his gaze. Senior, is it impossible for you to leave this place? The withered willow fell silent. She certainly could leave, for with her strength, no one in this world could bind her. Yet, should she depart, she would become an enemy to all. Even she could not withstand those adversaries. She could only rely on others. But these were matters she could not disclose to Yi Qing. Chapter 53. Multiple Personalities? The withered willow seethed inwardly, her teeth gritting with frustration. This lad was clearly attempting to gain an advantage from her. Perhaps Yi Qing had already perceived her unspoken troubles. The withered willow cursed Yi Qing silently, yet she found herself with no alternatives in this world. Perhaps only Yi Qing could reach that destination. Did she have any other options? What do you desire? She finally asked. Why? Yi Qing grinned. It's simple, Senior. There must be numerous treasures within this secret realm, and I want them all. The withered willow could hardly contain her urge to curse. This fellow was exceedingly greedy. How could he wish to monopolize such a vast secret realm? She had been here for so long and had never entertained such thoughts. Yet, there was something about his character that resonated with her. I will agree to your terms, the withered willow replied in a low voice. How shall we proceed? Yi Qing inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the withered willow, his heart brimming with joy. With such a protector by his side, it was as if he carried a Yen Ruyu with him. Who could possibly stand in his way? I shall take a drop of your essence blood to solidify our contract. Ah? Yi Qing exclaimed in surprise, glancing down at himself. At that moment, had the withered willow not needed something from him, she would surely have wanted to crush this lad on the spot. She merely sought a drop of essence blood. What was he looking at? Before Yi Qing could respond, the withered willow extended her verdant branch and swiftly ensnared him. Seeing this, Yi Qing felt a rush of anxiety. Tentacles? Plants? Hiss. This is something I find difficult to accept. However, he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over him. A drop of essence blood manifested at his brow, landing on the tender green branch in his mind. An image of a similar withered willow slowly emerged. While before him, the stone village gradually faded into nothingness. Star deity, have you also departed? Yi Qing slumped to the ground, feeling utterly drained. Yet, a gentle voice resonated in his mind. That voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, bringing immediate comfort merely through its sound. This withered willow is actually a woman? Sister Willow Deity? Yi Qing suddenly recalled a novel he had once read. The thought of the enchanting Sister Willow Deity from the anime brought him a sense of relief. Senior, may I inquire how you are addressed? Yi Qing mentally queried. Willow Deity. The gentle voice responded once more, now tinged with a hint of melancholy. Indeed, her name is truly Willow Deity? Yi Qing was astonished, yet uncertain if this could indeed be a crossover. If she were truly that Willow Deity, he would have struck gold. A delicate foot, a mature woman. She was his ultimate preference. Sister Willow Deity, do you know Little Point? Yi Qing ventured to ask. Who? A child named the Desolate Emperor. He lived in the stone village when he was young. You raised him? Yi Qing described based on his memories. You must be out of your mind. The Willow Deity's tone turned somewhat irate. What nonsense is this? I never raised any child, nor do I know any Little Point. Her voice grew cold, as if a different persona had taken over. Yi Qing was taken aback, hesitant to press further. Let us depart quickly and gather treasures from the secret realm. The voice urged. Sister Willow Deity, do we have any plans? Plans? Simply guard the entrance. Those who enter will naturally bring treasures to us. Yi Qing was momentarily speechless. This method was shockingly simplistic and crude. Yet the inheritance here. Before he could say more, the Willow Deity interrupted him sharply. That fellow's inheritance is nothing but rubbish. How could you possibly covet it? Focus on cultivating your Desolation Sutra. Do not dwell on useless things. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned by her reprimand. It seemed her attitude towards him had shifted somewhat. Could it be that she had changed her heart upon receiving something? This would not do. He must maintain the upper hand. Otherwise, would he become this woman's mere pawn? Willow deity, I require that inheritance. Regardless of its nature, it is my choice. Yi Qing's tone turned icy. He could not allow this woman to dictate his decisions. Apologies. The willow deity's voice seemed to soften once more. I was momentarily distracted. Please do not take offense. You wish for that person's inheritance? Yi Qing listened, bewildered. What is going on? Multiple personalities. Why does this being shift between different demeanors? The previous voice was undeniably assertive, yet this one is gentle. Moreover, what does she mean by letting her out? Could it be that there is another entity within the willow deity? Yi Qing contemplated, though he did not delve deeper. Yes, I desire the inheritance from here. Very well. I will assist you, however. Before that, you must first recuperate your strength. You should feel quite weak after the extraction of your essence blood. The gentle tone of Lu Shun seemed laced with concern. Within the vanished stone village, remnants of spiritual herbs lingered, which you could gather and consume. Yi Qing nodded slightly, leaning forward as he advanced. The village had completely disappeared, leaving only an empty expanse of grassland. Not far away, a few vibrant red flowers flickered with a faint glow. Yi Qing recognized them as a type of spiritual medicine, the Qi Hong Hua. Judging by the petals, they were likely several hundred years old. Utilizing such a precious resource merely to replenish energy seemed somewhat extravagant. Nonetheless, at that moment, Yi Qing was unconcerned. Just a few blossoms. Soon, the treasures of this entire secret realm would belong to him. After consuming the spiritual medicine, Yi Qing instantly felt revitalized. Following Lu Shun's guidance, he no longer needed to search haphazardly. He fixed his gaze upon a single direction and soared straight ahead. After an indeterminate amount of time, he was drawn to the sound of a fierce battle, in the distance, at the entrance of a ruin. A group of demonic beasts was besieging several disciples of the Butian Pavilion. Among them was Yang Huang. However, as the holy maiden of the Butian Pavilion, Yang Huang possessed considerable cultivation and was able to fend off some of the attacks. Yet, it was the few individuals in the distance, watching with predatory intent, that caught Yi Qing's attention. Members of the Shun Fu sect? A surge of anger rose on Yi Qing's face. Just moments ago, it had been disciples of the Shun Fu sect who had attacked him. He could not let these scoundrels escape. Just as Yi Qing was preparing to intervene, the disciples of the Shun Fu sect launched their own assault. Talismans, like shooting stars, rained down upon the crowd. In an instant, both the demonic beasts and the disciples of Butian Pavilion scrambled to evade the onslaught. Yet, the power of these talismans was formidable, and many were injured as a result. As Yang Huang fought valiantly to protect her fellow disciples and buy them time to escape, a talisman glowing with a red light appeared above her head. A ground-level spiritual talisman? Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. They cried out for Yang Huang to take cover, but at that moment, how could she possibly evade? Yang Huang raised her sword, her spiritual energy surging, preparing to make a desperate stand. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her. Yi Qing? Yang Huang was taken aback upon seeing Yi Qing. While she felt a surge of joy, she quickly regained her composure. You need to get out of the way. Just as she spoke, the sword intent she had gathered in her hand was about to unleash its power when she saw Yi Qing slightly raise his hand, that pale light aiming directly at the talisman in the sky. Could it be? This boy has lost his mind? Attempting to catch a spiritual talisman with his bare hands? A ground-level spiritual talisman at that? I must still be dreaming. No one with a functioning brain would attempt such a thing. That talisman is of ground level. Once unleashed, its power rivals that of a divine ability of the same rank. Has this fellow gone mad to dare to catch a talisman with his hands? The Butian Pavilion disciples are not so impressive after all, to have raised such a fool. Everyone was rendered speechless by Yi Qing's audacity. He, a mere second-tier disciple of the spirit establishment realm, dared to catch a divine ability barehanded? Even a powerful figure from the Yuan Tai realm would think twice. To the onlookers, if Yi Qing was not insane, he must certainly be foolish. But then, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The talisman, radiating red light, was grasped firmly in Yi Qing's hand. The previously flickering light vanished, and the talisman transformed into a piece of red paper that fell into Yi Qing's palm. How is this possible? How could a released talisman revert to its original state? Everyone turned their gaze toward the members of the Shen Fu sect, who were undoubtedly the most knowledgeable about talismans. And this talisman had originated from their hands. Yet at that moment, the members of the Shen Fu sect were in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. No one understood the power of this talisman better than they did. This was a life-saving item left by their sect leader. Had it not been for the excessively high demands of the Beastmaster sect, and the fact that Yang Huang was indeed a formidable opponent, they would never have willingly part with this talisman. Once unleashed, a ground-level talisman could annihilate a master of the Yuan Tai realm. Yet here they were, having activated the talisman only to have it forcibly intercepted by Yi Qing. This was a scenario they had never encountered before. Impossible. How could a released talisman be interrupted? The leader of the Shen Fu sect stared at Yi Qing in terror, frantically switching hand signs. However, after a series of maneuvers, he discovered he had lost all connection with the talisman. Panic swept over him, leaving him drenched in sweat. This ground-level talisman was a formidable weapon. They could not allow it to fall into another's hands. Yi Qing, how could you? Yang Huang's small hand trembled slightly as she gazed at Yi Qing's figure, her expression one of incredulity. She thought she knew Yi Qing well enough, considering their relatively close relationship in the Butian Pavilion. While she had witnessed his remarkable cultivation talent and believed him to be on par with the others present, she could not bring herself to believe that he could catch a ground-level talisman barehanded. Ground-level talismans could easily annihilate a Yuan Tai realm expert. Even she, if she were to face it, would undoubtedly suffer serious injuries despite her ability to block it. Yet Yi Qing had effortlessly caught it, and with his bare hands no less. Had that old monster taken over his body? Truth be told, at this moment, Yang Huang was beginning to guess the truth. Why Yi Qing glanced down at his palm, where a hint of green tendril gradually faded away. The talisman lay quietly there. A ground-level talisman? This is indeed a valuable item. Yi Qing thought to himself with a sigh of admiration. Why, Yi Qing? Are you all right? Yang Huang managed to steady her emotions and approached him. As it turned out, Qian Qian had asked her to help look after Yi Qing, though she had done her utmost. She felt she had not been of much assistance to him. After entering the secret realm, she had been searching for Yi Qing. Otherwise, she would have made her way to the center of the realm long ago. Yet now, it was Yi Qing who had come to her rescue, leaving Yang Huang in disbelief. Who was truly looking after whom? I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Just a mere talisman. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. Casting a glance at the remaining disciples of the Butian Pavilion in the distance, on the ground lay the bodies of several disciples, and only 5 or 6 were still alive. Their bodies bearing numerous wounds, suggesting they had faced significant peril. What about Lu Tong? Weren't you with him? Yi Qing recalled that Lu Tong had also entered the secret realm. That man was even stronger than Yang Huang and was reputedly the strongest in the Butian Pavilion. Given Lu Tong's strength, he should have been able to ensure the safety of those disciples. Yet the casualties among the Butian Pavilion were so severe, clearly indicating that Yang Huang and her group had been targeted. Junior brother Lu Tong is exceptionally powerful. There's no need for concern. Yang Huang shook her head with a smile. I have been searching for you, and along the way, I managed to acquire some good items. But these ruffians set their sights on me. Yang Huang cast a glance at the distant members of the Beastmaster sect and the Shen Fu sect, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Though she was not weak, if she were to face either faction alone, she would not fear them. Unfortunately, the Beastmaster sect and the Shen Fu sect had joined forces against her. Along the way, she had fought desperately to bring back these 6 disciples, with dozens more slain by those scoundrels. At this moment, the depth of Yang Huang's hatred for them was palpable. Just then, the leader of the Shen Fu sect called out angrily from afar. Hey, you little brat from the Butian Pavilion, return my talisman, or I'll ensure you have no place to rest in death. Yi Qing could sense Yang Huang's emotions. He quietly surveyed the remaining disciples of the Butian Pavilion. Their gazes toward him varied. He sighed softly and slowly turned around. You want it? Yi Qing's voice was not loud, yet it resonated with everyone present. Humph, that was originally mine. Return it to me, and I'll spare your life. The disciples of the Shen Fu sect all shouted angrily, their arrogant demeanor suggesting they had already secured Yi Qing's submission. Since that is the case, let me return it to you. Yi Qing smiled slightly and raised his hand, tossing the talisman over. Upon witnessing this, Yang Huang was about to intervene when Yi Qing suddenly embraced her and leaped into the air. The members of the Shun Fu sect were still reveling in their anticipation of reclaiming the talisman. But soon, a dazzling red light illuminated their faces. Their expressions of terror did not linger for long. The crimson flames engulfed one of the Shun Fu sect disciples in an instant. The anguished wails echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. He actually crushed the talisman? How is that even possible? Every spirit talisman possesses a unique incantation to activate it, particularly the higher-tier talismans. Thus, even if a talisman falls into the hands of another, the individual is unable to utilize it. However, there are exceptions. For instance, certain formidable beings can forcibly shatter a spirit talisman with their cultivation, allowing its effects to be unleashed. Yet, such manifestations cannot discern friend from foe. Currently, this is precisely the scenario unfolding. How could Yi Qing, merely at the spirit establishment stage, possibly crush a talisman? Chapter 55. The pyramid Yang Huang's delicate face flushed crimson, whether from the blazing inferno illuminating the surroundings or the warmth of the embrace she found herself in. Leaving her feeling somewhat bashful, nevertheless, one thing was undeniable. She was utterly astonished. The annihilation of the entire sect of spirit talisman, including its young master, was orchestrated by none other than Yi Qing, standing before her. The most shocking aspect was that this young man had just crushed a spirit talisman barehanded. Yang Huang widened her eyes, fixated intently on Yi Qing. "What is it?" Yi Qing turned his head. His extraordinary visage, illuminated by the flames, appeared even more captivating. "Who exactly are you? You haven't been possessed by that ancient monster, have you?" Yang Huang gently pushed Yi Qing away, adjusting her attire, her expression one of wariness. "Ah, to tell you the truth, I am the reincarnation of a great emperor. In times of peril, I can unleash the power of the emperor." Yi Qing spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving the onlookers from the Butian pavilion momentarily dumbfounded. Yang Huang, however, merely scoffed, her face a mask of disbelief. If Yi Qing were truly that formidable, would he need to come here? He could have simply defeated Ing Shuntian and taken the leadership of the Butian pavilion. I'd be a fool to believe you," Yang Huang muttered under her breath, lowering her guard. She tilted her head upwards, where the sky had turned crimson with flames. Amidst the blood-red inferno, distorted figures writhed and howled, resembling malevolent spirits dancing in the fire. The scene was utterly harrowing, yet Yang Huang could not help but feel a sense of unresolved resentment. The corpses of those disciples who perished beneath the spirit talisman sect were still warm. Their expressions of unwillingness and terror lingered vividly in her memory. Yang Huang felt no sympathy for these individuals. Her gaze shifted to the other side, where the disciples of the Beast Master sect gasped in alarm. They may not have comprehended Yi Qing's prowess, but judging by his recent display, his strength likely surpassed even Yang Huang's. With the spirit talisman sect eradicated, they could hardly contend with Yang Huang, let alone the addition of Yi Qing. Sensing the impending doom, the members of the Beast Master sect hastily turned and fled into the distance. "Uncle Yi, we cannot let them escape. They have killed so many of our brothers." "Indeed, Uncle Yi, we must avenge our fallen comrades." The few disciples from the Butian pavilion wore expressions of deep sorrow as they watched the fleeing members of the Beast Master sect. Their teeth clenched in anger. Alas, they lacked the strength to confront them and could only place their hopes on Yi Qing. Despite their previous lack of respect for Yi Qing, they now recognized his considerable talent after witnessing his capabilities. In this world, it is simple and clear. Respect is commanded by strength. Yi Qing turned back to survey the group, noting that two individuals instinctively lowered their heads. He inferred that these two had likely been ordered to act against him. But it seemed they had abandoned that notion. Why Yi Qing chose not to expose them, merely stating coldly, "Let us wait at the heart of the secret realm. Since they have come this far, they will not simply retreat." With that, they all soared into the distance. Along the way, the terrain undulated, revealing numerous collapsed structures, indicating they were nearing the core of the secret realm. The closer they approached the center, the more Yi Qing felt the strangeness of the area. Unlike the previously lush woodlands, the mountains before them were desolate, stripped bare, resembling a barren desert devoid of life. Moreover, Yi Qing distinctly sensed an aura of desolation permeating the air. Though faint, it was perceptible to him. He chose not to dwell on it. At least this desolation did not yet pose a threat to them. casting a sidelong glance at the resolute Yang Huang. Yi Qing felt a twinge of curiosity. It seemed she had some knowledge of the secret realm's core area. Sister, do you know where the core of the secret realm is? After a prolonged silence, Yi Qing could not help but inquire. He had learned of this information from Lu Shan. How did Yang Huang come by it? Well, didn't I mention I acquired a treasure? It is actually a key. A key to unlock the secret realm's inheritance. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was visibly taken aback. Did the inheritance of the secret realm require a key? He was astonished to think that obtaining the inheritance would necessitate competing against his own people. Yes, there are a total of 5 such keys. I possess one of them, which is why I attracted the pursuit of the Beastmaster sect. Yang Huang squinted, gazing into the distance. Why, Yi Qing, once we arrive there, I will summon junior brother Lu Tong. Together, the 3 of us will seize those keys. This inheritance is ours alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his admiration. Yang Huang, whom he had always perceived as harmless, surprisingly exhibited such ambition. Throughout the journey, Yi Qing refrained from further commentary. After an indeterminate period, a towering structure emerged on the horizon. Upon sighting the building, Yi Qing was rendered speechless. A pyramid? He exclaimed internally. Indeed, what stood before him was a pyramid. Logically, in this world of wonders, encountering something extraordinary was not unexpected. However, having traversed this realm and witnessed numerous ancient edifices, this was his first encounter with a foreign architectural marvel. Moreover, in front of the pyramid stood a majestic sphinx, exquisitely carved, an epitome of artistry. Yi Qing approached Yang Huang, his face filled with astonishment. Sister, have you seen such a structure elsewhere? Having only recently arrived, Yi Qing had limited experiences and decided to inquire. However, Yang Huang shook her head in response. No. Is this a building? I thought it was a mountain. How peculiar, with such distinct angles. Yang Huang's reaction indicated that this was also her first encounter with such an artifact. A sense of foreboding crept into Yi Qing's mind. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds contempt. Yet in this foreign land, those who appeared familiar might be the most perilous. He remained uncertain of what lay within. Nevertheless, with Lu Shan by his side, Yi Qing steadied his nerves. The group approached the colossal pyramid, where a throng had already gathered. Senior brother Yi. As soon as Yi Qing arrived, Lian and Aishang rushed over. Her shoulders adorned with a vibrant green bird, identical to the one they had previously vanquished. Look, the egg you gifted me has hatched. A little green bird. Isn't it adorable? Lian and Aishang beamed with joy. Akin to a child showcasing a newfound toy, eager to share it with her closest companion. The little creature was indeed charming. Chapter 56. It's all your fault? Yes, indeed. You must take good care of her. Yi Qing extended his hand, intending to ruffle the little bird, only for the creature to turn its head away, its beady black eyes brimming with wariness. Little Qing, you mustn't act like this towards senior brother Yi. Lian and Aishang gently patted the little bird's head, causing it to appear nervous and hastily snuggle closer to her, rubbing its small head against her cheek. Observing this, Lian and Aishang produced a red pill and placed it in the little bird's beak. The creature promptly closed its eyes, displaying an expression of sheer delight. What did you give it to eat? Yi Qing inquired curiously. Oh, it's just a yuan cultivation pill. As soon as those words left her lips, the onlookers collectively gasped. Good heavens, you fed this little creature a yuan cultivation pill? That pill is essential for forming a yuan embryo. It is said that consuming one enhances the chances of success by 20%. This item is far more precious than a yuan embryo pill. A pill of good quality could fetch around 10,000 spirit stones. The red pill Lian and Aishang had just presented was a premium yuan cultivation pill, worth at least several tens of thousands of spirit stones. She actually fed it to a pet bird. Many gazes directed towards Lian and Aishang were filled with indignation. Yet, the fragrant burner hanging from her waist signified her identity as a disciple of the medicine pavilion. A core disciple, it was not surprising for someone of her status to treat pills as mere snacks. Yi Qing shook his head slightly. Although he was aware of Lian and Aishang's status, he was nonetheless taken aback to learn that the little bird was being fed a yuan cultivation pill. This little creature was likely living better than he was, however, since the bird was now a gift to Lian and Aishang. He refrained from commenting further. Several alchemists approached and greeted each other. Yang Huang was familiar with them, and they exchanged pleasantries for a while. Soon after, individuals from various sects gradually arrived at the scene. Sister Yang and Uncle Yi. So you are together. The disciples from the Butian Pavilion, led by Lu Tong, also made their way here. However, only a few remained behind Lu Tong, who bore the appearance of someone who had just endured a fierce battle. Beside him stood a young girl in red, carrying a large sword, and a man covered in wounds. Junior brother Lu, what has happened to you all? Yang Huang cast a glance at Lu Tong and his companions. Recognizing that few could force Lu Tong into such a state, on our way here, we encountered people from the Beast Master sect. They claimed you had slain many of their disciples and wiped out the God Talisman sect. Leading to our skirmish, initially, I thought little of those pet enthusiasts, only to be ambushed by a group from the Soul Hall, resulting in the deaths of several brothers. Even Su Xiong fell because he tried to assist me. Again with these rascals? Where are the people from the Beast Master sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing felt a twinge of regret, realizing he should have eradicated those individuals earlier. He had initially intended to allow them to assist in gathering treasures, fattening them up before striking. Unexpectedly, it had led to Lu Tong's misfortune. Yi Qing, how can you still speak? It was you who killed the disciples of the God Talisman sect. Before Lu Tong could respond, the few remaining behind him spoke up. The people from the Beast Master sect claim it was you who killed their brethren, which is why they came seeking vengeance. Yi Qing, you have brought calamity upon us. The few disciples from the Butian Pavilion pointed angrily at Yi Qing, their fury evident as they seemed eager to unleash their pent-up wrath upon him. It is not as you think. It was the Beast Master sect and the God Talisman sect who conspired to slay many of our fellow disciples. Just as they were about to strike at me, Junior brother Yi intervened. Yang Huang stepped forward, attempting to defend Yi Qing. Yet, the others were indifferent to this explanation. Their focus was clearly on targeting Yi Qing. The deaths of their fellow disciples mattered little compared to their vendetta against him. With no treasures left to hope for, their only recourse was the promises of rewards from the elders backing them. Sister Yang, you need not shield him. Indeed, Yi Qing is one who seeks the spotlight. He must have provoked the others, and now we all suffer the consequences. For the vengeance of our fallen brethren. A voice shouted, and in an instant, several flying swords shot forth, aimed directly at Yi Qing's face. Stop! Lu Tong bellowed, his vitality surging as he raised his fist, sending the swords crashing away. What do you intend to do? If you wish for revenge, seek out those scoundrels from the Beast Master sect. Attacking your own is not commendable, Junior brother Lu. Do not obstruct us. He has never regarded us as his own. The few disciples from the Butian Pavilion glared at Yi Qing with fierce expressions. Have you forgotten the fallen disciples? It is all because of Yi Qing that they faced this calamity. Indeed, we must avenge our slain brothers. Lu Tong, filled with frustration, felt the veins on his neck throb. He could not fathom the reasoning behind their actions. The people from the Beast Master sect had assaulted them, yet they turned their anger on their own. What sense did this make? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Yang Huang silently stepped forward and pulled Lu Tong aside. Junior brother Lu, you need not involve yourself in this matter. Yang Huang sighed, then turned to face the Butian Pavilion disciples. Since you have chosen this path, seek your own fortune. Lu Tong stared at Yang Huang, bewildered. He could not comprehend why she would watch as these individuals turned against one another. After all, they were disciples of the Butian Pavilion. Just as Lu Tong was about to speak again, the few disciples had already taken action. He moved to intervene, but found his steps halted mid-air. The disciples from the Butian Pavilion stood frozen, a thin line of blood appearing on their throats, and soon, several heads rolled away. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Even Lu Tong failed to see how Yi Qing had struck. Though these individuals were not particularly formidable, with a light chuckle, Hu Chi's gaze suddenly turned cold. Yang Huang instantly became alert. The moment her long sword was unsheathed, a blurred figure had already crossed past her, heading straight for a group of disciples from the Butian Pavilion. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tong swiftly moved to intervene, but a shadowy figure appeared before him. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Even Lu Tong found himself at a disadvantage against these oddly shaped foes. The black figure showed no hesitation. As it materialized, a massive sickle was already aimed at Lu Tong, descending upon him at that moment. A flash of emerald green appeared. The black figure, caught off guard, was pierced through by a slender willow branch. Subsequently, the dark form gradually became visible, shrouded in thick black mist, from which skeletal remains fell away, collapsing to the ground and vanishing from sight. Junior brother Qin? A similar shadow emerged before Yi Qing, who gasped in surprise. However, before he could finish his exclamation, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he found another green willow branch had pierced through his torso. "Stop hiding. I see you." Yi Qing raised his hand, and the lonely sword flew forth, trailing a wisp of black mist, followed by another black skeletal form crashing to the ground. "How is this possible? How can you see us?" A figure clad in black robes beside Hu Qi stared at Yi Qing in shock. "I warned you to be cautious of that kid. You should have taken action yourself." Hu Qi shot a reproachful glance at the black-robed man beside him, his eyes brimming with fury. "He's merely at the second level of the spirit-building realm." The black-robed man murmured, "Oh, not forget. Those from the divine symbol sect perished at his hands." Hu Qi interjected, having witnessed Yi Qing's prowess firsthand. Thus, he had contacted the Soul Palace. Soul cultivators are a peculiar bunch. Unlike ordinary practitioners who require aptitude assessments, the first task for a soul cultivator is to consume a suicide elixir known as the Fortune and Longevity Pill, which fortifies the soul, ensuring it does not perish after death. Consequently, they can commence their cultivation in a spiritual state. It is precisely for this reason that the Soul Palace boasts a large number of disciples. Even ordinary individuals can join. Today, nearly all of Dongsang is comprised of Soul Palace disciples. Rather than a nation, Dongsang resembles a super sect. To expand their ranks, they deliberately instigate slaughter to harvest souls, earning the Soul Palace the moniker of the Devil Sect. Due to the uniqueness of their cultivation methods, Soul Palace disciples typically manifest in a spiritual state, wielding unpredictable and bizarre offensive techniques that leave many sects powerless against them. Liu Tong had fallen victim to these individuals. Yet, regrettably for them, they had encountered Yi Qing today. What if soul cultivators possess peculiar movement techniques? In the face of the absolute strength of the Willow God, they remain utterly exposed. These individuals believed they were concealed well. Yet all their actions were laid bare before Yi Qing's eyes. When Hu Qi arrived, these figures had already stealthily infiltrated their midst, but Yi Qing had chosen not to expose them. He had intended to lure the enemy deeper, aiming for a decisive annihilation. However, their leader had yet to approach. With no other choice, he revealed himself. Now that the situation had unfolded this way, he chose to abandon pretense. Since the Beastmaster sect and the Soul Palace had come, they might as well stay. Chapter 58. Can you escape? Arrogance. Beside Hu Qi, the black-robed man bellowed in fury. Instantly, black mist coiled around him, and he vanished into thin air. Junior brother Yi, be careful. Liu Tong, witnessing this, leaped forward. He had previously clashed with that man, known as Wu Xian, a standout disciple from the Soul Palace. His strength was comparable to Liu Tong's, and should they engage in direct combat, Liu Tong would not fear him. Alas, the opponent was a soul cultivator, and against such foes, Liu Tong felt somewhat lacking. "Ha ha ha, Liu Tong. I'll come to test you." Upon seeing this, Hu Qi mounted his Azure Tiger and directly obstructed Liu Tong. Although he was aware of Wu Xian's strength, he could not afford to let Liu Tong and Yi Qing join forces. With Yi Qing's unpredictable methods combined with Liu Tong's strength, Wu Xian would surely find himself at a disadvantage. Of course, a more pressing reason loomed. He had no confidence in confronting Yi Qing. Wu Xian was merely a scapegoat he had summoned. Should Wu Xian fail to contend with Yi Qing, he would promptly flee. Engaging Liu Tong was merely a pretext. The two quickly clashed. Liu Tong's exceptional prowess allowed him to contend with Hu Qi effortlessly. Yet, Hu Qi had no intention of battling. He merely sought to entangle Liu Tong. Meanwhile, a group of disciples from the Beastmaster sect had surrounded the remaining members of the Butian Pavilion. Fortunately, Yang Huang was formidable enough to hold her ground for a while, until several indistinct figures infiltrated the crowd. Once their bizarre methods were unleashed, even Yang Huang began to show signs of fatigue. Yi Qing was about to step in to assist when a chilling aura suddenly locked onto him. "Hey, your opponent is me," Wu Xian's sinister voice echoed as a massive sickle cut through the void. Enveloped in dense black mist, "Get lost," Yi Qing roared, raising his hand as the emerald willow branch shot forth, instantly ensnaring Wu Xian. The previously hidden figure was suddenly exposed. Wu Xian, taken aback, swung his sickle toward the willow branch. But as it struck, the sickle shattered into fragments. The seemingly delicate willow branch erupted in radiant light. Wu Xian felt a tumultuous upheaval within. The black mist enveloping him was swiftly absorbed by the branch. Beneath the black robe, his skeletal form appeared particularly ghastly. Had Wu Xian retained any semblance of flesh, his expression would undoubtedly reflect shock. He could not fathom how Yi Qing had discovered him. Nor could he comprehend why this mere second-level spirit-building cultivator possessed such formidable combat prowess. They had merely exchanged glances, yet he had already faced utter defeat, unable to mount any resistance. Even against Lu Tong, he would not have fallen so completely, yet, against Yi Qing, he had not even grazed the hem of his robe. "Who on earth are you?" Wu Xian racked his mind for notable figures from the Butian Pavilion, but could not recall the name Yi Qing. The dead have no need for such knowledge. Now, you may find yourself unable to even become a ghost. Yi Qing clenched his fist, and the willow branches abruptly constricted. "No. Hu Qi, save me!" Fear propelled Wu Xian to muster his final strength to glance back. Only to see Hu Qi's retreating figure in that moment, he comprehended that he was merely a pawn in Hu Qi's game. He wished to curse in anger, yet found himself devoid of strength. He felt his arms disintegrating, his body crumbling apart. Ultimately, Wu Xian transformed into a pile of bones, scattering across the ground. "Think you can escape? Can you?" Yi Qing raised his head. Hu Qi, despite his shortcomings, possessed some intelligence. Although he was entangled with Lu Tong, he remained vigilant of Yi Qing's situation. The moment he realized Wu Xian had not survived a single exchange against Yi Qing, he understood the tide had turned. His fleeing motion was decisive and swift, so much so that Lu Tong did not even have time to react. Everything transpired too rapidly. Not only Lu Tong but even Hu Qi did not anticipate Wu Xian's utter inadequacy, failing to withstand even a single blow. Yet, in that moment, Hu Qi found himself too exhausted to ponder further. He could distinctly sense the killing intent approaching from behind. At this juncture, survival was paramount. As for the disciples under him, they were of no consequence. As long as he escaped, he could seek vengeance for them from the sect. Hu Qi frantically urged his azure tiger forward, wishing fervently for it to grow an extra pair of legs. Suddenly, he felt himself hurled away by a powerful force. He quickly regained his balance and darted away like an arrow, not daring to glance back. Wait, something's off. Hu Qi abruptly realized that the surrounding scenery had seemingly remained unchanged. He looked down to find himself ensnared by green willow branches. At that moment, his legs moved as if equipped with motors, propelling him forward at an incredible speed. Though the onlookers below, his frantic struggle resembled that of a turtle desperately flailing its limbs. However, this comical spectacle did not last long. Lu Tong's great blade had already reached him from behind. He barely had time to plead for mercy before his head was severed, tumbling down with an expression of fear and resentment. He could not fathom why he had provoked this harbinger of doom, perhaps only feeling a twinge of regret in his heart at the moment of his death. The demise of Hu Qi utterly stunned the crowd. With both the Beastmaster sect and the Soul Palace now leaderless, the remaining disciples stood frozen in place, appearing somewhat at a loss. "Junior Brother Yi, what should be done with these individuals?" Lu Tong soared back, his gaze now imbued with a newfound respect for Yi Qing. Although he was hailed as the foremost genius of the Butian Pavilion, he found himself genuinely convinced by Yi Qing's prowess. This fellow's methods were indeed admirable, even to him. "Just kill them all." Yi Qing turned around, directing his attention towards the bewildered disciples of the Beastmaster sect. "Is this really appropriate? The souls of the people from the Soul Palace are already lost. And killing them is one thing, but the Beastmaster sect is still composed of righteous individuals." Lu Tong hesitated internally. After all, the Beastmaster sect was the most prominent sect in the Nanzhao kingdom, its strength rivaling that of the Butian Pavilion. Although there were some conflicts between them, if they were to annihilate the disciples of the Beastmaster sect this time, the enmity would become irreconcilable. Even Yang Huang felt a twinge of uncertainty. While she too sought vengeance for her fallen disciples, both she and Lu Tong prioritized the interests of their sect. If they were to forge a deadly feud with the Beastmaster sect, it would complicate matters significantly. Yi Qing understood their concerns and refrained from saying much. instead walking towards the group of Beastmaster sect disciples. Observing the scene, the surrounding crowd dispersed hastily. Was this fellow truly intent on eradicating them all? Chapter 59. Robbery? I shall slay those who come for vengeance. Let them seek me out. Yi Qing's voice was low yet imbued with unwavering resolve. The disciples of the Beastmaster sect comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed they could not escape unscathed. They immediately began to resist fiercely, but their struggles appeared utterly futile before Yi Qing. In mere moments, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect had suffered heavy casualties. What do you mean, junior brother Yi? We are all disciples of the Bu Tian Pavilion. In times of crisis, the sect will shoulder the burden for us. Lu Tong shouted angrily, leaping forward to avenge the deceased disciples. Yang Huang wasted no time either, drawing her sword with resolve. In an instant, all disciples of the Beastmaster sect were annihilated, and the same fate befell those from the Soul Palace and the blink of an eye. Two major sects were obliterated, leaving the remaining sects in shock. They glanced at Yi Qing, who exuded an aura of slaughter, instinctively retreating a few steps. Sister, do you think he might get carried away and eliminate us as well? The female disciples from the Medicine Pavilion were visibly shaken, their faces pale. They had witnessed such scenes before, yet Yi Qing's decisiveness instilled a sense of fear within them. This individual acted without regard for the consequences. He displayed no fear of retaliation even from a sect as formidable as the Beastmaster sect. Such a person was best avoided. Lien Yao, hearing this, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her, and she instinctively tugged at Lien and Yi Chang to retreat a few steps. Yi Qing turned to survey the remaining disciples from various sections. Ladies and gentlemen, to enter this place, one requires a key. Those who possess a key need not keep it hidden. As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, Lu Tong stepped forward, revealing a key in his possession. With Yang Huang's key, the Bu Tian Pavilion now held 2 keys. Yi Qing's gaze then shifted toward the other section's brother Lu. I also have a key. A young woman from the artifact refining sect stepped forward, handing her key to Lu Tong. Subsequently, 2 more individuals from the other sects emerged, revealing they held the remaining 2 keys. Once all 5 keys were gathered, a burst of multicolored light erupted, illuminating the Sphinx statue before the pyramid. Immediately, a heavy stone wall thunderously descended, revealing a dark and profound passageway behind it. Witnessing this, everyone present lit up with excitement. Just as someone was about to rush in, Yi Qing positioned himself at the entrance. All right, everyone, it's time to collect the entrance fee. Please present your heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Yi Qing's declaration left even Yang Huang astonished. This was a secret realm, not a theater. Why demand an entrance fee? Moreover, even if an entrance fee were to be collected, it was not for Yi Qing to decide. Not only them, but the other disciples from various sects also looked at Yi Qing in disbelief. Was he truly intending to rob them? Brother Yi, what do you mean by this? The person who had previously presented a key stepped forward. We have all opened the door together. The inheritance within the secret realm should be claimed by merit. Are you intending to monopolize it? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in outrage. The remaining sect disciples voiced their grievances, and even Lu Tong and Yang Huang felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, exploring secret realms was a common occurrence, yet no sect had ever dared to hoard the treasures for themselves, as it would only invite attacks from other sections. Yet now, Yi Qing was brazenly doing just that. Lu Tong and Yang Huang could only trust Yi Qing's decision, momentarily puzzled by whether this fellow was simply greedy or genuinely oblivious to the consequences. No matter how powerful one might be, they could not withstand the collective assault of multiple sects. Just as Lu Tong was about to step forward to dissuade him, Yi Qing spoke up. Indeed, it should be based on merit. If you have the capability, then enter. Otherwise, hand over your treasures. His words stunned everyone into silence. They had just witnessed Yi Qing's strength. Among those present, none could rival him. Yet, to ask them to relinquish the inheritance so tantalizingly close, that was clearly out of the question. They had lost numerous brothers to reach this point, to be barred from entry at the final moment? Yi Qing, I acknowledge your strength, but do you truly intend to block so many of us? We can afford to exhaust you. Indeed, do not be too overbearing, Bu Tian Pavilion. Do you truly believe you can monopolize the inheritance of the secret realm? If this news spreads, the Bu Tian Pavilion may not escape the wrath of the other sects. Yi Qing, do not be too greedy. Beware of attracting danger. With one voice leading the charge, the disciples from various sects began to express their discontent. Yi Qing's provocative behavior drew even Lu Tong's ire, prompting him to step forward and advise, "Junior brother Yi, the Bu Tian Pavilion cannot monopolize this inheritance. Otherwise, if the other sects unite, the Bu Tian Pavilion cannot protect you." Yi Qing turned with a smile. "Brother, I do not intend to stop them from entering. I merely require an entrance fee. After all, without presenting their keys, they would not be able to enter, would they?" As soon as Yi Qing's words fell, the two other disciples holding keys immediately protested, "We have keys as well. What right do you have to collect an entrance fee? By the right that I can easily snatch the keys from your hands." Yi Qing retorted, his eyes turning fierce. The two, seeing this, quickly retreated a few paces, their expressions wary as they watched Yi Qing. "Do not be afraid, everyone. Let us charge together. Are we truly afraid of him?" Someone incited. Yet Yi Qing remained unfazed. He knew this motley crew would not unite. A disjointed group was the easiest to handle, for no one wished to charge into battle for another. Indeed, although they boasted bravado, none dared to step forward. Moreover, Yi Qing was confident that some among them would eventually yield their treasures in exchange for the opportunity to enter the core of the secret realm. After all, they had come this far, and they certainly would not abandon the prospect of obtaining what lay ahead. Just as Yi Qing had anticipated, after a brief silence, some smaller sects succumbed to the pressure and surrendered their treasures. They had already gained little, so giving up a portion in exchange for entry into the depths of the secret realm was hardly a loss. With these individuals leading the way, the remaining disciples from the smaller sects also began to relent. Ultimately, only a few disciples from the larger sects remained hesitant. Witnessing this, Yi Qing decided not to waste any more time with them. "All right, those who have paid the entrance fee may enter with that." Yi Qing stepped aside, allowing the throng to surge forward. Lu Tong, observing this, was greatly perplexed. What if they were to obtain the inheritance within? Chapter 60. The mission of the primordial era? Junior brother Yi. "We must hurry in as well. You have already collected so many treasures. You need not concern yourself with them," Lu Tong urged, stepping forward to persuade him. Meanwhile, Yang Huang, who had remained silent, began to perceive some underlying issues, quietly observing Yi Qing's maneuvers. Yet Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, rules are rules. No entrance fee, no entry." Upon hearing this, the disciples from the major sects were left in disbelief. This fellow was willing to forsake the inheritance for the sake of some treasures? Lu Tong wished to voice his concerns, but he saw Yi Qing gazing up at the sky. "Alas, the inheritance that should have been ours is about to fall into others' hands," Yi Qing lamented, his words striking like a heavy blow to the hearts of those present. The disciples from the major sects gritted their teeth, glaring daggers at Yi Qing. Had their glares been lethal, he would have perished countless times by now. Watching the disciples from the smaller sects file in, someone finally could no longer contain themselves. "Why, Yi Qing, you are ruthless." The disciples of the Sacred Sword sect, despite their fierce declarations, could only obediently hand over their treasures. Subsequently, the disciples from the major sects, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, also surrendered their belongings. As Yi Qing observed these individuals entering the pyramid, he was preparing to conclude his task when he noticed Lien Yaoer approaching him. She cautiously produced a collection of medicinal herbs and spoke, "Senior brother Yi, these were meant for you. Please accept them." Taken aback by this turn of events, Yi Qing found himself bewildered. Were these individuals truly lacking in foresight? If the pyramid indeed housed a legacy, how could he allow others to enter before him? It was clearly a trap. Turning around, he observed the people from the Bu Tian Pavilion appearing equally anxious. And it dawned on him that they were oblivious to the problematic nature of his actions. "There's no need for politeness. There is no legacy within this pyramid. We need not enter." Upon hearing this, the remaining members, including Yang Huang, were instantly struck with disbelief. No legacy? How could Yi Qing possibly know? Moreover, if there truly was no legacy inside, wasn't it deceitful to collect their entry fees? As he contemplated how to respond to their astonished gazes, Yi Qing mused about how to articulate his thoughts. He could hardly admit that he knew there was no legacy because his system had not provided any indication. After a brief silence, Yi Qing gestured towards the Sphinx before them and declared, "In fact, the legacy within this secret realm resides right here. You were all so focused on that door earlier, yet the key was pointed at this very statue from the outset." The pyramid is merely a fade. Lin Yaoer stared at Yi Qing in dumbfounded disbelief. This fellow had known all along and had intended to deceive those individuals out of their treasures. If they discovered they had been duped, it would likely be more distressing than being coerced into surrendering their possessions. Even Yang Huang and the others looked equally incredulous. Yi Qing was indeed quite devious. However, now that the situation had unfolded, they had little choice but to proceed. The group's attention was fixated on the enormous statue before them, but how were they to obtain this legacy? Yi Qing's gaze swept around and suddenly, he heard the voice of the willow deity in his mind. There is a keyhole at the base of the statue. Insert your keys. Hearing this, Yi Qing stepped forward and, indeed, discovered 5 holes at the foot of the statue. Darn it! I should have snatched those keys from those 2 earlier. Yi Qing lamented internally, having assumed those keys were of no consequence. To his surprise, they were indeed needed here. No matter. Place your keys within, and the remaining ones will naturally return here. The voice of the willow deity continued, that individual simply relishes such tricks. After all, when it comes to deception, you cannot compare to him. Yi Qing was slightly taken aback by the gentle tone of the willow deity. He turned around and then placed the 3 remaining keys from his possession into the holes. In the next moment, the grand entrance of the pyramid thunderously closed. Meanwhile, at the base of the statue, 2 additional keys suddenly manifested. At that moment, the disciples inside the pyramid were evidently unaware of these developments. They were captivated by the multitude of divine weapons displayed before them. After a moment of silence, chaos erupted as they engaged in a frenzied brawl. Outside the pyramid, Yi Qing and the others fell into a contemplative silence. What were these writings? Lu Tong gazed at the golden script that had appeared before him, bewildered, as he had never encountered such characters before. The others shared his confusion, but Yi Qing's expression was one of astonishment. Those were not the characters of this world, nor even of his homeland, but rather a passage in English. At that moment, Yi Qing was overwhelmed with shock. He had truly encountered a fellow traveler in this alien realm. The meaning conveyed by the English text sent a chill down his spine. Brother, do not be alarmed. I am not a foreigner. The use of English is purely because the script of this world resembles that of our country. I have no idea what kind of bizarre setting this is. Is the entire universe speaking Chinese? Oh dear, I digress. Now, what I am about to convey may frighten you, but it is imperative that you remember. We, the Traversers, are the cancers of this world, or perhaps more aptly described as malignant cells. Our arrival here is destined for the destruction of this realm. We bear the burdens of primordial missions. And upon completion, we may depart. Otherwise, we shall suffer fates worse than death. Remember, we were never granted a choice. Dying in this world is a true agony, and survival is a must, even if it means becoming a demon. This is the last message I leave you. This place is not meant for humanity. Do not perish. The text concluded abruptly, leaving Yi Qing bewildered and struggling to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. From the final segment of the message, he could surmise that the owner of this secret realm might still be alive, albeit in a state worse than death. What did his final piece of advice signify? Where was he? Yi Qing was plagued with an abundance of questions. What are these characters we have never encountered? Who is the master of this secret realm? Yang Huang murmured, his gaze instinctively drifting towards Yi Qing. At this moment, Yi Qing regained his composure, masking any signs of astonishment. I cannot decipher it, he replied, feigning confusion as he looked towards the others. The group wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Suddenly, the outer layer of the statue began to peel away, revealing a white jade sculpture of a ferocious tiger. Upon seeing this, Yi Qing was taken aback. On the back of the white tiger sat a figure, a person he recognized all too well. Why are you all staring at me? This is certainly not my grave. Yi Qing found himself in a state of disbelief. The statue of the white tiger unmistakably depicted himself. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of some great figure? Yang Huang recalled Yi Qing's earlier jest about being a renowned individual, and now, witnessing the statue, she increasingly felt that perhaps he had not been joking. After all, how could there exist a statue of him in such an ancient secret realm? Chapter 61. A statue? What statue? So it was you. Suddenly, the voice of the willow deity echoed in Yi Qing's mind, tinged with astonishment. Willow deity, do you know something? Yi Qing hurriedly inquired, eager to understand the circumstances surrounding the presence of his own statue in this secret realm. Nothing much. The beings within this secret realm were once subordinates of that individual, though I have never encountered their leader. The willow deity paused for a moment before continuing. I never anticipated that this individual would bear such a striking resemblance to you. The willow deity's astonishment was palpable as she fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, Yi Qing focused intently on the statue, which could not simply be said to resemble him. Anyone would perceive it as a perfect likeness, identical in expression and demeanor. Even Yi Qing himself began to question whether this statue might indeed be his own. After all, even twins could not possibly look this alike. Senior brother Yi, be honest. Are you not perhaps the reincarnation of some great figure? Or perhaps you simply have not regained your memories? Yang Huang scrutinized the statue with a serious expression. Indeed. Or perhaps you have yet to awaken. Lu Tong chimed in, adding to the inquiry. How would I know? I am just as perplexed, Yi Qing responded, feeling utterly helpless. Just as he hesitated, the statue suddenly transformed into a burst of crimson light, penetrating deep into his brow. Within his spiritual sea, the once magnificent Star Palace, which had stood imperiously, now shrank into a corner as if startled. The Kunwu divine would morphed into a sapling and vanished within the spiritual sea. Even the withered willow, which had taken the form of the willow deity, sought refuge away from sight in the vast expanse of the spiritual sea. Only the white jade statue remained, standing resolute, exuding an aura of regal authority as if it could suppress all. The Star Palace, an imperial weapon capable of reigning over all, could only be overshadowed by an emperor. The origins of this statue likely exceeded Yi Qing's imagination. Brother, it seems you are indeed one of us. This is my final gift to you. A somewhat lecherous voice resonated within Yi Qing's mind. This statue is that of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger. I specifically left it for your observation. I have imposed restrictions upon this secret realm, and since you were able to enter, you must be within the spirit-building realm. This artifact will serve you well. By the way, do not casually observe my master's true form. He detests being remembered, and gazing upon his true self can lead to death. Even this statue, I stealthily acquired from his side. I dare not look at it too often myself. Do not court danger. Lastly, take this statue, and you will gain control over that pyramid. It has no other purpose than to serve as a prison. A prison within the primordial realm. A considerable number of individuals may have entered. If they remain inside, I shall have inadvertently assisted you in eliminating your competitors. If they are not present, it matters not. I have reconfigured the pyramid into a timed explosive, which you can manipulate at will. It would be no trouble to eliminate one or two beings in the immortal mansion realm. Well then, I wish you success. As the voice faded, Yi Qing opened his eyes, and Yang Huang and the others hurriedly approached him. Senior brother Yi, how are you? Yi Qing shook his head. Regarding the statue, I hope you all can keep this a secret. Yi Qing understood that if this matter were to leak, he might find himself under the scrutiny of many. However, he did not wish to silence Lu Tong and the others. For now, he could only pray that these few would be convinced. A statue? What statue? Yang Huang wore a perplexed expression, and Yi Qing turned to the others, who also appeared equally bewildered. Right? That statue did not want others to remember its appearance. Yi Qing strained to recall, but it felt as if he had forgotten the statue's likeness himself. The more he tried to remember, the more elusive the memory became. He had even forgotten his own visage. Suddenly, Yi Qing jolted awake, ceasing his attempts to recall the statue's form. It represented a person he could not possibly aspire to reach at present. Continuing to remember might lead to unforeseen consequences. It's nothing. Let us proceed outside. Yi Qing waved his hand, gazing at the distant pyramid. This moment, the pyramid was completely sealed off, yet Yi Qing could distinctly sense everything transpiring within. A brutal melee was occurring inside, with only a handful still alive, and those few were exerting their strength against several divine weapons. However, at this moment, Yi Qing, having gained control of the pyramid, understood that those divine weapons were mere illusions. He suddenly recalled Lu Shan's words. The true master of this place was an utter fool. There was no inheritance within this entire secret realm, and even the treasures were fabricated. This individual had clearly set a trap to ensnare others and lead them to their demise. Yi Qing inhaled deeply. He could still detonate the pyramid, burying the last few individuals within, but he refrained from doing so. Once a life was extinguished, it held no further value. He still needed these sect disciples to shine and contribute. He raised his hand and retracted the pyramid, beckoning Yang Huang and the others to follow as he turned to depart the secret realm. Yi Qing did not divulge the entirety of the situation to them. They merely assumed they had been deceived. Junior Brother Yi, what about the people inside the pyramid? Along the way, Lu Tong could not help but inquire, oh, they are all inside. Once they emerge, let their respective sects bring treasures for exchange. Puffed. Upon hearing this, Yang Huang was instantly rendered speechless. Was it not enough that Yi Qing had collected treasures from the disciples of various sects? He actually expected them to return to their sects to procure more treasures? This seemed rather unscrupulous, moreover. Would this not offend many? If things went awry, even Ing Shuntian might not be able to protect him. Junior Brother Yi, perhaps it would be wise to consult the sect leader about this matter first. Offending so many sects at once is certainly not a prudent course of action, Lu Tong advised, with Yang Huang chiming in. Indeed, even Ing Shuntian would not wish to antagonize so many sects simultaneously. What if Ing Shuntian chose not to protect Yi Qing? Would he not be subjected to a torrent of attacks from those sects? Not to worry, I have my own clever strategies, Yi Qing winked. But upon hearing this, Yang Huang and the others were suddenly drenched in a cold sweat. Uncle Yin has also arrived. Just as the words left his mouth, several individuals from the medicine pavilion and 2 siblings from the refining sect widened their eyes in astonishment. Uncle Yin? Yin Ruyu? Observing their fearful expressions, Yi Qing gradually felt reassured. It appeared that Yin Ruyu had quite the reputation outside. It would be quite inappropriate not to leverage this to his advantage. He was still pondering how to conceal Lu Shun's identity, however, just as Yi Qing was reveling in his good fortune, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. You know Yin Ruyu? Chapter 62. Extortion Lu Shun. You also know Yin Ruyu? Yi Qing was taken aback. Though he was aware that Yin Ruyu was an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, he had not expected Lu Shun to be acquainted with her as well. Of course, I know that woman all too well, Lu Shun replied leisurely, yet her originally gentle tone was laced with a hint of anger. Yi Qing chose not to probe further, but he understood that there was likely some conflict between the two. He would have to be cautious upon their return, for both were formidable beings, and should they clash, Yi Qing might find himself caught in the crossfire. In the azure sky, majestic flying vessels soared. The atmosphere seemed to be charged with a sense of tension. Various sects awaited their disciples to return with favorable news. Suddenly, the ruins in the distance began to fade away, and several figures gradually materialized in the void. Are they from the pavilion for mending heaven? And how did the people from the refining sect and the medicine pavilion end up together? They seemed to be on good terms. As Yi Qing and his companions emerged, they were immediately met with a barrage of gazes. Yi Qing signaled to a few of them, indicating they should return to their respective sections, although they hesitated, considering what Yi Qing was about to face and the presence of that madwoman. They wisely chose to depart. That kid is also from the pavilion for mending heaven, right? What is he doing standing there, making an appearance? The numerous disciples from various sects observed Yi Qing standing alone, puzzled. Upon returning to the pavilion for mending heaven, Lu Tong was approached by Ing Shuntian and Lu Tong. What is Yi Qing planning? What about our other disciples? Lu Tong recounted the events that transpired within the secret realm in detail. Although his comprehension might not have captured every nuance, Ing Shuntian quickly grasped the essence. Or perhaps this had been his plan all along. To utilize Yi Qing to eliminate some of the more disobedient individuals while simultaneously undermining the elder's influence. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Qing would nearly annihilate the disciples from the other 8 peaks. Among those who returned, aside from Yang Huang and Lu Tong, who were his own disciples, the remaining individuals belonged to the 5 peaks, which had never engaged in such matters. Perhaps this was the reason they had managed to survive. Why didn't Yi Qing come back with you? What is he doing standing there? Ing Shuntian did not reprimand Yi Qing. These matters could be handled by the elders. He believed those old fellows would not dare provoke Yin Ruyu. Junior Brother Yi has captured disciples from other sects. Lu Tong hesitated for a moment before speaking haltingly. Junior Brother Yi said that he wants the various sects to bring treasures to redeem their people. Upon hearing this, Ing Shuntian was left utterly dumbfounded. To say the least, it is evident that he has learned well from Yin Ruyu, mastering the art of extortion. However, Yin Ruyu can dare to extort the various sects because she possesses strength. How does Yi Qing dare to do so? Is he not courting trouble? How audacious, extorting the various sects. How dare he? This is only going to create trouble for me, Ing Shuntian exclaimed, leaping toward Yi Qing. He could not allow this young man to act recklessly. He would rather compensate Yi Qing himself than let him extort the various sects. They still had to make a living in the future. Ing Shuntian landed beside Yi Qing, his expression urgent. Why, Yi Qing? Quickly release the disciples from the various sects. Whatever treasures you wish for, I will provide. Engaging in such extortion against the various sects would make it impossible for the Pavilion for Mending Heaven to survive in the future. Yi Qing turned to his sect leader, and to be fair, Ing Shuntian was indeed a capable leader. Perhaps he was a bit timid, but he was always looking for ways to protect the Pavilion for Mending Heaven. However, what Yi Qing desired was not Ing Shuntian's compensation. That fellow could not possibly produce many treasures. Sect leader, I have calculated. If we charge 1 million spirit stones per person, the disciples from these sects would amount to nearly 500 million spirit stones. What do you think? Ing Shuntian's face flushed crimson. 500 million. You truly dare to ask for such a sum. Even if I emptied my entire treasury, I could not produce that many spirit stones. Yi Qing, do not cause trouble. If you offend so many sects, your future will be bleak. If you continue down this reckless path, I may not be able to protect you. Yi Qing blinked, smiling cheerfully. Sect leader, there is no need for concern. I have my own methods. Seeing Yi Qing's confident demeanor, Ing Shuntian felt a sudden sense of foreboding. Your master has come? Yi Qing did not respond, merely turning his head slowly. However, this very attitude made Ing Shuntian's heart race. He could not allow Yin Ruyu to take action. That madwoman was indiscriminate in her attacks. Once her hand was raised, there would undoubtedly be casualties. While extortion might be manageable, if lives were lost among the various sects, it would create an irreparable enmity. After much contemplation, Ing Shuntian ultimately decided to intervene himself. Offending individuals was preferable to forming a mortal enmity. As long as Yin Ruyu did not take action, he could always return to apologize later. With this thought in mind, Ing Shuntian felt a sense of frustration. This master and disciple were truly adept at creating trouble for him. Sect leader Ing, what are you discussing? A young friend from the Pavilion for Mending Heaven inquired. Do you happen to know the situation of the disciples from the other sects? Why have they not appeared for so long after you all emerged? The leaders of the various sects turned their attention to Yi Qing. Esteemed seniors, I am Yi Qing. Yi Qing stepped forward, cupping his hands. Some events transpired within, but fortunately, I acted swiftly and managed to bring them all out. They should be well now. Oh? Is that the elder from the Beastmaster sect, squinting his eyes at Yi Qing, seeking some form of recompense? The moment these words were uttered, the members of various sects present immediately glared with fierce expressions. If indeed Yi Qing had rescued their disciples, they would naturally be inclined to offer some benefits. However, to so openly demand it was tantamount to extortion, a blatant affront to their esteemed sects. Senior, you are being overly dramatic. It merely requires some spirit stones to activate this treasure, Yi Qing retorted, casually waving his hand as a massive pyramid descended, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon the pyramid, radiant light fluctuated, and one could faintly discern the figures of several disciples. Witnessing this, the members of the various sects felt their teeth grind in frustration. Why Yi Qing was not saving lives. He was clearly holding their disciples hostage. Demanding a ransom, Master Ing, how do you perceive this situation? After all, he is a disciple of the Butian Pavilion. Ing Shuntian, you ought to provide us with an explanation. Humph, a disciple of the Butian Pavilion has come to extort us? Truly audacious. Release our disciples at once, or you shall meet your demise here today. Chapter 63 500 million spirit stones, perhaps? Yi Qing mused, oh, it seems these individuals hold little value for you esteemed seniors. Alas, it appears I have acted in vain. Let them remain confined within. Yi Qing spoke languidly, utterly dismissive of the threats posed by the elders of the sections. You possess quite the audacity, a mere junior daring to threaten our revered sects. Junior, if you do not release them forthwith, do not blame us for being ungracious. As he observed these individuals prattling on, Yi Qing felt his patience wearing thin. Old fools, if you are to pay, then pay. If not, be gone. If you have the gall, then come and stop me with that. Yi Qing soared into the distance. The elders of the sects were nearly driven to laughter by their indignation. They could not fathom that Yi Qing, a mere cultivator at the spirit establishment stage, whom they regarded as insignificant, would dare to act so presumptuously. In an instant, several major sects took action in the void. Ripples surged forth, and spiritual energy coalesced into blades and spears, hurtling toward Yi Qing. Suddenly, Ing Shuntian appeared, his presence restoring tranquility around them with a mere wave of his sleeve. Ing Shuntian, you intend to protect him? An elder from the Beastmaster sect bellowed. As a disciple of the Batian Pavilion, I must indeed protect him. Your disciples were captured by Yi Qing. They are simply incompetent and should pay their dues without further ado. Ing Xuantian's expression darkened, his heart burdened with anger. He was uncertain how to face the members of these sects after this incident. There was a possibility these individuals might unite against the Batian Pavilion. Yet, there was no alternative. He had intervened for their sake, and at least they would remain alive. Had Yin Ruyu arrived, these individuals would likely meet their end. Ing Shuntian, are you truly intending to stand against the major sects? The crowd glared at him with malice, yet none dared to strike. Ing Shuntian was formidable. While he was suppressed by Yin Ruyu within the Batian Pavilion, outside, he was a figure capable of sweeping through all challengers. Even if all present attacked together, they likely would not be as matched. A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Haha, mastering truly exudes dominance. One might think you invincible. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed through the void. The members of the Beastmaster sect immediately knelt upon the ground. A burly man clad in beast robes made his entrance, his visage marred by a jagged scar that rendered him fearsome. His overwhelming aura compelled everyone present to bow their heads. Yuan Lai. Ing Xuantian's expression shifted, for this man was the sect leader of the Beastmaster sect, his strength rivaling his own, and he harbored a profound hatred for the Batian Pavilion. The scar on his face was a memento of Yin Ruyu's wrath. With his arrival, resolving this matter would become exceedingly precarious. Have you finished speaking? If you do not pay, I shall take my leave. Yi Qing remarked, casting a glance at Yuan Lai, showing no sign of regard for him whatsoever. Ha! You disciples of the Batian Pavilion have indeed acquired a fine disciple. Yuan Lai slowly spoke, his smile contorting his scar into a grotesque visage. Yet, as he spoke, a terrifying pressure surged toward Yi Qing. Ing Shuntian raised his hand, blocking the oppressive force and shielding Yi Qing behind him. Yuan Lai, you truly have forgotten the pain of healing. Do you wish to receive another scar? Upon hearing the mention of his scar, Yuan Lai's countenance darkened. Humph, this account shall be settled in due course, Yuan Lai roared, and behind him, a mass of clouds erupted, revealing a colossal Kueino that bellowed toward the heavens. The sound reverberated like thunder, stunning the onlookers into momentary oblivion. Ing Shuntian let out a cold snort, gathering his spiritual energy into a colossal palm print that descended from the sky. Boom! The thunderous sounds echoed within the hearts of the crowd, the immense pressure collapsing the surrounding mountains into dust. The Kueino emitted a pitiful wail as its massive form crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Yuan Lai's expression shifted as he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Yi Qing, his claws poised to strike in that moment. A withered willow branch abruptly materialized, swiftly obstructing Yuan Lai before he could react. The slender branches ensnared him, and a sense of desolation enveloped him as he felt his life force rapidly dwindling. In a state of panic, he struggled fiercely, yet the slender branches tightened around him as if forged from indestructible metal. Yi Qing shook his head gently, turning around as a red flowering tree materialized behind him. In that instant, all present were left in a state of shock. The red flower? Yin Ruyu? That madwoman has made her appearance? What is the connection between this boy and that lunatic? Could he be her disciple? The red flowering tree, such a vivid emblem, the crimson robes stirring the world, seemed to manifest before their very eyes. The terror that Yin Ruyu instilled within them was profound, especially for Yuan Lai, who, at the sight of the red flowering tree, was rendered speechless by fear. Though he was no weakling, in comparison to Yin Ruyu, he was vastly inferior. That woman was the nightmare of all in this land. Yi Qing sensed the deep-seated fear emanating from the surrounding figures and felt a shiver down his spine. To instill such dread in these prominent figures, Yin Ruyu was truly formidable. However, this very circumstance presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, one disciple, 1,000,000 spirit stones. I trust there are no objections? Yi Qing's voice resonated, and at that moment, even the most reluctant among them dared not voice their discontent. If that madwoman were to intervene, it would not be mere finances at stake, but their very lives. I will pay. I will pay, no matter the amount. The first to speak up was the completely ensnared Yuan Lai, who was now utterly paralyzed by fear, his terror of Yin Ruyu deeply ingrained. Just moments ago, he had been insufferably arrogant. Now, he resembled a frightened child, stripped of the dignity of a sect leader. Very well, Beastmaster sect, consider it 500 million spirit stones. Yi Qing spoke slowly, yet to the ears of the Beastmaster sect's members. It rang like thunder. 500 million? How did he arrive at that figure? We did not even have that many disciples in there. Young friend Yi, our Beastmaster sect does not have that many disciples to redeem. Could there be a miscalculation? Wu Qingtian whimpered, his face drawn in desperation. Is he even human? Yi Qing casually kicked the tightly bound Yuan Lai, rolling his eyes. What? You no longer want this fellow? The moment these words left his mouth. Before Wu Qingtian could respond, Yuan Lai erupted in curses. You old bastard, just pay the money and stop rambling. Chapter 64. All dead. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. This lad was far too audacious. A spirit establishment cultivator kicking a master-level powerhouse as if he were a mere child. If word of this spread, none would believe it. Yet, everything unfolded before their very eyes. They could only lament that the world had changed. A dignified master-level figure subjected to such humiliation, and the key was that he dared not retaliate. Yi Qing's name would surely resonate across this realm henceforth. Wu Qingtian, anxiously nodding, obediently produced a plethora of Qinkuan bags. As he beheld the vast number of spirit stones, Ing Xuantian's eyes gleamed with excitement. These spirit stones, if returned to the Butian Pavilion, would suffice to support the disciples for an entire year. Yi Qing, at this moment, was likely wealthier than even the sect leader himself. As Yi Qing accepted the spirit stones, the willow branches coiling around Yuan Lai gradually retracted. Yuan Lai's figure flickered, appearing at a distance. But his eyes were filled with dread as they fixated upon Yi Qing, or rather, upon what lay behind him. Young friend, what of our disciples? Wu Qingtian inquired cautiously, noticing Yi Qing's hesitation after releasing Yuan Lai. Oh, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect are all dead. Upon hearing these words, Wu Qingtian's facial muscles twitched, his lips parted as if to speak. Yet he ultimately forced a smile and turned to leave. Witnessing this, even Ing Shuntian, who stood nearby, found it difficult to maintain his composure. That rascal Yi Qing was fully aware that all disciples of the Beast Control sect had perished, yet he still had the audacity to demand money from them. Was this not akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing? Simultaneously, the surrounding sects began to ponder the situation. Could it be that their own disciples had met the same fate? If they handed over the money only to find that none were saved, it would be a grievous loss indeed. Might I inquire, esteemed friend, are the disciples of our Sword Pavilion still alive? Oh, they are all quite well. Upon hearing Yi Qing's response, the elder of the Sword Pavilion let out a sigh of relief and promptly produced spirit stones. However, upon observing Yi Qing's unmoving demeanor, he was struck dumb. Esteemed friend? Ah, my apologies. I seem to have misspoken. It appears the disciples of the Sword Pavilion have also perished. As he spoke, Yi Qing opened the pyramid, and several corpses flew forth. Witnessing this scene, the gathered crowd fell into stunned silence. This man was clearly not mistaken. He was intent on swindling them, yet they remained oblivious to the true circumstances within. What if those disciples were still alive? They dared not gamble, or rather, they found themselves with after exchanging pleasantries for quite a while. Qingcheng reluctantly departed from the place. Early the next morning, Yi Qing set out promptly, making his way directly to the foot of Wufeng Mountain. The elder of Wufeng, named Zhouran, was renowned for his integrity in the Butian Pavilion. Under his leadership, Wufeng had always refrained from engaging in disputes among the peaks. Previously, Yi Qing had encountered a certain Li Yushu within the secret realm, who was a disciple under Wufeng. This visit was also to fulfill Li Yushu's last wish, as his sister remained at Wufeng. And before his demise, he entrusted Yi Qing to care for her. Now, Yi Qing intended to bring Li Yushu's sister to Qixia Peak. However, he harbored uncertainty in his heart regarding whether Zhou Ran would acquiesce. for such an overt act of poaching could tarnish Zhou Ren's reputation if word got out. Before long, Yi Qing arrived at the main hall of Wufeng. "Junior brother Yi, what a pleasure it is to meet you." An elder with an air of celestial grace approached him slowly. "Thanks to your efforts, the disciples who returned this time are safe and sound. I was planning to visit Qixia Peak to express my gratitude in person. And I did not expect you to arrive so soon, Brother Zhou. I have come here with a request." Yi Qing clasped his hands in greeting, but Zhou Ren stopped him and immediately ushered him into the main hall. "Junior brother Yi, you are being too courteous. Your contributions to Wufeng are immense. Whatever you need, please do not hesitate to ask." Seeing Zhou Ren's demeanor, Yi Qing felt no need to hold back and recounted the matter concerning Li Yushu. After listening, Zhou Ren did not dissuade him. How Yushu chooses to proceed is his own affair. As his master, I will not impede him. As for Yushu's sister, as long as she is agreeable, I have no objections. Zhou Ren then summoned his disciple to bring Li Yuhan over. Shortly thereafter, Li Yuhan entered, appearing to be in her 20s. In terms of appearance, she was rather unremarkable and displayed modest cultivation, merely at the peak of the qi condensation stage. Yi Qing held no reservations regarding this, as his intention was merely to look after Li Yushu's sister. Subsequently, Zhou Ren explained Yi Qing's purpose for coming, although Li Yuhan had learned of her brother's tragic fate the day before. Hearing it again now caused her eyes to redden. Nevertheless, the opportunity to join Qixia Peak was indeed a blessing, and she would not refuse. After a brief exchange, Yi Qing was preparing to take Li Yuhan back when a disciple approached with news. "Elder, a young lady from the ancient family of the north, the Ji family, has arrived at the Batian Pavilion. The sect master requests your presence." The messenger also instructed the disciple to notify Elder Yi. Hearing the term ancient family, both Yi Qing and Zhou Ren stood up. If the Batian Pavilion was the true ruler of the martial kingdom, then the Ji family was the sovereign of the entire northern region. They had existed since the ancient era and had produced more than one emperor within their lineage. Though merely a family, their profound heritage overshadowed all sects. Why had a member of the Ji family suddenly come to the Batian Pavilion? Could something have gone awry? Zhou Ren murmured, while Yi Qing narrowed his eyes unconsciously. On the summit of the Batian Pavilion, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall, where several unfamiliar figures stood like statues, guarding a young girl before them. This girl appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth, resembling a charming figure from a traditional painting. Her hair was styled in two horn-shaped braids, each adorned with a small bell, and she wore a vibrant red long dress, exuding an air of festivity. "Hey, have they not arrived yet? I have been waiting for so long. Are the elders of your Batian Pavilion so full of themselves?" The girl lifted her head, casting a dismissive glance at the respectful Ing Shuntian beside her. "Miss Ji, please forgive me. I have already dispatched someone to notify all the peak masters. Perhaps they are simply in seclusion and will arrive shortly." Ing Shuntian's forehead glistened with sweat, and he dared not breathe too loudly. Though the Batian Pavilion was the foremost sect in the martial kingdom, it was dwarfed in comparison to the ancient families. These long-established families could easily obliterate the entire Batian Pavilion with a mere flick of their hands. The girl before them, Ji Liang, was an unparalleled prodigy of the Ji family, designated as the family's saintess since birth. Her presence at the Batian Pavilion was certainly not a favorable matter. Yet, this illustrious saintess from the ancient family wished to join their sect. Ing Shuntian's mind was in turmoil, unable to comprehend why this girl would choose to join the Batian Pavilion instead of her own ancient family. Were not both their heritage and strength far superior to that of the Batian Pavilion? Why would a scion of an ancient family wish to join a sect? Was she not lowering her status? Though his mind was filled with confusion, he dared not show an ounce of it on his face. Perhaps it was simply the unique thought process of the children of ancient families. He could not afford to express any dissent. For now, all he could do was ensure this young lady was well accommodated. Shortly thereafter, the elders of the 8 Peaks arrived. As they entered the hall, they were awed by the imposing presence of the golden-armored warriors stationed at a distance. The golden-scaled divine guards of the Ji family? These armored warriors were renowned throughout the 9 provinces, each possessing strength at the Dao platform stage, capable of establishing their own sects as leaders. Yet now, such figures could only serve as guards, underscoring the profound depth of the ancient family's heritage. The several elders sighed in admiration and hurriedly offered their respectful greetings. Is it not said that the Batian Pavilion has 9 peaks? Why are there only 8 elders present? Where's the ninth? Ji Liang cast a cold glance at the elders who had just entered, her expression indifferent. Upon hearing this, Ying Xuantian's anxiety intensified. He had arranged for someone to notify Yi Qing not to summon him, but rather to advise him to keep a low profile. Ji Liang wished to join the Batian Pavilion, but Ying Shuntian dared not allow this young lady from the Ji family to join Qixia Peak. Given Yin Ruyu's temperament, she would likely offend this young lady with just a few words. Furthermore, if Yin Ruyu were to harbor other intentions towards Ji Liang, the Ji family would surely retaliate against the Batian Pavilion. Due to these considerations, Ying Shuntian refrained from allowing Yi Qing to make an appearance. Miss Ji, Qixia Peak is currently not accepting disciples. At present, our Batian Pavilion can only enroll students under these 8 peaks. As soon as Ying Shuntian spoke, the other elders raised their heads. They had been informed of the Ji family's young lady wishing to join the Batian Pavilion, and although she was a noble lady, if they could cater to her needs, they might establish a connection with the ancient family. Such an opportunity was certainly one that these elders were eager to seize. However, their lofty heads did not pique Ji Liang's interest in the slightest. The young lady snorted coldly and retorted, I came to the Batian Pavilion to become a disciple out of respect for you. How can Qixia Peak refuse to accept disciples? Do you look down upon my Ji family? Quickly summon the Peak Master of Qixia Peak to meet me, or I shall be furious. Ying Xuantian's face turned ashen. Helplessly, he called over a disciple and instructed him with urgency. After the disciple departed, he soon returned with Yi Qing. Upon seeing Yi Qing, Ji Liang's expression shifted. Miss Ji, this is Yi Qing, the Peak Master of Qixia Peak. Though young and relatively new to the sect, he has been appointed as the Peak Master due to the long absence of disciples at Qixia Peak. If Miss Ji wishes to take on a master, you may still choose from among the other 8 peaks. Junior brother Yi is still in the process of learning and is truly unable to assume the role of a teacher. Ying Shuntian interjected in an attempt to persuade her, but Ji Liang dashed to Yi Qing's side, her large eyes fixated on him for an extended moment. She then extended her chubby little hand and pointed, declaring, he is the one. I shall take him as my master. As soon as these words left her mouth, the entire hall fell into silence. Not only did Ying Shuntian and the others remain speechless, but even the golden-scaled guards who accompanied Ji Liang were taken aback. Yi Qing's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of the Qi building stage. How could he possibly instruct others? Miss, he is merely a disciple. If you choose to study under him, it may hinder your training. Perhaps it would be better to report this to the family head for further discussion. One of the golden-armored guards stepped forward to advise. Indeed, Miss Ji, Yi Qing is also just a disciple of the Batian Pavilion and cannot fulfill the role of a teacher. Miss Ji, please exercise caution. Even if you disdain the 8 peaks, you could still choose to study under the sect master. Junior brother Yi is indeed not suited to teach you. The elders chimed in, perplexed by the thought process of this young lady from the Ji family. It was one thing for a member of an ancient family to join the Batian Pavilion, but it was quite another to wish to take a disciple as her teacher. Should you reconsider? Yi Qing's cultivation is even lower than yours. My decision is final and requires no further discussion. He is the one. Ji Liang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, her large orbs narrowing into crescent moons as she gazed at Yi Qing before her, as if beholding an unparalleled treasure. At this moment, Yi Qing himself was taken aback. He was aware of the girl's background. She hailed from an ancient aristocratic family, a colossal entity beyond his imagination. Faced with this young girl, he dared not be careless. When it was supposed that Ying Shuntian would send someone to inform him to hide, Yi Qing had already surmised Ying Xuantian's intentions. If this young girl chose to pledge herself to Qixia Peak, with Yin Ruyu's character as a drunken fool, it could easily provoke her displeasure, leading to a summons of the Ji family's members. Thus, Yi Qing wished to avoid any entanglement with this girl. Unexpectedly, she insisted on his presence, and upon his arrival, she declared her intention to take him as her master. Why was this? Yi Qing himself could not fathom. Chapter 67. Qixia Peak does not accept disciples. Miss, this matter is absolutely unacceptable. This person's cultivation is inferior to yours. How can he be your master? I implore you to consider carefully. Several golden-scale divine guards spoke up, urging caution. For the young lady of the ancient Ji family to join a sect was already somewhat embarrassing. But if Ji Liang were to take a disciple from the Batian Pavilion as her master, it would be a tremendous loss of face for the Ji family. The other elders were equally perplexed. Aside from Yi Qing's identity, his cultivation was insufficient to be a mentor. Such a simple truth, as the young lady of the Ji family, Ji Liang could not possibly misunderstand. Yet, why did she insist on taking Yi Qing as her master at first sight? Could it be that she was aware of his master, Yin Ruyu, and was actually drawn to her? Ying Shuntian harbored doubts as well. With the means of the ancient Ji family, it was not difficult to inquire about the Batian Pavilion's affairs. Yin Ruyu's reputation preceded her, and if this girl was determined to join Qixia Peak, perhaps it was indeed for Yin Ruyu's sake. After all, how could she possibly wish to take Yi Qing as her master? I don't care. I want to take him as my master. If you dare refuse, I will cease my cultivation. Humph. Just wait and see if my father won't flay you alive. Ji Liang pouted, glaring fiercely at the golden scale divine guards. Upon hearing this, they were rendered speechless. It was well known that Ji Liang had never been fond of cultivation, a fact acknowledged throughout the Ji family. From childhood, various ancestors had coaxed her into training. Yet even so, she only practiced sporadically. Remarkably, in just a few years, she had surged to the spirit-building realm. Such talent was truly extraordinary. It must be noted that this girl had hardly trained. She was akin to someone blessed by heaven, yet she still had the audacity to throw her bowl away. Had she devoted herself to cultivation, with her innate talent, she would have likely already reached the pinnacle of the spirit-building realm. For the entire Ji family, her mere declaration of not wanting to practice could command their utmost attention. No one dared assume that responsibility. That old man over there, and you all. Ji Liang cast a glance at everyone present. Hands on her hips, her expression brimming with arrogance. I want to take him as my master. Who dares oppose? Upon hearing this, Ying Shuntian and the assembled elders fell silent, their gazes towards Yi Qing turning distinctly peculiar, mingled with envy, jealousy, and concern. Just as they prepared to accept reality, a discordant voice pierced the air. I oppose. Yi Qing shot a glance at the young girl before him. I have no desire to take a disciple. At this declaration, the hall fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of anxious heartbeats. Ying Shuntian and the elders were left in a state of shock. They had all been eager to accept a disciple. Yet Ji Liang had dismissed them, and now Yi Qing was outright rejecting her. It was akin to being offered a feast and spitting it out. The onlookers could hardly believe that Yi Qing had lost his mind. Despite Ji Liang being a challenging mistress, ensuring her comfort would undoubtedly foster a good relationship with the ancient Ji family. Thus, even though they knew Ji Liang could be troublesome, they still wished to win her favor. Moreover, this girl had the backing of several golden scale divine guards. To refuse her now would be akin to smacking their own faces. Ying Shuntian felt a deep sense of frustration. Neither Yin Ruyu nor her disciple were easy to handle. Just when he had managed to soothe Ji Liang, Yi Qing had to jump in and stir trouble, leaving him feeling utterly vexed. Why, Yi Qing? It is a blessing that Miss Ji wishes to take you as her master. How dare you refuse? An elder hastily rebuked, seemingly attempting to curry favor with Ji Liang. However, this earned him a fierce retort from Ji Liang. You be quiet. This is not your place to speak. Ji Liang turned her gaze towards Yi Qing, her eyes filled with earnestness, compelling him to relent. Yet, he knew all too well that this girl was a handful. Most critically, he had already checked the system's prompt, which indicated that taking her as a disciple would bring him no benefits. Since there were no advantages, Yi Qing was even less inclined to invite this trouble. It was better to offend them now than to forge a deadly enmity later. Master, I truly wish to join your ranks. Please do not refuse me, Ji Liang pouted, her small hand tugging at the hem of Yi Qing's garment with a pleading gesture. This scene left the golden scale divine guards behind her in astonishment. Good heavens, they had accompanied Ji Liang for years, yet they had never witnessed this willful girl displaying such a vulnerable demeanor. Even before the elders of the clan, she had always been a domineering presence. Yet now, this headstrong girl was softening before Yi Qing. What sort of charm did he possess that could alter Ji Liang's temperament? Was it merely because of his handsome appearance? Stop with the flattery. It won't work. Qixia Peak does not accept disciples. Yi Qing turned his head away, reiterating his refusal. Impudent. My lady wishes to take you as her master, and you dare respond thus? What is your attitude? The golden scale divine guard bellowed, causing the entire hall to tremble. You be silent. I am speaking to my master. You have no right to interrupt. Ji Liang snapped back, her tone fierce. You see, A disciple like you is one I cannot accept. Yi Qing glanced at the golden scale divine guard, his expression calm. Upon hearing this, the guard opened his mouth to protest but was met with Ji Liang's fierce glare. You may return home. I do not need you here. Her voice was cold and resolute, emanating an aura of intimidation from her youthful face. The golden scale divine guard's expression changed dramatically, and he knelt before her. Please forgive me, miss. I spoke out of turn. I am willing to accept punishment. I humbly request that you do not send me back. He understood all too well that if he were to be dismissed by Ji Liang, what awaited him would be far worse than death. The Ji family's affection for their young lady was such that it could condemn him for life. As a powerful being of the Dao platform realm, he trembled at this moment. Not necessary. I do not require disobedient individuals. Ji Liang's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. The guard wished to say something more, but ultimately bowed his head, knocking it heavily against the ground before departing. The elders present were left in shock, marveling at how a mere disciple of a powerful sect could be so subservient under the pressure of the ancient Ji family. As they lamented the depth of the Ji family's influence, they couldn't help but cast envious glances at Yi Qing, wondering how he had stumbled upon such incredible fortune. The young lady of the Ji family valued him so greatly that she would dismiss a powerful elder for his sake. Chapter 68. Is it your looks that captivate? Master. Look, if you do not like him, I will send him away. If you dislike any of them, I will have them all return. Just take me as your disciple. Ji Liang pleaded, her demeanor now entirely different from before, evoking confusion among the onlookers. What was her true motive in insisting on taking Yi Qing as her master? If not, what exactly would it take for you to accept me as your disciple? If necessary, I can offer you money. At this proclamation, the elders were left utterly bewildered. Typically, disciples presented gifts to their masters. Now, it seemed the roles had reversed. When had it ever been customary for a disciple to offer gifts before being accepted? If disciples had to pay to be taken in, the Butian Pavilion would surely perish. Such a precedent was unheard of in the entire cultivation world. Why are you so insistent on taking me as your master? Yi Qing found himself equally perplexed, considering himself merely a novice in the realm of cultivation. Why was she so fixated on him? He was low in cultivation, lacking power and influence. What could she possibly see in him? I am drawn to your handsome appearance. Ji Liang beamed, leaning closer. Just look at you. So dashing and charming, with your sword-like brows and starry eyes, you possess an extraordinary aura. You are like the March sky among mortals. The celestial tie by on earth. Stop right there. Yi Qing quickly interjected, interrupting this flow of flattery. Good heavens, not only did he feel his face flush, but the suspicious gazes from the distant elders made him wonder if this girl was perhaps a plant. Such excessive praise was simply inappropriate. It is not that I do not wish to accept you as a disciple. It is simply that I have little to teach you. Yi Qing sought to provide a rationale. Yet Ji Liang merely waved her hand dismissively, her expression one of disdain. It matters not, master. I can cultivate on my own. You need only lend your name. Yi Qing was utterly perplexed. What was this peculiar behavior? If you can cultivate independently, why must you attach my name? Moreover, if you wish to lend your name, why not choose someone renowned? The title of a mere novice in the cultivation realm will not intimidate anyone, and may, in fact, invite ridicule. If that is the case, then cultivate well on your own, without needing to borrow my name. As a disciple of the Ji family, such fortune is beyond my humble means to bear. Oh no, master. Look, upon hearing this, Ji Liang became flustered and hastily drew forth a long sword. This is a sacred weapon. Consider it my tuition fees. I sincerely hope you will accept it. Please take me as your disciple. At the sight of that long sword, the elders present were rendered speechless. If imperial weapons were beyond their reach, then sacred weapons were the objects of their deepest yearning. A sacred weapon is forged by powerful beings of the celestial realm using true spirit, nurtured by their own essence, becoming a weapon of their very being. Such an item is a standard possession for mighty beings of the celestial realm. But how many such beings exist in this world? If this item were to be brought forth, it would surely incite a frenzy among the sections, yet here was Ji Liang, offering a sacred weapon as tuition for her apprenticeship. The elders were consumed with envy. How could such extraordinary wealth fall into Yi Qing's hands? Being handsome does not warrant such special treatment. The cultivation world does not operate on such principles. The elders stared wide-eyed, their mouths seemingly watering in desire. Not only them, but even Ing Shuntian couldn't help but feel envious as the leader of the Butian Pavilion. He possessed only one sacred weapon. Now, this small cultivator, Yi Qing, was about to acquire a sacred weapon as well. Stirring a potent jealousy within him. One weapon is not enough. I have another. Ji Liang, seeing Yi Qing unmoved, produced yet another sacred weapon. The entire hall was immediately filled with a palpable sense of malice. The elders present, including Ing Shuntian, cast envious glances, genuinely wishing to tear Yi Qing apart to seize those two sacred weapons for themselves. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was momentarily taken aback. The reason he had remained silent was that he had not anticipated this girl would offer sacred weapons as tuition for her apprenticeship. Although he possessed divine weapons like the Dragon Koi and Phoenix Sparrow, they were merely ancient celestial-grade weapons. While celestial-grade weapons have the potential to grow into sacred weapons, their effectiveness is contingent upon the wielder. For instance, with Yi Qing's current cultivation level, the Dragon Koi could only exert the power of a regular weapon. Perhaps only upon reaching the celestial realm could he fully unleash its divine might. However, sacred weapons are different. They embody the insights of celestial beings regarding the laws of the universe, and their power lies within the weapon itself, independent of the wielder. This means that with a sacred weapon in hand, Yi Qing could potentially vanquish a Yuan Tai cultivator, provided he could withstand the weapon's backlash. In summary, sacred weapons held a certain allure for Yi Qing. Steadying his thoughts, he raised his hand to accept the two sacred weapons. Ah, you are indeed quite courteous. If you wish to take me as your master, there is no need for gifts. It would be rather embarrassing not to accept you as my disciple. Yi Qing adopted a new demeanor, provoking the onlookers to grind their teeth in frustration. Who was it that had previously refused so adamantly? Now, upon seeing the sacred weapons, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. The speed of his change was astonishing. Yi Qing disregarded the malevolent gazes of the elders and took Ji Liang's hand, turning to leave. Disciple, let me take you back to show you around. Our Qixia Peak is the foremost among the 8 peaks. The voice of Yi Qing gradually faded away, leaving the elders and Ing Shuntian in disarray. No one can escape the law of true fragrance, and Yi Qing is no exception. He did not wish to court trouble. But for the sake of the sacred weapons, he could endure. Just a little patience, and it will pass. As for the matter of being a disciple, I am certain this girl does not genuinely wish to take me as her master. I shall not concern myself with that. At this moment, Ji Liang, being pulled along by Yi Qing, felt a surge of delight. She raised her head slightly to gaze at Yi Qing, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Congratulations, host, for joining the Qixia Peak of the Butian Pavilion. System reward, devouring heaven demon art. Ji Liang narrowed her eyes in silence. At last, she had completed the system's task. Although Yi Qing's cultivation was somewhat lacking, as long as she joined Qixia Peak, she would have fulfilled her task. As for cultivation, with the system at her disposal, she had no cause for concern. However, turning her head, Ji Liang felt a twinge of resentment. Yi Qing was too cunning. He had tricked her out of 2 sacred weapons. No, I must find an opportunity to retaliate. Just as Ji Liang was deep in thought, she was suddenly captivated by a vibrant red flower tree in the distance. What? The Kunwo Divine Tree? How could such a thing be found here? Ji Liang couldn't help but exclaim at that moment. Yi Qing abruptly halted, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. She can recognize the Kunwo Divine Tree? This treasure is exceedingly rare. Only he and Yin Ruyu within the entire Butian Pavilion knew of its origins. This little girl actually identified it at a glance. Yi Qing turned back, gazing deeply at Ji Liang. This girl was rather extraordinary. No wonder she hailed from an ancient family. However, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Such an ancient divine tree would surely attract the interest of her family. If the Ji family were to learn of this, given their strength, they would not hesitate to seize it, potentially igniting a fierce conflict. Indeed, my eyes can see through the essence of all things. The elders of my clan have said I possess a rare celestial eye. Unfortunately, due to my brother's schemes in my youth, my eyes now lack any true divine powers, merely allowing me to perceive the essence of things. Ji Liang said, gritting her teeth. Therefore, you must not speak of this tree. Yi Qing pondered for a moment before advising her. He still harbored doubts about whether this girl was trustworthy. However, he could no longer silence Ji Liang. as she was accompanied by several imposing golden-scale divine guards. Rest assured, I am not so loose-tongued. Ji Liang waved her hand, yet her eyes remained fixed on that tree adorned with red blossoms, glimmering enticingly. Upon returning to Qixia Peak, they entered the courtyard and found Yin Ruyu napping peacefully in the distance. That is my master. If you have any matters regarding cultivation, you should not disturb her. Yi Qing hesitated, reluctant to allow this girl to interact with Yin Ruyu. If Yin Ruyu were to cause trouble for the young lady of the Ji family, the Ji family would surely retaliate against the Butian Pavilion. In any case, do not speak with her unless necessary. Yi Qing's warning seemed to have little effect, as Ji Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Yin Ruyu. Is that really Yin Ruyu? Oh, I have long heard that Yin Ruyu is unparalleled in beauty and extraordinary in cultivation. Indeed, she is a true beauty, Ji Liang said, leaning closer to Yi Qing, whispering inquiringly, I heard that Yin Ruyu favors women. Is that true? At this, Yi Qing's expression changed dramatically as he hastily covered the girl's mouth. Although Yin Ruyu was not as domineering as he had imagined, her temperament remained unpredictable, and such matters should not be spoken of lightly. Do not speak carelessly. My master is a good person, Yi Qing whispered, fearing he might awaken Yin Ruyu. Your room is over there, and mine is adjacent. Just try your best to avoid her, all right? Are you worried she might take a liking to me? That can't be. I am still a child, Ji Liang mused, her chin resting on her hand, appearing every bit the little rogue. To be honest, such a beautiful woman. I would also wish to be close to her. As for this matter, you need not concern yourself, Ji Liang said, inching closer. At this, Yi Qing was left dumbfounded. Surely he had not unwittingly taken in another girl with such inclinations? This was disastrous. He struggled to manage one Yin Ruyu, and now he might have to contend with another, especially given that she was the young lady of an ancient family. Yi Qing felt overwhelmed, his troubles multiplying. Such a bizarre turn of events was truly a stroke of luck. As Yi Qing pondered this, Ji Liang had already approached Yin Ruyu, bowing respectfully. Disciple Ji Liang, paying respects to the ancestral master. Yin Ruyu lifted her head, casting a glance at Ji Liang, then mumbled, Little girl. Go away. Do not disturb my sleep with that. She turned away and resumed her nap, leaving Ji Liang utterly astonished. Just as she was about to say something more, Yi Qing swiftly pulled her away. My master has a bad temper. Do not disturb her sleep. Hurry back to your cultivation. Yi Qing guided Ji Liang back to her room, where the girl continued to cast curious glances outside, seemingly fascinated by her surroundings. That pond over there, is that the dragon koi? Can you eat that? And the wine jar belonging to my ancestral master seems to contain divine nectar. May I drink that? Ji Liang inquired eagerly, her excitement palpable. The dragon koi cannot be eaten. As for the wine, I will find a way to get some for you. In any case, focus on your cultivation and do not cause trouble. I will handle the rest. Yi Qing patiently comforted the little girl, feeling as though he had taken in a great aunt as a disciple. The key was that he dared not offend her. Master, I do not wish to cultivate at present. Furthermore, I am currently at the 8th level of the spirit-building realm, having halted my cultivation merely due to the lack of a suitable soul to observe. In the short term, I should not need to cultivate. Ji Liang spoke with a smile, though her mind was already plotting the rewards from the system. Although she could not continue observing souls at the moment, she was well aware of the formidable power of the sky-swallowing devil. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to practice that technique. What souls have you observed thus far? Allow me to see. If possible, I have some souls here that you can examine. Yi Qing pondered, recognizing that as her master, he ought to guide her in her cultivation, even if he himself was not particularly adept at it. However, he possessed many valuable items. Ji Liang squinted, her expression rife with disdain, before lifting her head with an air of arrogance as 8 bronze cauldrons materialized behind her. The Ji family's 9 cauldrons? Yi Qing was taken aback. The Ji family's 9 cauldrons were 9 imperial weapons. It was said that the ancestors of the Ji family had established their dominance across the 9 provinces with these items. How could this girl have observed imperial weapons, and 8 of them at that? Wait, one is missing, master. It is common knowledge that one of the Ji family's 9 cauldrons has been lost. Ji Liang looked at Yi Qing with surprise. The Ji family was renowned throughout the 9 provinces. The loss of one cauldron was an ancient legend, and Yi Qing should not be unaware of this matter. Yi Qing disregarded her words. focusing instead on the 8 miniature bronze cauldrons, lost in thought. Hint: the 8 cauldrons of the Ji family, imperial weapons of the ancient Ji clan, possessed the power to suppress all hint when united. They formed the 9th cauldron. Yi Qing suddenly raised his head, a wave of joy washing over him. He had initially thought the system could only provide passive reminders, but to his astonishment, it also possessed scanning capabilities. With this in mind, he did not hesitate to reveal the secret of the 9th cauldron. Ji Liang was greatly shocked and inquired, "How did you come to know a secret that the Ji family has failed to uncover for years?" "Well, I possess a pair of discerning eyes capable of identifying all things." Yi Qing fabricated a reason to appease Ji Liang. However, he was also puzzled. How could no one in the Ji family have discovered the matter of the 8 cauldrons uniting? That seemed improbable, but soon, Ji Liang alleviated his doubts. "Go unite the 8 cauldrons into the 9th. No wonder the Ji family has been unable to locate the 9th cauldron all these years." Achieving the union of the 8 cauldrons is incredibly challenging. No one in this world could accomplish such a feat. Chapter 70. The Ji family's 9 cauldrons, imperial weapons, embody the will of the great emperors. Forcibly merging them is exceedingly difficult. You might consider that what you need to fuse are not the imperial weapons themselves, but rather their legacies. Yi Qing advised. Each imperial weapon encompasses the indomitable essence of a great emperor. And merging them is no small task, even for the emperor himself. If approached from this angle, the merging of the 8 cauldrons seems utterly impossible. This likely explains why the Ji family has been unable to uncover this secret for many years. However, a change in perspective might yield results. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, Ji Liang experienced a moment of clarity. "I understand now. I shall give it a T or Y. Yi Qing nodded slightly, then withdrew. In the deep of night, a blaze erupted atop Qixia Peak, illuminating the entire Batian Pavilion. Immediately, a majestic bronze cauldron emerged above the mountain. In an instant, everyone within the Batian Pavilion was awakened. Is that the Ji family's imperial weapon? Did Yi Qing provoke that great ant from the Ji family? We're doomed. If the ancient family is enraged, our Batian Pavilion will surely suffer the consequences. Why did the sect leader agree to take that woman in? Isn't that obvious? Does the sect leader even have the right to refuse?" A group of disciples trembled as they gazed at the imperial weapon, while the expressions of Ing Shuntian and a number of elders were equally wide-eyed. "Gentlemen, do you think that is the 9th cauldron lost by the Ji family?" Ing Shuntian spoke tremulously. This was a significant matter, one capable of shaking the 9 provinces. The return of the Ji family's 9 cauldrons would surely turn the entire family upside down. But why was the 9th cauldron appearing within their Batian Pavilion, and precisely atop Qixia Peak? If this matter could not be clarified, the Batian Pavilion would surely be scorned by the Ji family. Indeed, that is without a doubt the 9th cauldron. The armored divine guards wore solemn expressions. "We must report this to the clan immediately." One divine guard produced a waste token, and in a flash of light, the situation was communicated to the Ji family. That moment, far away from the Ji family, chaos ensued. The joy of the 9 cauldrons' return turned this ancient family, long silent for thousands of years, into a festive atmosphere akin to a celebration. Yet, alongside this joy, everyone sensed a weighty atmosphere. Why had the 9th cauldron appeared in the Batian Pavilion? Could it be? Hard to say, but that little girl, Ji Liang, has certainly played her cards right by going to the Batian Pavilion. Regardless, reclaiming the 9th cauldron is a monumental task. We must proceed with utmost caution. Indeed, should certain families secretly attempt to seize it, I will immediately dispatch someone to the Batian Pavilion overnight to ensure Ji Liang's safety. We must also investigate this matter thoroughly. If the Batian Pavilion is indeed hiding the 9th cauldron, they will have no reason to exist. This night was destined to be extraordinary. The news of the Ji family's recovery of the 9th cauldron sent ripples throughout the entire 9 provinces. Meanwhile, the Batian Pavilion, a previously inconspicuous sect, suddenly became the talk of the town. Countless forces began to converge upon this location. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Batian Pavilion was particularly oppressive. No one could fathom why the 9th cauldron had manifested atop Qixia Peak, and the aura enveloping the entire mountain forbade anyone from probing further. Everyone anxiously awaited developments. On the mountaintop, Yi Qing stared blankly upward. "Master, is this truly an imperial weapon?" Beside him, Yin Ruyu held the Star Palace, bracing against the immense pressure above. This bronze cauldron was indeed a genuine imperial weapon, much like the Star Palace in Yin Ruyu's hands. Yet, Yi Qing could not comprehend how, having merely suggested that Ji Liang observe the souls, he had inadvertently conjured a true imperial weapon. Even if the ninth cauldron were to appear, it should exist in a state of soul, not in corporeal form. This outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. The Ji family's 9 cauldrons. What on earth have you done? Yin Ruyu's expression was one of exasperation. Although Yi Qing had explained the situation to her, she still found herself troubled. The secret of the 9th cauldron, sought by the Ji family for so many years, had been unraveled by this young lad. Who would believe such a tale if it spread? Simultaneously, she felt a sense of awe. This fellow, Yi Qing, was becoming increasingly inscrutable to her. Though merely a fledgling cultivator, he repeatedly shattered her understanding. If one were to claim he was not the chosen one, she would find it hard to accept. Master, I truly do not know. I merely offered Ji Liang a suggestion, and to my surprise, the little girl succeeded. Yi Qing chuckled helplessly, glancing back at Ji Liang's room. At that moment, the room was aglow with golden light. Enveloped by a dense aura of ethereal energy, it was evident that it had transformed into a realm of immortality. Oh no! She is about to form her primordial fetus. Yin Ruyu's heart raced. And the Star Palace in her hand erupted with brilliant radiance, instantly enveloping both of them. Then, in the sky, the majestic bronze cauldron trembled violently. Ripples spread outward, causing the entire Batian pavilion to be thrown into disarray. The observing elders fell to the ground, incapacitated, while the disciples fared even worse, all spitting blood and turning pale. Buzz. The tolling of the great bell resonated through heaven and earth as colorful rays of light cascaded from the night sky. Descending directly upon Qixia Peak, the Batian pavilion was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Gentle streams of warm white light ascended like bubbles, enveloping a bronze cauldron within it bore an uncanny resemblance to the 9th cauldron in the heavens. Primordial fetus. Someone is about to form a primordial fetus. The expressions of several golden-scaled divine guards were filled with elation. It's the young lady. The young lady is about to form her primordial fetus. At last, the young lady has begun her cultivation. We have not failed the family's expectations. Though I do not entirely agree with the young lady's choice to join the Batian pavilion, I must concede that she has made the right decision. Indeed, the young lady has only been in the Batian pavilion for less than half a day. Yet she has not only located the 9th cauldron, but is also on the verge of forming her primordial fetus. If this news were to reach the clan, it would be a monumental achievement. The golden-scaled divine guards were moved to tears, fully aware of the arduous task of serving as Ji Liang's protectors over the years. Yet at this moment, their joy overshadowed all past hardships. The entire Ji family eagerly anticipated Ji Liang's dedicated cultivation, and now that she was forming her primordial fetus and had retrieved the 9th cauldron, their contributions could hardly be deemed insignificant. Considering the depth of the ancient family's resources, they could scarcely imagine the rewards awaiting them upon their return. Alas, following the young lady had proven to be the right choice. To be able to accompany the young lady was indeed a blessing for them. Although the exact circumstances remain unclear, if the news of the young lady's successful condensation of the primordial fetus reaches her clan, the elders will undoubtedly bestow rewards. Chapter 71. A Grand Cauldron. Just as the crowd rejoiced, the colossal bronze cauldron in the sky suddenly trembled, and the primordial fetus instantaneously shattered into ethereal fragments. Following this, the vast spiritual energy began to wildly contract, ultimately converging at the summit of Qixia Peak. What transpired? Why did the young lady abandon her breakthrough? This was an opportune moment for condensing the primordial fetus. Why did she choose to terminate her own advancement? Several golden-scale divine guards wore expressions of confusion. The condensation of the primordial fetus is a coveted achievement for countless cultivators. How could anyone willingly forsake such an opportunity? Not only they, but the members of the Batian Pavilion were equally perplexed. Atop Qixia Peak, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Ji Liang chose to forego her breakthrough at such a critical juncture. Logically, she possessed the Ji family's 9 cauldrons, a foundation that would make the condensation of the primordial fetus an exceptional choice. After all, the prestige of an imperial weapon is undeniable. Was there a need to further select a divine soul? Unless, Ji Liang possessed an even more formidable imperial weapon. At this thought, Yi Qing's heart skipped a beat. An imperial weapon more powerful than the Ji family's 9 cauldrons. Just how many secrets did this young girl conceal? As Yi Qing pondered, Yin Ruyu beside him also appeared perplexed. She had not considered that Ji Liang might harbor a more potent imperial weapon, for in her understanding, an imperial weapon was the pinnacle of strength. Without distinctions of superiority among them, at that level, the mindset of the user becomes the key determinant of power. In her view, utilizing an imperial weapon to condense the primordial fetus was the optimal choice. Moreover, someone like Ji Liang, who possessed 9 imperial weapons and divine souls, had no need for selection. Any primordial fetus casually condensed would be a coveted treasure for others. Yet, at this critical moment, she chose to relinquish the opportunity. Even Yin Ruyu was left utterly bewildered. As the two pondered, the bronze cauldron in the sky suddenly contracted, plummeting downwards before soaring directly into the room where Ji Liang resided. Everything seemed to revert to tranquility in an instant. Bang! Ji Liang flung open the door, her face alight with excitement as she rushed out. Master, you are truly a genius. I succeeded. Ji Liang dashed before Yi Qing, her cherubic face brimming with admiration. That 9th cauldron is indeed the product of the fusion of the 8 cauldrons. However, I never anticipated that fusing divine souls could summon a true imperial weapon. If this news were to reach the Ji family, those old geezers would surely be left agape, she exclaimed joyfully. Having accomplished such a significant feat, they ought to grant me a few days off. At this moment, Ji Liang regarded Yi Qing with profound respect. The secret that had eluded the Ji family for years was unraveled by this man in a single glance. Although she initially joined Xixia Peak merely to fulfill a system task, she now sensed Yi Qing's extraordinary nature. As long as she followed this individual, she could secure a powerful ally in the future. Cultivation? What for? Ji Liang thought blissfully as she showered Yi Qing with compliments, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Miss, you? Several golden scale divine guards rushed in, but upon seeing Yin Ruyu, their expressions shifted. Even though they belonged to the Ji family, they had heard of the notorious reputation of this madwoman. They slightly bowed. We have met the senior. No need for that. Yin Ruyu waved her hand, yawning as she ambled towards the room. You all continue your discussion. After Yin Ruyu departed, the divine guards finally gathered around. Congratulations, miss, on your breakthrough in reclaiming the 9th cauldron. Ji Liang waved her hand, tugging at Yi Qing's sleeve. This is all thanks to my master. Without his guidance, I would never have discovered the 9th cauldron, nor would I have been able to break through. Thus, my master is truly remarkable and formidable. I sincerely bow in reverence. Stop, stop, stop. No more flattery. You're making my skin crawl. Yi Qing hurriedly interrupted the girl, but the divine guards were genuinely astonished upon hearing her words. Why Yi Qing? A mere trifling cultivator at the 3rd tier of the spirit-building realm guiding Ji Liang? How could this be possible? Seeing their disbelief, Ji Liang excitedly recounted Yi Qing's earlier insights, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Although the concept was simple, the execution was anything but. Why Yi Qing's seemingly straightforward idea had fundamentally altered the current dynamics of the Ji family. This fellow was undoubtedly a great benefactor to the Ji clan. The guards did not dare to be negligent and immediately bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Yi, for guiding the Mississippi on behalf of the Ji family. We express our gratitude. Yi Qing was left speechless. What in the world? A powerful figure at the Dao platform realm referred to him as Senior. Senior, we have already informed the family, and shortly, someone will be sent to deliver a grand gift to express our gratitude. Upon hearing of the grand gift, Yi Qing quickly regained his composure. Ha ha ha, since this girl is my disciple, it is only natural for me to offer some guidance. Observing Yi Qing's demeanor, Ji Liang smirked, but she dared not voice her thoughts. After all, she still wanted to secure his favor. She quickly adopted a serious tone and commanded, Yes, you all inform the family to be generous. Do not bring any worthless trinkets to appease my master. Yes, yes, we will notify the family right away. The divine guards bowed and departed. Just as they reached the door, a small head peeked out. He was about to scold when he heard the sweet voice of a young girl call out, Yi Qing Gij. Qing Chang skipped happily into the courtyard, and before she could speak, she noticed a delicate porcelain-like girl standing beside Yi Qing, clutching his sleeve. Her little face instantly fell. She then rushed to Yi Qing's side. grabbing his hand possessively, casting a glance at Ji Liang that seemed to stake her claim. Why Yiqing Gij, are you all right? I just saw a huge cauldron floating atop Qixia Peak. Upon hearing this, the faces of the divine guards who had just stood up changed dramatically. That was their Ji family's imperial weapon, and it was being referred to as a cauldron? This was nothing short of an insult. Just as they were about to rebuke, Ji Liang, trembling slightly, pointed at Qing Cheng with a look of terror, stammering, She is Hong Chun. Yiqing hurriedly covered Ji Liang's mouth, his heart racing. This girl could even discern Qing Cheng's identity? This could not stand. He would have to be more cautious around her in the future. It's all right. It's all right. She is my sister, Yiqing reassured, all the while signaling Ji Liang with his eyes. Ji Liang swallowed hard, falling silent, yet her mind was racing. Why Yiqing was accompanied by a reincarnated celestial being. Oh my, what a colossal ally she had found. Once the celestial being awakens, would she not be able to traverse the 9 provinces with ease? With this thought, a smile crept onto Ji Liang's lips, and her gaze towards Qing Cheng became notably affectionate. Chapter 72. A peaceful scene. What? The genius young lady of the Ji family has joined the Putian Pavilion? The head of the medicine pavilion, Yao Chun, widened his eyes in astonishment, his heart brimming with disbelief. How could such a fortuitous event not fall into his lap? Though the Ji family's prodigy might be challenging to handle, allying with such an ancient lineage was a stroke of luck that other sects could only dream of. Indeed, moreover, on the very day she joined the Putian Pavilion, she reclaimed the long-lost 9th cauldron of the Ji family. The 9th cauldron? Yao Chen's eyes gleamed with interest. I have heard she was enlightened by her master and comprehended the secrets of the Ji family's cauldrons. Now, the Ji family has sent people bearing lavish gifts to the Putian Pavilion to express their gratitude. Her master enlightened her? Which peak did she join? Could it be that Ing Shuntian personally took her as a disciple? No, it seems she joined Qixia Peak. Qixia Peak? That madwoman? Well, that makes sense. Yao Chen stood up and began to pace. Years ago, the Ji family's unparalleled genius knelt before Yin Ruyu, willing to forsake his family for her. Too bad Yin Ruyu had no interest in him. It was likely that he had divulged the secrets of the Ji family's cauldrons to her. Rubbing his temples, Yao Chun was reluctant to engage with the madwoman, yet he could not let this opportunity slip by. Master, it is not Yin Ruyu. The Ji young lady is a disciple of her apprentice. Yiqing? Ah? Yao Chun suddenly paused, the name sounding vaguely familiar. That one. Nishang has been mentioning frequently since returning from the secret realm? The elder before him cautiously prompted. Oh, yes, Yiqing. That child Nishang has indeed been raving about him. Yao Chen's eyes lit up. You even mentioned wanting to peel this kid's skin last time. The elder raised his head, only to receive a fierce glare from Yao Chun. When did I ever say that? Such a talent, I would rather see them engage and exchange ideas. Go tell Nishang what I said. Let her visit the Putian Pavilion. Also, prepare some gifts, plenty of pills and spirit herbs. Make haste. Don't wait until the Ji family's people have left before you go. Yes, the elder turned and withdrew. Meanwhile, within the major sects of the northern region, a similar scene unfolded. The prestige of the ancient clan was exceedingly high, to the point where these sects felt compelled to curry favor. However, the ancient clan had always chosen to remain reclusive, leaving them with little opportunity. Now that the Putian Pavilion had attained such immense wealth, they naturally desired to share in its fortune, even if it was merely to become familiar in front of the Ji family. In recent days, the Putian Pavilion had been bustling with activity. The mountain gate, which was usually open, had been closed for the past couple of days. At the entrance stood 2 colossal jade pillars draped in red silk. The entire Putian Pavilion was enveloped in jubilation, as everyone anticipated the arrival of the Ji family. Meticulous preparations were underway throughout the pavilion. On the 8 peaks, red silk banners fluttered, and lanterns were hung high. Yet, atop the Qixia Peak, an air of tranquility prevailed. A few disciples sat around a stone table, oblivious to the world outside. After all, there was little to tidy up on Qixia Peak, as Ying Shunshan had already arranged for other disciples to assist with the preparations. Thus, they enjoyed a leisurely respite. Shao Li, you mustn't drink any more, Li Qing exclaimed, his heart aching as he watched Ji Liang consume the precious nectar as if it were mere water, with the enchanting Qingsheng before him. Now accompanied by Ji Liang, both were insatiable drinkers. However, This nectar was no ordinary wine. It was an ethereal brew infused with spiritual essence potent enough to elevate an ordinary person to the path of immortality. Yet, these two young ladies treated it as if it were watered. In that moment, Leaf Qing comprehended why, when he had partaken of Yin Ruxin's enlightenment tea, she had displayed such a countenance. That she had not struck him down was a testament to her restraint. It wasn't that he didn't care for what wasn't his, but at this moment, Leaf Qing found himself somewhat reluctant to part with it. The primary concern was that Ji Liang wasn't making breakthroughs. Drinking it would be a waste, Sir Master. I feel a pang of concern when my disciple indulges, Ji Liang replied, a look of grievance on her face as she continued to pour the wine down her throat. Watching her waste the precious nectar, Qing pouted. She was well aware of the nectar's effects and had hoped it would assist Leaf Qing in enhancing his cultivation. Observing Ji Liang's reckless consumption, she felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. I'm not concerned. This wine isn't mine. It's simply that you're not breaking through now, so drinking it serves no purpose. Leaf Qing squinted, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Ruyu, who showed no reaction whatsoever. What is it? Are you trying to extract information from me? Questioning why I haven't made a breakthrough. Ji Liang tilted her head, a sly smile gracing her features, revealing a cunningness not typically seen in someone of her age. If you don't wish to speak, then so be it. Leaf Qing feigned indifference, yet his curiosity lingered. He wondered if she possessed other treasures. Haven't you already guessed? I scoff at the Yuan Tai condensed from imperial weapons. There must certainly be something better. Upon hearing this, Yin Ruyu slightly raised her head. There is no good or bad when it comes to imperial weapons, yet I believe it is the finest. Ji Liang blinked and then fell silent. Seeing this, Leaf Qing ceased his inquiries. Everyone harbored their secrets, and it was evident that she did not wish to divulge hers. He had no desire to pry further. However, this matter cannot remain concealed from you. Ji Liang set down the wine jug, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. I have a premonition that I shall break through in the next couple of days. Master, I do not wish for my Yuan Tai to be seen by others. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Leaf Qing understood. This girl's Yuan Tai likely had significant implications, and she was reluctant to reveal it. However, should she condense her Yuan Tai, it would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Thus, she sought Yin Ruyu's assistance. Leaf Qing turned to Yin Ruyu. Fear not. Focus on condensing your Yuan Tai.at the moment of your breakthrough. I will ensure Qixia Peak remains sealed. Yin Ruyu glanced at the enormous red flowering tree, her expression tinged with melancholy. However, her attention quickly shifted back to Qingsheng, and she engaged the little girl in conversation. Leaf Qing was accustomed to this scene and had previously advised Qingsheng on how to handle this woman, so he felt assured for the time being. It was Ji Liang's enthusiastic demeanor that left Leaf Qing somewhat bewildered. This girl's intelligence was clearly beyond that of an ordinary child. Her actions were not those of a mere young girl. Most importantly, Leaf Qing cast a glance at Ji Liang, who nestled within Yin Ruyu's embrace. Seemingly taking advantage of the situation, he couldn't shake the feeling that her intentions were not entirely pure. As if sensing Leaf Qing's gaze, Ji Liang's expression dimmed. This fellow has quite the keen sense of observation. Chapter 73. A Formal Visit of Gratitude. The Pharmacy Pavilion, led by the esteemed alchemist Lian Nishang, sent elders from the Pharmacy Pavilion to pay a visit, extending congratulations to Butian Pavilion for acquiring a talented disciple. Presenting 1,000 Yuan Tai pills as a token of goodwill, the Artifact Sect, led by Qing Feng, also dispatched elders to congratulate Butian Pavilion on their acquisition of a gifted disciple, offering 1,000 Xian-class Dao weapons as a gesture of appreciation. In the grand hall of Butian Pavilion's main peak, Ying Shunshin wore a broad smile, his lips nearly stretching to his ears. The arrival of the Ji family's envoy had indeed brought honor to Butian Pavilion, and the lavish gifts from the major sects had significantly enriched Butian Pavilion. Previously, he had harbored grievances towards Leaf Qing and his disciples, believing they had caused trouble for Butian Pavilion, but now it seemed that Leaf Qing was their lucky star. The various items presented by the sects would allow Butian Pavilion to indulge for quite some time. The generosity of these sects ultimately stemmed from their regard for the Ji family, but the Ji family's willingness to honor Butian Pavilion relied heavily on Leaf Qing. Though Ying Shunshin could not fathom how Leaf Qing had guided Ji Liang's cultivation, he did not wish to delve deeper. Given that the benefits were already in hand, he greeted the guests from various sects, a disciple suddenly rushed in with news. The Ji family has arrived. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Subsequently, a multitude of individuals soared toward the mountain gate. Outside the gate, several resplendent flying vessels filled the sky, adorned with a large, luminous Ji character. The phoenix soared, clouds encircled, and rows of golden-scaled guardians wielding long spears flanked the sides, exuding an overwhelming aura that left everyone breathless. Master Ying Shunshan, I humbly welcome the distinguished guests from the Ji family. Ying Shunshan bowed respectfully, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. Meanwhile, the elders from various sects trembled, barely daring to lift their heads before the ancient clan. They were like ants in the face of a behemoth like the Ji family. They had no choice but to lower their postures. As his words faded, a handsome young man descended gracefully from the flying vessel, clad in a silver-white robe, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders. He possessed a beauty akin to that of a woman. His countenance adorned with a hint of aloofness, yet a subtle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, invoking a sense of familiarity, yet simultaneously a wave of inferiority. Master, I come to express our gratitude. My younger sister has joined the Batian Pavilion, and we felt it necessary to convey our thanks in person. We apologize for our tardiness. The young man gently fanned himself with a folding fan, his tone gentle as a spring breeze, yet the expressions of those present shifted dramatically to Is he the brother of that talented young lady? The Ji family's imperial progeny. It was rumored that the Ji family boasted a pair of exceptional talents, a brother and sister duo. The sister possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes, while the brother was born with an innate Dao body, condensing Qi at 3 years old, gathering spirit at 5, and forming Yuan Tai by 12. He was one of only 2 from the younger generation to reach the Dao platform realm. To their astonishment, the Ji family had dispatched the imperial progeny for this visit, indicating that they truly valued this Ji family young lady. The arrival of the imperial progeny was a tremendous honor. To meet such a prodigy was indeed a great fortune. Amidst the astonishment, Ying Shunshan felt a chill creeping into his heart. The imperial progeny's visit clearly signified more than mere gratitude towards Batian Pavilion. There was a hidden agenda at play. The 9th Ding of the Ji family had appeared at Batian Pavilion, and countless forces were surely watching this place. For Batian Pavilion, it remained uncertain whether this was a boon or a bane. Ying Shunshan pondered this while maintaining an outwardly respectful demeanor, inviting Ji Huan inside. A grand procession entered Batian Pavilion, with rows of golden-scaled guardians drawing the attention of numerous disciples. Master Ying Shunshan, I apologize for the intrusion. These individuals may linger for a while, and I kindly request your assistance in arranging accommodations. Ji Huan cast a glance at the crowd behind him. Of course, I will ensure all are well taken care of. Ji Huan nodded slightly before inquiring, might I ask where my sister is at present? Miss Ji has joined the Qixia Peak, Ying Shunshan replied. Allow me to lead the imperial progeny there. Without delay, the group made their way toward Qixia Peak. As they approached the foot of Qixia Peak, Ji Huan suddenly halted, his gaze fixated on the distant mountaintop, where a solitary tree of red blossoms stood. Remarkable. This red flowering tree is extraordinary, yet I fail to recognize it. Might the master be aware of its significance? Ying Shunshan, perplexed, raised his head to glance at it. Although he knew that the red flowering tree was Yen Ruiyu's divine soul, he was unaware of its true nature and could only offer a wry smile and shake his head, explaining, this is the divine soul of Sister Yen. I too do not comprehend its essence. Ji Huan squinted, examining the scene for a moment, then helplessly shook his head as the crowd ascended the summit. Joyous laughter echoed from the courtyard. Momentarily dazed, Ji Huan continued to walk inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he was utterly taken aback. There, his younger sister, that willful little girl, was respectfully serving tea to a young man. Her demeanor akin to that of a maid, as his gaze swept across the scene. His legs felt weak. Yen Ruiyu? Ji Huan felt as if his calves were turning to jelly. Were it not for his pressing duties, he would have turned and fled. Why hadn't his subordinates mentioned his sister was with Yen Ruiyu during yesterday's report? Ji Huan had initially speculated that with Ji Liang's status, she would be personally taken under the wing of Shun Tian at the Bu Tian Pavilion. Moreover, he was well aware that Yen Ruiyu was not one to take on disciples. Yet now, how was it that his sister was in the company of Yen Ruiyu? Ultimately, Ji Huan realized he still did not fully understand the Bu Tian Pavilion. Or rather, He had never dared to inquire about it. He harbored a psychological shadow regarding that woman. Ji Huan. Has the Ji family sent you here? During Ji Huan's moment of distraction, Yin Ruyu spoke up. The familiar voice instantly sent shivers down Ji Huan's spine. He steadied himself and approached slowly, bowing. Junior Ji Huan, greetings to you, esteemed elder. Have you come to act as a messenger for your uncle? Yin Ruyu's expression darkened as she set down the wine jug. No, absolutely not. This time, I merely represent the Ji family to express our gratitude for your guidance in my sister's cultivation, Ji Huan hurriedly explained, fearing that if he delayed, this woman would torment him again. Oh, come, sit, Yin Ruyu scoffed, glancing at the group of people trailing behind Ji Huan, her tone suddenly turning cold and commanding. The rest of you, leave, do not disturb my peace. Upon hearing this, Shun Tian felt a headache coming on. Good heavens, these are all elite guardians of the Ji family. Could you not show a bit of consideration? Just as he was about to intervene, Ji Huan turned around and reprimanded. Why are you all following me? Did you not hear the elder's command? Quickly leave. Chapter 74. What transpired between you and my master? Shun Tian was left in shock, as were the elite guardians of the Golden Scales, all wearing bewildered expressions. What had happened to their usually refined prince? The gentle demeanor he typically exuded seemed to have vanished today. Yet, none dared to retort, and they promptly turned to leave. Shun Tian opened his mouth but, upon seeing Yin Ruyu's grim countenance, wisely chose silence. If anyone were to earn her ire, it would certainly be him. He certainly did not wish to be reprimanded by Yin Ruyu at this moment, for that would be a significant embarrassment. Once everyone had departed, Ji Huan remained cautiously standing to the side, not daring to approach. However, seeing Ji Liang's respectful demeanor sparked a flicker of confusion within him. Could it be that his sister had also been trained by Yin Ruyu? Ji Huan was well aware of Ji Liang's character. She had always been spoiled and headstrong, to the point where even the elders in the family found her troublesome. Having doted on her since childhood due to past grievances, he had inadvertently made her even more insufferable. Yet now, this little girl was treating a mere spirit-building realm youth with such courtesy. Filled with questions but too afraid to voice them, Ji Huan could only force a smile and say, He. It has been many years, esteemed elder, and you still exude remarkable grace. I am deeply impressed. He continued, on behalf of my family, I have come to express our gratitude for your guidance of my sister. Presenting a modest gift, he requested, I hope you will graciously accept this token of appreciation. Ji Huan produced a storage ring, offering it with both hands, but to his surprise, Yin Ruyu paid him no mind. Instead, Ji Liang quickly stepped forward, snatching the ring from him and respectfully presenting it to Yi Qing. Brother, are your eyes deceiving you? This person is my master. Ji Liang glared fiercely at Ji Huan, smiling as she handed the storage ring to Yi Qing. Yi Qing accepted the ring without hesitation. At this moment, Ji Huan was left dumbfounded. What nonsense was this? His sister had taken a spirit-building realm cultivator as her master. Was he losing his mind, or had this girl gone mad? Such spirit-building cultivators were as common in the Ji family as turtles in the water. She had traveled so far just to apprentice under such a master. Sister, you have taken him as your master? Ji Huan's face was filled with disbelief. Were it not for Yin Ruyu's presence, he might have resorted to eliminating Yi Qing. For the Ji family, this was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace. What is it? Is there something wrong? Ji Liang straightened up, confronting Ji Huan with an air of pride. No, nothing wrong. If you are happy, then that is enough. Seeing the defiance in his sister's eyes, Ji Huan quickly averted his gaze and conceded. He had no choice. He owed her too much. Regardless of her choices, he would support her. After all, with him to shield her, no one would dare to bully Ji Liang, even if she chose not to cultivate. Yet, he was still filled with curiosity about Yi Qing. Ji Liang was not foolish. In fact, she was quite clever. Her decision to take Yi Qing as her master must have had its reasons. Ji Huan pondered and then inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name, brother? Yi Qing. Yi Qing replied, smiling at Ji Huan, his gaze causing Ji Huan to feel an involuntary chill. There is no need for formality. Please, take a seat. Not at all. I shall remain standing. Ji Huan cast a glance at Yin Ruyu beside him. You all continue your conversation. I shall retire to rest. Do not disturb me. Yin Ruyu picked up the wine jug and staggered back into the house. At last, Ji Huan let out a sigh of relief. Prince, it seems you have some connection with my master. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, observing Ji Huan. He had heard of Yen Ruyu's methods. This woman was merciless towards men, having driven even the holy son of the Butian Pavilion to his demise. Judging by Ji Huan's appearance, he had evidently endured some torment, why Yi Qing's interest was piqued. Although Yen Ruyu possessed extraordinary strength, it paled in comparison to the ancient noble families. The fact that she had provoked Ji Huan without facing retaliation from the Ji family signaled that something unusual was afoot. "You brother. Please, there is no need for formality. Simply call me Ji Huan." Ji Huan spoke, attempting to steer the conversation away. "I am truly grateful for your acceptance of my sister as a disciple, and on behalf of my family, I thank you once more. It is but a small matter." Yi Qing leaned closer, his curiosity piqued. "What exactly transpired between you and my master?" Ahem. Ji Huan shrank back slightly. It was merely a misunderstanding. Clearly, Ji Huan was reluctant to elaborate, but Ji Liang chimed in. "This fellow was forced by our uncle to send love letters to our master, and was subsequently taught a lesson." "Uncle? Which uncle?" Yi Qing inquired, puzzled. Was there truly someone bold enough to pursue Yen Ruyu? "Why, it is Uncle Ji Dan. Haven't you heard of him? He is quite famous." Ji Liang fixed her sharp gaze on Yi Qing. "No, I have just arrived and am not well versed in the matters of the cultivation world." Yi Qing offered an excuse to deflect. Ji Huan's face turned somewhat awkward, and he quickly shifted the topic. "Sister, I have heard that you have recovered the 9th cauldron. Is that true?" "Of course." Ji Liang raised her head proudly. "Fortunately, my master reminded me, and I was able to comprehend the mystery of the 9th cauldron." Ji Liang recounted the earlier events to Ji Huan, who listened in disbelief. The idea of merging imperial artifacts was audacious enough, but it was astonishing that Yi Qing had conceived the method of merging souls. The key was that Ji Liang had dared to go through with it. Ji Huan felt his heart race with trepidation, yet he was also delighted for his sister. "Thank you, Yi brother, for your guidance. This kindness will be eternally remembered by the Ji family." Ji Huan rose and bowed. Yi Qing waved his hand dismissively. "You have offered these gifts. Let us consider the matter settled. There is no need to speak of gratitude. Since Xiao Liang has chosen me as her master, I shall not neglect her." Yi Qing understood that while Ji Huan spoke eloquently, he had not made any concrete promises. The Ji family's influence was too great. They did not wish to be beholden to anyone. Yi Qing did not expect the Ji family to offer him any assistance. The benefits he had already received were more than sufficient. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Qing Cheng dashed in from outside. "Brother," she began, but upon noticing the presence of others, she grew shy and quickly hid behind Yi Qing. "This is my sister, Qing Cheng," Yi Qing introduced, only to find Ji Huan staring intently at Qing Cheng, stirring unease in his heart. Could these two siblings have discerned Qing Cheng's true identity? This child possessed a clarity of thought and an innate talent for cultivation, making her an exceptional candidate for training. It was indeed rare for the Butian Pavilion to have such a disciple. "I have never encountered such innate talent. She is truly a work of art." Chapter 75. An undeniable protagonist template. Ji Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. Qing Cheng's physique was quite unique. It was difficult to describe as any particular special constitution, yet her body bore no impurities. Pure as water, she was far more suited for cultivation than his so-called innate Dao body. Under such scrutiny, Qing Cheng felt increasingly anxious, gripping Yi Qing's arm tightly. "My apologies, Ji Huan," realizing his lapse in composure. Quickly apologized. "I have never before seen such a pure physique. I was momentarily lost in thought." "Cut it out. You truly lack experience. If you were aware of her identity, you would likely be left utterly astounded." Ji Liang mockingly laughed, while Yi Qing hastily interjected to interrupt the young girl. "It's nothing of great consequence. Do not heed her nonsensical chatter." Ji Huan cast an intrigued glance at Yi Qing. Trusting Ji Liang's discernment, for this clever girl could not possibly be mistaken, it appeared that Qing Cheng was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Ji Huan chose not to delve further into the matter, and after exchanging pleasantries, he finally broached the primary purpose of his visit, the retrieval of the imperial weapon. Upon hearing this, Ji Liang became somewhat reluctant. That was an imperial weapon, after all. How could the family simply demand its return? It was she who had recovered it. Are they truly just going to take away something I found? Ji Liang shook her head vigorously, retreating repeatedly. Sister, your cultivation is still quite shallow. Possessing the imperial weapon is not advantageous and may instead bring you peril. It would be best to return it to the family. Absolutely not. It is an imperial weapon. How magnificent it is to possess. Ji Liang continued to shake her head. Yi Qing, sensing the urgency, contemplated interjecting with a word of caution. As the saying goes, a gentleman is innocent, yet possessing a gem can lead to trouble. Even an ordinary celestial-grade weapon could incite envy in others, let alone an imperial weapon. Even if it were known that Ji Liang hailed from an ancient family, there would still be those who could not resist the temptation to seize it, and those bold enough to attempt to snatch an imperial weapon would undoubtedly be formidable foes. Faced with such adversaries, Ji Liang would likely have no opportunity to retaliate. However, before Yi Qing could speak, Ji Huan, with a resigned expression, remarked, "What do you wish for, then?" It was evident that Ji Huan understood his sister all too well. This girl was cleverer than anyone else. How could she be unaware that keeping the imperial weapon close was a liability? She was merely seeking an excuse to extort him. Ji Huan had grown accustomed to it. "Hee, you truly understand me." Ji Liang beamed as she approached Ji Huan, and soon began rummaging through his belongings. Before long, the table was laden with storage rings and bracelets. Take these items in exchange for an imperial weapon. You won't be at a loss. Moreover, it is not so much about what I desire, but rather what you have to offer. I am merely assisting you. As the saying goes, possessing a gem can lead to trouble. If you are seen with these items, what will happen? Ji Liang asserted, shoving the array of treasures into Yi Qing's hands, causing Ji Huan's facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Could it be that his sister had lost her mind? Surely not. She was only 13. Was Yi Qing truly such a beast? Any lingering affection Ji Huan had harbored for Yi Qing evaporated in an instant. Considering Yin Ruyu's temperament, her disciple was likely a pervert as well. A hint of wariness flickered in Ji Huan's eyes. As they were dividing the spoils, a faint and timid voice called from outside the courtyard. "Yi Qing Shixiang, may I enter?" "Who is it?" Yi Qing inquired. While busily stowing away the treasures, that moment, Lian Nikhang cautiously peeked her head inside. Seeing this, Yi Qing quickly approached. This young lady was the one pointed out by the system, and he was naturally inclined to nurture her. "Ah, Nikhang, why have you come? You didn't inform me. My father sent me to play at the Patching Heaven Pavilion, and many elders from the Medicine Pavilion have accompanied me." As Lian Nikhang spoke, she timidly glanced at the others in the courtyard. They were all discussing matters with the sect leader, so I came over by myself. She seemed as shy as ever, always hiding behind Yi Qing. "Oh, that is perfect. We are currently dividing the spoils, and since you are here, you may choose something as well," Yi Qing said, pulling Lian Nikhang to sit down. Meanwhile, Xing Cheng pouted, looking quite miffed. The Ji siblings, however, stared wide-eyed, frozen in place. What a pure medicine king physique! Ji Huan marveled. "What the heck? The Ring Grandpa?" Ji Liang exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Yi Qing immediately turned to Ji Liang. "What did that girl just say? Ring Grandpa?" This reference was likely unknown to most. Yi Qing's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Could this little girl also be a transmigrator? He glanced at the timid Lian Nikhang beside him, discreetly guiding her to sit down. This girl was extraordinary, he knew, yet Ji Liang could perceive things he could not. This implied that Lian Nikhang might very well harbor another presence within her. So, could Lian Nikhang also be? Yi Qing's mind was in disarray. Earlier, in the secret realm, that person's warning echoed in his ears. There are many transmigrators in this world. Beware of them. For they are enemies. At this moment, Yi Qing fully comprehended the gravity of that statement. Perhaps he was surrounded by several of them. However, he could not yet ascertain their identities. Each of these individuals seemed to fit the protagonist mold. Who could say whether they were all transmigrators? The only one he could confirm thus far was Ji Liang, as the reference to the Ring Grandpa was not common knowledge. Yi Qing retrieved a pile of storage rings, fiddling with them, while his gaze swept across the faces of the others. "This sister, you hail from the Medicine Pavilion?" Ji Liang leaned closer to Lian Nikhang, adopting an adorable demeanor. "Indeed. Does that sister know about Medicine Elder, collecting to enhance cultivation?" Ji Liang inquired curiously, fixated on Lian Nikhang, yet at this moment, Yi Qing had already almost confirmed Ji Liang's identity as a transmigrator without a doubt. He had seen what she mentioned before. "Yes, Medicine Elder is my father, the current leader of the Medicine Pavilion. As for, I have not heard of it. Lian Nikhang's gaze flickered, clearly concealing something. However, it seemed that Ji Liang did not notice. Have you heard of the Imperial Palace Jade liquid wine? Wi-Fi? Smartphones? Lian Nikhang stared at Ji Liang in astonishment. Little Liang, do not ask anymore. You are frightening her. Yi Qing interjected, having basically confirmed Ji Liang's identity. Nevertheless, Lian Nikhang appeared genuinely unaware of these matters. Yet, the existence of that ring grandpa likely was indeed real. However, Lian Nikhang seemed reluctant to reveal that person's existence. Yi Qing did not mind these details. As long as he had confirmed this girl's identity, it would be manageable if he should be the case. You are undoubtedly a typical protagonist. Chapter 76. Indeed, trouble has arisen. Ji Liang sat back down. Looking dejected, mumbling to herself, Yi Qing discreetly glanced at Ji Huan. This fellow seemed accustomed to his sister's nonsensical remarks and did not display any unusual reactions. However, Yi Qing could not shake off his unease. If Ji Liang was indeed a transmigrator, did she possess a system? What was her purpose for coming to Qixia Peak? Yi Qing's mind was filled with questions, and he felt an increased wariness towards Ji Liang. Although she appeared harmless, the warning that transmigrators were enemies lingered in his mind, serving as a constant reminder. The group continued their idle chatter, yet Yi Qing and Ji Liang fell into silence. Conversely, Ji Huan seemed quite intrigued by Qing Cheng and Lian Nikhang. He felt curious about how individuals of such exceptional talent had gathered around Yi Qing. These prodigious figures, rare in the outside world, had suddenly appeared in pairs here, and they were all closely connected to Yi Qing. This led Ji Huan to suspect that Yi Qing possessed some sort of charm. Regardless of how he viewed it, Yi Qing seemed to possess ordinary aptitude. By standard evaluations, Yi Qing had obstructed meridians and could even be deemed a waste. Yet, how could such a person attract these prodigious talents? Ji Huan, having practiced for many years, had some understanding of the cultivation world. It was said that fate existed in the world, and individuals carried their own fortune. Thus, geniuses would invariably cross paths with him. In light of this, could Yi Qing be? Ji Huan dared not dwell further on this thought, but became increasingly convinced of his notion. After all, Yi Qing's situation was too peculiar. After some leisurely conversation, Ji Huan proposed that they take their leave. He had come here on a mission, and he alone was aware of the dangers involved. To avoid potential complications, he needed to depart swiftly. After explaining the situation to Ji Liang, the young girl produced a bronze cauldron. The moment Ji Huan reached out to take the imperial weapon, he sensed a surge of murderous intent. He shouted furiously, "Intruders!" The once tranquil surroundings of Qixia Peak erupted as several shadowy figures materialized, their oppressive aura transforming the atmosphere. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Ing Shun Tian's expression shifted, and he shook his head helplessly as he stepped forward. Simultaneously, a black hole abruptly appeared in the sky above Qixia Peak. From within the void, a pale hand extended. Unbridled audacity, Yen Ruyu roared, as the massive red flowering tree at the mountain's summit erupted into bloom, countless petals scattering. The gigantic tree morphed into a sword, cleaving towards the black hole above. With a muffled Thursday, the cold and indifferent voice of Yen Ruyu resonated across the expanse, exuding an air of chilling severity that sent shivers down the spine. Those lurking in the shadows dared not reveal themselves, for facing the ancient clan head-on was a perilous endeavor. Moreover, with Yen Ruyu present, they harbored no confidence in confronting her. "Humph, madwoman, do you still think of yourself as you did in those years? Threatening us? Seeking your own demise?" A disdainful snort echoed in the void, followed by a figure emerging from the depths of the thick mist. They had already taken action, and could not afford to hesitate any longer. Should reinforcements from the Ji family arrive, their chances would vanish entirely. The moment of the figure's appearance, a fist was raised. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently, creating a terrifying wave akin to a tempest. Grand in its momentum, clang! The blood-wailing sword sliced through the air, petals cascading like crimson droplets against the sky. Wherever the scarlet flowers bloomed, not a blade of grass could survive. Beneath the sword's edge, all living beings were reduced to ashes. The sword stood like a divine entity, proudly defying the heavens. With a single strike, it shattered the celestial clouds. The glint of cold light startled the heart. In an instant, The brilliant sword radiance illuminated the entire realm, its glow soft as silken strands yet too dazzling to behold. It moved with grace, seemingly dancing with the wind in its descent. It cleaved the shadowy figure in two. Blood sprayed forth, staining the earth of the Butian pavilion. Before the onlookers could grasp the situation, a dragoness roar echoed from afar, clear yet prolonged, resonating within the hearts of all in that moment. Countless birds and beasts prostrated themselves in reverence to their sovereign. A golden dragon soared through the sky, heading straight for Qixia Peak. Yanruyu leapt into the air, her crimson attire billowing like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Amidst the red blossoms, she was undoubtedly the most resplendent presence. Her snow-white arm pointed skyward, unleashing a formidable aura that shook the heavens and the earth. In that instant, she embodied the divinity of the realm. Standing there, she was invincible. The sword comes at that moment, the world dimmed, and hearts trembled. The air was thick with an aura of slaughter, as if palpable to the naked eye. Within the Butian pavilion, it felt as though they were submerged in a sea of blood. Low lamentations mingled with howls, echoing the grievances of countless lost souls. In the sky, the sword appeared stained with blood, a vivid crimson. As it grasped the sword, an influx of spiritual energy surged towards her. The heavens rained down multicolored rays. As the colossal dragon approached, it was illuminated by the radiant light, transforming into a cascade of golden brilliance. Clang! In the void, the resonant sound of a great bell reverberated, compelling all present to bow down as if in submission to an earthly emperor. Has she returned to the realm of immortals? Whispers spread through the crowd. Legends spoke of Yanruyu being heartbroken. Her powers diminished. How could she ascend to the realm of immortals once more? This madwoman's return to the immortal realm meant few could suppress her. Indeed, a powerful being from the immortal realm wielding the imperial weapon. Even the ancient clans would have to show her deference. In the past, she had caused the Ji family's prince to rebel, and ultimately, the Ji family could only seek peace. Now that she returned to the immortal realm, who could possibly restrain her? The crowd buzzed with excitement. The overwhelming aura instilled fear. Buzz! A deep voice resonated in the sky. Colorful phoenixes soared, auspicious dragons leapt. Ethereal figures danced gracefully, surrounded by flying cranes, forming a golden pathway that descended directly upon Qixia Peak. Following this, an overwhelming force pressed down. A magnificent celestial palace of gold and jade descended from the heavens. At that moment, the void trembled, and the world changed its hue. Endless mist swirled, transforming into a sea of multicolored clouds that enveloped the Butian pavilion. The fragrance of herbs wafted over 1,000 miles, stirring the spirit. The clear and ethereal essence invigorated the senses. The disciples of the Butian pavilion found themselves enveloped in a sense of comfort. Feeling their bottlenecks loosening in that instant, on Qixia Peak, Yiqing cast a glance at the dazed individuals around her and discreetly tugged at Qingcheng and Lian Nishang. Hey, don't waste this opportunity. Sit down and cultivate. This is all celestial energy, magnificent stuff. Chapter 77. Another ancient clan, Yanruyu. Do you wish to return to the realm of immortals? It is not so simple. A hoarse voice echoed in the void, followed by a large black hand descending from above. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly repelled, and the descending celestial palace lost its luster in that moment. Countless colorful clouds swirled as the celestial energy fell away. Yanruyu let out a muffled groan and looked up towards the distance, her eyes glinting with a trace of murderous intent. Cunning rodents hiding in the shadows, come forth! Her furious shout was akin to 1,000 galloping armies. Sweeping through the air, the very space around her shattered. The distant sky quaked in response, the earth trembled, and all present were paralyzed by an overwhelming aura of slaughter, unable to lift their heads. In the void, a mouthful of blood spurted forth, a fleeting shadow passing, accompanied by triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha, Yanruyu, you will never return to the realm of immortals, never. Before the voice could finish, a brilliant sword light streaked across the sky. Blood splattered, and a head fell to the ground. The crowd was shocked. The atmosphere was one of disbelief, for a mighty being from the realm of immortals had been effortlessly vanquished by Yanruyu. Despite her formidable reputation, she had not had many opportunities to strike in recent years. Perhaps many had forgotten that she once roamed the 9 realms, not solely due to her cultivation. Her sword had transcended many predecessors, and numerous beings from the realm of immortals had fallen before her. Now, though her realm had diminished, her state of mind had advanced beyond her former self. With a mere gesture, she could extinguish her foes. As easy as breathing. Who else dares challenge me? Yin Ruyu, wielding her long sword, looked down upon the world. Clad in flowing crimson, she resembled a blood-drenched demon, yet also an ethereal fairy. Her stunning beauty, combined with an unparalleled aura of murderous intent, rendered her a bewitching enchantress, a demoness capable of annihilating the world. Even if I am not at the immortal realm, dealing with scum like you is more than sufficient. Yin Ruyu bellowed, her voice akin to thunder. In that moment, the heavens fell silent, as those hidden in the shadows seemed to lose their courage to act. Facing Yin Ruyu, one could not rely on common sense. Arrogance. Suddenly, a golden light streaked across the heavens. Boom. 8 magnificent steeds drew a golden chariot into view, captivating all who beheld it. The steeds trod upon clouds, adorned with resplendent armor that shone like the sun. The chariot, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, encrusted with jade, exuded an air of nobility, making it impossible to gaze upon directly. As the chariot appeared, the crowd gasped in shock. The Wang family of the northern region? Another ancient clan. Compared to the Ji family, the Wang family of the northern region was far more ostentatious. After all, the northern region was renowned as the source of spirit stone mines, with most of the 9 realm spirit stones originating from there. As the overseers of the northern region, the Wang family commanded the largest spirit stone mines, making them the wealthiest among the ancient clans. Unlike the other ancient clans that preferred to remain hidden, the Wang family had always been quite vocal, particularly with their golden chariot, a symbol of their presence. The appearance of the golden chariot signified the arrival of the Wang family. Upon seeing the golden chariot, Yin Ruyu couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. While ordinary forces would still need to cloak their intentions, the Wang family had boldly shown themselves, signaling their unwavering intent to seize the Ji family's 9 tripod. Yin Ruyu held no particular concern over the ownership of the 9 tripod. She merely wished to prevent these individuals from bringing the flames of war to the Butian pavilion. Yet, it was evident that their intentions diverged. Yin Ruyu, it has been many years. Why have you become so weak? A voice, aged and raspy, emanated from the chariot. In response, she uttered but a single word. Scram. Yin Ruyu declared, her long sword slicing through the air. The sword light sped forth, trailing stardust as if it were a galactic river. Boom. The radiant light struck the golden chariot, but the chariot erupted in a dazzling glow, and a colossal shadow ascended into the sky. An elderly man, his hair white as snow, donned a flowing white robe, his beard cascading like a waterfall. He pointed one hand skyward, forming a circular disc. Suddenly, a brilliant sun appeared, its light radiating and overshadowing even the blazing sun in the sky. Under the illumination, all present knelt in reverence. That was an imperial weapon, belonging to the Wang family. They had brought an imperial weapon. It seemed they were truly committed to a fight to the death. If the Ji family were to reclaim the 9th tripod, it would spell disaster for the other ancient clans. Thus, it was no wonder they sought to thwart it. Now that the Wang family had arrived, it was likely that other clans would soon follow suit. With her brows furrowed in concentration, Yin Ruyu found herself taken aback by the Wang family's unexpected display of such extravagant resources. Confronted with the imperial weapon, even she felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. As she waved her sleeve, the sky became illuminated by a multitude of twinkling stars. Buzzing, the star palace descended from the heavens, causing the void to tremble, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness, save for the shimmering stars above. The sudden brilliance of starlight obscured the distant sun's radiance. The elder, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Yin Ruyu's power surpassed their wildest imaginations. They had initially believed her strength diminished due to her lowered realm. Yet, it now appeared that this woman had ascended to an even greater level of prowess. The elder exerted all his strength to summon the imperial weapon, ripples emanating outward in concentric circles. A flush of crimson spread across his aged visage, and droplets of blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth.